When history resets and time flows backward, Hogwarts welcomes a guest from millennium ago. The low murmur of the colossal octopus beneath the Black Lake, the haunting wails of the Dementors, all converge into a singular name. Augustus, Chapter 1. Magical experiments must be precise. The gentle afternoon breeze carried a hint of floral fragrance as robins flitted about in a patch of blossoms. Well, several. Enormous pumpkins rested beside a slanted three-tiered stone tower. Sunlight filtered through the second-floor windows, casting a warm glow upon the face of a young boy with tousled golden hair, his unhealthy pallor contrasting with striking azure. Eyes that adorned his handsome visage. Clad in a black robe, he wore an expression of intense focus and gravity. Let me think. 3 drops of willingly offered unicorn blood, a banshee's finger, 3¼ inches of hawthorn root, 2 grains of thyme sand, and a feather from a pure-blood griffin. The magic in this feather feels somewhat off, but should be harmless, right? The boy hesitated, scratching his head. At worst, I might just blow up the cauldron. Let's give it a try, he declared, dropping the pure-blood griffin feather into the cauldron. Suddenly, a wave of unease surged through him, and the cauldron began to emit a silvery light, as if on the brink of explosion. I knew it magic must be precise, just as he extended a finger adorned with a spell-casting ring. Without even uttering a single incantation, he was engulfed by a surge of magical energy intertwined with the 2 grains of thyme sand. As his hair was blown wildly about, astonishment painted his face. He found himself trapped in the very moment of the cauldron's explosion. Outside, the sun set and rose anew, the flower patch at the entrance gradually overrun with weeds, eventually succumbing to desolation. The 3-tiered stone tower ultimately collapsed, crushing the pumpkin progeny beneath. What was once vibrant became a ruin, slowly forgotten by the river of time. Hurry, we're going to be late for transfiguration class. A girl's voice rang out, filled with urgency. As it appeared, she hadn't even taken the time to fix her hair. Hermione? What are you doing here? We just saw you heading to the divination classroom. Aren't you supposed to be in divination? A boy with striking green eyes, a lightning-shaped scar barely visible on his forehead, asked in disbelief. I think you're mistaken, Harry. Hermione wouldn't need to make a detour to attend transfiguration class, replied Ron, his hair a vibrant red. As Harry's closest friend, Hermione briskly walked past them, issuing a warning. I don't think we have time to discuss this. After all, you wouldn't want Professor McGonagall to transform you into a pocket watch, would you? Professor McGonagall never uses transfiguration to punish students, Harry responded, quickening his pace. As always, Professor McGonagall's transfiguration class proved to be a formidable challenge. The young wizards were tasked with mastering the technique of transforming their pets into goblets within 3 class periods, ensuring they at least resembled a cup. Failure to do so would result in 3 12-inch essays and a significant mark on their final exam. Good heavens, last semester we learned to transform buttons into snuff boxes, and now we have to turn our pets into goblets? This is dreadful. Ron appeared utterly despondent, lamenting the fact that his goblet had fur and a tail. Harry scratched his head, contemplating, perhaps we could ask Hermione for some extra help. I really don't want to write those 3 12-inch essays. Ron's eyes brightened. Great idea. He'll go find Hermione. By the way, where did she go? Harry looked around, perplexed. I don't know, she was just here. In an empty classroom, Hermione withdrew a shimmering silver object from her collar, spinning it in circles as she murmured, Next, I need to attend Professor Snape's potions class. Perhaps I should spin it a few more times to give me enough time to preview in the library that a silver vortex enveloped Hermione, oblivious to a grain of silver sand that quietly nestled in her hair. As she observed people swiftly passing by, despite being accustomed to the time turner, she found the scene enchanting. Gradually, a sense of something amiss crept in. Strange, why is this taking so long? Lost in thought, she suddenly realized she had collided with something. Instinctively, she grasped it, only to feel herself being hurled away, landing heavily atop something. Is it a person? Have I caused a mishap? Did I pull a classmate from the past? Hermione scrambled to her feet, smoothing her clothes as she reached out to help the classmate up. I am terribly sorry. I think I accidentally pulled you from a few hours in the past. We should probably hide for a moment. Are you all right? As she spoke, the boy lifted his head, his sky-blue eyes causing Hermione's heart to skip a beat. What are you talking about? Where's this place? What happened to my wizard tower? Why am I in castle? The boy inquired, supporting his head as he gradually stood, feeling lightheaded. In the blink of an eye, he had gone from facing an exploding cauldron to being pinned beneath a flaxen-haired girl. This was a most unpleasant sensation. Who are you? A witch? Or a witch who can't even manage a teleport? At least you didn't leave a part of yourself or me behind. The boy's expression was serious, his tone somewhat harsh. An explosion from cauldron was one thing, being torn apart during a teleportation was an entirely different matter. What are you saying? Do you speak English? Or another language? This doesn't sound like Mandarin or any common tongue. Are there foreign students at your school? Hermione appeared bewildered, unable to comprehend the words of the striking boy, who seemed quite angry. I think I ought to find Professor McGonagall. She might understand, Hermione declared, pulling the boy's hand in an attempt to seek out the professor, but her efforts yielded no results. They'll take you to find the professor. She'll know what to do, Hermione insisted, gesturing animatedly. The boy seemed to grasp something, extending his finger to himself, uttering a spell. A ring of light shot from his fingertip and entered his mind. Nonverbal magic? He looks younger than I am. How is that possible? Hermione was taken aback. Nonverbal magic was an advanced skill she had yet to master. Hello, the boy spoke, his magic evidently taking effect. I am Albert Augustus. Could you please tell me where I am? What on earth has happened? I am Hermione Granger. This is Hogwarts, the finest magical school in all of Britain, Hermione replied, extending her hand to him. This is quite the accident. I think we should go see Professor McGonagall first. We can discuss things on the way. Albert appeared, quite perplexed. I'm sorry, what is a magical school? Your wizard tower? Why are you extending your hand? Hermione's mouth fell slightly agape in astonishment, revealing a hint of her incisors. I'm trying to shake your hand. It's a gesture of goodwill. Where are you from? Do you not even know how to shake hands? What is a wizard tower? Forget it. Let's find Professor McGonagall first. She will explain everything. Please follow me. With that, Hermione hurried ahead, her ears faintly flushed, a hint of crimson visible through her hair. In Professor McGonagall's office. Once Hermione recounted the entire sequence of events, Professor McGonagall widened her eyes in astonishment. Miss Granger, are you saying that during a time reversal, you collided with Mr. Augustus and brought him here? This is simply remarkable. I believe we should hear what this young man has to say. Meanwhile, Albert pondered deeply. Time magic? Has this so-called magical academy mastered time magic? How could they achieve this? Even I've just begun my research, and I've only recently discovered time sand. Wait a moment. If this involves time magic, could it be a temporal accident? Is it possible that I am no longer in my own era? Albert suddenly fixed a serious gaze upon Professor McGonagall, beads of sweat forming on his brow, his voice slightly hoarse. Professor McGonagall, could you enlighten me as to what year it is currently? Professor McGonagall, puzzled by his inquiry, seemed to suddenly recall something. She opened her mouth, her tone trembling slightly. It is the year 1993, the end of the 20th century. If what you suspect is true, we must urgently consult with Professor Dumbledore this very moment. Chapter 2. A conversation across millennia. The young wizards were astonished to observe that their usually composed Professor McGonagall appeared somewhat anxious as she traversed the school corridors. Following her were Miss Know-It-All from Gryffindor and a silent boy clad in black robes. His gaze sweeping the surroundings, he possessed striking blue eyes and pale golden hair, resembling a wizard, yet lacking the school's uniform. The young wizards murmured among themselves, "Who is that boy? I don't know. He doesn't seem to be a student here. Could he be a dark wizard? Impossible with Professor Dumbledore present. Even the Dark Lord wouldn't dare set foot in the school. That boy is rather handsome." Aisha stopped swooning. As Albert surveyed his surroundings, he overheard the young wizard's chatter. This magical school is far more magnificent than any wizarding tower I have ever seen. It seems to be under a potent protective charm, with several other intriguing spells at work. Although they appear to be somewhat dated, is Dumbledore the person I am about to meet? And who is the Dark Lord? They walked briskly and soon arrived at the base of the headmaster's office. The gargoyle, Professor McGonagall, commanded the rather grotesque stone beast. The creature spun and revealed a staircase beneath, and Albert followed Professor McGonagall upward. Hermione brought up the rear, looking quite anxious, her hands tightly clutching the corners of her robe. "Minerva, what seems to be the matter? Who is this gentleman?" And Miss Granger spoke a white-bearded elder seated behind a desk, clad in a blue robe adorned with stars and wearing half-moon spectacles. A glimmer of wisdom occasionally sparkled behind his glasses, giving him a kindly appearance. Professor McGonagall gathered her thoughts, adopting a cautious tone as she explained, "Well, Headmaster Dumbledore, it seems there was a slight mishap while Miss Granger was using the time turner I had arranged for her. She inadvertently brought someone from the past. This is Mr. Albert Augustus. I believe you should be informed of this matter. It is quite astonishing, is it not?" Dumbledore listened intently, occasionally tapping his fingers on the desk as if deep in thought. Once Professor McGonagall finished, he turned to Hermione. "Could you elaborate on the circumstances, Miss Granger? I believe it to be quite important." Hermione took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. After a moment, she spoke. "Professor, I had just finished a spell class and sought a secluded room to use the time turner. I had a potions class 2 hours prior that I wanted to review, so I turned it one extra time. Oh dear, I shouldn't have done that. I ruined everything. Do not fret, Miss Granger. I doubt the issue lies there. The time turner would not malfunction simply because you turned it an extra time. That IT is quite stable," Dumbledore reassured her. "What happened next?" "I soon realized I had traveled further back than intended. I mean, it took more time than usual, and then I felt as if I had collided with something. Instinctively, I grasped hold of him, and then I was expelled from the time turner. It is all my fault. I should not have turned it that extra time. As she spoke, tears welled in Hermione's eyes. She felt responsible for bringing Albert from the past to the future, believing it to be a grave accident. Dumbledore turned his gaze to Albert, scrutinizing him for a moment before inquiring, "Mr. Augustus, could you share your circumstances with us? Perhaps through dialogue, we might devise a solution." After listening attentively, Albert began to grasp the situation. His immature experiment with time magic had gone awry, resulting in the sands of time, causing an unpredictable change that trapped him at a specific temporal juncture. Consequently, millennia later, he collided with a relatively sophisticated time device that brought him forth, while time continued to flow in the outside world. His own temporal existence had ceased, meaning he had missed out on an entire rather unfortunate predicament. I asked Headmaster Dumbledore. Albert carefully selected his words. "I believe I understand what has transpired is not Miss Granger's fault. I originate from several millennia ago that I am uncertain of the exact duration, only that there was no Hogwarts nor any magical school at that time. Our magic was derived from nature, imparted by teachers to students. I experienced an incident during a time magic experiment. A temporal anomaly struck me, trapping me at a specific point in time for several millennia, until Miss Granger freed me. I must express my gratitude to her for that." As he spoke, Albert inclined his body slightly toward Hermione, his right fist resting upon his chest. "Thank you, Miss Granger, you saved me." Hermione flusteredly waved her hand. "It's nothing, Mr. Augustus. It was merely an accident. I'm also quite relieved to have saved you." She appeared less distressed now. "You may simply call me Albert," he replied, meeting her gaze. "Very well, Albert," she responded, her ears tinged with crimson. Dumbledore pondered for a moment before addressing Albert. "What are your intentions moving forward, Mr. Augustus? After all, it is a millennium later, and things may differ from your time." Albert hesitated briefly. "I suppose I shall seek a place to seclude myself and continue my magical experiments. Perhaps I can find a way back." Upon hearing this, Dumbledore offered a suggestion. "Perhaps you might consider remaining at Hogwarts. There is a wealth of magical resources here, along with a comprehensive understanding of magical theory. I believe it would be beneficial for you that, if possible, you should endeavor to familiarize yourself with contemporary magic, as it may provide you with insights. Moreover, if you could share your knowledge of ancient sorcery with my professors, that would be splendid." Albert felt a surge of excitement. He yearned to explore the differences in magic a millennium later, particularly as he had nowhere else to go. Thus, he agreed. "Thank you for your hospitality, Headmaster Dumbledore. Should anyone wish to learn about ancient magic, your professors are welcome to seek me out." Dumbledore appeared quite pleased. "May I inquire as to your age this year, Augustus? If you would, I hope you can join the students at the school. Our instruction in modern magic is quite professional, and of course, we would wish to keep your origins somewhat concealed. After all, being from several millennia ago might be rather shocking." Albert contemplated for a moment. "Certainly, Headmaster Dumbledore. I was 14 when I became trapped, so it would suffice to say I am an international student." The boy from the past was entrusted to Hermione by Dumbledore, and the young witch, somewhat bewildered, led him to the Gryffindor common room. Tomorrow, Dumbledore would formally notify his students about the transfer student. Meanwhile, Professor McGonagall deliberated for a moment before deciding to voice her concerns to Dumbledore. She felt a responsibility towards her students. "Headmaster, shall we simply allow him to remain? A person of unknown origin may have unclear intentions that I believe we should proceed with caution." Dumbledore chuckled softly. His tone relaxed as he addressed McGonagall. "Rest assured, Minerva, I perceive the passage of time within him. He speaks no falsehood that in his eyes, I discern only purity and conviction. A person of belief is indeed more deserving of trust." There remained an unspoken thought in the old headmaster's mind. He could also sense an astonishingly vast surge of magical power emanating from Alberta prodigious talent. Ancient sorcery, hailing from millennia past. If left unchecked, he could very well become another Tom Riddle, or perhaps something even more perilous. He would not repeat the same mistake. He would guide Albert onto the right path, ensuring that he would at least acclimate to modern civilization within a nurturing environment. Chapter 3. The Antiquarian and the Savior Miss Granger. Where are we headed? Albert inquired, trailing behind Hermione. Unlike Hermione, who walked in silence, lost in her thoughts, Albert clearly yearned for conversation. After all, in his era, wizards often found themselves in rather precarious situations, compared to his own upbringing as a traditional mage. Guided from the apprentice stage by a mentor, many wizards emerged from unconventional backgrounds. Perhaps they had experienced a surge of magical power or stumbled upon a spell by chance, thus stepping into the realm of magic. For those individuals of that time, magic was both a wondrous and formidable force, and without the protective guidance of a teacher, They were often abandoned by their families early on, forced to navigate the chaotic landscape of magical research with caution. They had a penchant for carrying all manner of enchanted objects, including but not limited to dragon dung and maggots, a sticky, leggy creature. Of course, there existed other magical organizations, congregating within various towers of sorcery, where they aided one another while also competing fiercely, referring to themselves as sorcerers. "Call me Hermione," she replied. Glancing back, "We are heading to the Gryffindor common room. You can stay there for now. How should we explain your presence to Harry and the others?" Albert responded, "We will stick to the plan we discussed. I hail from another country, and due to certain circumstances, I have come to study at Hogwarts. You will keep this confidential, won't you, Hermione?" Hermione appeared somewhat distressed. "Of course, I will keep it a secret. I just hope no unforeseen incidents arise." As they traversed the corridors and climbed several winding staircases, they arrived before a portrait of a plump woman. "Password?" inquired the woman within the painting. "Dodagong-jung," Hermione replied casually. The portrait swung aside, revealing a passageway behind it. What an ingenious design. The painting seemed to possess a consciousness of its own. Albert felt enlightened. It appeared that the development of magic was quite remarkable, and he was exhilarated. He had no regrets about his past, for the intricacies of modern magic ignited within him a fervent desire to begin his studies immediately. Following Hermione through the passage, they entered what seemed to be a common room adorned in vibrant gold and crimson decorations, exuding a lively atmosphere. On a sofa, two young wizards sat engaged in a game of chess. Albert caught sight of one of the pieces as it lifted the chair beneath it and smashed the opposing knight to pieces. Upon hearing the commotion, a dark-haired boy with glasses turned his head. "Hermione, where have you been? Ron and I have been looking for you everywhere. Help us practice transfiguration. We don't want to fail." As he spoke, he noticed Albert following behind. "Who is he? I mean, is he from another house?" Ron also lifted his gaze. "General? Harry? What? Is someone else coming in?" At that moment, Hermione interjected, "This is Albert from a wizarding family in France. Due to certain reasons, he will be staying at our school for a while, as arranged by Professor Dumbledore." She winked at Albert as she spoke, seemingly grasping her implication. Albert extended his hand towards Harry. "Hello, I'm Albert Augustus from France. I believe we shall become friends, shall we not?" Harry hurriedly stood up and shook hand with Albert. "Hello, my name is Harry. Your English is truly remarkable." Albert pondered, was this what they called a handshake? Was English their language? It appeared they did not possess the magic of the murmuring ring. At that moment, Ron also stood up. "Hello, Albert Ron." "Hello, Ron," Albert replied. Harry and his companions displayed great enthusiasm for their new friend and were filled with curiosity. "How is Beauxbatons? What have you learned there?" "I heard from my brother that your headmaster is a giant," Ron said, offering a small cake. "Try this. It's far tastier than French cuisine." "Sorry, I'm just not accustomed to French food." The house elves at Hogwarts occasionally offered wizards a change of palate with specialties from other countries, such as the renowned dish. Starry gaze. Albert was taken aback. "Beauxbatons? What is that?" Harry and Ron widened their eyes in astonishment, staring blankly at Albert. At that moment, Hermione approached and sat beside them, sensing that if she didn't intervene soon, their ignorance would be revealed. She casually picked up a piece of cake and handed it to Harry, seemingly indifferent as she explained, "Beauxbatons is the largest wizarding school in France. I heard you've been living in seclusion with your family in the forest and just recently emerged, correct?" Harry numbly accepted the cake and glanced at Ron. Both exchanged a look that spoke volumes. Utter nonsense. They found it implausible that anyone from France would be unaware of Beauxbatons, just as it would be absurd for someone in the British wizarding world to be unfamiliar with Hogwarts. Fortunately, Albert took the conversation back. "Yes, my family and I have lived in the forest for quite some time, probably since the time of my great-grandfather. Due to certain unfortunate events, we rarely interacted with outsiders." The boy paused before continuing, "But my family went missing during a trip. When I emerged from the laboratory, they had vanished. I followed their trail and eventually arrived here, where Professor Dumbledore took me in, allowing me to recuperate for a while." Harry felt a pang of empathy, sensing that Albert's plight was not dissimilar to his own. He quickly apologized. "I'm truly sorry, Albert. We had no idea. We were just surprised, as Beauxbatons is quite famous in France." Ron chimed in. "We believe you will find your family. We can go see Professor Dumbledore. He is the greatest wizard of this century." "Thank you, but it's all right. I trust that my family, with their abilities, has merely lost track of time while conducting experiments. I will find them," Albert said while discreetly winking at Hermione, conveying the message. "See, I'm cooperating quite well, aren't I?" Hermione chose to ignore him. Harry hesitantly asked, "So how did you learn magic, Albert?" I mean, aren't young wizards only allowed to perform magic at school? The Ministry of Magic has traces on wands, and casting spells outside of school could lead to trouble. Ron and Hermione turned their attention towards him, particularly the latter, who was deeply impressed by Albert's wandless magic, especially after learning that he hailed from thousands of years ago. Her curiosity about ancient magic intensified. Hermione contemplated while observing Albert. She was rather transparent in her thoughts. Albert discerned her intrigue at a glance, and after a moment of reflection, he articulated a somewhat plausible explanation. In our family, we do not use wands for casting spells, as it would render us targets for persecution. During that time, many wizards were captured and treated as monsters. My ancestors devised a method, crafting a medium for spell casting into the form of a ring. As he spoke, Albert extended his index finger, revealing a ring adorned with a blue gemstone, within which a flickering light seemed to dance. Hermione's eyes sparkled with wonder, as if she yearned to reach out and touch it. Albert quickly withdrew his finger and continued. They also enhanced many spells to improve their efficacy. In essence, we spent a considerable amount of time in the forest, generally avoiding interaction with others. At this juncture, Ron interjected, I believe I can surmise when you entered the forest, considering the witch hunts of the Middle Ages harmed many individuals. Captured wizards were often burned alive. Although true wizards cannot be killed by fire, it was wise for you to hide. Albert raised an eyebrow. I anticipated such a fate for those wild wizards. No sane person would keep carrion beetles as companions. At times, I truly wished to obliterate the entire gathering of wild wizards with a single curse. In a mix of schadenfreude, Albert continued to weave fanciful tales with Harry and the others, occasionally sharing amusing anecdotes from his time, leaving them both momentarily speechless. At this moment, Hermione spoke up. Albert, may I witness your magic? After all, this is a novel method of spell casting that I have never encountered. Unable to contain herself, the term ancient magic swirled in her mind, prompting her to resolve to delve into it at the library the following day. Before that, she wished to closely examine the distinctions between ancient and modern magic. Of course, Hermione, Albert replied, extending his finger while invoking the elements of the world he might call. Banish fatigue, retreat pain, restoration. A beam of white light emanated from his fingertip, directly entering Hermione's body. Instantly, her complexion visibly improved. Even her dark circles vanished, leaving her astonished and frozen in place. Harry's expression was peculiar. Why are your incantations so lengthy? I mean, our spells aren't this complex. For instance, he drew his wand and pointed it at a chess piece on the table. Reparo. A beam of light struck the chess piece, and its shattered form immediately restored itself. Such a convenient spell, Albert marveled. Typically, the more intricate our incantations, the greater the magical effect. Some spells even require lengthy recitations. He continued, of course. We have simpler ones as well, as he gestured towards a plate on the table, which then soared into his hand. We refer to this maneuver as the mage's hand. That is simply amazing, Harry exclaimed with envy. It is truly astonishing, Ron. Why can Harry not find sleep in the dormitory? Which is more potent, Albert's magic or ours? Ron, however, seemed rather indifferent. He turned over and muttered, I'm not quite sure, Harry, but our spells are cast more swiftly, are they not? A swift step leads to rapid progress. Sleep now, for we have classes tomorrow. With that, Ron succumbed to slumber. Albert reclined on the sofa in the common room, covered by a blanket gifted by Hermione, which bore a faint, pleasant fragrance. Modern magic, perhaps? Such exquisite enchantment. Perhaps within this school lies the answers I seek. With these thoughts, Albert closed his eyes. Chapter 4. Two Young Ancient Beings? The following morning, after accompanying Harry and the others to the Hogwarts Great Hall for breakfast, Albert was summoned to Professor McGonagall's office. Once Albert departed, a few curious young wizards immediately approached Harry. Harry, who was that person? Why was he sleeping in the common room last night? Dean, who had noticed him since the previous evening, inquired. His name is Albert Augustus. He hails from France. Professor Dumbledore arranged for Hermione to host him for the night in our common room. I believe he might be a transfer student, Harry replied, swallowing a morsel of bread. After a moment's contemplation, he decided it best not to elaborate too much, casting a glance at Ron to prompt his cooperation. However, Ron was completely oblivious. Engrossed in an apple pie. A transfer student? Seamus's eyes widened with intrigue. That is quite cool. Hogwarts has never had a transfer student before. In the headmaster's office, Dumbledore likely briefed Albert on the history of Hogwarts and the characteristics of the four houses. Have you made your decision, Mr. Albert? Personally, I believe Gryffindor would be an excellent choice. As you're already familiar with Harry and his friends, Dumbledore suggested, hoping to guide Albert toward Gryffindor. where the spirited young lions would surely embrace him. I wish to join Ravenclaw. Albert pondered for a moment before declining the headmaster's recommendation. Dumbledore, intrigued, inquired, "May I ask why? Please pardon an old man's curiosity. It is one of the few pleasures left to me." Albert smiled, meeting Dumbledore's gaze, the brilliance in his blue eyes shimmering. "Because I am fond of saying from Ravenclaw, wit beyond measure is man's greatest treasure." Dumbledore chuckled, his demeanor brightening. "I believe you would be quite suited for Ravenclaw. Welcome to Hogwarts, Albert. This shall be your home for years to come." Albert rose, offering a slight bow, his expression earnest as he remarked, "Thank you, Professor. It is my honor." Dumbledore then discussed the matter of Albert's origins. Considering that the school had welcomed an individual of unclear background, he contemplated how best to explain this to the students. While Albert provided a few additional details regarding his conversation with Harry and the others from the previous day, Dumbledore, upon hearing this, was somewhat taken aback. "That is indeed a splendid notion. I believe the students will concur. The only potential complication lies in the fact that the Board of Governors may engage in discussions with the French Ministry of Magic. However, I shall remedy this, as I have a rather esteemed friend over there who would undoubtedly be intrigued by you, considering he is also a venerable elder of over 6 centuries. As he spoke, Dumbledore handed over a stack of books and a satchel. "I believe you will find these essential. They comprise the textbooks for this term, along with your school uniform and a few other necessities. Consider this my personal sponsorship." Albert, showing no reluctance, accepted the books and the satchel. "Thank you, Headmaster. This is indeed a tremendous help. I am uncertain if you still accept our currency from that time. If possible, I would like to seek employment at the school, as I believe I could be of service." Albert perceived that working would be a pathway to understanding contemporary magic. He was no idle nobleman accustomed to leisure. "Certainly, the professors here will have tasks that require assistance. During your breaks, you may serve as a teaching assistant, and you can exchange insights on magic. How does remuneration at half the professor's rate sound?" Dumbledore mused that this could be an excellent opportunity for Albert to grasp ancient magic while also acclimatizing to modern life. "Very well, Professor. I shall dedicate at least 3 days each week to assist the professors," Albert replied with satisfaction, resolving yet another issue. Rarely would a genius be thwarted, particularly one as resilient as Albert. Dumbledore rose. "It is time for your class. If I recall correctly, you have care of magical creatures with Hufflepuff. You can follow them to the classroom. I, too, must pay a visit to an old friend. I shall formally announce your presence to the students during dinner. Best of luck." Albert donned his uniform, adjusting the robe to fit comfortably beneath. "Well then, Headmaster, I wish you all the best." With that, he exited the office. He hurriedly made his way to the classroom for care of magical creatures, arriving just in time. The Ravenclaws exhibited a modicum of curiosity towards the newcomer clad in the Eagle House robes, their intelligence and decorum preventing them from crowding him like the Hufflepuffs. However, the Badger House students were less restrained, eager to satisfy their curiosity. "Hello, I am Hannah. I heard a transfer student has arrived. Is that you?" Hannah inquired with anticipation. "Which school do you hail from? Is it Beauxbatons?" Another student asked, intrigued. Hogwarts had never had a transfer student before. "How thrilling," a young wizard remarked enviously. Though the Eagles did not approach, they quietly observed the unfolding scene. Albert, evidently well prepared, took a step back and cleared his throat. "Greetings, everyone. I am Albert Augustus. From a secluded family in France. Driven by a thirst for knowledge, I have come to Hogwarts, which I believe is the most fitting magical institution for me. It is an honor to be here. What is a secluded family? Are you a noble? Hogwarts is the finest magical school in Europe. Welcome to Hogwarts." Although the young wizards did not fully comprehend, they still extended a warm welcome to the new student, and the Ravenclaw Eagles applauded, clearly taken with this amiable-looking boy. At that moment, a tall figure approached, towering over them, clad in a coat made from an unknown animal's hide, with a bushy beard that, despite his imposing stature, exuded a sense of sincerity and friendliness. The giant, leading a winged creature with the head of an eagle, beckoned. "Come here, children, gather around. Today, we shall learn about the hippogriff." Turning to Albert, he continued, "Greetings, Albert. I am Hagrid, the professor of care of magical creatures. Professor Dumbledore has briefed me on your situation. Feel free to come closer." At that, Albert squeezed his way beside Hagrid, exclaiming, "Hello, Professor Hagrid. Do you need any assistance?" His excitement was palpable. The hippogriff was a rare and magnificent creature, and he felt an indescribable fondness for this furry beast. Hagrid noticed Albert's enthusiasm for the hippogriff and felt a surge of joy. "Of course, Albert. Once I finish explaining, would you be willing to assist me with a demonstration?" Albert eagerly nodded, "Absolutely, Professor." Clearing his throat, Hagrid called out. All right, class, pay attention. Today we shall encounter the hippogriff, known as Buckbeak, a majestic, powerful, and proud magical creature. First, to approach it, you must earn its respect. Like this, look into its eyes and bow slowly. With that, Hagrid gazed into Buckbeak's eyes and bowed gently. Buckbeak regarded him briefly, retracting one of its front claws and bowing in return. If it bows back, it signifies its acceptance of you. At that point, you may feed it these dead field mice or pet it. However, should it not reciprocate the bow, do not be alarmed. Simply retreat slowly and try again later. Never attempt to provoke it. A hippogriff's claws can easily rend a wild boar. If you wish to keep your limbs intact, it is best to follow my instructions, Hagrid warned seriously. After completing the series of motions, Hagrid offered Buckbeak several field mice and gently stroked its feathers. The surrounding young wizards buzzed with chatter, while Albert appeared eager and ready for action. Chapter 5, A Minor Incident. Now, who would like to give it a try? Hagrid asked. The young wizards instinctively took a step back, evidently intimidated by the professor's words, except for Albert, who boldly stepped forward. May I give it a go, Professor? Hagrid looked at him with approval. Certainly, Albert. Do you remember the details? Albert nodded affirmatively, and Hagrid stepped back 2 paces. Then go ahead. Buckbeak is a good creature. As long as you follow my instructions, there should be no issues. Albert approached the hippogriff, focusing intently on its eyes and gradually calming his breath. He understood that if he could not suppress the magical energy surging within him, it might frighten both the wizards and the creatures around him, which was precisely why he had refrained from keeping a magical beast of his own. Buckbeak clearly took notice of him, retreating a few steps in unease. Its instincts warned it that the young wizard before it was potentially perilous. Lowering its head in a bow, Buckbeak wished fervently to be touched. How delightful it would be to soar through the skies upon its back. Albert, lost in thought, slowly inclined himself in a bow. He felt a rare surge of excitement, while Buckbeak, on the other hand, grew increasingly apprehensive. As an intelligent creature with the body of a horse and the head of an eagle, it sensed the goodwill emanating from the small wizard, yet its instincts cautioned that an immense reservoir of magic resided within him, making proximity hazardous. However, fleeing outright could prove even more perilous. Contemplating this, Buckbeak returned the gesture of respect, being among the most astute of its kind. Perhaps submission was the wiser choice in the presence of such a formidable being. What a splendid demonstration. Points for Ravenclaw. Now, Albert, you may approach Buckbeak and offer it some field mice. Hagrid was delighted, believing that his lesson had commenced on a promising note. Albert, too, was elated, finally able to touch these fluffy creatures. He stepped forward, feeding Buckbeak several field mice and gently stroking its head. With its eyes closed, Buckbeak relished the affection for a moment before hesitantly descending and unfurling one of its wings. Hagrid approached, exclaiming, "It seems Buckbeak has taken a liking to you, Albert. Perhaps you might ride it for a flight, mounting from the side where it has lowered its wing." Splendid. 5 more points for Ravenclaw. With a joyful pat on Buckbeak's head, Albert nimbly mounted the creature. Hagrid then released the chain from Buckbeak's neck, urging Fly, "My fine fellow, go for a spin." Buckbeak rose, shaking its feathers, and after a few preparatory steps, spread its wings and soared into the sky. Albert embraced Buckbeak's neck, feeling an unparalleled sense of relaxation as the wind tousled his hair, sweeping away his anxieties and turmoil. Perhaps this was indeed a pleasant realization. He was not an unfortunate soul forsaken by time, but rather an antiquity belonging here. After 2 laps, Buckbeak descended gracefully. Hagrid hurried over, inquiring, "How is it, Albert? You seem to fly quite well." Albert, smoothing his windswept hair, beamed, "Absolutely marvelous, Professor Hagrid. An unparalleled experience." Meanwhile, the other students, encouraged by Albert's example, finally subdued their fear of the creature, lining up one by one to feed Buckbeak field mice. Albert engaged in conversation with Hagrid. "Are you suggesting you'd like to assist me during your breaks?" Hagrid asked, surprised. "I thought you might prefer to attend charms or transfiguration classes, as they would be of greater benefit to you." Albert, examining a rock cake, replied, "There's no contradiction, Professor. I dedicate 3 days each week to assist other professors, and I have a genuine fondness for magical creatures." Hagrid, pleased, rose to his feet, declaring, "Then it's settled. How about 3 days from now? There's a lesson with Gryffindor and Slytherin, and those little rascals are always a handful. I'll need you to keep an eye on them." Albert ultimately could not summon the courage to taste the pastry in his hand. Discreetly, he slipped the rock cake into his pocket and, while making his way toward his classmates, remarked, "Very well, Professor, I shall come by in 3 days." Just then, a series of gasps erupted from the students, and two young wizards came rushing towards him. Hagrid strode over to the two young wizards with great strides, inquiring, "What has happened, Roddy?" One of the young wizards hurriedly responded, "Professor, Hannah is riding on the back of Buckbeak, the hippogriff." "Oh my goodness." As he spoke, Buckbeak took to the air, and everyone, including the hastily approaching Albert, could see the unfolding spectacle. Albert rushed forward, asking, "Do you need assistance, Professor?" Hagrid nodded. "Indeed, Albert. Keep an eye on the other students and ensure they do not scatter. Buckbeak is intelligent. He will bring Hannah down safely. I forgot to secure him. A dreadful oversight. I shall fetch something." With that, he hurried towards a wooden hut. Albert sighed in relief, initially fearing that the hippogriff had harmed a student. Fortunately, the situation did not seem dire. As long as it landed smoothly, all would be well. However, just then he noticed something falling from Buckbeak's back. Alarmed, Albert sprinted forward. Hannah was plummeting. A cry of panic rippled through the young wizards. From such a height, they might not reach the infirmary in time. She could be shattered upon impact. And as Hannah descended closer to the ground, the faces of the young wizards grew increasingly pale. At that moment, a spell was uttered from behind him, wind. He might call. Cushioning barrier. A pale blue light unfurled from Albert's fingertips, enveloping the young wizards in an instant. Hannah struck the barrier, and instead of shattering noise, the luminous shield, akin to a vast sheet, caught her and gently lowered her to the ground. The young wizards stood in stunned silence, seemingly unable to comprehend what had transpired. Gradually, cheers and applause erupted. "Brilliant, Albert. You are truly a genius. Is that wandless magic? How splendid, Ravenclaw." Even the reserved eagles clapped their hands enthusiastically, celebrating their hero, encircling Albert with admiration, fully embracing this unexpected classmate. Hannah approached, supported by several Hufflepuff girls, appearing shaken. Her complexion pale, tears glimmering in her eyes. Thank you, Albert. I thought I was going to die." Albert glanced at her reassuringly. "It is quite all right. My friend, please refrain from such reckless behavior in the future. You may not always be so fortunate." Just then, Hagrid arrived, holding a pink umbrella. "Make way. Where is Hannah? I need to take her to the infirmary." Upon seeing Hannah standing there, visibly shaken, he exclaimed, "Hannah, thank goodness you are unharmed. What on earth happened? I distinctly saw you fall from the sky." At this, the nearby young wizards became animated, exclaiming, "It was Albert who saved Hannah, Professor. A spell we have never seen before. Wandless magic. You should grant him an additional 100 points." At that moment, Albert approached Hagrid's side, saying, "It's merely a family spell. Do not be alarmed, Professor. You should escort Hannah to the infirmary. She appears quite frightened." Hagrid finally calmed down, replying, "You are correct, Albert. I shall take Hannah to the infirmary first. Please keep an eye on them for me. I will return shortly." With that, Hagrid hurriedly led Hannah towards the infirmary. Chapter 6. The Talking Doorknob. The Magical Creatures Protection class concluded without incident, and thanks to Hannah, Albert gained remarkable notoriety across the 4 houses at an astonishing pace. As he made his way to the dining hall after class, he reveled in an extraordinary amount of attention. The young eagles cast aside their reservations, warmly welcoming his presence. Unperturbed by the fact that he would be easily recognized, his sky-like eyes, light golden hair, and charming countenance unmistakably identified him as the brilliant transfer student from Ravenclaw. The Hufflepuffs tirelessly promoted the wondrous Albert, and by the time he entered the hall, the tale had transformed into one where Albert merely raised a finger, causing Hannah to sprout azure wings, which then carried her for a couple of laps around the hall. Several young witches approached him, their faces flushed, eager to inquire about this and that. Even Harry and Ron came over, subtly probing for details, with Harry quietly asking Albert if he might also learn the spell for growing wings. "I will teach you when I have the time, Harry. I just remembered I have a matter to attend to. Could you direct me to the library?" As he spoke, Albert seized a piece of bread and gracefully navigated through the throng, swiftly making his way to the exit, his retreating figure exuding an air of hasty escape. "I haven't even told him where the library is," Harry said, bewildered. Ron, finally managing to swallow his food, enviously remarked to Harry, "Don't be ridiculous, Harry. He is merely concocting an excuse to slip away." Despite being renowned as a prodigious wizard in his time, the youngest Grand Sorcerer, a master of complex incantations, and a bane to the monstrous creatures, his fame had even reached the ears of the Muggle royals. Yet the fervor of the people back then paled in comparison to the present. The last time he'd been surrounded by so many wizards was when he obliterated the valley where wild wizards raised carrion-eating insects with a single blast of fire, only to be encircled by the furious wild wizards, whom he subsequently dispersed with a powerful hurricane spell. Indeed, the world a millennium later was vastly different. Wizards no longer maintained their distance from one another. Whether this was a blessing or a curse remained uncertain as Albert pondered, simultaneously casting a general understanding charm upon himself. A highly useful spell that allowed him to learn the languages of others through contact. Mastery of the general understanding and the babbling charm would enable him to learn advanced spells, such as the Wisdom Ring, a magic that grants understanding of the languages and writings of all wise beings. After consulting with the senior students, Albert finally made his way to the library, where he discovered standard spells, levels 1, 2, and 3 alongside a history of modern magic. Eager to enhance his knowledge, he clutched the books and sought a vacant seat, only to spot Hermione engrossed in her studies at a nearby table, her tousled flaxen hair and towering stack of books nearly reaching her height. Curious about her reading material, Albert approached and inquired, while pulling out the chair opposite her. "What are you reading?" Without lifting her gaze, Hermione quietly replied, "This one," pointing to a book titled Deciphering Ancient Wizards. She added, "And this one too," indicating another tome, Forbidden Spells of Lost Ancient Magic. A moment later, Hermione, intrigued, asked, "I heard the Hufflepuffs mention you in a spell they've never seen before, a protective shield larger than the Forbidden Forest. Are ancient wizards really that formidable?" Albert, opening standard spells level 1, responded in a similarly hushed tone, "Not entirely. Most wizards only master 4 or 5 spells anymore, and they risk being rebounded by magical elements. I'm somewhat different." "Different how?" Hermione inquired, her curiosity piqued. "I'm a genius," Albert declared, causing the young witch to roll her eyes in exasperation. "Quiet. Otherwise, you two can take your romantic whispers outside." Madame Pants glared at them, her eyes darting like daggers between Hermione and Albert. Embarrassed, Hermione wished to bury her face in her books, and she refrained from speaking to Albert until afternoon classes. In the afternoon herbology class, which was shared with the Hufflepuffs, the young wizards, having calmed down over the course of the day, no longer surrounded him as they had before, allowing Albert to breathe a sigh of relief. "Now, turn to chapter 6 and memorize the steps outlined. The shrieking plant is exceedingly delicate. Once it emits a scream, its roots become unusable." As Professor Sprout spoke, she vigorously uprooted the shrieking plant from its pot and swiftly replanted it before it could scream. The shriek that threatened to escape was stifled by the soil. "Just like that. You must act quickly and not grant it the opportunity to scream. Now, who can tell me the primary use of the shrieking plant in potion making?" With that, the professor's gaze swept across the room like a spotlight, causing the Hufflepuffs in the front row to retract their necks nervously, while the Ravenclaws eagerly raised their hands. Albert raised his hand too, knowing the answer well. In his time, this newly introduced potion had been quite the sensation. "Mr. Augustus, please respond," Professor Sprout called on Albert, her curiosity piqued by the extraordinary boy mentioned by Dumbledore. "It's the silencing potion, a brew that temporarily incapacitates a wizard's ability to cast spells," Albert answered confidently. The herbology professor nodded, correct, an accurate response. "The silencing potion is a very ancient brew." 5 points to Ravenclaw. It seemed this young wizard, educated at home, had learned quite well, and Professor Sprout exhaled with relief. The herbology class was somewhat chaotic, as some young wizards were less than swift, causing several shrieking plants to emit cries midway before being thrust back into their pots. The classroom frequently echoed with half-strangled cries reminiscent of someone being choked. Overall, it proved to be a most unusual lesson. After class, Albert wandered around the school, where he sensed an elusive ancient magic by the lakeside. Out of politeness, he refrained from probing with his mental faculties. He also noticed several reapers drifting about, dark creatures that feed on the souls of others. As mealtime approached, he meandered to the Great Hall and casually found a vacant seat. "Hello, Albert. I'm Mary Diane. Welcome to Ravenclaw. You're sure to learn a great deal here." As he settled in, the girl beside him set down her knife and fork, eagerly striking up a conversation with the boy. "Hello, Diane. I'm also delighted to be at Ravenclaw, and I am confident we will have a pleasant time together." Albert's mind wandered, hunger gnawed at him. At that moment, the headmaster tapped his glass, and the sound reverberated through the hall, gradually silencing the young wizards. Dumbledore set down his spoon and declared, "Before we dine, I would like you all to meet our friend who has traveled from France. By the request of his family, Mr. Albert will be studying at Hogwarts. I believe you have already made his acquaintance, yes? A splendid spell. Now, let's give him a round of applause." With that, the venerable headmaster led the clapping. The applause and cheers from the students nearly burst forth from the Great Hall. They had long anticipated meeting this extraordinary transfer student, as not every young wizard achieves such notoriety on their very first day. Albert rose, graciously smiling and gesturing to those around him, causing the young witches to brighten at the sight of him, their applause growing even more fervent. Finally sated, Albert also experienced the legendary dish known as stargazing. After the meal, he was surrounded by the eager young eagles as they made their way to the Ravenclaw common room. Seizing an opportunity, Albert called out to Harry and the others from a distance, "See you tomorrow." Harry seemed to grasp the meaning, flashing a smile at Albert, while Hermione glanced at him without uttering a word, and Ron waved a chicken leg in greeting. Upon reaching the entrance to the common room, a throng had gathered, yet they did not open the door, seemingly waiting for something. Mary quickly spotted Albert and rushed over, exclaiming, "Come try it, Albert. It's a Ravenclaw tradition. Anyone who answers the riddle can enter the common room, but no outsider has ever gained entry." The young wizards chimed in eagerly to supplement Mary's enthusiasm. Curiously, Albert approached the door, which bore an eagle head knocker. At that moment, the knocker spoke. "Tell me, which came first, the phoenix or the flame?" Without hesitation, Albert replied, "It is a cycle. There is no precedence." "Quite logical," the knocker responded, and the door swung open. The surrounding young eagles smiled kindly at him, affirming, "I knew he wouldn't be stumped. It was obvious he is a Ravenclaw." What intriguing knocker! Albert's eyes sparkled. Is this what Ravenclaw embodies? Wisdom and intellect are humanity's greatest treasures. I believe I will come to cherish this place. With these thoughts, he followed the young wizards through the door. Chapter 7. The Potions Master Seems Off. The Ravenclaw common room is situated within a tower, perhaps echoing the adage that those who stand tall can see far. Upon entering, Albert was immediately captivated by the statue of Rowena Ravenclaw, which graced the entrance to the dormitory. The common room was adorned predominantly in shades of blue and bronze, with silk drapes of these hues elegantly hanging from the walls. The ceiling was painted with a celestial sky, while the deep blue carpet was sprinkled with stars, harmoniously reflecting one another, as if signifying something profound. Observing the enigmatic and subtle decor, Albert felt a sense of comfort, as if this place bore an inexplicable resemblance to his own wizarding tower, perhaps a resonance born from genius. As he watched his fellow eagles gradually enter the dormitory, a sudden realization struck him. He could no longer sleep on the sofa tonight. Just as he was about to consult a classmate regarding this matter, a silver phoenix flew into the common room and addressed him. "Albert, please proceed to the headmaster's office. The password is Fizzing Wisby." With that, the phoenix transformed into a shower of silver sparks and vanished, prompting the boy to rise and make his way to the headmaster's chamber. After a series of adventures, Albert finally arrived at the door of the headmaster's office, where the curious young wizards from other houses continued to regard the transfer student with intrigue, eager to find an opportunity to speak with him. "I find myself missing my wizarding tower," Albert murmured to himself, before uttering the password to the statue of the trickster, Fizzing Wisby. He then ascended the staircase with a light step. "Would you like some cockroach clusters?" Upon entering the office, Albert found Dumbledore delightfully indulging in a candy resembling an insect and casually extending some towards him. These confections were even scuttling across the desk. Albert's pupils involuntarily widened, and he slightly raised a finger, struggling to suppress the tumultuous surge of magic within him and the impulse to conjure a fireball to hurl at the venerable headmaster. Gritting his teeth, he managed to say, "No, thank you, headmaster." Noticing the fluctuation of magic within Albert, Dumbledore regarded him with a curious glance and inquired, "Do you not enjoy sweets? I presumed that wizards of your age would appreciate such treats." Taking a deep breath, Albert replied, "I merely abhor insects. Any insects? Is there a particular reason you summoned me?" With a hint of regret, Dumbledore set aside the candy and said, "My friend and I have come to an arrangement. He is willing to address the inquiry of the Board of Governors on your behalf, stating that you are his protege. Furthermore, my enthusiastic friend is named Nick Measley, and he hopes you might visit him during the holidays, as he is quite curious about the magical world from a millennium ago." Albert's expression softened, and he smiled as he responded, "Is he the creator of the Philosopher's Stone? I must say his research in alchemy was pioneering, and he is extensively documented in the annals of modern magical history. I would very much like to meet this prodigious wizard. Thank you for your assistance, headmaster. Should you require my help, please do not hesitate to ask." Dumbledore spoke earnestly. "It is a pleasure to assist you, Albert. You must believe in yourself and in destiny. Your arrival here is no mere coincidence, so there is no need for undue anxiety. Our faction does not place faith in fate, yet I appreciate your comforting words. I shall gradually acclimatize to this place." Albert casually replied, bringing forth a matter he had noticed the previous day. "By the way, headmaster, why are there Dementors in your school? Is this a characteristic of your institution?" Dumbledore appeared somewhat perplexed. "Dementors? You mean those soul-sucking creatures?" They have been dispatched by the Ministry of Magic due to the escape of a dangerous individual. Their purpose is to ensure the safety of the students while simultaneously pursuing the fugitive. Albert expressed his confusion. The Ministry of Magic? What is that? They send such malevolent beings to protect students? I can feel their malevolence towards the students at all times. Even the most deranged dark wizards would hesitate to engage with them. Dumbledore, with a hint of resignation, replied, "The Ministry of Magic functions similarly to the Muggle government. They oversee the magical realm, and we must cooperate with their operations to some extent." Albert remained puzzled, but conveyed his understanding. "I had thought the wizarding world was under your command, as I have heard you are the most formidable wizard in a century. Nonetheless, I respect your regulations. I believe you should be cautious of those Dementors. Even in my time, they were synonymous with chaos and death." Dumbledore clearly took Albert's warning to heart, his expression turning serious as he said, "I shall inform the professors to be vigilant regarding those creatures. By the way, Albert, since the other young wizards have roommates, I have arranged for you to reside in a single dormitory. If you have no objections, I shall have a house elf escort you shortly. They are prepared." "Of course, headmaster. I am quite pleased with such an arrangement." Albert accepted eagerly, relieved as he had been uncertain about how to interact with a roommate. Dumbledore replied cheerfully, "That is splendid. Now, you should rest. Dobby is waiting for you at the door to guide you to your dormitory. Lastly, would you care for any additional sweets?" "No, thank you, headmaster. I shall take my leave now. Good night." Albert declined almost immediately and swiftly departed. After a night of rest, Albert appeared considerably revitalized. This morning he had potions class alongside Gryffindor, so he sought out Harry and his friends during breakfast, sparing himself the trouble of navigating the halls. "Good morning, Albert," Harry greeted, though he seemed rather displeased. Shifting aside slightly, Albert plopped down beside Hermione and, noticing the trio's somber expressions, inquired with curiosity, "Good morning, Harry. What troubles you?" Ron, barely having touched his breakfast, grumbled, "We have potions class this morning, damn it. It is going to be a dreadful day." Even Hermione nodded in agreement, appearing as if she had something more to say, but hesitated. "What is wrong with potions class?" Albert wondered, as he found the professors at the school rather agreeable. Harry, with an air of despondency, replied, "You will find out soon enough. Let's go. It is time for class." With that, he led the way toward the potions classroom, his back exuding a tragic air reminiscent of a hero facing the wind and the cold. The potions classroom was somewhat dim, with the young wizards who had arrived quietly seated in their places. Rows of cabinets flanked either side of the room, atop which rested various bottles and jars containing eyeballs, livers, and other peculiar substances, filling the air with a strange aroma. Was this not perfectly normal? Albert surveyed the surroundings, recognizing several rare ingredients, which brought him a sense of joy, as it seemed the potions professor possessed considerable skill. Suddenly, the door to the classroom swung open with a loud bang, and a wizard clad in a black robe and bearing a brooding expression strode in. He scanned the room with an impassive gaze before speaking in a monotone voice. Turn to page 175. Today, we shall practice brewing the shadow potion, which will grant you a few extra moments of life when pursued by dark creatures. Now, take out your cauldrons and follow the steps in the book. Should I have to guide you through this process step by step, I shall consider sending you back to first year. With that, he descended to inspect the students, who hurriedly began their potion making. I observed the ingredients: 2 rat tails, 3 ounces of nightmare blood, and 4 petals of the death blossom. Albert was focused, having recently learned a lesson the hard way regarding cauldron mishaps. He mused that adding a couple of drops of banshee tears would enhance the effect, and proceeded to do just that, as he generally harbored little faith in the textbook. An excellent idea. Snape had mysteriously appeared beside Albert, scrutinizing his technique closely. He remarked softly, "Banshee tears can indeed prolong the potion's duration, but your handling of the ingredients is rather antiquated. This method was discarded centuries ago. It appears you require some additional instruction, Mr. Augustus. Come to my office every weekend evening." Albert responded quietly, "Certainly, Professor. Thank you for your guidance." Snape, dismissing him, silently moved to observe Harry from behind. Suddenly, he spoke up, "Potter, use your foolish brain. Even a troll wound tea confused pixie wings with death blossom petals. To ensure you comprehend the textbook, 5 points from Gryffindor." He added sternly, "If you do not set down that wretched pixie wing, I shall deduct 10 points. Harry, startled, quickly placed the wing aside. Next to him, Ron inadvertently tossed an entire rat tail into his cauldron. "Weasley, if you cannot even stabilize your ingredients, you might as well take your cauldron to the infirmary, where Madame Pomfrey could at least allow you to utter your last words before you meet your demise." Snape then turned his gaze to Hermione. Miss Granger, if you're merely going to recite the text, you might as well find a muggle to brew your potions for you. Do you not know how to handle ingredients with your wand? Hermione's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Albert found it peculiar. It seemed that the potions professor held a strange fixation on Harry and his friends. A faint blue light emanated from his cauldron, signaling that his potion was complete. Chapter 8. The War Induced by Pets. After class, Hermione walked ahead with red-rimmed eyes, while Harry and Ron followed silently. Albert caught up with them and inquired, "What is the matter? Have you had a falling out?" He still recalls the night he sought refuge in Gryffindor, when Hermione solemnly declared that the three of them were the best of friends. Ron, in a fit of anger, retorted, "You might as well ask Hermione. If she can't keep her wretched cat in check, I might just cast a curse on that little creature. Scabbers is already pitiful enough. He can barely eat, and he's lost so much weight." Albert looked at Harry, perplexed, hoping he could elucidate the situation. With a hint of a headache, Harry explained, "Hermione's cat has been inexplicably fixated on Ron Scabbers. Last night, it darted out of the girls' dormitory, caught Scabbers off guard, and then chased him around. We searched all night and finally found it under Ron's bed." At this point, Hermione halted, her tone decidedly sharp. "Catching mice isn't a cat's nature. You ought to keep your rat secured, or lock him in a cage, rather than contemplate cursing my Crookshanks. No one is obliged to indulge you endlessly." With that, she hurried away. Harry stood frozen, unsure what to do. "You talk to Ron. I'll keep an eye on Hermione," Albert said, pursuing her. Sensing the matter was more complex than it appeared. He had seen Hermione's cat in the common room, a peculiar creature, exceptionally sensitive and intelligent. "Hermione, wait for me," Albert called out, catching up to her. "Could you explain what's going on? Perhaps I can assist you." Hermione hesitated momentarily, feeling somewhat wronged, and replied, "I truly don't understand. Crookshanks has always been well-behaved and never eats indiscriminately. I don't know why it fixates on Ron's rat. Despite locking it in the dormitory, it still finds a way to sneak out and chase Scabbers." After pondering for a moment, Albert gently patted Hermione's shoulder in a comforting gesture. "You know, Hermione, I hail from a distant past. In my time, there was a remarkable creature, surprisingly sensitive to malevolent beings, and it seems your cat possesses that lineage. I believe the situation is not as straightforward as it appears. We need to research this further, regardless of where the issue lies. I will stand by you to resolve it." Hermione gazed at Albert for a moment before, with a hint of defiance, she asked, "Why would you help me? Perhaps I am the sort of wicked who enjoys tormenting others? You do not really know me, do you?" Albert met her gaze earnestly and replied, "I do not care. Even if you were a dark witch, I would still stand by your side. You were the one who rescued me from that cage, and you were the first person I saw in this era. Besides, I trust my instincts. I cannot be mistaken in my judgment of character." Feeling slightly embarrassed under his scrutiny, Hermione turned her head away shyly and asked in a soft voice, "Is it merely because I saved you?" "What?" Albert didn't quite catch her words. "Nothing. Let's first look into this matter. Perhaps things are truly as you suggested." With that, Hermione lowered her head and walked ahead, though her pace was no longer as hurried as before. In the library, Hermione was engrossed in a tome titled Fantastic Beasts, the definitive guide, while Albert sat opposite her, perusing a book entitled Advanced Transfiguration, The Secrets Unveiled. Hermione, clutching a book, settled beside Albert and pointed at a line. Reading aloud. "The cat bear is an extraordinarily sensitive and magical creature. It can perceive whether other beings harbor malice towards it. This ability has been inherited by hybrids, albeit they can only sense malevolence from wizards." Hermione, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "Malice from wizards? Does Ron harbor malice towards me?" "Surely not," startled by her own speculation. She leaned closer, the faint fragrance emanating from her hair momentarily distracting Albert. However, he swiftly quelled Hermione's unfounded thoughts. "Do not fret, Hermione. I believe Ron means no harm. I might be onto something. I must find an opportunity to meet Ron's pet, and everything will become clear." As he spoke, Albert closed the book, upon which a fleeting phrase shimmered. "The crossing of wizards and beasts, animagi." After departing the library, they strolled along the edge of the Black Lake, during which Albert shared his conjecture. Hermione, astonished beyond her initial surprise at the notion of Ron's malice, exclaimed, "Are you suggesting that Ron's rat could be an animagus? If true, that's utterly terrifying. Are you certain? That rat has been with Ron's family for over a decade." Albert hesitated, responding, "I must see the rat with my own eyes. However, I have a strong inclination that it is indeed the case. The question remains, if this is true, what could that dark wizard possibly intend by such actions?" As he spoke, Albert removed a necklace from around his neck and offered it to Hermione. Curiously, she accepted and asked, "What is this?" Albert paused, adopting a serious tone. This is a magical artifact. It will protect you in times of danger. You must wear it at all times. Regardless of the wizard's intentions, you will be at risk once he learns we are investigating him. Hermione returned the necklace, saying, "This is far too precious, Albert, and Hogwarts is quite safe. If there is any real danger, I will seek out a professor." Albert did not take it back. Instead, he revealed his stock, a magical bracelet, 2 enchanted rings on his left hand, and another sparkling necklace beneath his collar. Proudly, he declared, "I possess many more, Hermione. You need this far more than I do. Shall I assist you in putting it on?" Hermione, blushing slightly as she cast another glance at the necklace, replied, "No. Thank you. I can manage on my own. I will seek out Harry and Ron. Please take care." Albert, puzzled, remarked, "I am quite safe, Hermione. You're the one who should be cautious. If possible, do not mention this to Ron yet. Find a reason to get him to reveal the rat, and I shall handle the rest." "Understood. I am off to the dining hall. See you in the afternoon." For some reason, the little witch, who had been perfectly fine moments ago, suddenly seemed irritable, leaving the boys somewhat bewildered. "Wait for me, Hermione. We shall go together." Albert chose to abandon his musings and followed the little witch back, for he too was feeling hungry. As Hermione slowed her pace to walk alongside him, the midday sun shone warmly, gradually elongating the shadows of the 2 young wizards. Chapter 9. Ominous Omens. Albert and Hermione shared a meal in the cafeteria before proceeding to the library to delve into the history of modern wizards. At Hermione's suggestion, he also perused Wizards, Muggles, and the Muggle and the Wizarding Code. He found the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy particularly intriguing. In the afternoon, they attended divination class together, spending the entire day with Gryffindor. The divination classroom was situated atop one of Hogwarts towers, accessible only by a ladder, perhaps to facilitate a better view of the starry sky. Professor Trelawney instructed them to make recent predictions by observing the tea leaves in their cups. Aside from urging them to connect with their intuition, she offered no further guidance, leaving the students visibly perplexed. Trelawney approached Albert, peering intently at his teacup, and inquired, "Mr. Augustus, what do you see?" After a moment of contemplation, Albert could discern nothing beyond the tea leaves, so he opted for honesty, replying, "Cheap tea, Professor. Clearly, you possess no talent, Mr. Augustus. I must clarify, my tea is not cheap," Trelawney remarked, shaking her head in disappointment. Meanwhile, Hermione furrowed her brow in disagreement, believing the divination class to be a waste of time. "Harry, what do you see in your teacup?" The divination professor sauntered over to the savior, seemingly eager to elicit a different response. "Perhaps a boot? Does this imply I am to purchase a new pair of shoes?" Harry exercised his imagination cautiously as he responded. Trelawney leaned closer to Harry's teacup, scrutinizing it intently. Suddenly, she appeared to perceive something dreadful, stepping back in alarm as she exclaimed, "Ominous. Your teacup foretells doom. A black dog, it heralds death. You are doomed, Harry." Harry nearly hurled his teacup away, his expression darkening as he retorted, "I still think it resembles a boot, Professor." Trelawney regarded Harry with pity, her voice taking on a mournful tone as she said, "Time will reveal all, Harry. I wish you luck," before walking away. Throughout the lesson, the divination professor seemed to predict death for nearly every student, making it evident to anyone with a modicum of sense that Trelawney lacked genuine ability. Even Harry's demeanor improved considerably, yet Albert found himself unusually serious, sensing that this professor was not as simple as she appeared, or perhaps her lineage held greater significance. "Hermione, will you wait for Harry with me? I have a few words I wish to share with him." After class, Albert called out to Hermione, feeling it prudent to inquire further with Harry, who was, after all, a tentative friend. Hermione, still reluctant to engage with Ron, offered a casual excuse. "No, I think I'll head to the library to read." "Very well, just remember to join us for dinner, lest you go hungry all evening," Albert advised. "Understood. See you tomorrow, Albert," Hermione replied. "Tomorrow it is," Albert affirmed as he waited for Harry. After a considerable while, Harry approached with a peculiar expression, while Ron incessantly chattered beside him. "Stop overthinking it, Harry. Anyone can see that Trelawney is merely spouting nonsense. She has issued death omens to at least half the people." Harry appeared somewhat hesitant, "But I genuinely saw a large black dog, not just once." Ron seemed dismissive, suggesting, "Perhaps it's merely a coincidence, Harry." "I do not believe it to be a coincidence," Albert interjected. "I sensed an unusual aura from Professor Trelawney. It is a hereditary trait of my family to perceive the distinct qualities in others. At least one of her ancestors was a genuine seer. She possesses this gift." Harry's eyes widened in terror. "Am I truly destined to die? I do not wish to perish just yet. Let me at least win the Quidditch match first." Ron appeared skeptical. My brother claims Trelawney is a charlatan. She has made death predictions for nearly everyone. Dumbledore must be losing his mind to allow such a fraud to teach students. Regardless, you must exercise caution, Harry. If anything seems amiss, remember to consult a professor or perhaps inquire with Hermione, Albert advised before departing, having merely come to offer a caution, as he himself was uncertain of the professor's authenticity. In the middle of a sound slumber, Albert suddenly opened his eyes and, without hesitation, raised a finger toward the dormitory door and uttered a spell. A gray light emanated from his fingertip, piercing through the monstrous presence at the entrance and striking the door, which instantaneously turned to ashes. A Dementor appeared, prompting Albert to furrow his brow and switch incantations. Repel the darkness, banish the evil, wall of light. A luminous barrier expanded from the foot of his bed, firmly pinning the Dementor against the wall of the corridor, nearly crushing it. Get out of my room. Otherwise, I shall reduce you to ashes. A furious roar echoed within the room, followed by a spell impacting the doorway, revealing a violet door. Ultimately, Albert could not return to sleep, as the prefect called him out from the other side of the door. What is the meaning of that door? Asked Slytherin, who had been impeded by the door for quite some time. Had Albert not dispelled the spell, he would have likely remained stranded until the next day. It is a defensive charm. After all, a creature just entered my room. What transpired? Albert yawned as he spoke. The fat lady of Gryffindor was attacked. A monster attempted to breach the Gryffindor common room. The prefect replied gravely. Albert immediately perked up. Is anyone injured? Esliterin. Epidino samwegwidi. Replied. No. But we must inspect every student's dormitory, just in case. It was clear that he was a responsible prefect. Relieved, Albert inquired, do you need my assistance? He wished to investigate the scene of the incident, using help as a plausible excuse. No, you should remain in your dormitory. We shall handle the patrolling. Slytherin responded before departing, as he had several dormitories yet to check. The following morning, Albert sought Hermione to gather details, and, upon learning that the assailant was a large black dog, his expression turned grave. We must act swiftly. My intuition tells me that the dog is intrinsically linked to the rat, Albert asserted with certainty. Hermione hurriedly sought out Harry, expressing her intention to quickly persuade Ron to bring the rat out. Despite their frequent quarrels, her concern for Harry and the others regarding dark wizards outweighed any trivial disputes. The enmity between the rat and the cat could be set aside in favor of their safety. In Chapter 10, the expected rat, Albert, free of morning classes, visited Hagrid to oversee the Gryffindor and Slytherin students and to check on Hermione's progress. As he approached Hagrid's hut, he noticed Hermione and Ron seemingly embroiled in an argument. With Harry caught in the middle, looking uneasy, Albert quickened his pace. My scabbers can't handle any more stress, Hermione. I want tea, let it out of my sight. It was terrified last night, Ron exclaimed, patting his pocket where a rat peeked out, looking rather unwell, with one of its toes missing. Hermione urgently retorted, then you should confine it to a cage and take it to the doctor instead of keeping it by your side. She wished to distance the rat from Harry and Ron, or, at the very least, secure it in a cage until its safety could be assured. As Albert drew closer, he immediately recognized the rat and sensed the magic coursing through its small body. He concluded that it was an animagus, a wizard skilled in the art of transforming into animals, as no ordinary rat's mind would be safeguarded by magic. May I take a look at your pet, Ron? I happen to know a bit of healing magic for animals, Albert said, moving beside Hermione and offering her a reassuring glance. Please do, Albert. I feel like Scabbers is acting strangely. He has been hiding under the bed and even bit me, Ron replied, displaying his injured finger. After glancing at Ron's finger and confirming it was merely a standard bite, Albert theatrically cast a light upon Scabbers and discreetly left a tracking charm within its essence. With a tone of disappointment, he remarked, it seems my spell I sent T very effective. However, I can sense that its condition appears quite abnormal. If you wish to avoid further bites, I suggest you confine it and consult a professional. Ron stuffed the pet back into his pocket, nervously declaring, I want T let it out of my sight until it recovers. Very well, Albert sighed, shrugging in resignation, a gesture he had learned from wizards, muggles, and the silent ones to express his dissatisfaction. Not long after, Hermione approached Albert, her face a mask of conflict. So what did you discern? I mean, is it truly as you suspected? Is Scabbers an animagus? Albert nodded solemnly, stating, indeed, the rat's mind is shielded by magic. Only an animagus possesses such a characteristic, enabling them to remain conscious during transformation and not truly believe themselves to be animals. This is terrifying. I must clarify this with Ron. After speaking with Hermione, she intended to approach Harry, who, along with Ron, seemed to be confronting a group of Slytherin students, their demeanor suggesting an impending conflict. Hagrid hurriedly made his way towards them. Albert restrained Hermione, saying, "It's futile, Hermione. Ron won't believe you. I can see how much he cares for his pet." The young witch, exasperated, held her head and replied, "What should I do? Should I just stand by and watch a dark wizard linger among them? Ron might even be sharing a bed with that rat. I have left a spell within that rat's body, and I will be monitoring it at all times. The rest is up to me, Hermione. For now, you need only to occasionally keep an eye on Ron's whereabouts and ensure he doesn't get caught." As Albert spoke, he and the young witch walked towards Harry, while Hagrid appeared to be struggling with the situation, standing by in distress. "What is wrong, Professor Hagrid? Why aren't you in class?" Albert inquired, observing the standoff. Before Hagrid could respond, a brazen Slytherin with light blonde hair interjected, "What is it to you, new arrival? If I were you, I'd keep my distance instead of sticking up for Potter and that oaf." Raising an eyebrow, Albert realized it had been quite some time since he encountered such arrogance. The last person to speak to him in such a manner had been transformed into a goat, and by the time they were reverted, they had learned to graze. "First, it is true that I am new, but I am also a specially appointed assistant to Professor Dumbledore," he stated, pointing a finger at the insolent young wizard. "Second, you must learn to respect your professors, even if they wouldn't deduct points for your petty insults." At the same time, a spell emanated from his fingertips. "Third, even if you know nothing, at the very least, you should instinctively learn to avoid your enemies." As the final word left his lips, the spell struck its target. The young wizard was sent flying several meters backward, landing in a disoriented heap. "Malfoy, are you all right?" Two chubby boys, one tall and one short, rushed over to help the stunned Slytherin to his feet. A wave of suppressed laughter erupted, gradually evolving into a chorus of hearty guffaws. Even the young Slytherins twisted their faces in mirth, occasionally letting out a few snickers. The Slytherin named Malfoy had his golden hair exploding like a dandelion, now transformed into a shade of pink, and his face reddened in fury as he opened his mouth, preparing to curse. Before he could utter a word, Albert ominously threatened, "If a single curse escapes your lips, I assure you that next time, it will not just be your hair that explodes." Malfoy's complexion shifted from red to pale. His mouth opened and then silently closed again, ultimately daring to retort, "Just wait, Albert. I'll have my father expel you. Even Dumbledore won't be able to protect you. Mark my words." With that, he hurried away to the infirmary, accompanied by his two lackeys, neglecting their classes altogether. At this moment, Hagrid approached, expressing concern. "Is this really all right, Albert? Malfoy's father is a board member. They do hold some influence." Albert replied nonchalantly, "Rest assured, Professor Hagrid, as a teaching assistant, I believe I possess the authority to discipline disobedient students. Should their families come seeking trouble, I shall welcome them." In his era, even kings dared not provoke him. Only magic and friends could earn the attention of the renowned genius wizard. At this moment, Albert turned to the other young wizards, his expression serious as he inquired, "Then, why are all of you still not in class?" The surrounding young wizards immediately dispersed, some tending to their steeds, others forming orderly lines. Even Harry and Ron stood earnestly at the end of the queue, prompting a satisfied nod from Albert. What a group of obedient and clever students. "It seems I am well suited to be a professor." As Albert murmured to himself, Hermione stood by, hesitating to speak, sensing that the antiquated figure beside her seemed to harbor some misunderstanding regarding the title of professor. Chapter 11. The Werewolf Professor and the Boggart. After assisting Hagrid with the care of magical creatures class, Albert joined Harry and the others in the dining hall. The afternoon would see them attending defense against the dark arts class alongside Gryffindor, while the Slytherin young wizards kept their distance as if avoiding a plague. In the dining hall, Albert engaged Harry in conversation, having recently heard of his exploits and feeling a profound interest in the legendary savior. "You mean to say you pierced the basilisk with Gryffindor's sword, and that peculiar diary was destroyed using the basilisk's fangs?" Albert exclaimed, setting down his food in astonishment and raising an eyebrow. Harry took a sip of pumpkin juice, recounting the experience in a tone of someone who had narrowly escaped death. "Indeed, I thought I was done for. The basilisk's venom left me in a daze. Yet, my intuition told me that diary was Voldemort's Achilles heel, so I acted accordingly." "Quite fortunate, wouldn't you say?" Albert, pondering deeply, remarked, "It seems to me this is not mere luck. You appear to have some connection to Voldemort. And that diary is rather suspicious. It may not be as simple as you describe. May I have a look at it?" I handed it to Professor Dumbledore. "It should still be with him." "I must be off now," Harry said, hastily consuming a few bites of bread before preparing to leave. He had been quite busy lately. and after lunch, he had Quidditch practice to attend. This sport, after millennia of evolution, had finally become less savage, with fatalities on the pitch being a rarity. After finishing his meal, Albert accompanied Hermione to the library, where he found himself increasingly adept at researching modern spells. Meanwhile, Hermione was ensnared in the depths of ancient magic, captivated by the long-lost spells within the books, constantly requesting Albert to demonstrate a few. In order to avoid inciting panic, he resolutely declined. In the afternoon, within the defense against the dark arts classroom, Albert finally encountered the reclusive Professor Lupin, who donned a patched old robe and bore a somewhat pale complexion, though his spirits appeared high, with eyes that sparkled with vitality. A werewolf? It seemed some potion within him was suppressing his wild nature. Clearly, the students were yet unaware of this fact. How intriguing. While contemplating, Albert gazed intently at Lupin for quite some time, causing the latter to feel somewhat uneasy under the scrutiny. "Is there something on your mind, Mr. Augustus?" Lupin finally inquired, sensing that he was being thoroughly examined. "Nothing much, Professor. As you know, I am relatively new here, so I'm a bit curious about you," Albert replied, nonchalantly diverting his gaze. "You will have ample opportunity to learn about me. After all, we have an entire semester ahead of us, do we not?" Lupin said with a sigh of relief. He then addressed the class. "Now, let's commence our lesson. Before we begin, I have a question for you all. What do you believe is most crucial when confronting dark wizards?" Hermione swiftly raised her hand, eager to respond. "Miss Granger, please go ahead," the professor encouraged. "It is knowledge, Professor. A solid foundation of knowledge will empower us to stand undefeated," Hermione confidently asserted. Lupin nodded in agreement. "Well said, Hermione. In any situation, knowing a bit more than others is never a disadvantage. Now, is there anything else?" He glanced at Albert, sensing that this dashing boy had unearthed something profound. Albert stood up, a faint smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "It is keen observation, Professor Lupin. Only through sharp observation can we discern the anomalies hidden within the crowd." Lupin's complexion paled slightly, and he awkwardly turned his head. "That is indeed a valid point. Recognizing danger sooner allows us to respond to crises with greater composure. Now, Harry, what do you think?" Harry, who had just raised his hand, was called upon. "Is courage, Professor. Courage enables us to wield our wands and retaliate against dark wizards," Harry hesitantly replied. Lupin's expression brightened somewhat. "Well said, Harry. Courage is our most potent weapon in the face of danger. Now, my dear students, are you prepared to confront your fears?" With that, he clapped his hands against a wardrobe standing in the center of the classroom, from which an immediate roar erupted, causing it to shake. "Inside resides a boggart, which will transform into your greatest fear." As he spoke, Professor Lupin drew a circle on the ground with his wand. The incantation to counter it is quite simple. "Repeat after me. Ridiculous. Ridiculous," the young wizards echoed. "Now, who would like to be the first to give it a try?" The first successful student will receive an extra 10 points. Lupin surveyed the eager faces of his students. Albert raised his hand, eager to witness who would face whose fears. "Mr. Augustus, you shall go first. Step into the circle," the professor instructed, opening the wardrobe door as Albert approached cautiously. Initially, there was silence within the wardrobe, but as Albert drew nearer, it began to tremble more violently. Suddenly, a mass of black mist surged forth, morphing into a cauldron on the brink of explosion. Silver light seeped through the cracks of the cauldron, which then transformed into roaring flames, accompanied by piercing screams. With a loud bang, the boggart seemed to erupt. Albert turned to Lupin and calmly inquired, "What is happening, Professor? I sense something has gone awry." Lupin's expression was somewhat peculiar as he uncertainly remarked, "This boggart may indeed have encountered some issues. After all, it has gone through considerable turmoil to arrive here. It seems we shall need to resort to our textbooks for this lesson. I will procure a new one afterward." Thus, a rather anticlimactic defense against the dark arts class concluded, yet with the professor's assurance, the young wizards found themselves eagerly anticipating the next session. The boggart's malfunction was largely disregarded. After all, a malfunctioning transfiguration creature could transform into anything. However, Albert remained silent, the cauldron leaving a profound impression on him. After class, Hermione hurried to catch up with him, concern etched on her face. "Albert, are you all right? You seem a bit off." After a lengthy pause, Albert finally spoke. "That cauldron. It was the very one I used for my experiment that afternoon. A new type of potion that allows the drinker to escape the constraints of time. Its explosion left me bewildered, trapped for millennia." Hermione gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief, and then grasped Albert's hand, reassuringly saying, "It's all right, Albert. That is all in the past now. We'll be here for you. You are not alone." Albert reciprocated her grip, a sense of relief washing over him. Rest assured, I'm stronger than you might think. Nothing can break me, not even time or death. After their meal, the pair ventured to the library, one captivated by the enchanting wonders of ancient magic, the other entranced by the intricacies of modern spells, until Madame Pants arrived to shoo them away, prompting Hermione and Albert to return to their respective dormitories. Chapter 12, The Uprising of the Dementors. In the ensuing weeks, Albert had the opportunity to witness Professor Flitwick's profound understanding of modern charms during charms class, gaining insights beyond the confines of textbooks. He also delved into transfiguration in McGonagall's class, engaging in discussions about the various possibilities of animagi, discovering that the transfiguration of magical creatures seemed to have been lost to time, relegated to the realm of impossibility according to the professors. Subsequently, Albert was greeted by one of Hogwarts' grandest events of the semester, the Quidditch match between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff. As a friend of Harry's, he accompanied Hermione and Ron to the match. The competition was fierce, although the weather was decidedly not in Harry's favor. Not only was it raining, but a strong wind was also blowing. Yet, the inclement weather did little to dampen the enthusiasm of the young wizards, whose cheers and chants nearly pierced through the dark clouds overhead. Albert found himself delightfully immersed in the Gryffindor camp, where wizards typically maintained a distance. With great enthusiasm, he used magic to right-go Harry, the hero of Gryffindor. In the air, the situation on the field was not promising. Hufflepuff Seeker proved to be a formidable opponent, consistently spotting the golden snitch before anyone else. And his teammates were equally challenging, keeping the score tightly contested, far from the usual demeanor of Hufflepuff. Harry had no choice but to fly higher in search of a better vantage point. Suddenly, it appeared that Harry had discovered something of great significance. He soared swiftly into the sky, plunging headlong into the clouds. However, shortly thereafter, he emerged from the misty embrace, seemingly devoid of consciousness, plummeting directly towards the Quidditch pitch. Albert, poised to take action, suddenly sensed a surge of magic. He glanced over at Dumbledore, who was directing his wand towards Harry. A spell enveloped Harry, gently lowering him to the ground, prompting a collective sigh of relief from the surrounding young Gryffindors. The clouds above descended ominously, as if something sinister were emerging from the darkened mass. It was a swarm of Dementors lurking within the cloud cover. Albert's expression darkened as he perceived the malevolent emotions of these creatures: hunger, jealousy, and a primal urge to kill. These greedy beasts. The Ministry of Magic is filled with fools. As the boy silently cursed the ministry, he discreetly conjured a protective shield for himself and Hermione. Dumbledore, too, seemed to sense the impending danger. His countenance was one of fury. He raised his wand high, and a magnificent phoenix erupted from its tip, radiating brilliance and blocking the majority of the descending Dementors. The professors, one by one, cast their Patronus charms, safeguarding the students in their vicinity. Nevertheless, a few creatures managed to breach the professor's defenses, and a dozen Dementors advanced upon Albert, their mouths agape in unison towards the young wizards. Albert, you must survive. Remember, you are not a monster. You are a genius. A woman with striking blue eyes firmly secured the cellar door, her body pressed against it, struggling against the weight of a golden-haired man's lifeless form that she had pinned against the door. Outside, a cacophony of frenzied shouts erupted. Burn him. Kill these outsiders. Get out of here, you monster. Amidst the chaos of insults and the relentless pounding on the door, a whisper broke through, clear and resonant in the boy's ears. Mother loves you, child. Albert, are you okay, Albert? A voice, trembling on the verge of tears, jolted the boy back to reality. It was Hermione, who had summoned her Patronus, a white otter darting back and forth to protect them both. Though it appeared its strength would not last much longer. Albert abruptly lifted his gaze, his blue eyes gradually replaced by a profound shade of violet. You wretched beasts! How dare you? As he spoke, a terrifying wave of energy radiated from him, sending several Dementors hurtling away, with anger as bait and light as the flame. Let destruction reign, let it burn, let it sigh. Pure white fire. A spell resonated through the air. Albert conjured a flame of pristine white from the sky, then thrust his hand forward, causing the fire to swell in the winds, transforming in an instant into an inferno that roared towards the creatures. The Dementors, sensing a formidable adversary, scrambled in a frantic retreat. Yet alas, they could not outpace magic. Once the white flames grazed their edges, they were instantly engulfed, their wails piercing the air as, in a matter of moments, only a few scattered Dementors remained, fleeing into the distance. Yet those white flames did not extinguish with the monster's retreat. Instead, they blazed ever more fiercely, ultimately transforming into ferocious beasts that roared skyward until they consumed the dark clouds above, only to gradually fade away. Albert leaned weakly against Hermione, his complexion alarmingly pale, though his eyes subtly shifted back to their cerulean hue. "Albert, what's wrong? Are you hurt? I will take you to Madame Pomfrey right away." Hermione spoke with a quivering voice as she firmly supported the boy towards the infirmary, while the surrounding young wizards quietly parted to create a path, seemingly frightened. "I'm fine, Hermione. I'm just a bit tired." With that, the boy wearily closed his eyes. Albert entered a dream, where he encountered the figure with the blue eyes. "Albert, you must live. Forget us. Do not dwell upon the past." After speaking, the figure bent down as if to embrace him. "How could I ever forget?" Albert murmured softly, and as he did, he opened his eyes. Although dreams are delightful, one must eventually awaken. Forgetting does not bring liberation. Only love and hope can offer solace. A weary voice drifted from nearby. Dumbledore sat beside him, appearing to have waited for some time. "Eavesdropping is not a commendable habit, Headmaster." Albert sat up and casually took an apple from the table. "My apologies, Albert. Forgive an old man for his inadvertent mistake. You seem to be feeling better. Am I correct?" Dumbledore remarked, seemingly oblivious to his age. "I believe I'm much improved. Is there something you need?" Albert bit into the apple and casually inquired. "The Ministry of Magic wishes to speak with you. Their subordinates have suffered significant losses and seek an explanation." Dumbledore's brow furrowed, clearly displeased with the Ministry's actions. Albert's gaze sharpened, and he spoke with indignation. "Their subordinates? Those filthy beasts. Those Dementors attacked us not long ago, and now they dare to demand answers from me." The magic within him simmered, eager to take action. "Calm down, Albert. The Ministry has caused quite a stir. They likely only wish to understand the situation." Dumbledore paused before continuing. "I've already informed your elder. I believe with him present, the Ministry will refrain from making any undue claims." Albert pondered thoughtfully. "My elder? You mean Nicholas Flamel?" Dumbledore nodded, saying, "Indeed, this is the explanation we agreed upon, and it will also clarify your extraordinary circumstances, will it not? I am immensely grateful to this 600-year-old gentleman for making a special trip on my behalf." "When shall we depart?" Albert said, as he prepared to rise from the bed, unwilling to keep his benefactor waiting, deeming it highly disrespectful. "No rush, Albert." Dumbledore gently pressed the boy's shoulder. "That old friend has yet to arrive. As for the Ministry, let them wait. I think you should first see your friends. They are quite worried about you." The headmaster gestured toward the infirmary door, where Hermione stood, peering anxiously. Her eyes slightly reddened. Chapter 13, The Great Ones. Dumbledore departed shortly, tasked with addressing the bureaucrats of the Ministry of Magic. After he left, Hermione approached the bedside, staring intently at Albert in silence. Albert, feeling somewhat unnerved under her gaze, eventually conceded. "All right, ask whatever you wish. I shall answer all that I can." "Was the magic you unleashed perilous? Or was it the Dementor's influence? What did you witness?" You know, at that moment, your heartbeat was so faint it seemed inaudible. Hermione bombarded him with a flurry of questions, her concern evident. With a resigned sigh, Albert replied, "That magic wasn't overly taxing for me. It merely required some effort to prevent it from harming others. You see, Hermione, igniting a fire is simple, yet directing it to burn as you desire is quite a challenge." The boy paused, then continued, "The Dementors indeed revealed some unsettling visions, which caused me to lose control. I promise, in due time, I will share the details with you, all right?" Albert shut his eyes in distress, as vivid images flickered before him. A bloody blade piercing through a door and a frantic version of himself amidst flames that seemed intent on tearing through the sky. Hermione, worried, grasped Albert's somewhat cold hand and softly reassured him, "It's all right, Albert. I won't press you further. It's all behind us now. I assenti it." The boy exhaled deeply and feigned nonchalance, saying, "Of course, Hermione. After all, I am a genius. By the way, where's Harry? Is he all right?" Albert recalled the savior who had fallen from the sky, seemingly tormented by the Dementors. Hermione, somewhat distracted, replied, "Harry has regained consciousness. He and Ron want to check on his broomstick. I heard it was blown into the Whomping Willow, and upon learning this, Harry dashed out without even taking his potion. Madame Pomfrey is likely to be quite upset," Albert thought, turning over as he slipped on his shoes. "I must visit the headmaster. The Ministry officials are still awaiting me." "Will it be difficult with you?" Hermione inquired, her brow furrowing as if contemplating something unpleasant. Albert chuckled lightly, responding, "Do not worry, they were at fault this time. It's nothing to fret over. I shall see you soon, Hermione." After bidding farewell to Hermione, Albert made his way to the headmaster's office at a leisurely pace. Along the corridor, Young witches and wizards whispered in awe or fear, yet few approached him to greet him. Clearly, the event from the Quidditch pitch had spread, perhaps without the need for rumors. The white flames that could consume even storm clouds were visible to all, far more striking than Dumbledore's phoenix. Albert felt as though he had returned to a time long past, when ordinary wizards, lacking in talent, dared only to speak behind his back. His pace quickened slightly, and his brow furrowed. He disliked this sensation. Upon entering the headmaster's office, he found several individuals engaged in heated discussion. "Is this the esteemed Mr. Albert Augustus?" inquired a short, stout man clad in a bright pink coat, sporting a rather toad-like visage. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Umbridge, the current assistant to the Minister of Magic." She emphasized the title of Assistant Minister with a pointed tone. "Hello, Assistant Minister. I hear you are looking for me? I had thought you ought to be quite busy, especially considering the recent incident where a number of students were attacked by your staff," Albert remarked rather rudely. To her surprise, Umbridge found that the young wizard showed her no respect whatsoever. She concealed her smile and replied sternly, "The Dementors only attack when they detect a fugitive. And through inquiries with other students, the Ministry has reason to suspect anyone of dubious origin, including you." Albert's tone grew increasingly hostile. "Are you implying that I am fugitive? Forgive my candor, but those soul-sucking creatures hardly qualify to apprehend me. If this is the standard of your ministry, it is indeed disappointing." Umbridge's expression darkened, and the two wizards behind her advanced a few steps, subtly encircling the boy. Albert raised a finger defiantly and declared, "What? Do you intend to resort to violence? You might as well summon more of your kind." "Enough." Dumbledore rose, fixing his gaze firmly upon the assistant minister. "No one shall remove my students from Hogwarts on baseless charges, least of all you, Dolores Umbridge. Albert's guardians are on their way. You would do well to converse with his family." Umbridge stepped back behind the two wizards, her voice now tinged with a sharp edge. "Do you dare to defy the Ministry's orders, Dumbledore?" At that moment, a voice interjected, "You do not represent the Ministry, Dolores." A figure entered the office, appearing somewhat aged and leaning on a cane. Stepping forward to shield Albert, he spoke assertively. "I am Nicholas Flamel. I believe you're familiar with me. What is it that you intend to do to my descendant?" Umbridge's mouth fell agape in surprise. She had not anticipated the arrival of the creator of the Philosopher's Stone, an ancient being of 600 years. Heaven knows how many prominent figures he knows and how many debts are owed to him. How could this young wizard from France possibly be connected to him? If this matter were mishandled, not only would she be in trouble, but the Minister of Magic would also face repercussions. Before Dumbledore or Albert could speak, the assistant minister hastily interjected, "This is a misunderstanding, Mr. Flamel. We merely sought to ask Mr. Augustus a few questions. There is no further issue now." Her tone trembled as she edged towards the door. "I shall inform the minister of the situation. It is entirely the Dementors' fault. Mr. Augustus valiantly protected his fellow students, and the ministry will commend him for it. Additionally, you are welcome to visit the ministry at your convenience. I must take my leave now. There is much to attend to." With that, she hurriedly exited, scarcely pausing to bid farewell. As for the task assigned by the minister, to find a scapegoat and preserve the ministry's reputation, she had no time to consider it further. She could not afford to provoke that old man. Nicholas Flamel, however, paid her no mind. Instead, he turned to Albert, winking and smiling as he said, "Hello, Mr. Augustus. I have been looking forward to this meeting for quite some time." For nearly 5 centuries, the old wizard thought with a sense of exhilaration, at long last. "I see you again, my dear teacher." Chapter 14, The Disappearance of Ron. "Thank you for your assistance, Mr. LeMay. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask," Albert said, slightly bowing to the old wizard in gratitude. Nico supported the boy, his hands trembling slightly as he gazed intently into those blue eyes for a long moment before earnestly replying, "No need for thanks, Albert. You have already aided me tremendously." Albert felt a sense of confusion. He was certain he had done nothing noteworthy, yet he inexplicably felt a sense of familiarity with the elderly man before him. The boy secretly resolved to engage in a thorough discussion with Nico LeMay during the upcoming holiday. Subsequently, Albert conversed with Dumbledore and others about his origins and the other inexplicable abilities he possessed, ultimately deciding unanimously to place the responsibility squarely on Nico LeMay's shoulders. The old wizard appeared quite pleased with this outcome. They agreed to reconvene during the holiday to delve into alchemy and magic. After bidding farewell to the two elderly men, Albert wandered aimlessly across the campus, suddenly uncertain of what to do next. Should he read for a while? Or perhaps entertain himself with the silly octopus in the lake? The boy mused with a hint of boredom. "Albert!" Hermione panted as she rushed towards him from a distance, breathlessly exclaiming, "Harry and Ron are missing. Their roommates said they haven't been seen since the match." Albert halted, his expression turning grave. He patted Hermione's back reassuringly and said, "Do not fret, Hermione. The two greatest wizards of the century are currently at the school. They will be fine." With that, Albert pointed his finger in front of him and murmured a spell, causing two glowing orbs to emerge from his fingertips, flying off to the left and right. This was the tracking magic he had previously cast, one on the mouse and one on Ron. When he was treating Scabbers, he had casually cast it on Ron as a precaution. After all, it was all for their safety, and they would understand. "It seems we must split up, Hermione." "You go find Ron," Albert said, gesturing toward the left glowing orb. "I will see what that mouse is up to. Stay safe. If you encounter trouble, just grip the necklace I gave you and whisper my name." Hermione nodded, uttering a quick "be careful" before sprinting to the left, while Albert hastened after the light, guiding him to Scabbers, determined to resolve this matter with the dark wizard once and for all. He crossed the pitch and made his way to the far side of the Black Lake, following the edge of the forbidden forest for a while until the light came to a halt before a dilapidated house, from which faint voices could be heard. Albert's fingers glimmered with light, and magical runes illuminated across his robes. With a swift kick, he flung open the door and declared, "Surrender, you vile mouse." No sooner had he spoken than two spells shot toward him. "Disarm, stupefy." Albert pointed, and the radiance from his fingertips transformed into a shimmering mirror that stood before him. The spell struck the mirror and reflected back at an accelerated speed. One figure nimbly dodged to the side, while the other was sent flying, crashing into a pile of debris. "Harry!" The figure lying to one side exclaimed. "Harry?" Albert retracted the magic from his hand, gazing at the fallen savior. "How did you end up here? Where's Ron? And that rat?" All petrified, a gray spell hurtled towards him, and the other person appeared visibly unsettled. Albert's body seemed to falter for a moment, and the incantation passed through him. "Binding ring," Albert intoned, as a luminous ring lazily soared towards the disheveled man on the other side. The man first dodged to the side, then raised his wand, casting a spell at the ring. Upon impact, the ring expanded slightly, accelerating towards him. "What on earth is this?" the man exclaimed, then without hesitation transformed into a large black dog, baring his teeth as he charged at Albert. Albert raised an eyebrow. Pointing downward, the ring ensnared the dog, binding it tightly and suspending in midair. The dog struggled, reverting to its original form, revealing a disheveled man with a hooked nose. He resignedly remarked, "Are you here to capture me as well? When did the Ministry of Magic acquire such formidable talent as you?" "The Ministry?" Albert scoffed, dismissing the notion. "If I am not mistaken, you must be the fugitive, correct? Why are you following Harry? And who is that rat? Where's that rat? Let me go. I will kill him. I will kill him." The man suddenly thrashed violently, screaming in a frenzy, his eyes bloodshot, brimming with unbridled hatred. "Interesting. It seems there is more to this story," Albert observed with keen interest for a moment before turning to approach Harry. He had been struck by a rebounding, stunning spell and had yet to awaken. "Harry, wake up." Albert tugged at the savior's collar, delivering two sharp slaps. When Harry showed no response, he tapped his forehead. Harry groggily opened his eyes. "Albert, what are you doing here? Was that man you? What happened?" As he spoke, he rubbed his lower back and face, clearly having sustained a hard fall. After a round of explanations, Albert finally grasped the situation. Due to the arrogance and foolishness of the individual named Sirius Black, the trusted keeper of a confidentiality charm had been replaced by a cowardly, unreliable soul. That coward, without hesitation, betrayed his friends, selling Harry's parents to the Dark Lord, which directly resulted in the young savior becoming an orphan. Unsurprisingly, that fool became the scapegoat. TSK. Albert regarded Sirius with a look of pity for the intellectually challenged, clicking his tongue in disbelief. "I truly cannot comprehend what you were thinking. Can you not even discern a person's character? How could such a worthless individual earn your trust? Enough. I will kill that rat and avenge James and Lily. I am responsible for their deaths. I must kill him." Peter Pettigrew. Black howled in anguish, tears streaming from his eyes. "If I were you, I would choose to live well. If I heard correctly, you seem to be Harry's godfather? Then you should indeed make amends for your friend," Albert pronounced gravely, while Black fell into deep contemplation. At that moment, Albert suddenly noticed that Black was clutching a severed tail. He took the tail and examined it closely, inquiring, "Is this the tail of that rat? Where did it come from?" Sirius, in a daze, replied, "My spell sent him flying, and a part of his tail was left behind." Albert, lost in thought, murmured to himself, "No wonder I lost track of him. So where's that rat now?" He cast a tracking charm on the rat's tail. Albert, I found Ron, along with that rat." A sudden shout emanated from the necklace at his chest. Then silence ensued. Without a moment's hesitation, Albert turned and sprinted outside. Chapter 15. The Rat and the Crown. As Albert hastened to follow the sensation, Hermione was struggling on the other side. She had followed the points of light until she reached the Whomping Willow. Squeezing through a tree hole and arriving at a dilapidated cabin, employing a method taught to her by Harry. Just as she opened the door, before she could fully comprehend the situation, a dark curse struck her direction. Almost simultaneously, 3 whirling silver shields materialized before her, deflecting the curse. Hermione quickly ducked behind the door, conjuring a suit of armor for protection, while cautiously peering out to assess the situation. A fragmented curse struck the doorframe, allowing Hermione to finally grasp the state of affairs within. Inside stood a wizard, missing a finger and twitching like a rat. It was Peter Pettigrew. In his hand, he clutched an ornate silver crown, from which tendrils of dark mist occasionally seeped into his body, while Ron lay at his feet. "Disarm you," Hermione shouted at him. Perceiving Ron's peril, she could not remain idle. "Is this what Hogwarts teaches you?" Pettigrew jeered. The spell missed him, and he maniacally proclaimed, "You must be Harry's friend. Killing you will surely earn me my master's favor." Crucio. A crimson-black curse surged toward Hermione. Once again, the spinning shields before her intercepted the curse, but this time, the 3 shields dwindled to 2, all petrified. "You do talk a lot, and your master can hardly concern himself with you now," Hermione retorted. Firing back with a sharp quip, Pettigrew hastily took cover behind a pillar, then charged toward Hermione from the opposite side, proclaiming, "You cannot fathom the greatness of my master. Bid farewell to this world. Avada Kedavra." He aimed for a swift resolution, as his master had warned him of a dangerous individual approaching. A jet of dark green magic erupted from Pettigrew's wand, hurtling toward Hermione with alarming speed. She barely had time to react, but the small shield swirling around her suddenly fused into a larger silver shield, blocking the curse. However, the shield soon bore cracks, its brilliance significantly dimmed. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted, and a blue beam of light darted through the tree hole, grazing past Hermione before crashing explosively before her. Accompanying this were a series of incantations: annihilate, shatter, ring of silence. Meanwhile, Peter had already concealed himself before the chaos unfolded, transforming seemingly into a different person as he either deflected or evaded the spells. "Hermione, retreat to outside. I shall handle this," Albert declared, not bothering to glance back, his disheveled hair and labored breathing betraying his state. Without hesitation, Hermione fled outside. She understood that remaining would only distract the boys. From her hidden position, she aimed to strike that dark wizard unexpectedly, far more effective than standing there as a target. "Peter Pettigrew, after spending over a decade as a rat, what emboldens you to appear before me? Is it the half-dead soul within you?" Albert discerned Peter's peculiar state at once. 2 souls inhabited his form, one deriving from the diadem he clutched. "Albert Augustus, a prodigy from France, I can sense your immense power and innate talent. Individuals like us are destined to rise above." Peter's voice rasped, his tone cold and serpentine. "Do you dare to compare yourself to me?" Albert strode forward, casting a spell, Spirit of Fire, clear the path. A fiery knight charged at Peter, and as it passed Ron, the boy was deftly thrown outside. Ancient magic? Truly a captivating force. As Peter spoke, he transformed into a wisp of darkness, darting to the opposite side of the room. The fiery knight, pulling on its reins, skillfully veered and charged again. Peter was compelled to halt, dark vapors swirling around his face, revealing a visage reminiscent of a serpent. He raised his wand, transmuting several tables into a robust wooden wall. The knight collided violently with the wooden barrier, flames erupting and filling half the room. Peter opened his mouth, expelling a torrent of inky water that extinguished the flames. The water pooled on the floor, coalescing into a large, dark serpent that coiled protectively around him. "I sense your inner torment and struggle. Every spell you cast is imbued with the essence of annihilation. Join me in ruling this world, and I shall grant you immortality. I am the great Dark Lord." It appeared Voldemort had wholly seized control of Peter's body, taunting Albert. "By what right? A fool who split his own soul dares to stand beside me." Albert's eyes emitted a radiant purple glow, abandoning incantations in favor of a mere gesture. A beam of purple light, as thick as a barrel, shot forth from his fingertip. Voldemort commanded the great serpent to lunge at the purple beam. Upon contact, the serpent melted away as though doused in boiling water. The Dark Lord stumbled aside, sensing a life-threatening peril from that spell. "Who are you? Such power is beyond that of a mere wizard." Albert swung his hand vigorously, directing a wave of purple energy like a blade toward Voldemort, taunting This world is far grander than you can fathom. Tom Riddle. Voldemort rolled on the ground, transforming into a swirling black mist as he lunged toward the window, attempting to flee. Albert, with his palm facing forward, clenched his fist violently. The window, along with the entire wall, distorted as if squeezed by a giant's hand, while a purple barrier emerged before him. "What manner of creature are you?" Voldemort shrieked, bewildered by the boy's every incantation, feeling as powerless as a sheep under the gaze of those piercing purple eyes. Even Dumbledore had never rendered him so defenseless. He was but a fragment of a soul. A creature? The purple light in Albert's eyes blazed more fiercely, his voice growing increasingly solemn and merciless. "I am a harbinger of calamity, the end of all things. I am Albert Augustus." The boy began to levitate slowly, waves of purple radiance emanating from his being, a desire to annihilate everything surging within his mind. Everything touched by the purple light began to melt away, while Voldemort conjured a pitch-black shield for protection, though it grew increasingly fragile. Chapter 16. The Harbinger of Calamity. "Run! Mother! Mother! Oh God! Have you abandoned us?" A cacophony of screams and cries echoed through a town. People fled in panic. Some sought refuge indoors, while others knelt in despair, praying to the heavens. In the air floated a boy of 7 or 8, his expression devoid of emotion, enveloped in a halo of purple light. Wherever he passed, the sky turned crimson, and fire rained down, incinerating everything it touched. Behind him blazed an inferno that stretched endlessly, accompanied by the wails of countless lost souls. An ancient figure soared toward the boy, bearing a pure white shield, seemingly calling out to him, "Child, awaken. Do not allow your power to dominate your thoughts." The elderly man implored, pressing his hand upon the boy's shoulder. In an instant, his hand was corroded to mere bone by the purple light, yet it gradually restored itself in a cascade of white light. "I am Aoife, sent by your father to guide you. I apologize for my tardiness, but I bring you a token left by your family. Awaken, Albert." The old wizard, while restraining the boy, extended an object toward him. Albert gazed at the old wizard's hand, where a silver ring caught his eye, adorned with a blue gemstone that shimmered with a light dancing within. His parents' love materialized. "Mother," Albert cried, taking the ring, tears streaming down his face. "Why'd you come only now? Those people killed father and mother. Where were you?" The ring emitted a gentle blue glow, gradually drawing the purple light into his being. The old wizard embraced the boy tightly, his voice filled with remorse. "I am sorry, child. I have come too late. I shall avenge you, but we must not harm the innocent." With that, Aoife cast a cold gaze toward the north. In the year 736, a small sorcerer's rampage incinerated a town, resulting in thousands of casualties and turning the surrounding land into desolation for miles. This young sorcerer was dubbed the Walking Disaster, Augustus of the Violet Eyes. In June of the same year, an enigmatic grand wizard declared war on the kingdom of Wail, and 3 days later, hurled a forbidden spell at the royal palace. A colossal meteor plummeted from the heavens, razing the palace to the ground and nearly annihilating the royal family, which directly instigated several centuries of witch hunts. A chilling surge of magic emanated from the ring, gradually soothing the murderous intent that lingered in Albert's mind. As the magical energy intensified, Albert found it increasingly difficult to maintain control. Suddenly, a scream jolted the boy back to reality. He observed his violet light pierce through Voldemort's shield, reducing one of his legs to ashes. Albert hastily reined in the overflowing magic within him, realizing that this individual could not perish here. He still had utility. Avada Kedavra! Voldemort persisted in his struggle. The boy casually conjured a shimmering ring of light, nullifying the curse, and summoned the object that seemed to be Voldemort's soul container before him. The diminutive figure, having detached from Voldemort, gradually reverted to its original form. "My leg! What has happened to me? Master, save me!" Peter cried out in agony, writhing on the ground as he pleaded for his master's assistance. "Silence!" Albert, growing impatient, cast a spell that sent the diminutive figure crashing against the wall, sliding down to the floor, where he convulsed a few times before falling still. At that moment, Hermione entered. Having found no opportunity to intervene, her perception of wizards profoundly altered by the boy's formidable display. Yet, his final state seemed rather concerning, and she felt a surge of worry for him. "Are you all right, Albert? You're not hurt, are you?" Hermione anxiously regarded the boy, touching him to ascertain any injuries. "I am fine, Hermione," Albert replied, his thoughts interrupted. He spread his hands in a gesture of revelation, saying, "I believe I have uncovered Voldemort's secret. It appears to be a magical artifact concealing a fragment of his soul. He has split his soul, What a fool. Can souls truly be divided? Hermione asked, perplexed. Why would he split his soul? Albert unleashed a blaze of white flames, enveloping the diadem, and responded, I suspect it was to preserve his own life. As the diadem succumbed to the flames, emitting black smoke and ultimately a mournful wail before falling silent, Albert examined it closely. Inscribed on the inner side were the words, Exceptional wisdom is humanity's greatest treasure. One intriguing magical artifact, Albert mused, handing it to Hermione. I believe you will find it delightful. It will enhance your clarity. What is happening here? Hermione? Albert? Run. There is a dark wizard. He has transformed into my Scabbers. Ron's groggy voice broke through, signaling his awakening. The situation has been resolved, Ron. However, I bear unfortunate news. It was not a dark wizard who transformed into your Scabbers. Rather, Scabbers is that dark wizard. Albert turned his head and observed Ron's expression with keen interest. Ron's gaze became vacant, his complexion visibly paling, and his expression grew increasingly grotesque, culminating in a desperate wail escaping his lips. This is horrifying. I even bathed with it. Unable to contain himself, Albert burst into laughter, prompting Hermione to roll her eyes at the boy. Coughing, the boy cleared his throat and adopted a serious demeanor. We should go check on Harry. And bring along this fellow. He gestured towards Peter, who lay on the ground, seemingly lifeless. How is Harry? Is he all right? Ron immediately inquired, with Hermione casting a worried glance in his direction. He's doing quite well, just reunited with his rather deranged godfather, Albert replied, casting a levitation charm to draw Peter closer, occasionally practicing modern magic himself. Let us be on our way, the boy said as he walked towards the door. It is time for these individuals to meet. The scene will surely be quite, well, it's time to clear Sirius's name. As they jogged, when Albert and the others reached Harry, he was attempting to bring his godfather down from a dare, while Sirius appeared nonchalant. Don't bother, Harry. Your classmate is no ordinary person. Even I was subdued by him in mere moments. It seems you possess discerning judgment, Mr. Black, Albert remarked humorously as he entered. Look who I have brought. He stepped aside to reveal the concealed Peter Pettigrew, followed by Hermione and Ron. That wretched rat. Let me kill him. I would do anything for you. Just let me kill him. Sirius began to struggle again, knocking Harry aside in the process. Chapter 17, The Cowardly Madman. You cannot kill him yet, Black. Albert waved his hand, moving the unconscious Peter aside, and continued, he must live to clear your name, allowing you to appear beside Harry unashamedly. Hermione nodded in agreement, saying, Indeed, for Harry's sake, you must remain calm. Ron looked utterly perplexed. He felt as though he had merely fainted for a moment, yet he could not comprehend the other's words. Harry pulled Ron aside and carefully explained the situation, while Sirius fell silent, pondering deeply for a while before resignedly stating, You are right. Perhaps sparing his life will prove more beneficial. Albert lifted the enchantment, allowing Sirius to stand, and then led Peter and Hermione towards the headmaster's office. This matter was beyond the capabilities of mere young wizards. It required the intervention of significant figures. Coincidentally, both Nicholas Flamel and Dumbledore were present. Under Hermione's suggestion, Sirius tidied himself up before heading over with Harry and Ron. Watching Albert's departing figure, Sirius sincerely marveled. He is truly an extraordinary young wizard. At his age, I was filled with nothing but mischief. Albert hailed from a secluded family in France, having had no dealings with the outside world for centuries. Harry briefly introduced Albert's background and how they met, expressing his admiration for the boy's remarkable magical abilities. Ron, still shaken, added, You haven't seen the chaos on the other side. It felt as if a dozen wizards were engaged in a brawl. A whole wall collapsed, and the room appeared as though it had been ravaged by fire. Nearly everything was destroyed. Sirius Black's eyes flickered, lost in thought, while Harry gaped in astonishment, murmuring, Just how powerful is Albert? I truly wish to learn magic from him. Meanwhile, Albert, seeking to maintain discretion, cast the disillusionment charm on Peter Pettigrew, a vanishing spell he had learned in advanced magic, and swiftly made his way to the headmaster's office. Hermione, anxiously gripping her wand, followed closely behind, fearful that Peter might suddenly awaken. Chilled pumpkin juice, Albert swiftly uttered the incantation, and without waiting for the stone guardian to fully open, he slipped inside, inadvertently causing the bewildered Pettigrew to bump his head against the stone. Albert, what brings you here? Dumbledore inquired, gazing at the intruding boy, while Nicholas Flamel also turned his attention, seemingly engaged in conversation moments before, holding a tattered notebook. Headmaster Dumbledore, Mr. Flamel, Albert greeted solemnly, stating, I believe you should recognize this individual. He lifted the disillusionment charm from Pettigrew, revealing him to the two elderly wizards. Hermione, finally catching up, was breathless, closely followed by Harry and the others. Dumbledore fixed his gaze on Pettigrew, incredulity lacing his voice. Peter Pettigrew? It appears the Ministry has made a grave mistake. Albert then took the diadem from Hermione and handed it to Dumbledore, continuing, I retrieved this from Peter. At the time, Tom's essence was attached to it, controlling him in a confrontation. The boy indicated the pitiful figure of Pettigrew sprawled on the ground. It seems the outcome is evident. They were no match for you. Were they? Dumbledore remarked, unfazed, as if it were commonplace for a 14-year-old wizard to defeat the Dark Lord, even if it was merely a fragment of his soul. That fellow's magic is intriguing, yet his act of splitting his soul is utterly foolish. The integrity of a wizard's soul directly determines his limits. Clearly, this so-called Dark Lord is not impressive, Albert replied disdainfully, shaking his head. Fear of death had stripped him of his composure. As Nicholas Flamel examined the notebook and the diadem, commenting, it seems he has crafted several Horcruxes to evade death. Truly a mad and cowardly endeavor. What Horcruxes? Harry inquired, feeling rather foolish for his ignorance, while Ron was equally perplexed, and Hermione remained pensive, choosing not to speak. It is too early for you to grasp this. Harry, Dumbledore replied, evidently reluctant to burden the chosen one with such knowledge. He continued, now, could you please explain to me what has transpired? He gestured towards Peter and then glanced at the standing Sirius Black. Harry meticulously recounted to Dumbledore how he had encountered Black, detailing their altercation and how, after being thoroughly bested, Black explained the entire situation to him. Meanwhile, Hermione shared how she and Albert had discovered Crookshank's peculiar behavior, and their subsequent actions upon realizing the duo's disappearance, with Albert providing some supplementary details. Dumbledore, acknowledging their keen powers of observation, expressed his gratitude to Albert for his care towards Harry and his friends. The boy glanced at Harry and the others, responding earnestly, it's nothing. After all, we are friends. Ah, friends, a truly splendid term, Dumbledore remarked with a smile. Now, it is time to hand the perpetrator over to the Ministry of Magic. They owe the deceived public an explanation. What will the Ministry do with him? Black inquired, stepping closer and locking eyes with Dumbledore. If the Ministry merely imposes a light sentence upon him, I might as well cast the killing curse on that rat myself. I have awaited this day for far too long. I suspect the Ministry will bestow upon him the kiss of a Dementor, Nicole May remarked. I shall pressure my associates. They must answer for their folly. It was evident that the old wizard held a low opinion of the British Ministry of Magic. Dumbledore instructed the young wizards to return and rest, assuring them he would summon them when their testimony was required. Black returned to his ancestral home, where they agreed to meet. Nicole May wrote several letters before heading back to France, as he had many matters to attend to. Albert, Harry called as he caught up with the boy, his green eyes earnest and solemn. After a moment's pause, he said, thank you. Both Ron and I owe you a great deal. Ron nodded in agreement, his cheeks slightly flushed, yet he respectfully performed a wizard-esque salute, sincerely adding, you saved my life, Albert. I don't believe that dark wizard would have spared me. May I invite you to my home during the holidays? We would love to host you. Albert smiled pleasantly, responding, we are friends, are we not? If time permits during the holidays, I shall visit. May I bring Hermione and Harry along? Of course, Ron exclaimed joyfully. We can all attend the Quidditch World Cup together. It will surely be a grand adventure. Harry and Ron headed back to the common room, while Hermione was called back by Albert. Hermione, may I see your necklace? Albert inquired. The young witch puzzled. Removed the necklace, only to notice several cracks marring its surface. What happened? Hermione asked, disheartened as she handed it over to Albert, for she had quite an affection for the piece. Chapter 18, Arrival at the Ministry of Magic. Its protective enchantments were nearly exhausted. Let me mend it, Albert said as he took the necklace, cradling it in his palms. A gentle white light emanated from his hands as he recited an incomprehensible incantation, seemingly in the ancient tongue of the elves. In a brief moment, the necklace was restored to its original state. The boy returned it to the little witch. Suddenly recalling something, he casually inquired, Hermione, I remember you had a time turner. Whatever happened to it? Hermione accepted the necklace, delicately placing it around her neck. Strangely, despite her usual reluctance to accept gifts, she felt an inexplicable fondness for this particular necklace. I believe time travel is far too perilous. So I returned it to Professor McGonagall. I have canceled many unnecessary classes. There is sufficient time now, Hermione replied. She glanced at Albert, feeling a sense of relief within. Without that time turner, she and this young boy might never have crossed paths. She silently expressed her gratitude to time and fate. Time magic is indeed quite dangerous, Albert remarked, somewhat apprehensive. Magic involving time often leads to unforeseen consequences. Today had been exceedingly long. Owls flitted across the sky, nearly obscuring the sunlight, while little witches and wizards wrote letters to their homes every moment. After parting ways with Hermione, Albert visited the library, hoping to study the time turner, perhaps enabling him to continue his unfinished magical experiment. The young witches and wizards he encountered hurried along, their faces reflecting a degree of unease. However, they no longer regarded the unfamiliar transfer student with suspicion. Instead, they whispered curiously about him, indicating that news of the incident on the Quidditch pitch had spread. Some bold ones even greeted him. "Good afternoon, Albert. That was truly remarkable magic. You saved us." Gradually, more and more students joined in the greetings, their voices replaced by cheers of Albert. Albert. The boy nearly forgot that he had recently vanquished most of the rampaging Dementors with a pure white flame, saving the surrounding young witches and wizards, and had even fainted for a moment to control the flames and prevent innocent harm. Albert waved to the crowd, and the students gathered around fell silent. "Even without me, the professors will protect us. We must have faith in Professor Dumbledore and the faculty. I believe they will handle everything. Hogwarts remains the safest school of magic in all of Britain, does it not? Indeed, we have Dumbledore." The young witches and wizards felt reassured. "And we have Albert. Yes, his magic nearly scorched the sky. I have never witnessed such magic. It's simply marvelous." As they spoke, excitement surged again among the young witches and wizards, and they clamored to ask about the details of that spell. "As long as you attend your classes diligently, you will learn from Dumbledore." Albert had to concoct a fib to appease his peers. The young witches and wizards seemed skeptical, but the boy seized an opportunity to slip away, as he was never particularly adept at handling such situations. After considerable effort, Albert finally laid eyes on the book he had longed for, The Mysteries of Time. Though it was located in the restricted section, he possessed a note from Dumbledore, and Madame Pants did not object. The development of the time converter by Nicomeler played an irreplaceable role. Albert silently contemplated that the creator of the Philosopher's Stone was far more formidable than he had imagined. He resolved to meet him soon. The boy immersed himself in his reading until evening, reluctantly returning the book when Mrs. Pants came to usher him away. The restricted section's books were not available for loan, even with the headmaster's note, yet this spared Albert from the enthusiastic little wizards and allowed him to return to the dormitory quietly. The next day, the great hall buzzed with excitement as owls occasionally swooped down towards the headmaster and the professor seated above. Sharp-eyed Harry even spotted a few red letters, howlers, of which he and Ron had received one last year, a scene they preferred not to revisit. Dumbledore had to conjure a magical barrier to contain the howlers, and it was clear from their nature that they contained nothing pleasant. After breakfast, the old headmaster informed Harry, Ron, and Albert that they were to accompany him to the Ministry of Magic, where a trial for Wormtail was to take place, and their presence as crucial witnesses was required. Hermione appeared somewhat agitated, expressing her concerns about preparations. "Do we need to prepare anything? Or perhaps change our clothes? I wish I had looked into this sooner," the young witch lamented. Albert replied nonchalantly, "There is no need to regard the ministry with such reverence, Hermione. They are not as remarkable as you perceive." He held a rather dismal view of the ministry, which Ron wholeheartedly agreed with. They followed Dumbledore to meet Sirius. Upon their reunion, seemed far less disheveled than during their first encounter. Dressed in a tailored suit, his hair neatly arranged, he appeared much like a gentleman, albeit slightly gaunt. "You look much better now," Albert remarked appreciatively. Sirius offered a noble gesture and solemnly expressed, "Thank you once again for your assistance, Albert." The boy interrupted Sirius's gratitude, saying, "No need for thanks, Sirius. If you truly feel grateful, then do ensure that Harry is well compensated." "I will," Sirius replied earnestly. The group arrived at the ministry's atrium via Floo Powder, where ministry staff had already been waiting for some time. A man hurried over, exclaiming, "Dad, what are you doing here?" Ron exclaimed, "Given the gravity of the situation, of course I had to come." "I can hardly believe that Scabbers turned out to be a Death Eater," he said, referring to Voldemort's followers. "Hello, Dumbledore and Harry." Harry awkwardly greeted, "Hello, Mr. Weasley." Ron's father then turned to Albert, shaking his hand with excitement. "You must be Albert. Ron has told me so much about you. Thanks to you, he is alive. You must come to our home during the holidays. Molly has been eager to meet you." The boy smiled and replied, "No need for thanks, Mr. Weasley. Ron is my good friend, and I will certainly visit during the holidays." At this moment, Dumbledore interjected, "I believe it is time for us to proceed to the courtroom. It is time to bring this matter to a resolution." With that, he led the way inside, with Sirius silently following behind. Chapter 19. The affable bureaucrats, the Ministry of Magic's courtroom lies beneath the ground, accessible through two grand doors. It bears a resemblance to a Muggle court, albeit with a circular arrangement of tiered seats where the juror wizards of Wisingamot are seated. Upon the entrance of Dumbledore and Albert into the chamber, the grand doors of the courtroom slammed shut with a resounding thud, flanked by two Aurors stationed at the entrance. Clearing his throat, a portly wizard seated on the judgment seat commenced the proceedings. He was Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic. Now, we shall commence the deliberation regarding the case of Sirius Black. As he spoke, Minister Fudge cast a furtive glance at Albert, who had recently received an ominous letter from Nicholas Flamel. The correspondence intimated that should Fudge fail to treat Flamel's protege, Mr. Augustus, with fairness and friendliness, he would face dire consequences. Unlike Dumbledore, Flamel was a man of his word. The proceedings unfolded with unexpected swiftness, to the extent that it bordered on the absurd. Fudge, presiding over the trial, did not even entertain Peter Pettigrew's defense, rendering a verdict immediately after Albert had spoken. In 2 months, Pettigrew would meet his demise with the kiss of a Dementor, bringing an end to his nefarious and tragic existence. Mr. Augustus, Fudge called out to the boy as he was about to exit. Albert informed Hermione and the others that they need not wait for him, and remained in place. The minister hurriedly approached, a hint of trepidation in his demeanor. I wish to apologize for the earlier unpleasantness between the ministry and yourself. You know how it can be. They're not always the most astute. It is quite all right, Minister, Albert interjected, as Dumbledore had already apprised him of the considerable pressure his old friend had exerted on the minister. I assure you, neither I nor my friends will concern ourselves with such trivial matters. With that, Albert prepared to take his leave. Fudge wiped the sweat from his brow, visibly relieved. That is reassuring, Mr. Augustus. In recognition of your contributions during this incident, I shall petition for a Knight of Merlin award on your behalf. Please do not decline. It is a small token of our gratitude. Albert raised an eyebrow, sensing that the minister was perhaps overreacting, yet he responded graciously. I have merely played a minor role in this affair. The Knight of Merlin award is unnecessary. If possible, I would prefer that the truth of this matter be made known to the public, as it is of great importance to my friend Harry. Fudge hesitated, caught in a quandary. He had initially intended to execute Pettigrew swiftly and rescind the warrant for Black, all conducted under the veil of secrecy to preserve the ministry's precarious reputation. Observing the minister's indecision, Albert furrowed his brow, his tone growing more severe. What is it, minister? Is the Ministry of Magic incapable of fulfilling the most fundamental duty of revealing the truth? No, Mr. Augustus. You must understand that the discontent among ordinary wizards regarding the ministry has reached a critical threshold, Fudge replied, his tone increasingly diplomatic in light of the recent Dementor incident. He continued, in order to avoid unnecessary turmoil, when Albert impatiently interrupted him. So, are you prepared to let Black continue to suffer injustice? He is still Harry's godfather. Fudge clenched his teeth. Had it not been for the young wizard before him, who he could neither afford to provoke nor likely defeat, he would have unleashed a curse to demonstrate what the authority of the Minister of Magic truly entailed. However, he had heard that this boy had single-handedly vanquished over 100 Dementors with but one spell. Perhaps we could do this, Albert. We will report this incident accurately, though we may need to make some minor adjustments in the details, Fudge said sincerely, taking a deep breath. Albert pondered briefly, as if he had come to an understanding, and with a playful look at the minister, suggested, for instance, your Aurors, after a series of investigations, ultimately discovered the truth of the matter. Fudge's face flushed slightly, yet he persevered, saying, of course, this would not be possible without your assistance and that of your friends. We will report it accurately. He emphasized the word accurately. Albert's gaze grew more disdainful as he replied in a languid tone, Ah, is this the Ministry of Magic? Let be as you say. I hope it is indeed an accurate report. With that, the boy strode out of the courtroom without even a farewell, leaving the Minister of Magic seething with silent vows to find an opportunity to thoroughly deal with that insufferable lad. Upon exiting the Ministry of Magic, Albert unexpectedly encountered an individual he did not foresee. A well-dressed man with pale golden hair awaited him. Good day, Mr. Augustus. I am Lucius Malfoy, the father of Draco. The man said with a slight bow. Draco Malfoy? You are the parent of that arrogant little brat? You seem far more refined than he, Albert replied bluntly. Lucius, evidently taken aback by the boy's brusque tone, hesitated before responding, I sincerely apologize, my lord. I have reprimanded my son, and I believe he will learn to behave with courtesy. He paused and handed Albert a letter, politely stating, Please believe that the Malfoy family has no intention of opposing the Augustus family. We shall demonstrate our sincerity. Albert silently accepted the letter. Noticing the blue-violet griffin seal, his own emblem, designed after he became a great wizard, symbolizing his identity. How is this possible? The boy mused, perplexed. He had never established any family, being merely 14 years old. Once Lucius departed, Albert opened the envelope to find 2 sheets of paper. One contained rather impolite words warning Lucius that if he or his son provoked the wrong individuals again, they would face consequences more severe than those of Voldemort. The second sheet bore a confidentiality spell, one of Albert's own inventions. The boy slowly infused a portion of his magical energy into the paper, and the words gradually came into view. To the great ancestor, the walking calamity, the terminator of all things, Albert Augustus, your loyal servants eagerly await your arrival. Chapter 20. The Past and the Future. The letter contained but a single sentence, while the reverse bore an address in the northern region of France, specifically the palace of Fontainebleau at the Augustus Manor. Albert was ensnared in prolonged silence. It appeared that my future self had accomplished numerous feats. Had the magic succeeded? The boy pondered silently, resolved to embark on a journey to France without delay. Utilizing a long-distance apparition, Albert swiftly returned to the school, making his way directly to the library. He was imbued with a peculiar sense of urgency, feeling that his traversing through millennia was not merely a magical mishap. Within the library, Albert encountered Hermione, who was seated by the window, engrossed in a tome titled A Brief History of the Ministry of Magic. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a golden hue upon the young witch's hair. In the restricted section, he located the unfinished book, The Mysteries of Time. Albert settled opposite Hermione, and the two exchanged silent glances before returning to their respective readings. Time is a formidable force. All things succumb to its sway. Throughout the ages, wizards have dedicated themselves to the study of time, yet none have managed to escape its confines. Albert furrowed his brow slightly. The phrase "the cage of time" unsettled him. The book further elucidated the 3 fundamental laws of time. The future is unpredictable, the past immutable, and the present irrevocably determined. Immutable past? Irrevocably determined present? The boy murmured. If the present is indeed predetermined, what actions did my future self undertake in the past? Albert was captivated, finding immense value in the book's discourse on time, which even included 2 time curses that had been torn away. The text also described time's sand, referring to it as the wheel of time. The two remained engrossed in their studies until noon, when they finally exited the library. In the hall, Albert encountered Harry and the others. Learning of Sirius's return to his ancestral home, where he would spend the holidays with Harry at Ron's house. The afternoon brought a defense against the dark arts lesson, and alongside Gryffindor, Harry's buoyant mood persisted until he stepped into the classroom, where he was met by the last person he wished to see, Professor Snape. Your defense against the dark arts instructor is unwell and has entrusted me with the class. The old bat's tone was somewhat gentler than usual, suggesting he was in good spirits. Now, turn to chapter 35. Today you will learn how to identify werewolves and the means to slay them, Snape continued. Hermione raised her hand high, and before the professor could call on her, she stood and exclaimed, "Professor, we have not yet covered that chapter. We're supposed to learn how to deal with the Grindylows in this lesson. 5 points from Gryffindor, Miss Granger. I trust you will adhere to classroom decorum in the future." Snape mercilessly deducted points from Hermione. He added, "I believe her learning pace needs to accelerate. It is quite unbecoming for 3rd years to still be studying how to handle mere children's playthings. I believe Professor Lupin taught us exceptionally well. We learned a great deal of valuable knowledge." Harry could not refrain from defending his defense against the dark arts teacher. Since fainting on the train, Harry had been learning under Lupin how to combat Dementors and the Patronus charm, an incredibly useful spell. "I do not require your opinion. I demand my own." 10 points from Gryffindor. Severus Snape harshly interrupted Harry, declaring, "If anyone speaks without raising their hand next time, I shall confine them for an entire term." He fixed a penetrating gaze on Harry and demanded, "Tell me, Potter, how does one effectively combat a werewolf?" Harry hesitated, finally stammering with a wand. Albert sighed and rubbed his forehead. Indeed, the potions professor let out a cold laugh, sarcastically remarking, "Well done, Potter. You know to use a wand rather than picking up a twig to confront a werewolf. There is a semblance of brains, albeit scant." Snape wrote an incantation on the board, stating, "Werewolves possess high magical resistance. Ordinary spells are ineffective against them. Given your current levels, your best option when encountering a werewolf is to run." At this, the professor glanced at Harry and added, "Instead of brandishing your wands in a futile attempt to intimidate, mastering this spell will effectively hinder a werewolf. Now commence your practice." Throughout the lesson, Harry felt utterly miserable, as Snape seemed to be targeting him, standing right next to him, ready to unleash his wrath at the slightest misstep. However, it was not entirely bleak. By the end of the class, Harry had managed to clumsily cast the barrier spell. Clearly, Professor Snape had no intention of letting him off easily. At the end of class, he assigned the students to write a 10-inch essay on identifying werewolves, which meant Harry had to write 17 inches due to his foolish sense of humor, words directly from Snape. "One day, I'll blast that old bat into the sky with a spell." Ron gritted his teeth, harboring resentment, as he had also faced the brunt of Snape's ire because of Harry. "I wish I could do it now," Harry replied expressionlessly. Albert watched the two with amusement and teased. "You ought to focus on completing your essay. It's no simple task. Just kill me." Harry and Ron lamented in unison. Hermione, however, quietly pulled the boys aside and whispered, "Albert, I sense something amiss with Professor Snape. He seems intent on conveying something to us." The boy acknowledged the little witch's astuteness with a nod, saying, "Indeed. I've sensed it for a while. It appears Professor Snape is particularly wary of certain individuals." Hermione's eyes widened in surprise. "Certain individuals? Are you suggesting there are werewolves among us?" "That's madness." Albert patted the little witch on the shoulder, saying, "The answer lies within the professor's assignment, Hermione. Remember to wear that necklace at all times." Hermione appeared to contemplate something, her cheeks slightly flushing, and nodded. "I've been wearing it. I'm heading to the library to work on the assignment. Albert, would you like to join me?" The boy readily accepted, and after exchanging a few words in the Great Hall with Hermione, they proceeded to the library. It seemed he had been spending considerable time with the little witch lately, to the point where even the other students from Ravenclaw hardly saw him. Of course, in Albert's eyes, apart from a few recognized friends, the rest were inconsequential. After all, geniuses are often solitary and proud. Chapter 21. Firebolt and Elm-headedness. After several days of research, Professor Lupin's little secret was evidently beyond the concealment of the astute Miss Granger. One ordinary afternoon, Hermione called out to Albert. "You discovered it long ago, didn't you?" The little witch raised her eyebrows high, betraying her displeasure, and quickly exclaimed, "Professor Lupin is a werewolf. How terrifying." Albert chuckled softly and replied, "I noticed it the moment I laid eyes on him, but I have greater faith in Professor Dumbledore. He surely has precautionary measures in place." Hermione grew more irate. How could the headmaster allow this? First Dementors, now a werewolf, and the students are completely in the dark. "Calm down," the boy interjected. "I can smell Wolf's Bane potion on Snape. It seems that Professor Lupin has been taking his potion regularly. He is quite safe." The little witch exhaled slightly, though her worry lingered. Albert gently ruffled Hermione's hair, smoothing down the rebellious strands, and softly reassured her, "Do not fret, Hermione. I will take care of everything." Hermione's face flushed instantly. Thoughts of a werewolf professor rendered her mind a chaotic mess, causing her to stammer out that she had left something in the library before dashing off to the Gryffindor common room. What is wrong with me? As the little witch sprinted with her head down, her thoughts spiraled. Could it be that I have developed feelings for him? When did this happen? In a daze. Hermione recalled that afternoon of their first meeting, the boy's azure eyes, as pure as the sky. Since their last conversation, the little witch consciously avoided Albert, even skipping the library several times. Meanwhile, our protagonist remained blissfully unaware, continuing his daily routine, assisting various professors and discussing ancient magic, while attending Snape's remedial classes every weekend. On an ordinary weekend, Snape could no longer contain his curiosity about the werewolf professor. "Albert, what do you know about the defense against the dark arts professor?" As he tossed the ingredients into the cauldron, a plume of green smoke billowed forth. The boy nodded. "Of course, Professor. Professor Lupin is a werewolf, is he not? And you have been brewing Wolf's Bane potion for him." Snape was not surprised. The sharp intellect and perceptiveness of this young wizard were unmatched. If he had not made such observations, that would have been unusual. "So, do you not wish to do anything about it? Perhaps expose him?" The potion's master prodded. Albert, with a sigh, paused his actions and replied, "Professor, do you harbor a grudge against Professor Lupin? I have faith in your potion's expertise. As long as Professor Lupin takes his potion on time, he is safe." Snape remained silent for a moment, saying nothing, but began to instruct Albert with a newfound seriousness, albeit slightly more stern than usual. At dinner, Albert gravitated towards Hermione as usual. The term was nearing its end, and he had yet to become familiar with his fellow Ravenclaw classmates, while growing increasingly close to Harry and the others. As Albert ate, he playfully teased Hermione, but he soon sensed a shift. She seemed to be distancing herself from him, which was unacceptable. Initially, Hermione could engage with the boy in conversation, but gradually her face grew redder, and her words became fewer, while Harry and Ron watched with great interest. At that moment, a brown and black owl flew towards Harry and his companions, carrying a substantial package, which it promptly dropped onto Ron's plate. "Harry Potter, I hope you will enjoy this. I shall come and watch during your finals. Sirius Black had sent this gift." Ron glanced at the label on the package and handed it to Harry. "Harry, open it and see. It's a gift from your godfather," Ron said with curiosity. Eagerly, Harry unwrapped the parcel, revealing a broomstick that appeared unlike any other on the market, exuding an unmistakable aura of luxury. "It's the Firebolt," Ron exclaimed, while Albert looked on in confusion. "What is a Firebolt?" he asked. Ron, looking more astonished than when he realized Albert did not know about bows batons, spoke in a reverent tone. "The Firebolt is the finest broomstick in the world. Every player in the Quidditch World Cup aspires to use it, but only Crumb and a select few exceptional seekers can afford it. Harry, may I touch it?" Without hesitation, Harry handed the broomstick to Ron, who cradled it as delicately as if it were his beloved. Albert turned to Hermione and softly inquired, "Would you like one?" The young witch shook her head decisively. It made sense. Riding on a broomstick seemed rather foolish. Albert murmured to Hermione, "I could craft a flying ring for you. It will be far more convenient." Hermione appeared somewhat tempted, but ultimately replied, "I cannot accept any more gifts from you, Albert. They are too precious, and I have yet to consider what I could give in return." Albert, nonchalantly, said, "We are friends, after all. Friends need not concern themselves with such matters." The young witch looked at the boy and asked, "Just friends?" "Of course. Some foolish sod might think we are best friends." Hermione's fists tightened, and she felt an urge to plunge Albert's head into his soup. "I'm full. See you tomorrow." Hermione stormed off, seemingly heading straight back to her dormitory. She had barely taken a few bites, and Albert, feeling a bit perplexed, scratched his head. Across from him, Seamus remarked in a tone of mild bewilderment, "Aren't you French supposed to be romantic? Why are you not the same?" In the end, Albert could not fathom what had transpired. After spending some time in the library, he returned to his dormitory to sleep. With the Firebolt in his possession, Harry became increasingly enigmatic, even conducting his training in secret, suggesting that Gryffindor had devised a new strategy. Meanwhile, Hermione seemed to have come to terms with things, no longer avoiding Albert in recent days, though she appeared to be preparing for something. In the blink of an eye, the day of the Quidditch match arrived. Chapter 22, The Unruly Professor. Today's match was between Gryffindor and Ravenclaw, with the victor set to face Slytherin for the Quidditch Championship. Undoubtedly, Harry's Firebolt provided a tremendous advantage, shortly into the game. Gryffindor's Seeker spotted the golden snitch and swiftly captured it. Meanwhile, Ravenclaw's Cho-Chang was left far behind, leaving her team in a state of confusion. They could scarcely fathom encountering a prototype broomstick, a rarity even for professional Quidditch players, during an amateur match. Such a concept was not something that could be easily countered with mere tactics. Nonetheless, the students of Ravenclaw displayed remarkable sportsmanship, gracefully accepting their defeat. For they understood that being bested in athletics was merely a trivial setback. A true Ravenclaw never relied solely on physical prowess. After the match, Albert intended to seek out the potions professor, having greatly benefited from his time with Snape, who truly embodied the title of Master of Potions. As he passed Professor Lupin's office, he was drawn to a faint yet ominous growl. Calculating the lunar cycle, Albert noted that it was not a full moon. Why then was Lupin transforming into a werewolf? "Professor, are you all right?" Albert knocked gently on the door. A growl erupted from within, unmistakably indicating distress. "Alohomora," he incanted, unlocking the office door with his newly acquired spell. Cautiously pushing the door open, Albert was taken aback by the chaotic scene before him. The office was in disarray, marked by claw marks and signs of struggle. Fortunately, no bodies were in sight. "Professor?" There was no sign of Lupin, and just then, a gust of wind swept overhead as a shadow lunged down from the ceiling. In an instant, claws were poised to strike at Albert's head. Reacting swiftly, he conjured a shield, encasing himself in a protective barrier. The shadow crashed against the barrier with a resounding thud before being flung back. "Ugh, quite an eyesore," Albert muttered disdainfully, as he beheld the monstrous figure of a werewolf-transformed Lupin, tattered and pale, resembling a half-wolf, half-man creature devoid of fur. The werewolf Lupin, on all fours, bared his teeth at the young wizard, yet hesitated to advance, instinctively aware that such a move would spell his doom. "Quite perceptive, aren't you?" Albert remarked with a hint of sarcasm, recognizing the werewolf's trepidation. He had witnessed many magical creatures in various forms, and those guided by instinct often exhibited their emotions transparently. "By my magic as a tether, and with the air sprites as a pact, I invoke the sealing spell." A circular magical array manifested in his hands. adorned with intricate runes crafted from his magical essence. Albert approached the werewolf step by step with the array in tow. The creature retreated further until it found itself cornered, emitting whimpers akin to a helpless stray dog. It was not until Albert pressed the magical array upon the werewolf's head that it dared not retaliate. How dull! The boy sighed in disappointment, tossing a robe to the gradually transforming Lupin, exhibiting no interest in the naked figure before him. Bewildered, the werewolf professor donned the robe, recalling only the sudden surge of magical energy that had triggered his transformation. Before losing consciousness, he had managed to lock the office door, and upon regaining awareness, he found himself face to face with the very boy he had feared. The other party disdainfully tossed a piece of clothing towards him, while he himself was in tatters. The office was a complete mess. Remus Lupin felt a sudden tension in his body, wondering if he had indeed caused trouble. The werewolf professor pondered in distress. "Did you forget to take your medication?" Albert retorted bluntly. "Fortunately, it was me who came today. Had it been some other young wizard, you and that old man would be waiting in prison. I apologize. This is entirely my fault. I will take responsibility for it. This has nothing to do with Dumbledore," Lupin said, lowering his head. "How many people have I harmed? Are you still not clear-headed?" The boy raised an eyebrow, thinking Lupin had lost his wits. "No one was injured. I reverted you back to your original state." Lupin suddenly lifted his head, his eyes brimming with hope as he gazed at the boy and asked, "You mean I didn't hurt anyone? That is truly wonderful. You say you transformed me back. Wasn't it just that my transformation time had expired? Will I revert back again? I mean, I won't turn into a werewolf again, will I?" Albert averted his gaze slightly, his tone growing somber. "I'm afraid this is only temporary. It is my family's legacy magic, and it cannot cure lycanthropy." Lupin's entire being slumped as he gazed despondently at his hands, hesitating before he spoke. "I will go to the headmaster and resign. The Wolfsbane potion cannot guarantee I 1T lose control. I do not wish to harm others." The boy observed him quietly, his eyes shimmering as he softly said, "Do not be discouraged, Professor Lupin. I will find time to improve this magic. Perhaps one day I may be able to completely cure you." Lupin looked up and offered a smile. "I believe in you, Albert, but for safety's sake, it is better if I leave sooner rather than later. Thank you for your help in stopping me before I caused a catastrophe. Truly, I am very grateful." The professor bowed deeply to the boy. As Albert turned to leave, he paused at the door. "Go say goodbye to Harry. He quite enjoys your classes. You can also seek out Black. I've heard you were once good friends. Now that the misunderstanding has been cleared, you should rekindle your friendship." The Ministry of Magic had publicly detailed the events surrounding Sirius Black several days prior in the newspapers, praising the Aurors and mentioning Albert and Hermione as well. Fudge, representing the ministry, indicated in the article that he would apply for a Merlin-S Knight Award for Albert, to which the boy remained indifferent. "I will," Lupin nodded. "I owe him a great deal." "Well then, take care, Professor Lupin," Albert waved as he stepped back. "Take care, Albert, and thank you," Lupin said earnestly. Chapter 23. Acting Professor Augustus. That evening, after bidding farewell to Harry, Lupin departed Hogwarts, leaving the savior feeling quite forlorn. For he believed Lupin to be the finest defense against the dark arts professor he had ever encountered. Dumbledore seemed to have anticipated this, making no significant effort to retain Lupin, merely providing him with an address. After the defense against the dark arts professor had left, the old headmaster summoned Albert with his Patronus. "Are you suggesting that I replace Lupin as the defense against the dark arts professor?" the boy asked, somewhat astonished. He initially believed that the task would fall to Professor Snape, as it was widely known that the potions master had a desire to teach defense against the dark arts. The headmaster, exuding confidence, remarked, "Of course, Albert, I am certain that with your abilities, you will excel. Moreover, this presents a splendid opportunity to forge friendships, does it not? One must appropriately broaden their circle. As an ancient saying from the mysterious East goes, many friends pave many paths." The boy slightly pursed his lips and replied, "Thank you for your concern. I shall accept this commission. However, I have never taken on a disciple, nor do I intend to. What I can impart are merely some ancient techniques, and I hope I shall not disappoint you." Dumbledore responded joyfully, "That is more than sufficient. It is precisely what the students lack." Upon exiting the headmaster's office, Albert made his way directly to the library. Although he possessed confidence in his abilities, it was prudent to familiarize himself with contemporary education methods. He could not resort to the old ways of punishing disobedient students with magic. After all, in a library, Albert encountered Hermione and divulged a hint of Dumbledore's commission to the young witch, who appeared both surprised and excited. "Though I was prepared, I did not anticipate you would become our professor so soon. Truly impressive, Albert. What will you teach us? Ancient magic? Or perhaps the crafting of magical artifacts?" I desire it all. Hermione's sparkling eyes caused the boy to avert his gaze, feeling somewhat sheepish. With a lack of conviction, he replied, I do not intend to teach you ancient magic, Hermione. Such spells come at a great cost. While some may wield immense power, the price is equally significant. They have fallen out of favor for a reason. Apart from a select few favored by magical elements, most wizards can master merely 5 or 6 spells. To command more than 2 forbidden spells is to be deemed a grand sorcerer, and each forbidden spell brings unpredictable consequences. Hermione found this difficult to accept, feeling as though a sumptuous feast lay before her, yet she lacked the means to partake, both hungry and helpless. Suddenly, she recalled the boy before her. In her presence alone, Albert had already demonstrated no fewer than 10 spells. Thus, she inquired, was the spell you cast that day on the Quidditch pitch a forbidden one? Albert shook his head. No, that was merely a powerful spell. A typical wizard attempting to wield such magic would find their own arm incinerated first. That is the cost of magic. Hermione gazed at Albert for a moment, then softly asked, and what about you? What is your price? The boy glanced at the ring on his finger and replied softly, everything. Time flowed unnoticeably, and in the blink of an eye, a week had passed. During this week, news that the new French transfer student would replace the departed Professor Lupin in teaching their defense against the dark arts class had spread throughout the school. Reactions varied. Some were eager, others dismissive, while some gritted their teeth in resentment. Under the watchful eyes of their peers, the boy prepared for his first defense against the dark arts lesson, attended by both Gryffindor and Slytherin students. With a sense of trepidation, the students entered the classroom, only to find that the usual desks and chairs had vanished, replaced by a circular arena at the center. Within the arena stood a variety of puppets, each grasping an object reminiscent of a wand, while scattered around were an assortment of tables and benches. In the midst of it all stood Albert Augustus. Welcome to my class. Due to unforeseen circumstances, Professor Lupin has had to conclude his tenure prematurely. By the decree of Headmaster Dumbledore, I shall be your instructor for the remainder of this term. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Albert Augustus. I trust that many of you may have some recollection of me, particularly you, Mr. Malfoy, he said, winking at Draco Malfoy. A wave of laughter erupted among the students, particularly from Gryffindor, who could hardly contain their enthusiasm. Malfoy's complexion shifted from pale to crimson and then to a sickly green, resembling a traffic light. He clenched his jaw tightly, recalling his father's recent admonition. If you wish for the Malfoy name not to vanish from Britain, refrain from provoking that insufferable Augustus. With that thought, Malfoy mustered a shaky smile towards Albert. How dull, Albert remarked disinterestedly. In my class, there is no need for textbooks. What you shall learn is how to confront, defend, and counterattack. In the event of a duel among wizards, one must learn to utilize every resource at their disposal, be it the environment, terrain, or spells, rather than standing foolishly in one spot. As he spoke, Albert tapped the arena lightly with his toe, causing the observant students to notice intricate magical patterns upon its surface. With his movement, the lines began to glow, and the puppets raised their heads as if awakened. Gasps of astonishment filled the air as the students beheld the spectacle, having never witnessed such magic before. Now, allow me to demonstrate, Albert declared, stomping his foot decisively. The patterns on the ground shone brightly, and the puppets surged towards him with alarming speed. Under the watchful gaze of his peers, Albert calmly cast a defensive charm upon himself, invoking the armored protection spell as he stepped back to the right. This is the ironclad charm, a spell you will soon learn. Remember, a solid defense is essential for effective offense. As a spell was hurled in his direction, Albert sidestepped swiftly to the left, gesturing toward a nearby table. The transfiguration spell you began learning in your first year is immensely useful. As he spoke, the table transformed into a knight wielding a shield, positioning itself protectively in front of him. Strategic movement can safeguard oneself while confounding the opponent. Stupefy, he cast, sending one of the puppets flying. While a barrage of spells flew toward him, the knight absorbed a portion, while Albert deftly avoided the remainder. Cast a spell. Shift your position. Do not remain stationary in the absence of suitable cover. Equip your weapons. Once again, a doll was sent soaring through the air, and undoubtedly, the powerful incantation played a pivotal role in securing victory. Albert adopted a more serious demeanor. Exorcism ring. A luminous aura radiated outward from the boy, sending every doll caught in its wake flying away. The surrounding young wizards fell into a moment of silence, only to be abruptly lifted by a chorus of cheers and applause that nearly lifted the classroom roof. How magnificent! Albert, you are truly impressive. Indeed, Elsa exclaimed. These spells are mostly ones we have learned. Is this how magic is meant to be wielded? This is the most exquisite transformation I have ever witnessed. Albert gestured for his classmates to quiet down and continued. Practical experience is the finest form of education. Now, are you all prepared? For safety's sake, each doll will only cast a coloring spell, and each of you must defeat at least 2 dolls in one-on-one combat. Those who remain unscathed by the spells will receive an additional 10 points from me, and for each additional doll you vanquish, you will earn 5 more. However, remember this. Although we are only practicing coloring spells in class, you may face a variety of dark spells, even the most lethal curses, in future battles. Thus, those who are hit too often will face point deductions. Now draw your wands. The battle begins. With a sweeping motion, Albert restored the shattered dolls, which promptly lined up in neat rows, awaiting the challenges from the young wizards. The students, grouped in teams of 10, stepped onto the arena. Harry, your disarming spell was commendable, but you must learn to maneuver. Malfoy, do you believe yourself to be a turret? Move. Goyle, 5 points deducted. You can't even defeat a doll. Albert navigated among the students, occasionally deflecting errant spells and effortlessly restoring a few broken dolls. Hermione earned 10 points, having been the first to defeat 2 dolls without sustaining any damage. Well done, she exclaimed with a slight blush on her cheeks. I want to take down 10. The joyous moments flew by, and the young wizards felt they had barely practiced before class was over, their faces reflecting a sense of reluctance. The classmates encircled Albert, chattering excitedly about how this was the best defense against the dark arts lesson they had ever attended. Professor Albert, may I come to you for extra lessons? You must be joking. Elsa, Albert belongs to everyone. Overwhelmed by the enthusiasm of his peers, Albert exerted considerable effort to extricate himself from the throng, hastily catching up with Hermione and the others. How is it? The boy asked, raising an eyebrow in pride. Just as Harry was about to respond, Ron pulled him aside, exchanging knowing glances. Not bad, Hermione remarked coolly. Professor Albert is quite popular. Those Slytherin witches would devour you if they could. The boy, for some inexplicable reason, suddenly felt a chill. I think it's all right, but I'm not particularly adept at handling this. All right? Of course, it's more than all right. The beloved Professor Augustus. Perhaps I should call you a heartthrob. The young witch's voice rose an octave. No, what I meant was, I care more about how you all feel. You matter more. The typically eloquent Augustus, who could argue with anyone, even the elderly, now appeared somewhat awkward. At last, a smile graced the little witch's face. Who cares what you think? I'm off to read, she declared, gliding forward with a light step. By the way, you teach quite well, Albert, and you are rather handsome. A compliment floated through the air, reaching the boy's ears like a gentle breeze. For reasons unknown, he felt a surge of happiness, even greater than when he had been surrounded earlier. It was akin to savoring a fluffy candy, sweet and slightly ticklish. Standing aside, Harry and Ron, for some inexplicable reason, felt uncomfortably full despite previously feeling a bit hungry. They had just been enjoying the lively scene when suddenly they were choked by an unexpected mouthful of affection. Family. Who understands? Suddenly feeling stuffed. Hey Harry, Ron, how do you find my class? Albert inquired, his face beaming with warmth. It's all right, Harry replied somewhat tersely. Quite interesting and innovative. I believe you might need this, Ron said, equally dry, as he rummaged through his bag and handed over a few books. The Overbearing Wizard Loves Me and The Knight Merlin's Little Wife. He then patted Albert's shoulder with a knowing look, stating enigmatically, Study these well, Albert. You may find them useful. The boy glanced at the books in his hands, shivering slightly. Just the titles hinted at their extraordinary nature. Ron, you seem to know quite a bit, Albert remarked with a knowing smile. Good luck, Albert, Ron said earnestly before he and Harry departed. Meanwhile, our savior remained blissfully oblivious, like a simpleton. In the ensuing weeks, Professor Augustus's name resonated throughout Hogwarts, his defense against the dark arts class becoming the most sought after among students. Even 5th and 6th year students would attend as auditors, and the name Albert Augustus finally found its place in the hearts of the entire school community. His popularity among the students even surpassed that of Harry Potter, with some classmates regarding him as a genuine professor. Time flew swiftly, and soon the students faced their end-of-term examinations. Chapter 25, Finals House Cup. In Knight's Medal, Part 1. The arrival of the final examinations suddenly tightened the atmosphere of study. Hermione was so eager to be in the library that she rushed there immediately after class, neglecting even her meals. In contrast, Harry and Ron began their frantic revision, their expressions quite amusing. As the acting professor, Albert was waved off by Dumbledore, exempting him from exams, and he was even tasked with setting questions for the third-year students. Care for a game? Ron asked, gesturing towards the wizard chess set with a playful glint in his eye. Oh, I forgot you all had exams. Ron suddenly looked up at Albert, bewildered, before drawing his wand. I'll take you on. You cunning fiend. Harry grasped Ron's arm, his voice weary. Let it go, Ron. He could easily flatten you, recover, then flatten you again, and still manage to have you ready for the exam. Ron slumped in his chair, his vacant gaze fixed upon the ceiling. Please save me. If I receive AT on my finals, my mother will surely kill me. Harry leaned over the table, murmuring, I shall present you with flowers, Ron. Well, I truly appreciate it, Ron replied. Albert watched the two with amusement as they indulged in their antics, eventually conceding. Allow me to tutor you. Feel free to ask me anything you do not comprehend. That would be splendid. They chorused in unison. In the ensuing days, Albert diligently provided Harry and Ron with a comprehensive review of potions, spells, and transfiguration. Hermione later joined a study group, occasionally stepping in for the boys to elucidate theoretical concepts, her explanations far more detailed. After enduring an arduous and relentless revision, Harry and Ron finally felt equipped to confront their final examinations. At the very least, they could ensure they would not be expelled from the classroom during the potions test by the old bat. Hermione, until the eve of the exams, was fervently reciting the textbook contents, leading Albert to suspect she might be a tad obsessive. Relax, Hermione. Being overly tense will adversely affect your performance. Saying this, he sprinkled a handful of shimmering magical dust over her head. What is this? The young witch inquired, taking a moment to sense the change. She realized her anxiety had significantly diminished. Her heartbeat had slowed considerably. A simple charm to alleviate your worries, Albert replied with a gentle smile. Ron, enviously glancing over, could not help but exclaim, Can we have some too? We're feeling a bit anxious as well. Harry nodded in agreement. The boy shot them a sidelong glance, casually tossing 2 rings their way, stating nonchalantly, You might find these more beneficial. The resilience rings will fortify your endurance. Ron eagerly donned a ring, knowing that a poor performance would lead to more than just a scolding. He had several brothers eager for an opportunity to pummel him. Harry, however, shook his head, feeling somewhat despondent as he remarked, My aunt and uncle will not care about my grades. I may not require this. Albert regarded Harry with a somber expression, saying, You still have a godfather, Harry. I hear the Black family has quite the reputation for disciplining children. The savior promptly placed the ring on his finger, realizing his friend's words held merit. At that moment, Hermione poked Albert in the side, her cheeks tinged with blush as she said, I would like that ring as well. I can trade you for it. The boy looked at the young witch with confusion. But you already have a necklace, which is far more practical. Hermione's brows furrowed, her poking becoming more insistent. I find the ring more convenient, and I wish to explore alchemy during the holiday. Unable to withstand her persistence any longer, Albert relented. All right, I shall give you one, but this is different from theirs. He retrieved another ring from his pocket and handed it to the young witch. This is a communication ring. As long as you are not in a restricted area, it can transmit and receive messages in real time. This is an experimental version. I have only made 2 in total. Albert displayed the ring he held in his hand to Hermione, a silver band adorned with a small purple gemstone, intricately engraved with a griffin pattern, identical to the one the girl possessed, clearly a matching pair. Hermione joyfully accepted the ring and immediately slipped it on her finger, exclaiming, I have prepared a gift for you as well, Albert. I shall present it to you upon our departure from school. With that, she skipped off to her examination. Harry and Ron exchanged glances, then looked down at the identical resilient rings they held, feeling a tad awkward. Harry ventured, Perhaps I should. Rono interrupted. No. That would be even more embarrassing. Clearing his throat, Albert broke the peculiar tension. Aren't you two heading to the examination hall? Time is running short. Ron dashed away, shouting, Thank you for the gift, Albert. I must ponder what to give in return. Following suit, Harry ran off, his newfound wealth granting him confidence. Albert strolled leisurely into the examination room, where a group of anxious young wizards awaited. The content of the exam was straightforward. To defeat 2 dummies without being struck by them was deemed satisfactory, while defeating 3 earned 1 a distinction. An additional merit was awarded for mastering and executing the banishing charm, one of the few spells Professor Augustus had painstakingly devised for student instruction. And this was his improved version. The students performed admirably, although they could not replicate Albert's ability to send a multitude of dummies flying in one go. They were at least capable of fending off those that approached. In the afternoon, the examination room welcomed Gryffindor and Slytherin, the 2 houses seemingly engaged in a competitive rivalry, each striving to outdo the other. I'll take down 2, and you'll take down 3. You used the banishing charm once, I'll use it twice. Several young wizards were penalized for taking on too many opponents at once, prompting Albert to separate them for the examination, and he genuinely felt the professor's challenges. Harry's performance was commendable. He appeared to possess a natural talent for combat and grasped magic swiftly, truly living up to his destiny as the chosen savior. Ron managed to handle 3 dummies, which could still be deemed excellent. Yet, what delighted Albert most was Hermione. She fulfilled her bold claim from the first class, having indeed taken down 10. Despite some minor flaws in her positioning, her use of the shield charm was remarkably stable, and her counterattacks were swift and precise, complemented by a myriad of interesting auxiliary spells. It was evident that the young witch was diligent. She had mastered numerous spells not yet covered in class or found in textbooks, demonstrating her self-taught prowess. Albert considered her a potential genius, prompting Professor Augustus to unhesitatingly mark a grand O, outstanding, on her report card. Chapter 26, Final Exams, House Cup, and Knight's Medal, Part 2. After a full day of strenuous efforts, the examinations finally concluded. Harry and Ron burst out of the classroom like untamed stallions, celebrating with exuberance, seemingly unconcerned about their results. Hermione, in stark contrast, was preoccupied with worries about whether she had written too much or omitted crucial points on her exam paper. "Stop fretting, Hermione, in my eyes. You're undoubtedly the top scorer," Albert reassured her, patting the young witch on the shoulder. If even Hermione's diligence and intellect cannot secure the top position, it seems that only Albert's direct participation in the examination could yield such a result. Otherwise, it is utterly impossible. It would be wonderful to attain a few more E's. Clearly, Hermione lacks confidence in herself. "Trust me, you can at least achieve 4 O's. I have faith in your abilities," Albert assured her with unwavering conviction. The young witch appeared somewhat reassured. She nodded in silence and mysteriously made her way to the library, insisting that Albert not follow her. The boy, left to his own devices, wandered aimlessly for a while, visiting Hagrid to check on Buckbeak, engaging in light conversation with Professor Flitwick, and finally discussing the distinctions between ancient and modern potion making with the potions master. He seldom interacted with his fellow Ravenclaw students, and they had grown accustomed to this, as their own behavior mirrored his. The notion that genius often walks a solitary path, while somewhat extreme, holds a kernel of truth. The following morning, as Albert entered the great hall for breakfast, he was astonished to find the decorations transformed, predominantly adorned in shades of blue and emblazoned with eagles. This signified that the House Cup was likely destined for Ravenclaw this year. It appeared that his fellow students were quite capable indeed, Albert mused with a hint of delight. Although he typically paid little heed to such matters, securing the top position was always commendable. The Ravenclaw students were in high spirits, their voices infused with a heightened enthusiasm. "Albert, come sit here. Today is a special occasion," called out a Ravenclaw girl named Marianne, her azure eyes sparkling and her red hair vibrant. The boy hesitated. He had recently found himself the subject of her persistent curiosity, as she seemed determined to draw closer to him. Ultimately, Albert chose to sit beside the prefect, preferring to avoid unnecessary complications that such an insatiable curiosity often brought. With a gentle tap on his cup, Dumbledore signaled for attention, and the hall gradually fell silent. "First, I wish to congratulate all of you. Another year of study has come to an end, and you may now relish the joys of your holiday." He paused momentarily before continuing. "Furthermore, I would like to recognize a few students for their exceptional contributions this term." After a brief pause, the esteemed headmaster announced, "The first is Harry Potter, who, in the face of danger, stood resolutely for his friends, exemplifying the courage of Gryffindor. I award him 50 points." The scoreboard reflected Gryffindor's ascent in rank, surpassing Hufflepuff, while applause erupted from the crowd. Next, we have Miss Hermione Granger, who demonstrated remarkable skill with the Patronus charm during the Dementor attack. I grant her an additional 50 points. At this juncture, Gryffindor had overtaken Slytherin, prompting some discontent among the snakes, yet they begrudgingly applauded out of respect for Professor Augustus. And of course, there is Ron Weasley, who provided crucial evidence during the trial of Peter Pettigrew at the Ministry of Magic. He too receives 50 points. The scoreboard surged once more, propelling Gryffindor past Ravenclaw. "Is this how it works?" Albert raised an eyebrow, though he refrained from voicing his thoughts, while the other little eagles cast dissatisfied glances toward the headmaster. Lastly, there is Albert Augustus, who, during the Dementor incident, astoundingly protected his fellow students with a remarkable spell. Furthermore, he played an indispensable role in the subsequent apprehension of a fugitive. I believe he deserves an additional 100 points. Ravenclaw's score far surpassed that of the second place. signifying that the Eagles valiantly defended their house cup, and the students wholeheartedly applauded. Regardless of whether they were from Slytherin or Gryffindor, they genuinely cheered for Albert. After all, the prowess of the former was evident, and he consistently managed to turn the tide in times of crisis. Albert was indeed striking. A golden-haired, blue-eyed girl gazed dreamily towards Ravenclaw, exclaiming, "Aisha, I believe you are right." Her close friend echoed her sentiments. At that moment, the grand doors of the Great Hall swung open, revealing the Minister of Magic, followed by several wizards, seemingly reporters, wielding cameras. "I hope I'm not too late." Professor Dumbledore, Fudge said, beaming with a smile. Compared to his previous demeanor at the ministry, the current minister exuded an amiable charm. Dumbledore, seemingly anticipating this, calmly replied, "Of course, Minister Fudge, you have arrived at just the right time. We were just speaking of Mr. Augustus." Fudge glanced around the aisle, and upon spotting Albert, he strode purposefully towards him, extending his hand from a distance. "Good to see you again, Mr. Augustus. I am here to present you with an award for your outstanding contributions, which enabled us to apprehend a nefarious dark wizard. Therefore, on behalf of the British Ministry of Magic, I have applied for a Merlin Knight medal for you. I hurried here today, and fortunately, it is not too late." As Fudge spoke, he shook Albert's hand and retrieved a box from his coat pocket, opening it to reveal the medal. A wave of gasps erupted around them. "The Merlin Knight medal. Truly remarkable, Albert. You must be the youngest recipient of this honor," exclaimed a student. "Did no one notice that the Minister of Magic personally came to present this?" questioned a Slytherin student. His family had also received a Knight medal, but not even the minister, let alone an assistant, had shown up. They merely sent a staff member on a broomstick to deliver it. Despite this, they had held celebrations for several days. This was the Merlin Knight medal, awarded solely to those who have made extraordinary contributions to the wizarding community. Albert exchanged a meaningful glance with Fudge, yet graciously accepted the medal, politely stating, "Thank you, Minister, for your guidance. This is merely my duty. I am unworthy, truly," Fudge replied, discreetly wiping the cold sweat from his brow, a lingering apprehension evident in his tone. After their previous conflict, he had investigated the young wizard's background. If this audacious young lad's connection to Nicholas Flamel was not as close as he had assumed, he would not hesitate to let the child witness the true might of the Minister of Magic. The outcome was not as dire as one might have feared. A few Aurors had merely been dispatched to France under the pretext of exchanging information regarding the case. That very night, those Aurors found themselves rendered unconscious and unceremoniously deposited in his bedroom, accompanying them with a note that read, "Some matters are beyond your reach," adorned on the reverse with a subtle, luminescent griffin emblem. Chapter 27. Hermione's Gift and Departure. Upon returning home that evening, the Minister of Magic was nearly struck dead by fright, as even his family was unaware of the unexpected guests in their midst. As the minister, his residence was fortified by layers of protection. The mere fact that these individuals could infiltrate so effortlessly suggested they possessed the means to take his life without a trace. I should have anticipated this. Aside from the enigmatic Augustus family, where else could such extraordinary talents emerge? Even when the Dark Lord was alive, he had refrained from provoking that lunatic clan, Albert Augustus. Initially, I had merely dismissed the name as coincidental. At that moment, Minister Fudge was overwhelmed with regret and trepidation. Offending Nicodemus Malayer might only lead to minor complications in his re-election, but enraging that deranged Augustus family could result in his silent disappearance in the dead of night. Observing the trembling minister before him, Albert quickly deduced the involvement of those self-proclaimed servants. It seemed their influence was considerable, capable of instilling such fear in the esteemed Minister of Magic. Quite intriguing, thought the boy, his mind wandering. Mr. Augustus? Fudge felt a chill run down his spine at Albert's silence, genuinely fearing that this young wizard might unleash a curse upon him at any moment. Albert inquired, casting a curious glance at the minister. "Is there something else, Mr. Fudge?" Wiping the sweat from his brow, Fudge sighed with relief. "If possible, might we take a group photograph? The Daily Prophet would like to feature our medal recipients. May I include my friends?" Albert asked, waving to Hermione and the others, leaving the minister with no opportunity for refusal. Of course, Fudge quickly acquiesced, displaying a remarkable willingness to cooperate. As they posed for the photograph, Albert stood in the center, with Hermione to his left and Harry and Ron to his right, while the minister was relegated to the far left. However, he appeared rather pleased. At least this matter seemed resolved, and with this photograph, he need not worry about someone casting a curse beside his bed in the dead of night. After the photo was taken, the minister exchanged a few pleasantries with the headmaster, leaving his contact information for the boys before departing. As the Minister of Magic was indeed a busy man, The honor of receiving the Merlin Knight's medal from the minister himself was far more impactful than the event itself. It was akin to being awarded the Good Citizen Award by the President of the nation, an absurdly grand gesture. Thanks to the insights shared by the young wizard from Slytherin, many bewildered students began to grasp the significance of this event. Moreover, those present could clearly see that the Minister of Magic behaved like a docile rabbit in Albert's presence. On the final day of the term, rumors had morphed into an outrageous belief that Albert could replace the Minister of Magic at any moment if he wished. A notion secretly propagated by the Augustus family, who had seemingly taken control of the wizarding world. Albert, just tell me the truth. Does the British Ministry of Magic still operate under British authority? My brother Percy dreams of working there. Just before boarding the train, Ron remained preoccupied with these rumors, while Harry wore a nonchalant expression, as if resigned to the circumstances. Stop overthinking it, Ron. The British Ministry of Magic is undoubtedly governed by the British. I lack such influence, Albert said with a hint of exasperation. That's a relief. It seems there's still hope for the British magical community. Ron feigned seriousness as he and Harry boarded the train. Harry was set to spend the holiday at Ron's home, though he would first stay with his aunt for a few days, which did not diminish his excitement. Albert turned to Hermione. So, do you have any questions, Miss Granger? Or perhaps a gift for me? The boy watched with amusement as the young witch's face gradually flushed red, and she fumbled for words, finding it rather endearing. Here. Hermione handed him a delicate bracelet, crafted entirely from mithril, adorned with intricate magical runes and embellished with strands of gold. The inner side bore an inscription, "No longer alone." Although still somewhat juvenile, it was indeed a commendable alchemical creation, and Albert detected traces of telekinesis upon it. Such nuances could only be left by a wizard who devoted their heart and soul to crafting something. It was distinct from mere magical energy. Subtle, yet profound, sometimes even unnoticed by the creator themselves. Albert treasured the bracelet, carefully adorning his left wrist, feeling the heartfelt intention of the young witch. Perhaps she was unaware of it herself, but it was akin to the first gentle breeze of early spring, delicate and beautiful. Thank you. I truly adore it, Albert whispered, gazing into the girl's eyes. It was only today that he noticed her lovely brown eyes. Her features were exquisite and gentle, with a hint of shyness gracing her fair complexion. The boy had always believed that only the wonders of magic could make his heart race. Yet now, his heartbeat quickened remarkably. Albert gently reached out, caressing Hermione's cheek and tucking a strand of hair behind her ear as he slowly leaned down. The girl's lips trembled slightly. She nervously closed her eyes, clutching her clothes, rising onto her toes as she leaned forward. Just then, the train's whistle signaled their departure. Startling the young, which as she hastily embraced the boy, her face flushed before darting away in silence. It was only after boarding that she peeked out of the window to wave at Albert, who pointed to the communication ring on his hand, beaming with a broad smile. What a beautiful and tender sentiment it was. Hermione is indeed a wonderful girl. Isn't she? Unbeknownst to him, Professor Dumbledore had appeared behind them. Albert suddenly felt an itch in his hands, as if he wanted to conjure something, perhaps a fireball. Do you have no other hobbies, old man? Trust me, Albert. I have only just arrived, Dumbledore said with a twinkle in his eye. Just arrived? Albert clearly did not believe him. Indeed, precisely at the moment your eyes met. The old headmaster replied with a shrug. Let us have a duel, old man. I'm itching for a fight. The boy could hardly contain himself. Ultimately, Dumbledore skillfully avoided the confrontation by citing the principle of not bullying the elderly. The reason the headmaster was present was at the behest of a friend, to escort Albert to the home of Nicomir, a place safeguarded by the unwavering loyalty charm, which could only be accessed with a confidant as a guide. Are you ready? Dumbledore placed a reassuring hand on the boy's shoulder. Of course, Albert silently conjured a protective shield and replied. Chapter 28. Nicomir's enchanting cottage. An odd sensation washed over them, as if a hook at his navel was pulling him forward. After a dizzying whirl, the two found themselves in a picturesque little valley. Your method of teleportation leaves much to be desired. This magic feels older than I am. Albert retched slightly in disdain. Dumbledore offered him a few sweets, apologetically remarking, many spells have unfortunately been lost, and the cataclysm a millennium ago caused the magical realm to forfeit much. Upon seeing the candies Dumbledore offered, Albert recalled the chaotic swarm of cockroaches in the headmaster's office, and his expression soured further. Thank you, but no. The boy inhaled deeply and straightened up, declaring, let's be on our way. Dumbledore tucked away the sweets, took a few steps forward, and with a gentle flick of his wand, parted the very fabric of space before them, as if it were a curtain. This revealed a quaint two-story cottage just a few paces ahead. supported by 6 metallic legs adorned with intricate magical engravings, though they remained still. Every so often, a couple of alchemical creations scurried about the clearing in front of the cottage, standing about 20 centimeters tall and busily clutching various objects. Nicomir emerged from the cottage, clad in a robe of moonlight hue, striding towards Albert with great enthusiasm. "Welcome, Albert. I have been eagerly awaiting your arrival," Nicomir called out, clearly delighted. Albert nodded in acknowledgement. "My apologies for the intrusion, Mr. Nicomir. I am grateful for your assistance, and I hope we shall enjoy our time together." "All of this is my duty, Albert. You will come to understand in due time," Nicomir said warmly, patting the boy on the shoulder. "Ahem," Dumbledore interjected. "Having been somewhat overlooked, Nico, it's good to see you again. You seem to be in fine spirits. Albus, you have gone to great lengths to visit. Come inside for a cup of tea and to see my latest research," Nicomir replied, leading the way into the cottage. It was evident that Nicomir was a man of urgency. Albert stepped into the peculiar abode, filled with curiosity, taking in the somewhat chaotic interior that featured several sofas, a fireplace, and what appeared to be Muggle artifacts. In the room, the most remarkable sights were the various alchemical creatures scurrying about, some as large as an adult, and others merely a few centimeters tall. Bun, serve the guests some tea. Nicolemii instructed the largest of the creatures, which had 4 legs, 2 metallic arms, and a round, plump head. The creature nodded and emitted a squeak before deftly arranging a table, setting up chairs, and pouring the tea. "Not bad," the old man boasted to the 2 newcomers. "Quite an innovative idea, Mr. LeMay. Did you employ magical runes to imitate the blood vessels, allowing them to move? They appear to possess their own consciousness. How is that achieved?" Albert inquired, observing these alchemical beings with keen interest. Dumbledore picked up one of the small creatures, which was struggling and squeaking excitedly. Although he could not comprehend its sounds, the boy instinctively sensed it was not praising him. The headmaster examined the creature closely, even closing his eyes to feel it, before remarking, "It seems that magic has not granted them consciousness. How did you accomplish this, Nicole?" Nicolemii settled into a chair and beckoned them, saying, "Come, sit down and try some fine tea I procured from the east." Albert and Dumbledore set aside their belongings and took seats across from Nicolemii. The boy lifted his cup and took a sip. Indeed, it was exquisite tea. One could not deny the unsettling advancements of Muggles, whose imaginative ideas often astounded, such as using electronic devices to mimic the human brain. I too found inspiration in their ingenuity, contemplating the use of magical runes in place of blood vessels, combining magic and runes to replace the brain, infused with the creativity of Muggles. Currently, they can barely comprehend simple commands, yet this is a significant breakthrough, is it not? As he spoke, Nicolemii's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness, straightening in his seat. "Do you recall the 2 monumental explosions decades ago, Albus? The force was so great it even caused ripples in magical elements." Dumbledore's expression grew somber. Indeed, aside from the long-lost ultimate forbidden spells, no magic could attain such magnitude. Albert listened with intrigue. Even he could not conjure an ultimate forbidden spell. His teacher, Ivan, had cast but a minor curse upon the capital, resulting in nearly 10,000 deaths and the obliteration of a royal palace. If an ultimate forbidden spell were unleashed, it would wield a dazzling and magnificent power. I heard that hundreds of thousands of Muggles perished, and 2 cities were leveled. Dumbledore interjected, cutting through Albert's thoughts. Nicolemii scoffed dismissively. They got what they deserved. Invaders must face the blade for their transgressions. The boy found merit in Nicolemii words, nodding in agreement before posing a hypothetical question. If, and I emphasize if, one day Muggles were to turn such weapons against wizards, would you have a plan? The atmosphere in the room abruptly grew heavy. As the 2 most venerable and powerful figures in the wizarding world, they found themselves questioning their ability to confront such formidable forces. My understanding of Muggles is limited, yet they appear to be making continuous advancements, while we wizards seem stagnant. If we do not take decisive measures, perhaps in a few centuries, magic will no longer be the exclusive domain of wizards. What shall we do then? Dumbledore gazed solemnly at the boy and inquired earnestly, "Do you have any sound suggestions?" Albert furrowed his brow slightly. "In my time, dealing with obstinate Muggles typically involved a curse or other forms of magic. However, violence is not the sole approach. I believe we should engage in meaningful dialogue with Muggles, merging the strengths of both sides as we stride toward the future. While there is still an opportunity for equal conversation, if we wait until Muggles completely surpass us, we will face nothing but subjugation." Dumbledore sighed softly. "It's not as simple as you think, Albert. The wizards in the Ministry of Magic have always regarded muggles as mere inferior beings who could be easily dealt with by a spell. They are unlikely to seek negotiation. Chapter 28. The wizard's time is running short. Not so simple. Albert's tone grew increasingly assertive. It seems quite straightforward to me. You are the most powerful wizard in the current wizarding world. You could easily have that fool Fudge removed from office, take the position of Minister for Magic, and then use your influence to unite the ministries of magic from other nations. Ultimately, gather a few wise individuals to openly negotiate with those Muggle kings. If they wish to avoid mutual destruction, they will certainly be willing to talk. Dumbledore's gaze sharpened, and he pressed his lips together before responding. Once, there was someone with a similar notion, yet he never even took the first step. As he spoke, the old headmaster's expression grew increasingly bitter. Moreover, you overestimate me, Albert. I am but a mortal. The combination of immense power and unchecked authority might render me worse than that individual. The boy looked at Dumbledore with disappointment, bluntly stating, that is no justification for inaction. A true strongman must bear the burden of strength. You wielding such power, behave like a coward. Noticing the tension in the air, Nicole LeMay quickly attempted to mediate. Must you two argue in front of a 600-year-old man? We still have time, do we not? Albert replied somberly, time is not omnipotent, Mr. LeMay. Dumbledore appeared moved by the boy's words, contemplating for a moment before saying, I will endeavor to try. Alhushtish. However, I must ask you to constantly remind me and caution me. I trust you possess that ability. Albert responded with satisfaction, I shall. If you stray down the wrong path, I will be there to set you right. A powerful declaration indeed, though I hope you will consider my age and tread lightly. The old headmaster quipped humorously. The boy nodded ambiguously, I will consider it. If given the chance to confront this old man, he certainly would not hold back. The atmosphere in the room finally eased, as the once timid little ones, who had been trembling in fear, resumed their lively chatter. Nico Lowe raised his teacup, setting it down with a thoughtful expression. To engage in negotiations that are fair, one must possess a relative balance of power, Albus. Do you have the means to achieve this? Dumbledore hesitated before nodding. Perhaps I do, although I may not be able to extinguish the lives of tens of thousands in one fell swoop like Muggles can. Yet wizards have their own means, do they not? Albert caressed the ring on his finger. When the time comes to demonstrate power, I shall intervene. If such a moment arises, I merely need to unleash the tumultuous magic within me, effortlessly casting various forbidden spells, the only force humanity possesses to contend with the divine. If Mr. Augustus is willing to act, then we shall face no obstacles. Nico Lowe breathed a sigh of relief, seemingly filled with confidence in Albert. It is worth noting that these words came from a mere 14 or 15-year-old wizard. Others might have dismissed the boy as a mere child lacking understanding. This matter reached a temporary conclusion once Dumbledore stood up. After all, this was not a task that could be accomplished in a mere year or two. The venerable headmaster did not linger long before departing to make necessary arrangements. Meanwhile, Albert intended to stay for a few days, eager to comprehend the principles of the time turner and the nature of his future relationship with Nico Lowe. The boy had already surmised that he would undoubtedly intersect with the ancient wizard from centuries past. I have met you in the past, have I not? Albert asked directly. Nico Lowe showed no signs of surprise, responding calmly, Indeed, Mr. Augustus, we crossed paths 570 years ago, and you did much for me. However, I must apologize for my inability to elaborate too clearly, as it may affect your future. Nevertheless, feel free to inquire about anything you do not understand. Albert nodded thoughtfully. The past is immutable, and the present is already determined. Fascinating. I do have some matters I wish to discuss with you. Are you familiar with time sand? Nico Lowe nodded in acknowledgement. Certainly, time sand was first discovered 2 millennia ago by a brilliant wizard, containing the mysteries of time. Legend has it that this genius met with an unfortunate end during a magical experiment. I suspect the tale is not entirely true, is it? The old man winked at the boy. Albert chose not to dwell on that topic, continuing instead. I read in a book that you have conducted extensive research on time magic. Is the time turner your creation? Nico Lowe shook his head. This was a collaborative effort among several leading wizards. I merely contributed a small part. Albert pressed on with his inquiry. The time turner employs time sand. Am I correct? Yes. Do you wish to explore the secrets of time? Nico Lowe replied with a hint of seriousness. The boy did not hesitate. Of course, Mr. LeMay. That is precisely why I have come here. In the ensuing weeks, Albert eagerly absorbed knowledge from Nico Lowe, thirsting for understanding. Not only is there research on time converters, but also an exploration of nearly lost temporal magic, a fusion of ancient magical experiments and modern alchemy, as well as attempts to blend archaic sorcery with contemporary spells. The potency of ancient sorcery is immense, yet it is fraught with limitations, with some spells requiring dire sacrifices for their release. In contrast, modern magic is devoid of such constraints. Even a novice sorcerer can wield numerous incantations, albeit with considerably diminished power. Albert aspires to create a new category of spells that amalgamates the advantages of modern magic and ancient sorcery, enabling swift casting with minimal costs while maintaining a respectable level of strength. However, it is evident that this is no simple endeavor. The boy does not expect to achieve it instantaneously. He merely harbors this ambition without the current energy to pursue it. His primary focus lies in the study of time magic and the learning of alchemy. To Albert's delight, Nicodemus possesses a small quantity of time sand, significantly shortening the duration of his research. As two antiquated souls, they find great camaraderie. Although Nicodemus is over 600 years old, his ideas continually refresh Albert's perspective. The boy's familiarity with time sand and time magic facilitates their magical experiments with remarkable ease. In the blink of an eye, 3 weeks have passed. During this time, aside from reassuring Hermione every few days with a brief exchange, Albert has devoted himself entirely to his studies. The enigma of time magic has captivated him, and her magical experiments have made groundbreaking progress. Albert even devised a spell to temporarily summon his future self to the present. However, the future version of him performs nothing beyond combat and simple actions, lacking any capacity for communication. Prompted by Hermione's reminder, the boy recalls his agreement with Ron and the others to visit Ron's home during the holiday to watch the Quidditch World Cup together. Yet before that, Albert intends to see those who claim to be his servants. Chapter 29, The Palace of Fontainebleau. After arranging to continue his research with Nicodemus during the next holiday, Albert tidied up briefly and set off. Utilizing the magical seal from the letter, the boy easily pinpointed the location of Augustus Manor, which appeared to reside among the Muggle palaces. After casting a disillusionment charm upon himself, he promptly apparat to his destination, one of France's grandest royal palaces, Fontainebleau. Nestled beside a picturesque lake, this palace is enveloped by a forest and adorned with several exquisite gardens, adorned with various sculptures and oil paintings, exuding opulence and dignified elegance. Albert materialized just outside a garden. Sensing the ebb and flow of magical energy, an oddly familiar sensation reminiscent of the enchantment he employs to shield his wizarding tower from Muggle disturbances. Skillfully dismantling the magical barriers, Albert pushed open the door, revealing a castle before him. The familiar architectural style and the blue-violet embellishments silently conveyed to the boy that these individuals might indeed hold a significant connection to him. At that moment, a contingent of sorcerers emerged from the ancient castle, clad in black robes adorned with purple trim, each garment featuring a vividly animated griffin. Leading the procession was a witch who appeared to be no older than her teenage years, with long, silvery hair cascading down her back and a pair of blood-red eyes. Tall and slender, her lips curled into a smile that revealed a small, sharp canine tooth. This girl, possessing an extraordinary presence, approached swiftly yet slowed her pace as she neared Albert. Her breathing was somewhat labored, as if she were restraining herself, and with a slight tremor, she placed her hands over her heart and reverently declared, "Your Highness, we meet again. I am Elizabeth Augustus. Please allow this humble one to pay her respects." With that, Elizabeth took the boy's hand and raised it to her lips, bestowing a gentle kiss upon it. "Oh, young prince, those azure eyes, that soft golden hair, and your warm palm, truly magnificent." The peculiar woman's breath grew increasingly heavy. Albert recoiled as if struck by lightning, his brow furrowing. Had it not been for the undeniable magic emanating from this woman, a power akin to his own, he would have banished this unsettling figure with a curse long ago. Meanwhile, the sorcerers behind Elizabeth remained silent, prostrate on the ground, their eyes fervently fixed upon the boy. "You say your name is Elizabeth Augustus?" The boy mused, lightly caressing his ring. "If memory serves, I believe I am the last of the Augustuses. Does this imply that we have met in the past? Did I bestow upon you my surname?" With a discerning glance, he recognized that this Elizabeth was an immortal, a vampire, forcibly cured by magic. No longer bloodthirsty nor fearful of sunlight, yet endowed with eternal life, a spell seemingly of his own making. "Indeed, your Highness," she continued, her voice growing more fervent. "You saved me during the cataclysm over 1,300 years ago, along with the ancestors of those who stand behind me. You protected us and imparted the skills necessary for our survival, constructing this sanctuary that has allowed us to endure, leaving a legacy within our bloodline that shields us from oppression." Elizabeth's tone became increasingly zealous. "You are our sovereign, our father. You are the walking calamity." The harbinger of the end, the master of magic, the purple-eyed Augustus, the deity of sorcerers. Those sorcerers kneeling on the ground raised their upper bodies, extending their arms towards the heavens, fervently chanting along. Harbinger of the end, deity of sorcerers Augustus. With their prayer-like utterances, waves of purple magical energy surged forth from within them, akin to the boy's own might when he exerted his full magical power. Albert stood dumbfounded, gazing at the increasingly frenzied sorcerers before him, a throbbing headache forming as he pondered what deeds he had committed in the past. He could sense their unwavering devotion had manifested into a mental force, one that would compel them to obey even the most perilous of commands without hesitation. The notion that sorcerers could wield mental power over a living being was both terrifying and surreal. Yet, as their mental energy coalesced around him, Albert unmistakably felt a heightened mastery over his own magical abilities. Moreover, the upper limit of magical power has evidently increased. Although he has yet to cast a spell, he experiences an inexplicable confidence, sensing that he might just manage to perform an ultimate forbidden incantation. Observing the escalating turmoil of magical energy within the individuals before him, Albert felt compelled to interject. Enough. Calm yourselves. Since it is my future self who has returned to the past, is there anything I wish to convey to the present? Elizabeth ceased her prayers, and the group of wizards behind her gradually quelled their magical energies, ceasing their exuberant shouts, while continued to prostrate on the ground. The vampire lady gathered her fervent emotions and spoke softly. Before you departed, you merely asked us to wait until our reunion in 1300 years. You urged us not to hesitate or waver, for everything you aspire to do is what you ought to do. The past is immutable, and the present is already destined. The boy found himself at a loss for words, pondering the enigma of conversing with himself. What was the purpose of this? The past cannot be altered, and the present is already predetermined. It seems the path I tread is not misguided. Albert touched his ring and calmly declared, "Rise, all of you. Lead me to your castle. I have further inquiries." With that, the boy took the lead, while Elizabeth trailed closely behind him. After they had traversed a short distance, the wizards gradually rose, silently forming a line to follow their master. "Are you a vampire? You still harbor my magical essence within you. Did I transform you in the past?" Albert inquired nonchalantly. The girl behind him responded with palpable excitement. "It is a blessing, Your Highness. You came to my side when I was most helpless and terrified. Your indifferent gaze and pale fingers merely gestured, and those demons were rendered to ashes. I can never forget the sensation of being cradled in your embrace. Your formidable and fierce magic coursed through my body, cleansing my soul and bathing my form, liberating me from bloodlust and allowing me to walk in the sunlight." As she spoke, the vampire instinctively tightened her legs, her complexion tinged with a rosy hue. "I shall never forget our fateful encounter. You saved me, Your Highness." Albert fell into a prolonged silence, engulfed by profound self-doubt. Could it be that he was destined to become a mere puppet in the future? Chapter 30. Elizabeth Mock. 1300 years ago, in the tumultuous eastern regions of France, a band of peasants and knights wielding torches and swords scoured a small village. Due to an assault on the kingdom of, or by a grand sorcerer named Ivan over 700 years prior, the entire realm had nearly been annihilated, leading to a prolonged conflict lasting 7 centuries between Muggles and wizards. This war ultimately impacted nearly all sentient beings that were not Muggles. Initially, the wizards held the upper hand, capable of obliterating vast swathes of Muggles with just a spell or two. Some potions spread plague, while deadly magic inflicted severe losses upon the Muggles. A century later, the Muggle Church introduced a substance known as holy water, alongside divinely bestowed weapons and armor. The magic of wizards and other beings has lost its supremacy, and they immediately faced the frenzied retaliation of Muggles. Many creatures were driven to extinction, forcing the wizards to hide. "Quick, search thoroughly. The monsters must be within this village," a knight proclaimed loudly. "For every creature you slay, the church shall reward you with ample food and gold to survive the winter." "Oh, thank the Lord for his blessings." The soldiers and farmers cheered, their limbs growing ever more nimble as they rushed towards the houses. "Sir Remy, this method of searching is futile. We must hasten to scour the town before the others." A man who appeared to be a squire whispered into the knight's ear. Sir Remy stroked his plump chin, revealing a cruel smile. "Then let us slay them all. Take their possessions. Better to kill the innocent than to let one escape. I trust the Lord will forgive us." The squire, undeterred, took his leave, shouting, "The knight has decreed. This village is tainted. Exterminate all within. Let the flames purify the wicked. Our Lord above. A chorus of agreement erupted, and the soldiers showed no mercy. They kicked open doors like beasts, slaying anyone in sight, whether a common villager or a red-eyed magical creature. If you dwelled upon this earth, the Lord declared you guilty, and thus you were. A silver-haired man with crimson eyes observed the chaos outside his window. The innocent villagers meeting a tragic fate, their piercing screams unsettling him, stirring his blood to a boil. He was Shormock, the patriarch of the Moak family, who had been revered by the villagers for 8 centuries in the guise of a vampire. This clan of vampires would not actively assault humans. They typically exchanged blood for a price, be it gold or a promise, or, like him, accepted offerings to protect the villagers from other magical beings, dark sorcerers, and criminals. Shormock turned to his wife, saying, "Take Elizabeth to the cellar and lock the door. If I do not return, flee with her to England. I have heard that several great wizards plan to establish a sanctuary there. Gather our wealth. The family crest can be discarded, but there are some magical artifacts hidden in a secret room within the cellar. Take those with you." Eiley interrupted her husband, grasping his hand firmly. "I will accompany you. We are husband and wife, and not even death can separate us." "But what of Elizabeth? She is so young," Shormock protested, unwilling to let his wife accompany him to certain death. "My brother will take her away. Now it is time for our Moak family to fulfill its duty, to serve in devotion without regret." With that, the woman seized a sword, shattered the window, and leaped out. "Ha ha ha! Indeed, the Moak family has no cowards. The church's filthy hounds. I have come to settle the score." Shormock's eyes glowed with blood-red fury as he transformed into a creature that was part man, part bat, unfurling his wings and soaring towards Sir Remy with a fierce howl. In the secret passage of the castle, a girl who appeared to be merely 7 or 8 years old was being pulled forward in a staggering rush by a man. "Uncle Mark, where are we going?" The girl gasped, her eyes brimming with tears. Elizabeth was acutely aware that her parents were engaged in a fierce battle not far away. "To England. To find that man named Mark from Slytherin," the man said in a deep tone, haunted by the impending death of his sister. "And yet he fled through the tunnel like a coward." "I do not wish to go," the girl exclaimed, shaking off the man's hand. "I am also a member of the Mock family. I have received their blessing, and I would gladly face death for it." "You will die, Elizabeth," Mark snarled, his face contorted with rage as he glared at the little girl, his teeth clenched. "And what of it? Let be a repayment to my Mock family." With that, the girl drew a dagger from her waist and turned to run back. The man stood stunned, watching her retreating figure, each of her footsteps resonating in his heart like thunder. "Ha ha! I am Marky Deal, the last Silver Moon werewolf. I will not abandon my family to flee." Mark howled as he transformed into a towering werewolf nearly 3 meters tall, adorned with a circle of silver, moon-patterned fur on his chest. The Silver Moon werewolf was a creature of royal lineage, capable of self-transformation while retaining its reason. Mark roared and swiftly pursued the girl, throwing her onto his back as they raced toward the battlefield, undeterred by the death that lay ahead. The morning sky was shrouded in dark clouds, obscuring much of the sun, while mottled rays of light broke through the billowing black smoke hovering over the village, illuminating the dismembered bodies scattered around, both the elderly and the young. Sir Remy held a blood-soaked little girl in his grasp, gently placing her in the sunlight. A plume of black smoke emanated from the girl, as if she were being engulfed by flames. Her silver hair curled and dried, while extensive burns marred her hands and face. Yet, the girl remained silent, her blood-red eyes fixated on the man who held her captive. At Sir Remy's feet lay a headless corpse, its broken wings drooping behind it. Not far away, a werewolf, severed in half, writhed as it began to revert to its original form. A woman was impaled by a sword, nailed to a tree behind the knight. Her eyes had been gouged out, and a dagger was thrust into her heart. "Look at these filthy creatures, these wretches, basking in the Lord's light, yet colluding with monsters. It would not be enough to slay them 100 times, Sir Remy declared reverently. "Ha, the Lord! He is unworthy." A clear, icy voice echoed from above Sir Remy, casting a shadow over Elizabeth, shielding her from the searing sunlight. The knight abruptly released the girl, leaping back, rolling deftly on the ground, and unsheathing his long sword in one fluid motion. A pair of long, pale hands caught the bloody girl, and a magical glow gently soothed her wounds. "I am Albert Augustus. You may also call me the walking catastrophe." The man gently patted the girl's head, his voice laced with menace as he spoke. Chapter 31. The Rescued Souls. The knight's sword clattered to the ground, and he stumbled back in terror, only to trip over the corpses strewn about, landing clumsily upon the dismembered remains. Why, you are the legendary demon, Augustus with the violet eyes. I thought you were dead, Sir Remy exclaimed, scrambling backward in a frenzy. Huh, death cannot hold me. Albert retorted with a cold laugh, surveying the devastation around him. Mangled bodies scattered haphazardly, the air thick with the wails of the wrongfully slain. Some soldiers, like wild beasts, trampled over the dead, mercilessly delivering fatal strikes to any who still breathed. Yet now they stood frozen in fear, their expressions betraying their terror, as if they had been encased in ice. Now, it is time for you pitiful fools to repay your debts. The man raised a finger and waved it forward, a crimson wave emanating from him. Sir Remy could only watch in horror as the demon's magic enveloped him, an excruciating pain surging from the depths of his soul. His body began to collapse and wither, starting from his toes. The agony rendered Sir Remy mute. He writhed on the ground, even grinding his teeth to dust, until at last he transformed into mere blackened remnants. Deliver a message to your master for me. Tell him his time is running out, Albert murmured softly, addressing the empty air. Are you a god? The girl in his arms gazed intently at the man's face, her voice a whisper. Not quite, I'm afraid. I have arrived too late, he replied gently. Not too late at all. This is the mission of the Mork family. I have no home left. May I follow you? I could do many things, hunting, cooking, anything you need. Though her eyes were clouded with sorrow, she endeavored to present herself earnestly. Albert restored the bodies of the Mork couple, placing Mark S. remains beside them, interring them together and transforming a stone into a tombstone. What is your name? He inquired. Elizabeth Mork, the girl replied, her gaze fixated on the grave before her, where her family lay. The Mork family now rested here, loyal guardians and indomitable warriors who had defended their honor with their lives. A line of text emerged upon Augustus's tombstone, simultaneously casting a protective spell over the site. From this day forth, you shall be known as Elizabeth Mork Augustus. I will be your family, your home. The man embraced the small girl before turning to depart. The war between wizards and muggles gradually subsided with the emergence of a wizard, who was dubbed by the muggles as the moving catastrophe, the end of all things. The harbinger of destruction, the mad Augustus. Albert made a powerful appearance before the lords and kings, nonchalantly warning them that if they did not cease the war and the slaughter, he would eradicate all of their leading muggles. After systematically annihilating the royal families of 7 nations, the muggles finally capitulated, agreeing that as long as the wizards refrained from indiscriminately killing nobles, they would not incite further conflict. The wizard and magical creatures saved by Albert referred to him as the god of wizards, and a devout group began to gather around their deity. Elizabeth gazed intently at the boy walking ahead of her. He was her master, her god, her everything, and she could scarcely contain herself. Suddenly, Albert was taken by surprise when he felt a warm embrace from behind. What are you doing, Elizabeth? He inquired. Forgive me, Your Highness, just a moment, she replied, her voice trembling. I have waited for this day for over 1,000 years. You won't abandon us again, will you? She tightened her grip, her body shaking with anticipation. The boy remained silent for a moment, allowing the girl to hold him, before softly assuring her, I won't. Through conversations with the faithful, Albert began to comprehend the actions he had taken in the past. It was indeed a novel sensation, he mused. He must quickly unravel the secrets of the sands of time, as many tasks awaited him in the future. A single misstep could lead to utter ruin. How long have you been here? Albert asked. Elizabeth peeled a grape and offered it to the boy, gently responding, for over 1,300 years. After you built this castle, you departed, leaving only a single phrase. Albert and the others gradually aged. To honor your words, they began to expand outward, spreading the power you bestowed upon us. Now, only the heads of various families remain here. After more than a millennium, we wield considerable influence in both the wizarding and muggle worlds. At this point, the little vampire felt a surge of pride, for these achievements were the result of her painstaking efforts over centuries, marked by countless betrayals and bloodshed that had birthed the devout Augustus family of today. Albert swallowed the grape and affectionately patted the girl's head, saying, Well done, Elizabeth. Elizabeth's eyes narrowed slightly as she savored the warmth of his hand, blissfully responding, For you, everything is worth it, Your Highness. Over the course of several days, Albert endeavored to grasp the strength of the Augustus family. Even as a prodigious wizard accustomed to great storms, he could not help but feel a twinge of astonishment. The influence of the Augustus family spanned nearly all of Europe, with their presence felt in both the Muggle government and the Ministry of Magic. Their stronghold in France was particularly notable, where even the Minister of Magic was one of their own. Brooke Albert was the current Minister of Magic in France, and he was the first to join in prayer when Albert returned. With such allies, the boy felt a measure of relief. At least some of the arduous tasks could now be entrusted to others. Contemplating this, he cast a glance at the girl who seemed to sparkle in the sunlight, a truly reliable assistant. If only she would refrain from sneaking into his room at midnight to pilfer his clothing. As if sensing the boy's gaze, Elizabeth hurriedly stuffed a bundle into her pocket. "Is there something you need, Your Highness?" she asked, a hint of panic in her voice. Albert's brow twitched slightly. "It's nothing," he replied, turning his head away in resignation. If the conversation about clothing were to persist, the girl would inevitably lunge at him with a peculiar, giggling laughter, something Mr. Augustus had already experienced. At that moment, the communication ring on his finger suddenly flickered. Hermione had sent him a message. Chapter 32. The New Guest at the Cottage. Hermione inquired of Albert when he would visit the cottage, Ron's home, as they affectionately called it. The boy pondered for a moment and replied that he would go in 2 days. Thereafter, silence fell on the other end. "Your Highness, are you departing?" Elizabeth approached, holding a tray with a cup of red tea and a plate of pastries. Albert furrowed his brow and casually remarked, "I shall leave in 2 days for Ron's house. We had previously made arrangements." "Indeed, the illustrious Harry Potter and his companions," Elizabeth said, her tone somewhat peculiar. "Even we, all the way in France, have heard of his exploits. He has quite a good friend, honest and straightforward, as is Ron." Albert recalled Harry's goofy demeanor, allowing a slight smile to escape him. "And what of Hermione?" "The know-it-all. Her talents seem quite remarkable. She is a wonderful girl. I like her," the boy replied candidly. The tray in Elizabeth's hands trembled under the weight of its burden, as if on the verge of shattering. "Your Highness," her voice dropped to a somber tone, "I have waited for you a millennium, enduring countless lonely and desolate nights and solitary, arduous days. At long last, today has come." "Huh?" Albert raised his head in surprise. He had sensed the girl's near-obsessive affection for him over the past few days, which had emboldened him to express his fondness for Hermione. Yet this development felt awry, diverging from his expectations. He. Elizabeth lowered her head slightly, a strange laughter escaping her lips. "Since you, as the divine prince, understand what it means to love, we have thus acquired the right and reason to pursue you." A shiver ran down Albert's spine, and he promptly teleported away, just as the chair he had occupied was toppled. "Don't run, Your Highness." He. "Accept the affection of your followers. Please. You are the great and benevolent wizard god. Bestow upon me a fragment of your love." A slender figure darted around the estate, as if searching for something. "I do not." A somewhat frantic voice echoed from afar. Albert did not consider himself benevolent. He was a responsible young man. "Got you." Elizabeth charged toward the source of the voice with astonishing speed, causing chaos to erupt throughout Augustus Manor. After a rather tumultuous struggle, Albert finally reached an understanding with Elizabeth. Following the signing of numerous unequal treaties, the young vampire managed to retain her right to pursue love. Meanwhile, the boy found himself quite perplexed, utterly unsure of how to navigate such situations. After all, he was still just a child. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had swiftly passed. Under Elizabeth's reluctant gaze, Albert waved farewell and, accompanied by his companions, instantaneously transported to the vicinity of the burrow, laden with collected materials and supplies. A flash of light heralded the boy's arrival upon a verdant meadow, where a peculiar house stood in the distance. It appeared to be 3 or 4 stories tall, haphazardly stacked, resembling a structure on the verge of collapse. Before him stood a girl with her mouth slightly agape, seemingly startled. Her flaxen hair framed a pair of striking eyes, and she was poised to utter something regarding the ring she held. Without hesitation, she dashed forward, throwing herself into Albert's embrace, clinging tightly as she whispered, "I missed you." Albert's breath quickened, his heart raced, and he wrapped his arms around Hermione's waist, softly replying, "I missed you too, Hermione." A teasing voice broke the moment from short distance away. "Look what we discovered. A couple. Ron is out of luck. When has he ever been in luck?" Hermione promptly extracted herself from Albert's embrace, covering her face as she fled into the burrow. Albert turned his gaze toward the 2 speakers, who bore identical features: high cheekbones, vibrant eyes, and striking red hair, all clad in matching attire, their expressions remarkably similar. The pair, George and Fred, Ron's twin brothers and notorious pranksters of Hogwarts, were playfully linking arms and grinning at the boy. "Ah, my hands are itching," Albert said darkly. "Fred, George, if I have the opportunity to serve as a substitute professor next term, I shall find a reason to assign you both to clean the toilets." "Ooh." Professor Augustus is furious. "But this isn't school," they chorused as they approached, enveloping the boy in a warm embrace. "Thank you for saving Ron. Though he may be a fool, he remains an important part of our family. Welcome to the burrow." Fred and George expressed their gratitude, showcasing their remarkable synchronicity. Albert glanced pointedly behind them, suggesting, "If I were you, I would head inside immediately. Trust me, truly." Fred and George exchanged knowing looks before bolting away, revealing Harry and Ron behind them, the latter now hurling a stone towards his brothers, clearly having overheard their previous banter. A somewhat plump woman approached, clad in a sweater, her curly hair framing a kind face adorned with a warm smile. With open arms, she was none other than the matriarch of the Weasley family, Molly Weasley. She embraced Albert tightly and expressed her heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you for saving Ron, dear child. I can scarcely believe the foolishness I exhibited, allowing a dark wizard to be near my children for so many years." Molly's voice trembled slightly, laden with remorse, as she grappled with the weight of her perceived inadequacies as a mother. The boy, somewhat at a loss for words, remarked, "It's quite all right, Mrs. Weasley. It is not your fault. Anima magus is a profound form of magic, and it is entirely normal for most wizards to remain oblivious to it. Moreover, I have resolved the matter, and no one was harmed. It's all in the past now." Jasmine released Albert and, wiping her tears, said, "Thank you, Albert. You are truly remarkable. Come inside. I've prepared a grand feast, just waiting for you." With that, she entered the house. At that moment, Ron seized the opportunity to approach, exclaiming, "Welcome to my home, Albert. Let us dine." Harry placed his arm around the boy's shoulder and inquired with a smile, "What do you think of this place?" Albert reciprocated with a smile, responding, "It's splendid." Harry replied, "I share the same sentiment." Their eyes met, and with light-hearted steps, they hurried to join the others ahead. Chapter 33. The Portkey and the Quidditch World Cup. Dinner at the Weasley residence was lively and warm. Albert also encountered Ron's sister, Ginny Weasley, who possessed a charming countenance and seemed rather taken with Mr. Potter. Ron's second brother, Percy, displayed remarkable enthusiasm upon learning of the connection between Nicholas Flamel and Albert, subtly expressing his aspiration to join the Ministry of Magic after graduation. Meanwhile, Harry and the others exaggeratedly recounted the astonishing magic of Mr. Augustus, when they mentioned that Albert had nearly incinerated all the Dementors attacking students with but a single spell. Even Mr. Weasley was taken aback, momentarily setting down his cutlery. "Honestly, I have never witnessed or even heard of such magic. Is it of your own invention, Mr. Weasley?" inquired eagerly. Albert swallowed his food and took a sip of pumpkin juice, replying, "Not quite, Mr. Weasley. This is an ancient form of wizardry refined by my ancestors, and it is not as formidable as it appears, with many limitations." Percy interjected, "Nonetheless, that is quite remarkable. I was present that day when the blinding white flames obscured the entire sky." Hermione quietly grasped Albert's hand. She vividly recalled the pallor of his face and the nearly imperceptible heartbeat following the casting of that spell. Augustus, subtly clasping Hermione's hand in return, had actually fainted that day from the overwhelming surge of uncontrollable magic within him. Yet he refrained from disclosing this to the girl, relishing the concern she exhibited. "It seems you showed restraint when dueling with Sirius that day. At least you did not reduce him to ashes, merely suspended him there," Harry commented. Previously, Black had informed him that he had engaged in a fierce battle with the brilliant young boy, only to be narrowly defeated, which now appeared far from the truth. Gulping down a piece of cake, Ron, still shaken, remarked, "It was far more than mere restraint. If you could have seen the battlefield where Albert confronted Peter, possessed by the Dark Lord, you would grasp the extent of his prowess. To be honest, I believe that apart from Dumbledore, no one at school stands a chance against Albert, not even the heads of the houses." The Weasley family at the dining table could not help but cast their gazes upon the delectable subject of discussion, the culinary skills of Mrs. Weasley truly being unparalleled, far surpassing the meals prepared by the house elves at school. "Eat up, why are you all staring at me?" Albert said, placing the last chicken leg onto Hermione's plate, signaling for everyone to indulge without restraint. Mr. Weasley cleared his throat, subtly urging his family to avert their eyes from others, regardless of whether Augustus could surpass the headmasters. That was his own affair. "My chicken wings," Ron suddenly lamented, realizing his wings had mysteriously vanished from his plate. "You've had enough, Ron. You look at least 10 pounds heavier," George quipped, while slyly assisting Fred in slipping the chicken wings into Ginny's bowl, who, blushing, handed an apple to Harry. The meal concluded amidst the playful banter among Ron and the others, with Albert feeling quite satisfied and full. They retired early that evening, for the following morning promised a trip to witness the Quidditch World Cup. On the next dawn, the boy was groggily roused from his slumber by Hermione. His normally neat golden hair, now resembling a bird's nest, tousled atop his head. "Hurry up, Albert, you're the last one," the girl urged, as she smoothed down Augustus's unruly tuft. After a chaotic rush to get ready, the family finally set off, locating the magical key not far up the hill. It was an old boot, and had it not been for the magical aura emanating from it, Albert might have mistaken it for discarded rubbish. What a discreet method of transportation, he remarked, unable to suppress his critique. Now, hold hands tightly, remember, or you'll be flung out, Mr. Weasley called out loudly. Albert quickly grasped Hermione's hand firmly, casting a protective shield around them both. Hesitating for a moment, he also enveloped the Weasley family and Harry in a protective spell. Mr. Weasley shot a look of appreciation at the boy before seizing the old boot. Once again, they experienced that dizzying sensation, despite numerous occasions. The boy found himself unable to acclimatize to this ancient, perilous, and crude form of displacement magic. With a thud and a clatter, Harry and the others were unceremoniously dropped onto the ground, while Augustus and Hermione descended gracefully, hand in hand. Not far from them lay a sprawling array of peculiar tents, with several wizards soaring about on broomsticks. A man, clad in a suit on top and a Scottish kilt below, hurried towards them. Is this the Weasley family? I'm Kingsley Shacklebolt from the Department of Magical Sports, here to check your registration. Your tent is to the east, he stated, producing a piece of parchment and gesturing for Arthur Weasley to sign. It seems a great many people have arrived. You must be quite busy, Arthur inquired casually while signing. Practically all the wizards in Europe are here. I haven't slept in nearly 2 days. Couldn't those bureaucrats send a few more people? Kingsley responded, appearing quite aggrieved. After completing their registration, Albert and the others set off to pitch their camp, as the competition would last several days, necessitating thorough preparations. The Weasley family's campsite consisted of an unassuming small tent, which at first glance seemed inadequate for accommodating a dozen individuals. However, upon entering, they were astounded to discover an astonishingly spacious interior, complete with several bedrooms, each boasting its own private bathroom and a few sofas arranged in the center, leaving ample room to move about. It was a remarkable feat of spatial magic. Albert surveyed his surroundings with satisfaction. Had it been up to him, he could only have conjured a dwelling from stones or timber, which would have been cumbersome and space-consuming. Following closely behind, Harry expressed his genuine admiration, exclaiming, I absolutely adore magic. The girls chattered excitedly as they scurried off to their respective rooms to unpack, while the boys, under the guidance of the twins, ventured ahead to explore the competition venue. It was an expansive, open-air structure, resembling a white sailboat from a distance, equipped with a myriad of protective enchantments and alchemical creations, capable of housing tens of thousands, all constructed by wizards in just a few days. The wonders of magic were vividly showcased here. Chapter 34, The Spectacular Final. Early the following morning, Albert was roused by an excited Ron, as the Quidditch final was set to feature the Bulgarian team against the Irish team. Ron was utterly infatuated with Bulgaria's star seeker, Victor Krum. In Harry's words, Ron would have gladly married that Bulgarian. After breakfast, Albert and Hermione followed the Weasley family to queue for entry, with Arthur having procured tickets located at the very top of the stadium, necessitating a considerable climb up the stairs to reach their seats. The boys watched with keen interest as Hermione, clad in a coat and holding a device resembling binoculars, sported face paint in the colors of the Bulgarian team, appearing thoroughly delighted. Do you fancy that Bulgarian seeker too? Albert inquired nonchalantly, feigning interest in the scenery. Hermione glanced at Mr. Augustus, a smile flickering in her eyes. I don't care which team wins. I simply think it adds to the atmosphere. Are you feeling jealous? The boy widened his eyes, incredulous, retorting, jealous? With him, 100 stacked together wouldn't be enough for me to use even one hand against. Of course. Who could rival our genius Professor Augustus? The girl teased, playfully taking Albert's hand. Our brilliant wizard finally fell silent, savoring the delightful sensation of Hermione's soft little hand. Weasley, have you sold your house? I can't believe I'm seeing you here, came a voice from nearby. Let's go see what's happening. Ron seems to be in trouble, Albert said, tugging Hermione along to follow the Weasley family. Upon arriving, they caught sight of an enraged Harry brandishing his wand, threatening Draco Malfoy with fury. If you don't shut your mouth, I'll knock your teeth out, Malfoy. Lucius Malfoy, standing protectively in front, disdainfully pressed his cane against Harry and arrogantly proclaimed, Do not obstruct the way, Potter. We have been invited by the Minister of Magic to watch the World Cup with him. With a dismissive click of his tongue, he continued, You'd best hope it doesn't rain today. Otherwise, the Weasley family will surely find themselves unable to purchase new clothes. Fred and George discreetly produced a magical gadget from their pockets, subtly encircling the Malfoy family. Ron clenched his fists, seemingly ready to strike Lucius, while Percy silently drew his wand. I do not believe it will rain today, Draco remarked, patting Ron on the shoulder. Albert stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of the Weasley family. It seems Draco's dreadful disposition has indeed been inherited by you. You are truly a family of arrogance and rudeness. Like a fool, the boy scathingly berated Lucius. Mr. Augustus, Lucius exclaimed, stepping back in surprise, hastily retracting his cane from Harry's shoulder and bowing respectfully. I did not anticipate encountering you here. Please forgive my rudeness. I was unaware the Weasley family was in your company. To be frank, they are hardly worthy. Albert impatiently interrupted Lucius. Where I choose to be and with whom I choose to associate is of no concern to you. Do you believe you have the right to dictate such matters? The boy narrowed his eyes and continued in a significant tone. Should you persist in your lack of awareness and rudeness, you ought to prepare for the consequences. Lucius trembled slightly, instinctively sensing that the formidable figure before him was not to be trifled with. Make way, make way. What's happening? Minister Fudge squeezed through the crowd, followed by several officials from the Ministry of Magic, including Arthur. Mr. Augustus, are you also here for the World Cup? How splendid. I have long desired to invite you, but did not know where to send my letter. Fudge, having noticed Albert confronting Lucius, hurriedly approached, disregarding even his international guest. The boy regarded Fudge with a deep gaze and calmly replied, I am here with Mr. Weasley. As you know, Ron and Harry are my good friends. You may attend to your matters, Minister Fudge. With that, Albert nodded to Arthur, signaling them to wait for him at the top level, before leading Hermione away. The Weasley family followed closely behind. Percy wished to greet the minister, yet Fudge was evidently too preoccupied, waving farewell to Augustus's retreating figure. After considerable effort, Albert finally found an excellent vantage point for himself and Hermione, just in time for the opening ceremony. The first to enter was the mascot of the Irish team, a troop of little green fairies that flitted around the arena, magically conjuring the emblem of the Irish team while showering the surroundings with galleons. The atmosphere in the venue instantly became lively, as Ron collected a substantial amount, nearly filling his pockets. Albert glanced at the coins and remarked casually, Those are magically produced. Ron, save your effort. Upon hearing this, the latter despondently cast aside the galleon in his grasp, his dreams of wealth extinguished before they had even begun. However, the others lacked such discernment, fervently scrambling to collect the magical coins. Following this, the mascot of the Bulgarian team made an entrance. A troop of enchanting witches soaring into the stadium on broomsticks, circling the audience in a mesmerizing dance. Many male wizards gazed in a daze, captivated by the spectacle. Ron and Harry, with telescopes in hand, closely followed the aerial display, while Albert, curious, stole a glance, only to have his view obstructed by Hermione as hand moments later. No peeking, the petite witch scolded, her tones slightly irate, prompting the boys to dutifully lower their heads to examine the magical coins instead. The match commenced officially after the Minister of Magic delivered his address. True to their professional stature, the Quidditch players exhibited extraordinary skill and aerial maneuvers. The Bulgarian seeker, resembling Harry with his firebolt, flipped and darted across the pitch, tirelessly searching for the golden snitch. As the evening wore on, both teams demonstrated remarkable tenacity. Yet the outcome was rather dramatic. Crumb seized the snitch, yet the Irish team triumphed by 20-point margin. This was hardly Crumb's fault. His teammates were simply too weak. Had the score not been so disparate, victory would have been his. Even within the confines of their tent, Ron continued to defend his idol. Yes, it's true, Harry replied dismissively, regardless of who won, as long as he enjoyed himself. Meanwhile, Albert settled beside Hermione on the sofa, indulging in snacks. The young witch's cheeks flushed, as she too appreciated the thrilling match. Suddenly, a cacophony of screams erupted from outside, accompanied by flames and explosions, plunging the scene into chaos. Stay here, don't move. I'll go check it out, Albert instructed, restraining Hermione, signaling for her to remain as the turmoil outside grew louder. Hermione raised an eyebrow, wishing to assert that she was no mere ornamental figure, but after a moment's contemplation, she obediently nodded. Harry and Ron had already dashed outside at the sound of the screams, while Percy and the twins attempted to follow suit, only to be halted by Albert, who insisted they stay behind to protect Hermione and Ginny. I'll bring them back, he assured, then cast a protective charm at the tent entrance before striding out. Upon stepping outside, he was greeted by a wave of hot air. Several robed figures, masked and malevolent, were recklessly casting spells in every direction. Tents ignited in flames, and a few wizards attempted to retaliate, but were swiftly repelled, leaving the remaining crowd in a state of panic, scrambling in all directions. Among the dark wizards, a man, a woman, and a child were magically suspended upside down in the air, appearing to be a family, while a dark wizard occasionally directed spells at them, emitting a chilling, raucous laughter. Albert scanned the surroundings, failing to spot the reckless savior and his companions, and with a resigned shake of his head, he called out, pointing a finger to his throat, "Harry, Ron, where are you?" A resounding voice nearly drowned out the surrounding screams, and from a distance, Harry's voice faintly echoed, "Albert, we are over here." The boy made his way towards Harry, while several dark wizards, drawn by the earlier call, unleashed dark magic towards him. A good dog does not block the way. Albert impatiently traced a six-pointed star in the air, summoning a guardian spirit. A luminous ring met the incoming dark spells, transforming into a colossal spirit with 6 arms, which swiftly charged towards the group of dark wizards and casually devoured one of them. "What in the world is that?" exclaimed a dark wizard as he cast several spells in quick succession, all of which were consumed by the creature, causing it to grow larger. "Get away. Don't let it catch you." In the midst of his warning, another masked wizard was seized, and the spirit tore him in half effortlessly. A wizard, seemingly their leader, conjured a fire spell, encircling the spirit with flames while the other dark wizards relentlessly hurled curses at it. As the number of absorbed spells increased, the spirit's size expanded further until, with a resounding explosion, it detonated, leaving a substantial crater in the ground and claiming an unfortunate soul in the process. Our Mr. Augustus, after casting his spell, paid no heed to them and charged straight towards Harry, soon joining him. When Albert found the two, they were huddled in a corner, desperately trying to evade the onslaught of 4 or 5 dark wizards attacking them. "How do you feel?" he inquired with interest, casting a protective shield around them. "Terrible," Harry replied, his face smeared with soot, while Ron appeared equally disheveled, his eyes reflecting confusion and terror. "Next time, don't be so reckless. Remember, these are merciless dark wizards." As he spoke, Albert casually flicked his wand, piercing through one dark wizard's ironclad spell and transforming him into a sheep. The bewildered sheep spun around in panic, only to be knocked out by a stone that came from an unknown direction. The surrounding dark wizards momentarily froze before simultaneously launching their attacks at the boy. Avada Kedavra, Crucio, Bombarda, a barrage of curses surged towards him. Yet Albert made no effort to evade, employing the same tactic he had used against Black. The mirror of Ericus reflected the incoming curses, and as the mirror shattered into countless fragments, he waved his hand, sending the shards flying like daggers towards the frantic assailants. After the cost of 1 life, the remaining dark wizards finally managed to dispel the spells, with one commanding the others, "Fall back. It's too much." He then pointed his wand to the sky, unleashing a dark green beam that morphed into the enormous, serpentine skull, the mark of Voldemort. The identity of the attackers was unmistakable. They were followers of Voldemort, the infamous Death Eaters. Upon witnessing the ominous mark in the sky, the Death Eaters, who had instigated chaos at the camp, transformed into swirling black mist and fled the scene, leaving behind a devastated encampment and the sinister dark mark above. Albert glanced at the mark with disdain, curled his lip, and raised his hand to unleash a beam of purple light into the sky. This beam materialized into a magnificent griffin, which promptly shattered the green glowing skull. At that moment, the Ministry's Aurors finally arrived, led by Bartemius Crouch, the stern-faced director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, adorned with a small mustache. Without hesitation, they encircled Albert and his companions, wands pointed menacingly at them, demanding, "Who cast the dark mark?" Crouch wasted no time in condemning the trio. "We didn't tea. It was the Death Eaters," Harry fervently defended. Ron chimed in, "Yes, a group of Death Eaters fired a green spell into the sky before they fled." Crouch, however, remained unconvinced, gesturing towards the imposing purple griffin that had just demolished the dark mark. "Then how do you explain this?" "It was I who did it." Albert stepped forward, his words dripping with double entendre. "I did not appreciate such brazen displays in my presence. Hence I destroyed that mark." "How do we know you're not shielding those dark wizards?" An Auror accused, pointing his wand at the boy. "I demand a search. Surrender your wands, and your ring," Crouch asserted rudely, signaling his subordinates to confiscate Harry and the others' wands. A flicker of purple light glimmered in Albert's eyes as he spoke in a calm, unwavering tone. "Repeat that. What is it you wish from me to surrender?" A ripple of tension spread from the boy, subtly brushing past the encircling Aurors, thickening the atmosphere with unease. "What are you doing? What is happening?" Fudge rushed over, shouting from a distance, "Lower your wands." "Crouch, do you realize who you're pointing your wand at?" Following the minister was Arthur Weasley, who upon seeing Harry and Ron surrounded, furiously drew his wand, directing it at Crouch's nose. "What are your intentions?" "Barty, Chapter 36 Augustus. As Arthur brandished his wand, chaos erupted. Fudge panicked hid behind an auror, peering out to say, "Calm down, Arthur. There must be a misunderstanding." "I am calm, Minister. Barty is pointing his wand at my family." "What does he intend?" Mr. Weasley shouted angrily. Crouch responded coolly. "We discovered the dark mark here, and they were the only ones present. Furthermore, the magical mark ultimately transformed into—" He pointed at the purple griffin in the sky. Arthur's agitation persisted. "So you suspect they are Death Eaters? You suspect Harry Potter of being the Dark Lord's accomplice? You foolish enough. I do not suspect Harry. My doubts lie with him." Crouch directed his finger towards the silent Albert. Beside him, Fudge's eyes widened in shock. Just as he was about to offer an explanation on behalf of Mr. Augustus, he suddenly fell silent, his expression shifting between uncertainty and dread as he instinctively recoiled. "You wish for me to surrender the ring?" Albert's icy gaze bore into Barty Crouch. "What gives you, and your motley crew of miscreants, the audacity to demand such a thing?" The boy stepped forward, emanating an overwhelming presence that compelled Barty and the surrounding aurors to instinctively take a step back. "If you refuse to cooperate, we have every reason to suspect you as the mastermind behind this attack." Crouch spat through clenched teeth. Harry drew his wand, standing resolutely beside Albert. "If you intend to apprehend him, you shall seize me as well." Ron swiftly followed suit, brandishing his wand at the ministry officials. At that moment, a series of crackling sounds erupted around them, and a multitude of powerful wizards clad in dark robes adorned with purple griffin patterns materialized. Before long, a formidable force of 70 or 80 encircled the ministry personnel, wands raised menacingly towards the aurors. Leading the group was a man with black hair and a scar etched across his face, who thrust his wand perilously close to Minister Fudge's face, seething with hostility. "I am Matthew, Director of the Legal Enforcement Department of the French Ministry of Magic, a member of the Augustus family. Tell me, Cornelius Fudge, what do you intend to accomplish by pointing your wands at our esteemed head?" Sweat beaded on Fudge's brow as regret washed over him for not intervening sooner. Wiping his forehead with a handkerchief, he stammered, "This is all a misunderstanding, Mr. Matthew." "A misunderstanding? What sort of misunderstanding? What evidence do you possess that grants you the right to aim your wands at the patriarch of the Augustus family?" A towering figure suddenly burst into the fray, shoving aside the obstructing aurors. He forcefully knocked Barty Crouch's wand from his grasp and seized him by the collar, roaring in fury, completely ignoring Fudge. This man was Brooke Albert, the minister of the French Ministry of Magic. Matthew's wand glowed faintly as his eyes remained devoid of emotion. At a mere command from their master, he would obliterate the corpulent figure before him without hesitation, even if such an act would incite a war between their nations. His loyalty to Augustus was etched into the very essence of their souls. Sensing Matthew's murderous intent, Fudge raised his voice. "This truly is just a misunderstanding. Barty was merely tense. We were just attacked by dark wizards. Ask you again, what evidence do you possess that give you the right to point your wands at our Lord?" Brooke glared at Barty, his teeth grinding in fury. At that moment, a member of the capture team interjected, "The ministry does not require evidence to apprehend individuals." Fudge instinctively clutched his forehead in despair, bewildered by the foolishness of his subordinate. Brooke let out a derisive chuckle and, without hesitation, cast a spell at the speaker, sending him hurtling through the air, lifeless before he even hit the ground. He shielded Albert behind him and decisively commanded, "Eliminate them all." "Enough, Albert." The boy halted the slaughter of his subordinates, having calmed down. They were merely fulfilling their duties. "Indeed, Augustus is correct," Fudge quickly concurred. "We are also concerned for the safety of others. I deeply regret our oversight. Barty, apologize to Mr. Augustus." Barty Crouch glared fiercely at Minister Fudge, his subordinate having just been killed before his very eyes. And now, he was expected to apologize? "As the Minister of Magic, I command you." Barty Crouch, apologize. Fudge wiped the sweat from his brow, nervously gesturing towards Barty. "Apologies are unnecessary. I hope this incident serves to enlighten you on the importance of evidence." Albert waved his hand dismissively, indicating that he required no apology. Matthew and the others slowly lowered their wands, while the encircled British aurors collectively exhaled in relief. Albert glanced at the loquacious fallen fighter and boldly proclaimed, "We shall provide compensation to the family of this deceased wizard. You file the report, and I shall approve it." He pointed at Fudge. Fudge clenched his fists but maintained a forced smile, responding, "You are too kind, Mr. Brooke. The Ministry of Magic will handle the compensation matters internally." If it were merely the French Ministry of Magic, Fudge would have had no qualms about expressing his discontent, but the Augustus family was different. At their zenith, they had nearly dominated half of Europe. Even now, they were not something a humble British minister of magic could afford to provoke. As for Harry and Ron, they stood agape, their minds reeling at the unfolding events. What transpired that day shattered their previous perceptions. First, Albert confronted the Ministry of Magic head-on, followed by the arrival of his family. The members of the Augustus family appeared poised to unleash carnage upon Fudge and the others, seemingly indifferent to the repercussions of such violence. Ultimately, even the French Minister of Magic made an appearance and executed a man before their eyes, while Fudge scarcely dared to utter a word. What was Albert's true background? Was the Augustus family truly that renowned? Harry nudged his friend beside him and whispered, "Do you have any idea?" "I don't know either. This is likely beyond the comprehension of ordinary folks like us," Ron replied, bewildered. Albert observed the astonished duo and lowered his voice, saying, "You must keep this confidential, at least from Hermione." Harry and Ron exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. "Mr. Weasley, I need to speak with my family over there." The boy greeted Arthur, waving at Brooke and Matthew as he made his way towards the nearby woods. "Very well, Mr. Augustus," Arthur instinctively replied with a tone of respect. Chapter 37, The School Season. "What brings you here?" Albert inquired of Brooke and Matthew, who followed closely behind. The two raised their right fists to their chests in salute and replied, "We saw your signal, which prompted our arrival." The boy nodded, realizing that he had merely acted against the skull-emitting green light hovering above him, shattering it on impulse, which had led to such a multitude of complications. "Your Highness, should we eliminate Voldemort and his Death Eaters for offending you?" Matthew inquired cautiously at that moment. Albert, feeling a bit of a headache, pinched his forehead and replied earnestly, "You are no match for Tom. Leave it to me. As for the Death Eaters, merely capturing a few and giving them a sound thrashing will suffice. After all, I am not a monster. There is no need to exterminate them entirely." Once assured that their master was unharmed, Brooke and Matthew withdrew with the others. The wizards who had come to assist included both familiar faces and strangers. Regardless of their previous acquaintance, each paid their respects to Albert before departing one by one. The boy left several communication notes for Brooke, a simplified version of the communication ring, capable of conveying only basic messages, informing them that he would use these notes to notify them if anything arose. Barty Crouch, accompanied by the Aurors from the Ministry of Magic, departed, his silhouette appearing somewhat desolate and burdened. Fudge, however, remained, engaging in a rather aimless conversation with Arthur, occasionally glancing toward the woods, clearly awaiting Albert's arrival. The boy paid no heed to Fudge. Albert observed the man's antics, deeming him unworthy of his words. Harry and Ron retraced their steps alongside Albert, thoroughly disillusioned with the Ministry of Magic. Along the way, Ron muttered, "I knew it. The Ministry is no longer under British control." Mr. Weasley hesitated, glancing at Harry and Ron, feeling uneasy about leaving them unattended while neglecting the Minister of Magic. Fudge patted Arthur on the shoulder, enviously remarking, "You are quite fortunate, Arthur. I hope that in future opportunities, you might lend me a hand, considering we are colleagues." The Minister of Magic soon departed, appearing suddenly aged, even stooping in posture. After escorting Harry and the others back, the individuals in the tent finally felt a sense of relief and began chattering about the external circumstances. A band of Death Eaters had attacked, resulting in numerous casualties. Albert proactively stated, "I had a brief encounter with them. I left after finding Harry." As the Death Eaters departed, they shot the dark mark into the sky. Finding it unsightly, I shattered it with my magical mark. The boy gestured towards the griffin mark faintly visible in the sky, which would gradually fade as the magical energy dissipated. "I knew it was you. So cool." George and Fred exclaimed excitedly, "We want to conjure something magical too, like a lion." "Indeed." Harry sighed silently, reflecting that they had yet to witness something truly extraordinary. The Minister of Magic behaved like a pet in his presence. What a scene that would have been for Percy to behold. Ron and Harry exchanged a knowing glance, silently agreeing to remain quiet. The Quidditch World Cup concluded abruptly under the Death Eaters' assault, with the next day's headlines dominated by the glowing green skull, while Augustus's crest went entirely unnoticed. With several days remaining before school commenced, Albert, adhering to a principle of non-wastefulness, utilized teleportation magic to explore the world's renowned landmarks with Hermione. In the morning, I savored breakfast beneath the Eiffel Tower, and, in the afternoon, I found myself at the Louvre, admiring the exquisite murals. I even managed to capture a genuine sphinx from Egypt, much to the delight of the inquisitive little witch, Hermione, who was brimming with curiosity. She was utterly exhilarated, her camera filled with countless snapshots of her and Albert. And it wasn't until the final day of school that they reluctantly concluded their grand journey around the globe. Upon boarding the Hogwarts Express alongside Harry and his friends, Albert embraced the prospect of his first complete academic year in this era. The familiar Great Hall welcomed him once more, along with the well-known figure of the white-bearded headmaster. Yet there were numerous new faces among the boys that he had not encountered before. For instance, the first-year sorting ceremony, truly the old, grimy hat sang in a rather unmelodious tone, but Albert could sense a powerful surge of magic emanating from it. Several details captured the boy's attention. It appeared that the castle had undergone a thorough cleaning. The mischievous house elf, Peeves, was nowhere to be found. The portraits on the walls were no longer dull and dusty, and even the suits of armor in the corners gleamed with a polished sheen. The professors were attired quite elegantly. Dumbledore, unusually, had forsaken his flamboyant robes in favor of a formal wizard's cloak. Was it possible that the old man was expecting a visitor? Albert mused inwardly. Ever since Dumbledore had peered at him and Hermione during their intimate embrace, the boy had harbored a certain discontent towards the headmaster. A familiar sound of a cup being tapped echoed through the hall, a customary signal that the headmaster had something to say. Clearing his throat, Dumbledore announced, "Firstly, I extend a warm welcome to our new students arriving at Hogwarts. You are about to embark on a splendid journey here." He continued, "Allow me to introduce our new defense against the dark arts instructor, Professor Moody, a rather fearsome wizard with a magical—" I stood up and nodded toward the audience below. Instantaneously, the students began to murmur, "It's Mad-Eye Moody, the most renowned Auror. It is said that half of the dark wizards in Azkaban were captured by him." "I thought Professor Augustus would continue teaching us," a girl suddenly remarked. Indeed, Albert was quite excellent. He certainly has an appealing presence. The witches collectively cast longing glances toward the Ravenclaw table, sighing in unison. Finally, Dumbledore reluctantly announced, "I must regrettably inform you that there will be no Quidditch matches this term." Before he could finish, the students erupted in protest. "Why? I love Quidditch. A day without it leaves me restless." Their discontent was palpable, expressed through a chorus of boos. "Silence," Dumbledore commanded, quelling the cacophony of young wizards. He proceeded, "This semester, we shall engage in an ancient event. We will be hosting a grand competition alongside Beauxbatons Academy of Magic and Durmstrang Institute, the Triwizard Tournament." The upperclassmen erupted in cheers. In the eyes of the students, this competition rivaled the Quidditch World Cup. Each school would select a champion, who would face a series of trials testing their wisdom and courage, ultimately determining who among them was the strongest and which institution was the most formidable in the realm of magic. Albert straightened in his seat. He felt a spark of interest in this competition. "The strongest," he murmured to himself. Chapter 38. Enchantress and the Mighty. Dumbledore gently tapped his cup, and as the students quieted down, he announced that the students from the other two schools would arrive at Hogwarts in a week. He urged everyone to be mindful of their behavior and to refrain from actions that could tarnish the school's reputation. The old headmaster's heartfelt reminders seemed to fall on deaf ears among the young wizards. As they returned to the dormitory, Hermione called out to Albert, her curiosity piqued. "Will you participate?" The boy winked at the little witch and replied, "Do you wish for me to join?" Hermione found herself in a quandary. She yearned to witness Albert in the spotlight, yet feared for his safety, having heard that this competition had claimed lives in nearly every iteration. The boy affectionately ruffled the small witch's hair, grinning as he said, "Let us see when the time comes. Now go rest. I'll see you tomorrow, Hermione." "See you tomorrow, Albert," the girl responded, her worries dissipating. She believed that no matter the circumstance, this world-renowned wizard, celebrated for millennia, would not falter. During that week, Augustus first sought out Professor Snape to review potion knowledge. The old bat remained as haughty as ever, yet he taught the boy with unwavering dedication. Following that, he engaged in a deep discussion with Professor McGonagall about animagus transformation. When McGonagall learned that the pinnacle of transfiguration involved transforming into magical creatures, disbelief filled her eyes. "Wizards cannot become magical creatures, Albert. Countless individuals have suffered dire consequences in proving this point," she warned earnestly. She did not wish to see this gifted youth harm himself through recklessness, especially since he had already faced the repercussions of his own imprudence. "Of course, Professor McGonagall. Though this magic has long been lost to time," Albert replied nonchalantly. "My teacher is Ivan the Animagus. Aside from him, I am the only one who possesses this transformation." "Good heavens," McGonagall gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. As a master of transfiguration in her own right, the allure of an unseen form of magic was irresistible to her. However, she refrained from inquiring further, recognizing that such powerful and secretive magic would not be disclosed in detail to those who were not particularly close. Aside from daily conversations with Hermione via his ring and reading together in the library, Augustus dedicated his time to discussions and learning with the professors. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed. The little eagles had grown accustomed to Albert's solitary ways. So few bothered him with questions, and only a handful of gazes silently observed him. Harry and Ron were preoccupied with their own affairs, only encountering one another again on Friday afternoon. Albert, Good afternoon. Harry, you don't look well. What troubles you? Albert inquired, noting the pallor of Harry's face as they sat in the great hall, with the boy once again beside Hermione. It's simply dreadful, Harry lamented, clutching his head in agony. I don't even have an appetite for food. I wish I could cast a spell to sew Snape's mouth shut or turn him into a sheep, just like you did that day. It was evident that he did not have an enjoyable potions class today. However, those around him had become accustomed to it. Even Ron merely nodded in agreement, his mouth never pausing for a moment. At that moment, the caretaker, Mr. Filch, clad in a suit, hurried over to Dumbledore and exchanged a few words. The headmaster then instructed Hagrid with a few remarks before standing up and clapping his hands. Students, quiet down. We have several guests arriving from afar, and I hope you all will extend your warmest welcome to them. Hagrid swiftly made his way towards the door, taking a rare moment to tidy his unruly, shaggy hair. The young witches and wizards around him settled down calmly. They had known for a week that 2 schools would be participating in the Triwizard Tournament. Before long, the grand doors of the hall swung open, and a troop of elegantly dressed girls entered, led by a woman as tall as Hagrid himself, Madame Olympe Maxime, the headmistress of Beauxbatons. Beside her was a beautiful witch with golden hair, named Fleur Delacour, who seemed to possess an enchanting allure that captivated the gaze of the Hogwarts boys. A little girl tightly clutched her hand. Welcome to Hogwarts, Madame Maxime. I hope you enjoy your stay, Dumbledore said with a warm smile, gesturing for the Beauxbatons headmistress to sit beside him. The girls from Beauxbatons, under Fleur's guidance, took their seats at the Ravenclaw table, clearly finding the serene demeanor of the Eagles to their liking. Well, Hermione gently prodded Albert's side, her tone suggestive. The boy set down his chicken leg, glanced at the female giant sitting next to the headmaster, and replied casually, not bad, though her magical prowess pales in comparison to Dumbledore's. However, her lineage is rather unique, granting her considerable magical resistance. The little witch shot him a disapproving look, exerting a bit of force in her tone. Amidst the Beauxbatons students, that one in front is clearly a charming creature. Albert took a moment to cast a glance towards Ravenclaw's direction. They're all right, I suppose. The leader seems to be of mixed blood, though her lineage appears quite diluted. Hermione huffed, clearly dissatisfied with the boy's response. But upon observing Harry and Ron's foolish expressions, she found Albert considerably more agreeable. Both Harry and Ron, like the others, occasionally stole glances in that direction. Harry was somewhat restrained, while Ron was practically fixated, nearly drooling. Next, the students from Durmstrang arrived clad in thick coats, striding in with an air of arrogance under the leadership of their headmaster, Igor Karkaroff. Victor Crumb, the Quidditch World Cup star, walked beside the headmaster, his stern face devoid of expression as he surveyed the surroundings, lingering a few seconds longer when his gaze fell upon Hermione. Albert frowned, acutely aware that the prodigious seeker's attention was not directed towards him or Harry, but rather fixated on the little witch for a moment. With a disgruntled sigh, the boy cast aside his food, suddenly filled with a desire to participate in the Triwizard Tournament. If given a chance, he would relish the opportunity to deliver a thorough thrashing to the fellow who had been so indiscreetly glancing about. Meanwhile, Hermione had effortlessly peeled a shrimp and delicately placed it on Albert's plate. In the preceding moment, she had been contemplating which spell would inflict the most pain without causing death upon Mr. Augustus. Yet in the next breath, she was cheerfully consuming the shrimp on her plate. Emboldened by her previous indulgence, she shamelessly opened her mouth, hoping the girl would feed her, only to be met with a disparaging eye roll from Hermione. Harry, feeling increasingly dejected, quietly edged closer to Ron. Chapter 39. The Goblet of Fire and the Headmaster's Tricks. The students from Durmstrang unhesitatingly chose to sit at the Slytherin table, where the serpents erupted in cheers. Malfoy promptly cleared a space for Crumb to sit beside him. Shortly thereafter, 2 officials from the Ministry of Magic entered, carrying a metallic box. One of them, having previously met Albert, was Barty Crouch, the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, accompanied by Ludo Bagman from the Department of Magical Games and Sports. The latter, while passing by Albert, offered a sycophantic smile, which Albert ignored, while Fred and George glared at Bagman with barely concealed hostility. Ludo had opened a betting pool during the Quidditch World Cup, and the Weasley twins had miraculously predicted the outcome. Bulgaria captured the Golden Snitch, yet Ireland won the match. Unfortunately, Ludo had settled the bets with goblin-made gold coins, failing to return even the principal amount. At this juncture, Dumbledore rose, cleared his throat, and proclaimed, "Students, first let us extend a warm welcome to our esteemed guests from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang, who have journeyed great distances to visit Hogwarts." The audience erupted in enthusiastic applause, particularly from Slytherin, while the Gryffindors appeared somewhat crestfallen, with Ron looking particularly disheartened. The students from these two schools will share this entire term with us, during which we shall host a grand and ancient competition, the Triwizard Tournament. The students cheered exuberantly, each aspiring to become a unique champion and represent Hogwarts in the contest. Dumbledore took his seat, signaling the ministry officials to announce the rules of the competition. Crouch and Bagman exchanged a silent glance, and after a moment of unspoken communication, the latter stood, his expression grim. Clearing his throat, Bagman opened the metallic box to reveal a stone trophy, emanating a palpable magical aura. Once he had captured the students' attention, he awkwardly declared, "After discussions within the Ministry of Magic, it has been decided that, for the safety of young witches and wizards, all students under the age of 17 are prohibited from participating in the tournament." A chorus of boos erupted from the crowd, with the Weasley twins leading the charge against the absurd regulation. Bagman's countenance darkened further. As the uproar grew louder, Dumbledore was compelled to rise once more, commanding silence. A resounding voice of authority silenced the boisterous students. Although the young wizards ceased their clamor, their eyes conveyed a silent protest. The headmaster felt compelled to elaborate. "I trust that the Ministry of Magic acts in consideration of everyone's safety. However, I equally believe that there will always be a few prodigious students who outshine their peers." Dumbledore cast a glance at Albert before continuing, "Thus, I shall impose a restriction outside the Goblet of Fire, permitting only those who are 17 years of age or those capable of breaching the enchantment to submit their names." As he spoke, Dumbledore tapped the stone trophy with his wand, and a ghostly blue flame erupted from within. He then traced a circle upon the ground, conjuring a magical barrier. Only those acknowledged by the goblet may become champions, representing their respective houses in the competition. I will announce the results the day after tomorrow afternoon. Until then, the goblet will remain here. With that, Dumbledore departed, followed in succession by the other professors. The newly appointed defense against the dark arts teacher was the last to leave, casting a lingering gaze at the goblet before exiting. After finishing his meal, Albert accompanied Hermione to the library. He wished to participate in the competition, but felt no urgency. A leisurely stroll with the young, which followed by shared reading, was far more appealing than the fiery stone. The next morning, the boy entered the great hall with a slip of parchment bearing his name, with Hermione closely trailing behind him. The area surrounding the goblet was already crowded with curious students. Upon approaching, Albert observed George and Fred simultaneously consuming a potion. He leaned closer, sniffed, and remarked to Hermione in a tone of amused mischief, "It's an aging potion, a rather crude method. If this works, it will certainly be entertaining." The young witch chuckled at the Weasley twins' antics, confidently asserting, "Just watch. Dumbledore won't be fooled by such trivial tricks. They are bound to face consequences." No sooner had she spoken than Fred and George were sent sprawling by the barrier left by the headmaster, landing with a thud amidst the crowd. As they regained their footing, a wave of laughter erupted from the assembled students, for both twins had sprouted snowy white beards and hair, transformed into elderly gentlemen. "It's your fault. It was your idea," they exclaimed, exchanging glances before grappling with one another, only to burst into laughter moments later. Albert found the spectacle quite amusing. Although he could easily dispel Dumbledore's enchantment, he deemed it unnecessary. Subsequently, several upperclassmen stepped forward to enter the competition, receiving encouragement and cheers from their houses. Albert sensed it was time to act. He approached the boundary Dumbledore had established and scrutinized it closely. Noticing that Professor Augustus, who had shown brilliantly last semester, was finally willing to intervene, the other young wizards began to whisper among themselves. "Do you think Albert can do it?" "Of course he can. He is Professor Augustus. I still remember how my legs trembled before those magical flames that day. Albert was truly impressive. I feel the same." The boy remained undisturbed by the sound around him. With his eyes closed, he attentively sensed the power of the barrier, murmuring to himself, "Truly, he was the greatest wizard of this century, having already reached the level of a grand sorcerer. Forcing a breakthrough would create too much commotion. Perhaps I could try this." Albert opened his eyes, producing a silver hourglass from his pocket. He poured a grain of sand from it and held it in his palm, a burst of silver light emanating from his hand. "Crossing through time, you and I are indistinguishable," he declared as he opened his palm and the grain of sand flew forth, transforming into a shimmering silver door. A slender, pale hand pushed the door open, revealing a tall figure clad in a black robe, with eyes as blue as the sky. A captivating smile graced his handsome face as he surveyed his surroundings with a nostalgic gaze, speaking, "Has it come to this time already?" Chapter 40. The Ring of Time. Manipulating the forces of time. "Come here." The man extended his hand towards Albert. "I thought you wouldn't speak." Albert calmly handed a note bearing his name to the man before him. "What is there to discuss with you?" The man took the note, effortlessly crossing Dumbledore's barrier in a single stride, casually tossing the note into the flames. The young wizards surrounding them gaped in astonishment, bewildered by the sight before them. What were they witnessing? Two Augustuses, one seemingly from the future? Was there truly such wondrous magic? Hermione, spellbound, fixated on the adult version of Albert, her eyes sparkling. Is this a new form of magic? This is incredible. Two Alberts. Oh, I think I might faint. This seems like time magic. A forbidden spell. Whispers of astonishment gradually filled the air, with a Ravenclaw senior even discerning the origins of Albert's magic. After casting the note into the flames, the adult Augustus returned to the future through the door, uttering not a single additional word, nor performing any further action. The present Albert was still too fragile. Any unnecessary movement could invite unwarranted trouble. Once the magic had dissipated, Hermione regarded the boy with an odd expression, conveying a singular message. "Why haven't you grown up yet?" Albert, feeling suddenly irked, thought, "What is this? My rival is myself?" The tale of the genius Augustus, employing an unprecedented magic to breach Dumbledore's barrier, spread like wildfire throughout the school by afternoon. That evening, Harry and Ron sought out Albert, the young savior seemingly having something to express, his eyes a mixture of hope and trepidation. Ultimately, he mustered the courage to say, "Albert, your magic can summon yourself from the future. Can you summon others from the past? Or, may I learn this magic? I would trade anything for it." At that moment, Albert was engrossed in a book with Hermione in the library. Upon hearing Harry's words, he set his book down and looked seriously at Harry. "Harry, time magic is a perilous and difficult to control form of sorcery. The Ring of Time is not as formidable as you might imagine. This magic can only be cast by my past self upon my future self, requiring both parties to form a closed loop. Any disruption on either side could lead to catastrophic consequences." The boy withdrew the hourglass containing the sands of time from his pocket and remarked, "While the sands can stabilize the timeline to a certain extent, they are also fraught with uncertainty. Harry, you must understand, we exist as the past's future and the future's past. The first principle of the temporal rules is that the past cannot be altered." Harry's complexion gradually paled. Although Albert had uttered many technical terms beyond his comprehension, one truth resonated with him, that the past is immutable. The little savior, disheartened, departed the library with his friend. Despite his initial lack of hope, the stark reality weighed heavily on his heart. Albert observed his friend's retreating figure in silence for a considerable time, until Hermione approached, softly inquiring, "Is your magic dangerous? That time loop?" The boy turned back, catching a glimpse of the subtle concern in the know-it-all's eyes, and smiled as he replied, "It is not as perilous as it seems. The sands of time can effectively stabilize the timeline. The past is already predestined. So I extend an invitation from the past to the future. Should it be accepted, it signifies that this event has, in the future, become an unchangeable part of history. Thus, if the spell fails, it indicates that I must reconsider my approach. However, if the future were to invite the past, success would be impossible. For time is relentless in its forward march, never to retrace its steps." At this point, the boy reminisced about his initial encounter with Hermione, recalling how the time turner employed a rather clever trick, unable to traverse significant spans of time and steeped in uncertainty. They had returned from the future to the past, albeit for just a few hours, yet their past selves remained blissfully unaware, a perilous manipulation of time indeed. In contrast, the time magic Albert studied was cast from the past towards the future, exploring various possibilities without contravening the temporal laws. For instance, summoning his future self. Once his research achieved further breakthroughs, he could attempt to return from the future to the past. From the current details, it was evident that his future self had already unraveled the secrets of time magic. Perhaps one day, he would journey back to the past, be in pursuit of answers or to accomplish a specific task. Yet by that time, he would undoubtedly possess the capability to complete the temporal loop, allowing the past to remain in the past and the future to be destined as such. Albert was confident he could master time, starting with the sands of time in his possession. Hermione, undeterred by the boy's sudden silence, pondered for a moment before stating, "So, your present self can summon your future self, yet your future self cannot extricate the present you from history? How then did I manage to bring you out from the past before? As she spoke, a hint of embarrassment washed over her. She felt that compared to Albert's adeptness with time, her own use of the time turner merely to attend classes in the past seemed rather foolish. Albert came back to his senses and smiled, saying, "It was not you who knocked me out. Rather, it was I who collided with you. An unexpected incident occurred during my research on temporal magic. The explosion of the sands of time created an independent temporal node, trapping me within it. From that moment on, I ceased to belong to the past or the future, as if confined in a prison known as time. I aimlessly drifted through the river of time for over 13 centuries until I fortuitously encountered you during your time travel." As he spoke, the boy gazed deeply into Hermione's eyes, expressing his gratitude. "Were it not for you, I might have remained oblivious, ensnared in that temporal node until the end of time. No matter how many times I say it, I must express my thanks, Hermione. You have saved me." The girl's face flushed slightly. Yet she bravely met the boy's gaze and replied, "There is no need for thanks, Albert. You have saved me more than once. If gratitude is to be expressed, let's thank fate for bringing us together." The atmosphere suddenly became delicate, as both blushed and gazed at each other, unsure of how to proceed. Madame Pants arrived to usher them away, as it had unknowingly become lights-out time. Watching Hermione flee in a fluster, the boy stroked his chin, feeling it was time to clarify their relationship. He intended to confess to the girl under the guise of a Hogwarts hero during the semester. Before that, Albert resolved to prepare a thoughtful gift for his confession. Chapter 41. The Mad Moody. The following afternoon, Albert attended his first defense against the dark arts class of the semester, alongside Gryffindor and Ravenclaw. Seeing Hermione in the classroom again, she appeared somewhat shy. Both were now aware of their feelings for one another, with only the question of who would break the ice remaining. "Hello, Hermione," the boy said, winking at his crush. The young witch flushed and shot him a playful glare before rushing to sit with her roommates. Harry and Ron had already taken a seat at the opposite end. Having grown weary of the peculiar atmosphere, Albert shrugged and returned to his seat in Ravenclaw, beginning to scrutinize the classroom's decor. He believed that seemingly insignificant details often held delightful surprises. On the podium sat several jars containing an array of insects, alongside a few spyglasses placed in various corners. A peculiar odor wafted through the air, reminiscent of some potion. The boy frowned, sensing something was amiss. Just then, a series of thudding footsteps announced the arrival of Mad-Eye Moody, whose magical eye swiveled restlessly, scanning each student's face. The classmates fell silent involuntarily as Albert carefully observed the imposing new professor. He was unfamiliar with Moody and could discern little about him. Cautiously, the boy inhaled the faint scent in the air, which intensified after Moody entered. After a moment of silence, Moody spoke first. "My name is Alastair Moody, and at the behest of your headmaster, I am here to teach you how to protect yourselves." Upon mentioning this, Moody paused momentarily, exhibiting a hint of disdain. "In my opinion, if one truly desires to defend against dark magic, the foremost step is to comprehend what dark magic entails. For instance, the 3 unforgivable curses. The imbeciles at the Ministry of Magic believe that such knowledge is beyond the grasp of you young wizards, yet I hold their opinions in contempt." The new professor surveyed the students before him and continued, "Now, who can tell me what the 3 unforgivable curses are?" As per usual, Hermione raised her hand, as answering questions seemed to be her passion. "Miss Granger, please enlighten us." Moody called upon her without hesitation, evidently aware of the girl's reputation for knowledge among the faculty. "I know of a curse called the Imperieuse Curse, which can control another to do anything for the caster, and the victim retains no memory of the ordeal." Hermione recalled the incantation she had read about in the Ministry of Magic records, where many captured Death Eaters claimed to have been subjected to the Imperieuse Curse, thereby evading judgment. Moody nodded in approval, saying, "Well done, Hermione," 5 points to Gryffindor, signaling for her to take her seat, then proceeded to elucidate. "The Imperieuse Curse can manipulate a wizardess mind, and there exists no counter-curse to lift it unless one possesses the strength of will to break free from its grasp. This is why such curses are deemed unforgivable. They lack any means of reversal." With that, Moody opened a glass jar before him and extracted a spider. He then employed an enlarging spell, causing the spider to grow larger, guiding it to the podium. "Now, I shall demonstrate the effects of the soul extraction." A beam of white light shot from Moody's wand, striking the writhing creature. A being afflicted by this curse can be controlled at the caster's whim. For instance, to dance, the spider commenced an odd jig upon the table, or, if commanded to drown itself, no sooner had he spoken than the spider climbed onto a metal frame, slowly lowering itself headfirst into a basin of water. The young wizards gasped in astonishment, their eyes glued to the spectacle. The professor then lifted the spell, randomly calling upon a student. Neville Longbottom, do you know the other two curses? The accused was a plump young wizard, his expression somewhat timid, hesitatingly responding. I know of a curse called the Cruciatus Curse. Correct. Correct, the Cruciatus Curse, a favorite among the Death Eaters, who excel in using this curse to torment others. Such exquisite agony. Moody appeared slightly deranged. The spider, now targeted by his wand, began to writhe desperately, its legs spasming in pain, emitting a series of piercing screams. Albert observed these curses intently. Compared to the straightforward nature of ancient magic, modern spells seem to possess a greater level of intricacy and finesse. Just as Moody was performing this spell, the spider's soul endured cruel torment, while its physical form remained entirely unscathed. Magic that directly affects the soul was once the exclusive domain of great wizards in ancient times, yet in the present, almost every sorcerer can wield it. The boy furrowed his brow, finding this notion somewhat incredulous. After all, the soul has long been a plaything of the divine, manipulated only by gods at their whim. Enough. Can't you see that Neville is in distress? Hermione's piercing cry jolted the boy back to reality, prompting him to glance over at Neville. The pudgy boy indeed appeared unwell, his complexion pale, teetering on the brink of collapse, his face a mixture of sweat and tears. Moody awkwardly ceased his actions and casually stated, Next, we will delve into the most vicious and terrifying of the three unforgivable curses. Avada Kedavra! A sickly green light flashed, and the creature on the table met its tragic end. Harry touched the scar on his forehead, which had just sent a sharp pang through him. Albert fixated intently on the corpse of the spider, sensing that just moments ago, the creature's soul had vanished, not merely dissipated, but seemingly snatched away by some unseen force. Interesting, the boy mused, stroking his chin with a contemplative expression. It seemed these spells were far from simple. The realm of the divine had been encroached upon by mortals. Truly a remarkable feat. This lesson sparked considerable debate among the students. Some argued that confronting the Cruciatus Curse, and even the Killing Curse, could instill panic in underage wizards, while others contended that Moody was correct. Only through a thorough understanding of dark magic could one effectively defend against it. Overall, it was still a relatively successful defense against the dark arts class. Albert strolled alongside Hermione, who expressed her dissatisfaction with Moody's brusque teaching methods, grumbling about the new professor throughout their walk. He pales in comparison to you, Albert. I even sense something amiss about him. Hermione concluded her assessment of Mad-Eye Moody. The boy took Hermione's hand earnestly and replied, I too find him somewhat unusual, but I will keep a close watch on him. Shall we go for a meal? Hand in hand, they made their way toward the great hall. But as they approached the entrance, the girl shyly withdrew her hand from Albert's grasp and entered ahead of him. Chapter 42. Unexpected yet inevitable. Hermione headed straight for the Gryffindor table, while Albert paused to contemplate before making his way toward Ravenclaw. Today marked the announcement of who would be the champions, and as a Ravenclaw, he wished to share in the glory with his fellow Eagles. Several young witches and wizards excitedly cleared space for him, eager to sit alongside Ravenclaw's pride, with a few young witches casting hopeful glances his way. Nevertheless, Albert chose a quieter corner to settle in, beside a serene girl. She possessed a pair of soulful eyes and wore a necklace fashioned from bottle corks, lending her an air of peculiarity. Hello, I am Luna Lovegood, she said, appraising Albert for a moment before speaking. You bear traces of a disturbance. The boy cast a peculiar glance at himself and casually remarked, Hello, Miss Lovegood. What is a nargle? Luna gestured with her hand, explaining, a bothersome creature that lurks around troubled individuals. However, you are free of them now. Creatures? Albert felt a shiver run down his spine. Although he sensed nothing around him, he cautiously cast a repelling charm of his own invention, which ensured that no pest would approach within a radius of 500 meters. Breathing a sigh of relief, Albert resumed his meal, picking up the unfinished chicken leg, while the strange girl fell silent, focusing on her food. As the young wizards concluded their meal and the ministry officials arrived, Dumbledore rose from his seat, circumventing the teacher's table to stand beside the goblet of fire. Students, gather around. I trust you have all been eagerly awaiting this moment. It is finally time to unveil the mystery of who shall emerge as the champions from each school. The goblet will provide us with the answer. With that, the venerable headmaster tapped the stone goblet, emanating blue flames, and awaited the outcome. After a brief moment, the serene blue flames within the goblet suddenly erupted into a fierce orange blaze, from which a parchment was expelled. Dumbledore caught the paper and proclaimed loudly, The champion from Beauxbatons is Fleur Delacour. A wave of enthusiastic applause erupted from the Beauxbatons side. The half-villa, beaming with joy, stood up and was led by Ludo to a waiting room, for he had further announcements to make once all the champions were assembled. Albert took a moment to glance at Gryffindor's table, where he noticed Hermione peering in his direction. He smiled, silently assuring her, "Fear not. I shall be the champion." After a brief silence, the goblet stirred once more, announcing, "And the champion from Durmstrang is Victor Krum." Dumbledore's voice resonated through the hall. Cheers erupted, both from the home school and visiting institutions, all applauding the Quidditch star. Krum, maintaining a stoic expression, rose and paused briefly as he passed the Gryffindor table, seemingly searching for something. Albert felt a surge of irritation. He resolved to make the towering athlete regret ever crossing paths with him during the competition, leaving him with a profound and unforgettable memory. "You seem to have nargles again. Are you troubled by something?" the quirky girl suddenly inquired. "What?" The boy examined himself closely, even closing his eyes to probe with his magic, perplexed as he replied, "I don't sense anything on me." Luna blinked, waving her hand around Albert's shoulders as if shooing away an invisible presence. "Nargles are generally undetectable by ordinary wizards, but fear not. Simply driving them away like this will suffice." Thank you," the boy replied, his expression somewhat bewildered, for it was his first time being described as ordinary. He had a rough understanding of the harassment that transpired, likely a figment of the imagination of that peculiar little witch. Nevertheless, out of courtesy, Albert expressed his gratitude to Luna. At that moment, a vibrant orange light flashed, as the Goblet of Fire selected the final champion. Dumbledore caught the parchment, glanced at the name, and with a hint of resignation, directed his gaze toward this side and announced, "The champion of Hogwarts is Albert Augustus." The eager eagles of Ravenclaw erupted in jubilant cheers, and the other three houses joined in with fervent applause. This was unlike the champions from the previous two schools. Augustus had boldly shattered the enchantments left by Dumbledore and was chosen as the champion, delivering a resounding blow to the Ministry of Magic. For the adventurous young wizards, still in their rebellious phase, this was nothing short of exhilarating. Moreover, Albert had shone brightly in the previous semester. Both the defiant Gryffindors and the haughty Slytherins had come to respect this Ravenclaw prodigy. Even the Hufflepuff Badgers were impressed, acknowledging that while their Cedric Diggory was exceptional, losing to Professor Augustus was no shame. "I object," suddenly interjected the headmaster of Durmstrang. "The Ministry of Magic has stipulated that only students over the age of 17 may compete, and that Albert does not appear to be 17. This is a blatant disregard for his safety." Albert cast a glance at Karkaroff, who trembled under his gaze. Despite the latter's distant reputation of the Augustus family echoing in Germany, this was not France. As long as his school could clinch victory, he would be the headmaster of the most formidable magical institution in Europe. And both the impending return of the Dark Lord and the audacious Augustus family would think twice about his standing in the wizarding world. Therefore, no matter the circumstances, this prodigious member of the Augustus family should not become embroiled in the Triwizard Tournament. He understood his students well enough to know that, when grouped together, they would not stand a chance against any Augustus. "I firmly believe Mr. Augustus is entirely capable of safeguarding his own well-being. Considering he openly breached the enchantment in front of everyone and cast his vote," Madame Maxime asserted, rising to her full height and imposing great pressure on Karkaroff, who could not help but swallow hard. Dumbledore cleared his throat, preparing to speak when the Goblet of Fire suddenly ignited once more in orange flames, ejecting a smoking parchment that wobbled as it landed in the old headmaster's hand. Dumbledore scrutinized the note closely, incredulously reading, "Harry Potter?" The students began to murmur amongst themselves, and the old headmaster amplified his voice, revealing his irritation. "Harry Potter." Harry, bewildered, was pushed forward, looking around at his classmates who were pointing at him in astonishment, even Ron displaying a shocked expression. Albert approached and gently patted Harry on the shoulder. "Do not worry. Harry, come with me to the other champions. Standing here in confusion is not a prudent course of action." Upon finishing his words, he took the lead and walked forward, casting a profound glance at Karkaroff as he passed. Chapter 43. The fragile vessel of friendship can capsize at any moment. Karkaroff opened his mouth but instinctively lowered his head, evading Albert's meaningful gaze. He felt that the pressure exerted by this boy was more terrifying than that of the Dark Lord himself. The outcry that had risen to his lips remained unvoiced, as he sensed that should he continue to make a fuss, even if he were the Minister of Magic, he would likely face dire consequences, not to mention that he was merely a headmaster. Madame Maxime silently exchanged a glance with Dumbledore before angrily following Albert towards the Champions' Lounge, with Dumbledore and Karkaroff trailing closely behind. Upon entering the room, Albert found Ludovic Bagman of the Ministry of Magic conversing with the other two champions. Upon hearing the door open, they all turned to look. "Mr. Augustus, I knew Dumbledore's magic would not confound you," exclaimed the head of the Department of Magical Games and Sports, as he promptly abandoned the other two champions to stride towards the entrance. "You flatter me, Mr. Bagman," the boy replied politely, acknowledging that he too had exerted considerable effort to register. As he moved, Harry emerged from behind him. Fleur regarded the additional presence with curiosity, inquiring, "Is there something concerning this student?" Before she could finish her sentence, Madame Maxime stormed in, interrupting Dumbledore. "If this matter lacks a reasonable explanation, then this Triwizard Tournament is nothing but a farce. Mr. Augustus is one thing, given his evident prowess, but what of this Harry Potter?" Karkaroff, who followed closely behind, echoed, "Indeed, Dumbledore, if your school has two participants, then ours must have two as well. If not, one must be disqualified." Dumbledore entered the room as well, followed by Bartemius Crouch from the Ministry of Magic. The old headmaster disregarded the others and approached Harry, grasping his shoulder and asking, "Did you register, Harry?" Harry shook his head in confusion. "No, headmaster, I lack such capabilities." "Did you seek assistance from any upperclassmen?" Karkaroff inquired next. Harry continued to shake his head. He had spent his time after class with Ron. How could he possibly seek help from older students to register? "My magic cannot be so easily deceived, Igor," Dumbledore interjected, pulling Harry behind him. "The headmaster of Durmstrang would not yield. That may not be the case. Who knows if you did not secretly manipulate things to allow your students additional assistance?" "Enough." Bartemius Crouch stepped forward as the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, delivering the final verdict. "The selection of the Goblet of Fire must be adhered to, or there will be severe repercussions. Therefore, Harry Potter must participate in the Triwizard Tournament." Of course, this was somewhat unfair to the other two schools. Perhaps Harry could compete as an independent representative, thus not officially representing Hogwarts, which would mitigate the overall impact on the competition. Madame Maxim nodded, and although the outcome was far from ideal, she chose to extend a semblance of courtesy to Albert, acknowledging that further debate would be futile. Residing in France, she was acutely aware of the formidable power concealed behind the silence of the boy, a presence no one in the room, save for Dumbledore, could afford to offend. Karkaroff glanced around, gauging the atmosphere, and finally resignedly remarked, "Very well. It seems we have no choice." Thus, the bewildered Harry found himself inexplicably designated as the fourth champion of the Triwizard Tournament. While the matter of Albert's age was tacitly overlooked by all, Barty Crouch, after enlightening the champions on the rules of the competition and the timing of the first event, declared the meeting adjourned. The inaugural contest was scheduled for 2 weeks hence, with the Ministry of Magic collaborating with the professors to prepare the venue. Ignoring Ludo's eager approach, Albert was the first to exit the room. He had discovered several intriguing tomes in the restricted section, which promised insights into obscure facets of history. Thus, he had no intention of pairing up with anyone. "Mr. Augustus, please wait a moment," came a voice from behind, prompting Albert to pause. The half-Vila girl hurriedly caught up, appearing somewhat anxious. Taking a deep breath to compose herself, she finally spoke. "Hello, Mr. Augustus. My name is Fleur Delacour, hailing from eastern France. It is a pleasure to meet you." The boy regarded the girl's greeting with a curious glance, noting the hint of a restrained smile upon her face. "It is a pleasure to meet you as well, Miss Delacour. However, I have some matters to attend to, so please allow me to take my leave," Albert replied politely before departing, leaving Fleur momentarily stunned. Clearly unprepared for such an indifferent response, she was taken aback, yet soon her smile returned. This was the demeanor befitting Augustus, unyielding to power and unmoved by beauty. Fleur lingered for a moment, watching the boy's retreating figure, then turned away, hands clasped behind her back. She felt time was on her side. This was a rare opportunity to cultivate a connection with the enigmatic Augustus family. Harry returned to the Gryffindor common room in a daze, where he was met not with applause and cheers, but rather with skeptical gazes. In comparison to the formidable and mysterious Albert, Harry seemed somewhat lacking. At least the majority of young wizards present felt themselves no less worthy than he. Therefore, they collectively surmised that the so-called savior must have employed some underhanded means to secure his place, and the petty and despicable Potter had chosen not to share his method with them. Consequently, nearly every Hogwarts student pointed fingers at him, subtly isolating him, while the Slytherins, led by Malfoy, openly mocked Harry. He hurried back to his dormitory with his head bowed, only to find Ron soundly asleep on his bed. "Ron, why didn't he enter in secret? Do you believe me?" Harry knew that his friend was not truly asleep, and with a glimmer of hope, he inquired. Ron stirred beneath the covers, a muffled voice emerging from the warmth. Who knows? After all, you are the renowned Harry Potter. It will be quite normal for you to possess some extraordinary abilities, just like Albert. Harry's eyes brimmed with disbelief, his voice slightly choked. Even you don't believe me? I have been by your side the entire time. In a fit of anger, Ron threw off his blanket and sat up. Perhaps you simply didn't want to carry a burden and took the opportunity to shake me off in the night. The great Harry Potter. All right, I see through you, Ron Weasley. With that, Harry turned over to sleep, unwilling to utter another word to the foolish boy. You'd best pay attention. Ron spat back before turning away from Harry and falling asleep. Chapter 44. The Considerate Professor Harry, with dark circles under his eyes from a sleepless night, attended Snape's potions class. It was evident that his lack of focus would subject him to the bat-like professor's scorn. Harry Potter, if your dubious reputation as a brave soul has kept you awake all night, perhaps you should concede defeat early. With such a fragile mindset, you might not survive the first task, Snape sneered, his gaze piercing Harry with hidden implications. Nearby, Albert cast a sympathetic glance at Harry, understanding the isolation he felt. Hermione, seated beside him, also looked worriedly at Harry and then at Ron, who sat at a considerable distance. Their seating arrangements could aptly be described as worlds apart. One near the front close to Ravenclaw, the other at the back near the door, embodying a relationship of estrangement. I'm sorry, Professor. I will pay attention, Harry mumbled, evidently oblivious to the subtext of Snape's remarks. Snape, with a haughty scoff, turned and walked away. After class, Albert and Hermione called out to Harry. Though the petty squabble between the two boys was somewhat amusing, out of respect for Hermione, Albert decided to intervene. He placed a reassuring hand on Harry's shoulder and said earnestly, Harry, I trust you did not enter your name in the goblet. Dumbledore's magic is not so simple. You must adjust your mindset and cannot remain in despair. Remember, nearly every Triwizard tournament has seen fatalities due to unforeseen circumstances, regardless of who entered you. Their intentions cannot be trusted. Hermione nodded in agreement. Exactly, Harry. Above the title of champion and the allure of a trophy, your safety must come first. As for the suspicions of others, I believe time will vindicate you. Harry looked at them, touched. Thank you, Albert, Hermione. I appreciate your faith in me. I will pull myself together. That's the spirit. Let's go to lunch together. I think you should take some time in the library to learn a few spells. It may yield unexpected benefits, Albert suggested. Harry nodded emphatically, resolved to dedicate every spare moment to diligently enhancing his magical knowledge, intent on secretly studying and astonishing everyone. Dispatch those doubting little sorcerers, especially that foolish Ron. Thus, Harry endured the first week in silence. One day, as Harry prepared to head to the library, he unexpectedly collided with Draco Malfoy and his entourage, who were idly wandering the halls. Cursing his misfortune, Harry lowered his head and attempted to sidestep them, but Malfoy, with his keen eyes, spotted him and approached with his cronies in tow. Hello, Potter. Where are you off to? Where's your little sidekick? Malfoy sneered maliciously. Harry clenched his fists. Mind your own business, Malfoy. If you block my path again, I shall not hesitate to give you a thrashing. Malfoy exaggeratedly jumped back a step, his voice dripping with malice. With what, pray tell? With your pathetic little wand? He gestured to his chest, and Harry finally noticed that, for some reason, the surrounding little sorcerers were all sporting badges emblazoned with the words Brave Augustus, alongside a striking portrait of Albert. Moments later, the badge transformed into a dark green backdrop, with Harry's face appearing above it, accompanied by the phrase Potter the Stink. Harry could no longer contain his fury. He drew his wand and pointed it at Malfoy. Swiftly uttering, legs stiffen, cease. A beam of light sent Malfoy flying. He spun through the air before crashing to the ground with a thud. Harry stowed his wand and turned to leave. He had no intention of remaining to be besieged. Malfoy, Goyle, and the others were momentarily stunned before rushing to assist their leader, who was dazed and red-faced with anger. You despicable little fiend. Malfoy, neglecting to lift his own curse, drew his wand at Harry's retreating figure and began to chant, Ow! However, a thunderous roar interrupted him, and another spell struck him. The assailant was the new Professor Moody, who transformed Draco Malfoy into a white ferret, expertly maneuvering him to scuttle across Goyle. Goyle emitted a series of terrified shrieks, while Harry looked on from a distance, his face alight with glee. He paused momentarily, wary of any retaliatory attack from behind. At that moment, Professor McGonagall hurried onto the scene, spotting the gathering of students from afar. What transpired here, Alastair? As she approached, Moody was preparing to stuff Malfoy into Goyle's trousers. Harry laughed heartily at the spectacle. While McGonagall quickly discerned that the frantically darting ferret was a student, her expression shifting to one of displeasure. With all due respect, Professor Moody, Hogwarts does not employ transfiguration spells as a means of punishing students, she interjected, swiftly nullifying the enchantment. Malfoy, after a brief contortion, reverted to his original form, his expression one of terror as he fled the scene, supported by his companions, eager to distance himself from the madman, leaving all else for another day. Moody's expression was somewhat awkward as he scratched his nose and said, "I apologize, McGonagall. I shall be more mindful in the future." McGonagall sighed, hoping that would be the case, before turning to leave, burdened with a multitude of tasks. "Harry, come with me," Moody called out to the young savior, leading him to a secluded corner. Harry followed hesitantly, fearing that the professor had witnessed his earlier confrontation with Malfoy and was about to reprimand him. Moody drew Harry closer, patting his shoulder with the tone of someone seasoned in adversity. Exceptional individuals often face ostracism. Therefore, what you must do is adjust your mindset, prepare diligently, and strike back fiercely. Do you understand my meaning? Harry, moved, nodded in agreement. I comprehend your message. Professor, I shall strive to do better. Merely effort is insufficient. Moody continued, inching closer to Harry and placing a button in his hand. He whispered, "This is a magical artifact. When you encounter danger, squeeze it tightly. Remember, it is to be used only in peril. I suspect the individual who registered you has ulterior motives." Harry found Moody's words resonant, as Albert shared the same sentiment. He carefully tucked the button into his pocket, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Professor. I will exercise caution." A smile formed on Moody's scarred face as he added, "Additionally, tonight, bring your invisibility cloak when you visit Hagrid. Remember, go alone." With that, Moody departed, leaving Harry in a contemplative state. Chapter 45. The tradition of the Triwizard Tournament. After a moment's reflection, Harry resolved to consult Albert. Although Professor Moody was genuinely concerned for him, he placed greater trust in his friend. Predictably, he found Hermione and Albert in the library, seated side by side engrossed in their studies. The midday sunlight cast their shadows into one, both displaying an intense focus as they silently perused their books. Despite the absence of dialogue, an inexplicable harmony enveloped them. Harry hesitated, reluctant to disrupt this serene atmosphere. However, recalling the matter at hand, he quietly approached and took a seat opposite them. Albert glanced up briefly, but did not speak. "Professor Moody instructed me to visit Hagrid tonight with my invisibility cloak. He seems to have something to discuss," Harry murmured. Albert turned a page in his book, keeping his gaze fixed, and replied, "Perhaps he wishes to disclose some details about the competition. Such revelations have become a tradition in the Triwizard Tournament." Stealing a glance at the book Albert was reading, titled The Blood and Hatred of Wizards, The Witch Hunt, Harry pondered its historical context. "Tradition? You mean that cheating has become a custom of the Triwizard Tournament?" Harry's expression morphed into one of incredulity as he absorbed Albert's implication. At this moment, Hermione lifted her head and handed her book to Harry, which bore the grim reminder that nearly every Triwizard Tournament has seen contestants perish. In an effort to mitigate these losses, the three schools had tacitly agreed to provide their students with essential assistance to ensure their safety, as noted in the tome titled A Brief History of the Triwizard Tournament. Harry opened his mouth, suddenly realizing that due to his identity as a champion, he had quarreled with Ron, making him feel utterly foolish. As he watched Harry dejectedly exit the library, Hermione leaned closer to Albert and whispered, "Don't you want to see what Hagrid wishes to tell Harry? It would be quite unfair if you were the only one among the four not to receive help." The boy, feeling the warm breath against his ear, replied absent-mindedly, "There's no need. It's merely a child-esque game after all. This is a competition between students. Isn't it?" From the very first day the dragons entered the school, Albert had sensed their presence. However, to spare the young witch from unnecessary worry, he decided to keep it confidential for the time being. After all, there were merely a few half-blood dragons, entirely manageable. That evening, Harry, clad in his invisibility cloak, cautiously slipped out of the dormitory. He paused momentarily as he passed Ron, but had no intention of waking the fool. He proceeded with practiced ease to Hagrid's hut, gently knocking on the door, which opened shortly thereafter. Hagrid's towering figure appeared behind it, dressed in a custom oversized suit, his tousled hair neatly arranged, and a rose pinned to his chest. "Is that you, Harry? Come in quickly, follow me, and whatever you do, don't speak." "Do you remember?" the giant said, somewhat nervously. Harry nodded, recalling his invisibility cloak, and managed to say, "All right, Hagrid." They waited inside the hut for a while until another knock echoed through the air. Hagrid sprang to his feet, adjusted his attire, and cleared his throat before opening the door. "Olymp, you've finally arrived." Hagrid's voice sounded oddly tender. a tone Harry had never heard from him before. Did you miss me? The headmistress of Beaux Batons said in a syrupy voice. Hagrid gently took Maxim's hand and replied, Of course, Olymp, I think about you constantly. Harry shivered involuntarily, wishing he could blind himself. By Merlin's beard, enduring Albert and Hermione's affectionate displays was one thing, considering their striking good looks. But why was he awake in the middle of the night, far from home, to witness two adults in a romantic exchange? Fortunately, this awkward situation did not last long. Before long, Hagrid and Maxim stealthily exited, prompting Harry to quietly follow behind. After approximately 20 minutes, they ventured deep into the Forbidden Forest, where Hagrid and Maxim discreetly concealed themselves behind a thicket. Harry soon trailed behind them, observing a few large iron cages not far away, from which faint roars emanated, accompanied by flickering flames. Several Ministry of Magic officials stood guard around the perimeter, vigilant and alert. Harry, emboldened by the invisibility cloak, edged forward. At that moment, a sudden burst of flame erupted from a nearby cage, illuminating the creature within. Harry staggered back in shock, his mind momentarily blank. Could it be a dragon? The Ministry of Magic's madness has led them to pit my students against a dragon. Madame Maxime whispered angrily. Hagrid, lowering his voice, explained, the Ministry would never allow students to confront a dragon head-on. They'll likely have devised some clever method for the competition. However, the first task will certainly involve dragons, so I suggest you prepare in advance. Madame Maxime, touched, kissed Hagrid on the cheek and gratefully said, Thank you for telling me this, Hagrid. I must inform Fleur right away. Shall we continue our date another time? Hagrid, somewhat flustered, replied, Of course, Olymp. The safety of the students is paramount. Please go ahead. Once Madame Maxime departed, Harry removed the cloak, his nerves and fear rendering his voice hoarse. So our first task is to face a dragon? This is utterly insane. Hagrid discreetly wiped his face before reassuringly saying, Don't worry, Harry. The Ministry would never send you to your doom. You may only need to have an indirect encounter with those adorable creatures. Make good use of the knowledge you've acquired, or seek assistance from your friends. Most importantly, take care of yourself, Harry. Pale-faced, Harry felt a lack of confidence. He couldn't recall learning any strategies to deal with dragons during his years at Hogwarts. Perhaps he could seek advice from Albert and Hermione. They would surely have some valuable suggestions. After bidding farewell to Hagrid, Harry returned to the dormitory, burdened with thoughts. He resolved to inform Albert about the dragon the following morning, for, beyond the competition, the young savior was far more concerned about the safety of his friends. Naturally, he also wished to inquire if Albert and Hermione had any means to ensure his survival in the presence of a dragon. Chapter 46. Dragons and the Master of Wand-Making. Early the next morning, Harry sought out Albert to share the events of the previous night. Are you saying Hagrid might be romantically involved with Madame Maxime? Albert's expression was quite nuanced. TSK, TSK, TSK. That must have been quite a spectacle. Hermione, nearby, was rolling her eyes nearly to the back of her head as she kicked the boy in frustration. Harry, still shaken, said, It was indeed quite a spectacle. At that moment, I wished I were blind. No. Didn't you catch the main point? A dragon. A dragon. We are to confront a dragon in the competition. The boy scratched his head. It's just a few half-blood dragons. The purebloods have long since been eradicated. Harry was on the verge of losing his mind. What did half-blood or pure blood even matter? All he knew was that they were about to face a creature towering over 10 meters and stretching dozens of meters long, capable of incinerating a fully grown wizard with a single breath. Yet his friends seemed to dismiss the gravity of the situation. Even if they were half-blood dragons, they were not something an ordinary wizard could contend with. Fortunately, Hermione came to Harry's aid, articulating the Savior's concerns. Albert finally realized that his friend was merely an ordinary wizard, still underage, and thus unable to confront a dragon through sheer strength as he could. After a moment of reflection, he offered a suggestion. The magic I possess can indeed deal with dragons, but you may find it beyond your reach. Perhaps you could try the summoning charm, which you are set to learn in your 6th year. Harry's expression remained grim as he lamented. We have less than a week, Albert. I fear I won't master a new spell in time. Hermione furrowed her brow, and suddenly a thought struck her. Maybe, Harry, you could employ your strengths to face the dragon. Harry looked puzzled. My strengths? You mean flying? I doubt the school would permit me to bring a firebolt into the competition. The young witch smiled and replied, Even if you can't bring the firebolt, you must have your wand, right? I happen to know a spell you could use. Harry's eyes lit up. What is it? Hermione, a hint of pride in her gaze towards Albert, relished the boy's admiration before revealing her answer. The summoning charm, which we learned in our 2nd year. During the contest, I will bring your broom to the stands, and you simply need to summon it. Harry's spirits soared. You're brilliant, Hermione. Just as I expected. With a firebolt, I would feel confident facing even a dragon. Having received the answer he sought, the young savior hurried off to practice the summoning charm, brimming with confidence and eager to showcase his prowess. And what about you? The young witch inquired, her eyes sparkling as she turned to Albert. What clever strategy does the genius Professor Augustus have for dealing with dragons? The boy smirked confidently. Just watch. I shall astonish you. Hermione rolled her eyes at Albert, hastening ahead without acknowledging his bravado. However, after taking a few steps, she turned back and cautioned, do be careful, even if your performance isn't spectacular. The boy's heart skipped a beat as he approached her, taking her hand. Rest assured, Hermione, nothing can harm me. The girl lowered her gaze slightly. Her cheeks flushed as Albert led her to the library. Time passed as Harry diligently practiced, and before long, the day of the competition arrived. The entire school gathered in the stands to cheer for their respective champions. Ravenclaw students collaborated to create a giant banner adorned with an exaggerated portrait of Albert, his name inscribed beside it, encircled by a ring of white flames. Each wave of the banner elicited screams from the girls below, prompting Albert to cover his face in agony, too embarrassed to look up as he ducked into the tent where the champions prepared for the contest. Inside, he spotted Fleur sitting off to the side, wearing an enigmatic smile as she observed the flustered Augustus with keen interest. Crumb appeared to be quite nonchalant, while his fans were far more exuberant. Harry was the last to arrive, and shortly after he entered, Ludo led in a white-haired elder with keen eyes. All right, brave souls, Ludo exclaimed with palpable excitement. To ensure fairness in the competition, we must inspect your wands. The Ministry of Magic has specially summoned the Master Wand Maker, Ollivander, to conduct this examination. Ollivander stepped forward, first taking Fleur's wand. After a dazzling array of tests, he declared it free of faults. Next, he examined Harry and Crumb's wands. And finally, it was Albert's turn. The boy hesitated for a moment before extending his hand toward the elder. I apologize, Mr. Ollivander, but my magical instrument may be somewhat unconventional. I do not wish to remove it, though you may inspect it freely. The elder stared in astonishment, trembling as he held Albert's hand, closely examining the ring on his finger and feeling its magic with great care. What a remarkable piece of craftsmanship. This is an ancient and rare magical artifact, a magic ring. Legends say such an item has been lost for 1,000 years. What you possess may very well be the last of its kind in the world. This is an unparalleled work of art. Every magical engraving, every step, every material is a treasure beyond measure. Please cherish it, Mr. Augustus. Albert replied earnestly, of course, Mr. Ollivander, it is called the Morning Star. As important to me as my very life. Ollivander murmured, the Morning Star, what a splendid name. He then announced loudly, Mr. Augustus's magical instrument poses no issues. You may proceed to the next step. At that moment, a commotion erupted outside. Miss, this is the Champions Lounge. You cannot enter. I just want to take a peek and say hello. Please, sir. The boy recognized Hermione's voice and rushed out of the tent, just in time to see her barreling inside. Upon seeing Albert, the little witch dove into his arms, embracing him tightly. I'm still so worried about you. I read the history of the Triwizard Tournament, and there have been unexpected fatalities every time. Promise me you'll take care of yourself, all right? Albert held Hermione close, gently assuring her, I promise you, Hermione, no matter what, I will be fine. Suddenly, a flash of light accompanied by a sharp voice pierced the air. Look, the young champion and his little sweetheart. This will surely become a highlight of the competition. Chapter 47. Each displays their talents. Hermione immediately pushed away from Albert and dashed out of his sight without looking back. The boy's hands reached out helplessly, then, with clenched teeth, he turned and seized the collar of the loquacious woman, dragging her into a corner. Albert cast a glance at the woman, recognizing her as Rita Skeeter, the notorious tabloid journalist placed in Britain by the French Ministry of Magic. The boy spoke coldly. Two things. First, I am Albert Augustus, indeed the master of your master, Augustus of France. Second, if I see any unfavorable reports about me in your articles, you had better pray that you can hide on the moon within a day. Otherwise, no matter where you are, I will drag you out. Do you understand? Rita's complexion visibly paled. She never imagined that her gossip would reach the ears of the Augustus family, and she certainly did not wish to meet an untimely demise. The journalist forced a smile and cautiously replied, My Lord Augustus, I comprehend your message. I assure you, not a single extraneous word will be penned. Albert glanced at her, took out a handkerchief to wipe his hands, and casually tossed it to the ground before turning away in silence. Rita, feeling as though her very bones had been extracted, sank down weakly. She had nearly believed she was about to vanish from this world, facing the madness of the Augustuses. Merlin Protector. After Albert's warning, Rita conducted a few interviews and snapped some photos before hastily departing. Once the reporter from the Daily Prophet had left, Ludo produced a bag for the contestants to draw lots and announced the rules of the competition. Contestants could utilize any magic they possessed to retrieve the golden eggs from the dragon's nests, while the judges would score the warriors based on their performances. Fleur drew the Swedish short snout, being the first to compete. Crumb was second, facing a Welsh green dragon, while Harry drew the Hungarian horntail, entering as the third contestant. Albert was the last, tasked with confronting the most fearsome of the four dragons, the Erased Black, a beast among dragons. With the sound of a cannon, Fleur, her face pale and her steps stiff, entered the competition arena, where a colossal creature came into view. A pale blue short snout lay nearby, dozing, its neck secured by heavy iron chains. At its feet was a nest containing several dragon eggs and a gleaming golden egg. Fleur took a deep breath and cautiously stepped forward a few paces, positioning her wand at a distance beyond the dragon's alert range. A series of indistinct, almost melodic whispers emerged from the lips of the Beauxbatons warrior, accompanied by subtle waves of magic. The Swedish short snout yawned, gradually becoming unsteady, and, after a moment of struggle, it succumbed to the ground in deep slumber. What a remarkable hypnotic spell. Miss Fleur fully harnessed the power embedded within her lineage. Truly deserving of the title of genius, as Ludo, as commentary, resonated perfectly. After the dragon fell into a slumber, Furong stealthily approached the golden egg. Unfortunately, in her haste to retreat, she inadvertently roused the dragon, who unleashed a fierce breath of fire, leaving her in a rather precarious situation. Nevertheless, she successfully secured the golden egg amidst the chaos. Ultimately, she achieved an impressive score of 43 points, receiving full marks from Dumbledore, Ludo, and Maxime, while Barty Crouch awarded her 8 points and Karkaroff 5. The second contestant, Crumb, took a more direct and forceful approach. He confronted the dragon head-on, employing the stunning spell in conjunction with transfiguration. The notoriously temperamental Welsh green dragon roared in fury, spewing fire indiscriminately, and even trampled several dragon eggs in its panic, much to the distress of the Ministry of Magic's dragon handlers. After incurring significant costs, Crumb finally obtained the dragon egg. Karkaroff unhesitatingly awarded him full marks, praising his extraordinary bravery, while Maxime, in a fit of exasperation, rated him a mere 3 points. In the end, Crumb amassed a total of 39 points, placing him second. Next up was Harry, whose initial performance left the audience puzzled. He neither advanced nor retreated, but stood still, pointing his wand at the sky, murmuring a series of incantations. "Come on, give me a hand. Firebolt, come to me." Harry reiterated the spell, fervently praying. Suddenly, something whizzed through the air from the audience. His broomstick, seizing the opportunity, Harry leapt onto the firebolt and joyfully circled the arena twice. What a brilliant strategy. Harry Potter had evidently grasped the rules of the competition. Indeed, the champions were permitted to use any magic. Ludo exclaimed in admiration. The students in the stands erupted into cheers, casting aside their biases and doubts, rallying behind this valiant 15-year-old who dared to face a dragon. Harry spread his arms wide to embrace the applause of his classmates, feeling that all his efforts were worthwhile. A roar snapped him back to reality, and he recalled the dragon still awaited him. The Hungarian horntail, confined below, paced restlessly, as a notoriously irritable dragon. It despised anything flying overhead. The dragon unleashed a torrent of flames upward, which Harry deftly evaded, utilizing the agility he had honed during Quidditch matches to taunt the beast repeatedly. The dragon's fury escalated, as it incessantly breathed fire at Harry and occasionally leapt up in an attempt to seize him. At last, the dragon could no longer contain its fury and took flight, albeit constrained by iron chains that limited its altitude. Yet, even this proximity was sufficient. As soon as the dragon took to the air, Harry lowered himself on the firebolt, significantly increasing its speed. He envisioned the golden egg as a golden snitch and the dragon's claws and flames as bludgers, darting through the air with lightning speed beneath the dragon, snatching the golden egg into his grasp. Look, Harry Potter seized the golden snitch, showcasing his extraordinary flying skills and fearless courage. Truly the savior, Harry Potter, Ludovic exclaimed loudly, appearing even more exhilarated than Harry himself. The cheers from the young wizards lifted Harry's spirits, and for the first time, he contemplated that perhaps being a hero was not so dreadful after all. Ultimately, Harry surpassed the leading competitors with a score of 47, emerging victorious. Amidst the anticipation of the crowd, the renowned genius, Albert Augustus, was finally set to make his entrance. Chapter 48, The Limits of Animagus. In stark contrast to the tumultuous uproar outside, the champion's tent exuded an unusual tranquility. Albert sat calmly in a chair, seemingly lost in meditation, as vivid memories of his time with his mentor flashed through his mind. "Teacher, where have you been? You look so frail," young Albert exclaimed as he embraced a kindly old man. The once omnipotent wizard, the shapeshifter Ivan Animagus, now appeared pale and unsteady, his magical aura significantly diminished. Ivan affectionately ruffled the boy's hair, his eyes filled with warmth. "I was out attending to some matters and researching a new spell," he replied with a smile. Instantly captivated by the prospect of a new spell, the boy's curiosity piqued. "What spell? Is it fun?" "You're the best, teacher." Ivan laughed heartily. "Indeed, Albert. This is my masterpiece. It enables you to transform into any animal you desire, freely and without restraint." Overjoyed, Albert hugged his mentor tightly, exclaiming, "That's fantastic. Let us call it Animagus." Unbeknownst to the delighted boy, hundreds of kilometers away in the kingdom of, or, a storm of bloodshed was brewing. Not long ago, the wizarding world's notorious Good Samaritan, the great wizard Ivan, had suddenly declared war on the kingdom of, or, unleashing a wide-ranging curse that nearly annihilated all nobles and ministers, including the king and queen, igniting a war between humans and wizards. A loud bang jolted Albert back to reality. It was his turn to perform. Without hesitation, he rose and strode confidently towards the exit. "Teacher, you have done enough for me. Now it is time for the student to do something for you. Let us begin with your Animagus, and show these inexperienced wild wizards the true limits of wizarding transformation." Albert lifted the curtain, squinting against the blinding sunlight, as the exuberant cheers and screams heralded the excitement and fervor of the preceding matches. Upon his entrance, the cacophony of cheers coalesced into a singular name: Augustus. "Augustus." Albert paused, waving to the crowd, and amidst their applause and cheers, he boldly approached the colossal figure in the arena. The Aris Black Dragon, a creature of hybrid lineage that bears the closest bloodline to the ancient dragons, possesses an almost ancestral heritage that renders its size significantly larger than that of typical dragons. Moreover, it exhibits formidable magical resistance, with some of its kind mastering the legendary draconic spells. However, the specimen before us appears to be but a juvenile. As the boy approached, the black dragon regarded him with wariness. Yet, Albert showed no intention of proceeding slowly. He first pointed at a massive rock not far away. In a twisting motion, the rock transformed into a vibrant tiger. Subsequently, Albert murmured an incantation, endless and boundless. He traced a circle with his finger around the tiger, and a faint blue halo materialized beneath its feet, engulfing the creature within. Albert then directed his finger towards a golden egg, silently invoking a barrier of sealing, which enveloped the dragon's nest in a dark magical dome. What was Albert planning? Despite exhibiting remarkable shape-shifting skills, it seemed that the magic had faltered, prompting Ludo to voice the collective confusion. Before he could finish, a deep blue circle suddenly appeared above the black dragon, and one by one, tigers leapt forth from the portal, clawing and gnashing at the giant dragon. In no time, the emerging tigers buried the black dragon beneath their onslaught. "My heavens!" Ludo exclaimed in a daze, his voice echoing through the crowd, who were left agape at the spectacle. Meanwhile, our valiant warrior Albert reclined on a conjured chaise lounge, savoring the clash between the fire dragon and the tigers, a half watermelon in hand. The buried black dragon's roars grew increasingly feeble, occasionally flinging a tiger away, which would disintegrate mid-air into fragments. Periodically, fierce flames would ignite the tigers, incinerating them, yet more would swiftly descend from the halo above. Gradually, the great dragon fell silent, and just as the audience believed Albert had triumphed, a deep, oppressive roar emanated from the pile of tigers. As the roar resonated, waves of black light spread outward. Any magical tiger that came into contact with the waves reverted to its original form, until even the halo above was extinguished by the force. The black dragon shook off the debris and slowly rose, its gaze fixed intently on the melon-eating boy nearby. Its throat swelled slightly before it unleashed a torrent of black flames. Yet, before the flames could reach him, a pure white shield of light manifested before Albert, blocking the inferno, and he did not even relinquish his watermelon. "It is time," the boy silently affirmed to himself, rising amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers. A silvery radiance erupted from within Albert, enveloping him in a cocoon of light. The thunderous rhythm of his heartbeat echoed like a drum, causing the black dragon to cease its fiery assault. adopting a defensive posture as it sensed the lethal threat emanating from within the cocoon. With a crack, and under the breathless scrutiny of the anxious crowd, the cocoon split open, and a diminutive silver dragon emerged from within. Subsequently, amidst the winds, it grew in stature, transforming in the blink of an eye into a magnificent creature measuring 70 to 80 meters in length and 50 meters in height. It gazed imperiously at the diminutive figures before it, exhaling plumes of white flames. A dragon, an ancient behemoth. A piercing scream shattered the silence as Malfoy, his eyes ablaze with fervor, beheld the colossal entity within the arena. An ancient dragon, the embodiment of his dreams. From a young age, Malfoy had been entranced by dragons, as evidenced by his very name, Draco Malfoy, with Draco resonating with dragon. Had he known that Albert could transform into a dragon, he would have never sought to provoke that man. As Malfoy's voice faded, it was as if a slumbering flock of ducks had been roused, unleashing a cacophony of screams and cheers that nearly pierced the heavens. Even Dumbledore stood in astonishment, murmuring to himself, the legendary transfiguration, the pinnacle of Animagus transformation. I knew it, I knew it. Amidst the ensuing chaos, Albert proclaimed, "Submit or perish." With a fierce roar, the black dragon unleashed a torrent of dragon fire, evidently opting for the latter. Albert, unyielding, advanced through the flames to confront the black dragon, striking it away with a single claw, then exhaling a stream of white fire that reduced a nearby boulder to nothingness. Submit or perish. The white dragon, exuding an aura of dominance, approached and placed a foot upon the black dragon's head, delivering an ultimatum. After a moment of whimpering, the dragon ceased its struggles, slowly exposing its belly in submission, while Albert, enveloped in a radiant white light, reverted to his original form. He stood atop the dragon's head and body, striding over to the dragon's lair, retrieving a golden egg from the black aura and raising it high. Chapter 49. The fervent admirers and the hushed audience. Hermione gazed in awe at the boy shimmering under the sunlight within the arena. At that moment, Albert appeared more imposing than the dragon beneath his feet, more radiant than the golden egg in his grasp. So dazzling, so intoxicating. Is this Augustus? Truly a mesmerizing blend of strength and charisma. In the contestant area, Fleur was equally entranced, her eyes sparkling with admiration. After a moment of silence, the arena gradually erupted into a clamor, transforming into fervent cheers that echoed Albert's name in a frenzy. Each young wizard's cheeks flushed with excitement. They had never witnessed or even heard of such magic, nor could they have imagined anyone defeating a black dragon in such a breathtaking manner. Meanwhile, some of the elder wizards stared wide-eyed, as today, before their very eyes, a minor wizard shattered the long-held belief that wizards could not transform into magical creatures, a moment monumental enough to reverberate throughout the wizarding world. In a hoarse voice, Ludo announced Albert's score, a perfect 50 out of 50. Even Karkaroff bestowed full marks, for in the heart of this former Death Eater, the enigmatic Augustus had eclipsed the fearsome Dark Lord. After the competition, Albert returned to the dormitory, greeted warmly by everyone he encountered, some even requesting his autograph or a photograph together. A few little wizards with faces full of adoration trailed behind the boy, instinctively shielding him from the overzealous students. In no time, under Malfoy's leadership, these young sorcerers established their own organization, proudly dubbing themselves the Dragon Guardians and referring to Albert as the Lord of Dragons. Albert felt an overwhelming sense of awkwardness as he showcased his flying prowess before the crowd for the first time. In a dazzling display, he transformed into a swirling blue mist, soaring over the heads of the little wizards before diving into his dormitory, where he promptly cast a series of protective enchantments on his door. The situation did not improve until the afternoon of the third day, not because the young wizards had lost their fervor, but rather due to Malfoy's implementation of a series of fan-following guidelines. The foremost rule dictated that they must not interfere with the Lord of Dragons' daily life, accompanied by a myriad of other stipulations, which Malfoy diligently enforced alongside his fellow admirers. After 2 days of hiding, Albert seized the opportunity to sneak out for dinner that evening, during which he finally gleaned the details of the events from Harry. He had no choice but to begrudgingly acknowledge Malfoy's status as his #1 fervent admirer. Despite the rather cringeworthy nicknames, Malfoy had proven himself capable in other respects, earning Albert a measure of respect for him. After all, as the heir of a prominent family, he certainly possessed some skills. It would have been even better if he weren't so foolish. That evening, Albert summoned Hermione using his communication ring. Upon seeing him, the young witch could not help but leap into his embrace. Albert glanced around, discreetly cast a detection spell to ensure no one was nearby, and then held the little witch tightly. How about that day? I was quite impressive, wasn't I? He asked, a hint of pride in his voice. Yes, Hermione replied, her voice somewhat muffled. You were dazzling and incredibly handsome. I never realized you were so formidable. Noticing a peculiar shift in Hermione's demeanor, Albert gently cupped her shoulders and lifted her chin to reveal her slightly swollen eyes. What's wrong? Did something happen? He asked, his voice laced with concern, employing a spell to assess her condition. Hermione gazed at Albert with a look of longing and uncertainty. You are so exceptional. I fear I may never catch up to you and will only be left watching as you grow ever more distant. I have researched extensively, historically. The most powerful wizards lived long lives, yet modern wizards lack such gifts. I cannot bear the thought of losing you, especially after such brief companionship, leaving you alone in the world. Albert's heart tightened as he looked in her eyes, feeling as though he beheld the most beautiful thing in existence. Nothing had ever stirred him so deeply, not even the allure of mysterious magic or the realms of the divine. He suddenly pulled her into a fierce embrace, his voice low and earnest as he promised, I will find a way. Trust me, neither death nor time shall separate us. That is my vow. An ambiguous atmosphere enveloped the two, as even the moon above seemed to blush a shade of pink. The boy found his gaze irresistibly drawn to the girl as her rosy lips. He pressed his own lips together, and with each increasingly fervent heartbeat, he slowly leaned closer. This time, Hermione did not close her eyes. They were filled entirely with the image of this boy, and the little witch slightly rose on her toes. Suddenly, a furious roar of a dragon erupted, accompanied by a burst of flames and the shrieks of young wizards. Albert felt the veins on his forehead throb. The ambience was shattered, and he yearned to slay those beasts at that very moment. Observing the boy's clenched jaw, Hermione couldn't help but chuckle. Albert felt a warmth creep to his cheeks, a sensation that quickened his pulse. But when he turned back, the little witch had already scampered away. A melodious whisper reached his ears. I found in my research that each Triwizard tournament includes a ball. It seems I still lack a partner after the first task. Please, go see what the commotion is about, Professor Augustus. In an instant, the boy was no longer agitated. He felt enveloped in love and care. The world appeared so splendid. The flames in the forest so dazzling, and those cries so melodious. Help! Run! The black dragon has gone berserk. The shouts from the forbidden forest grew clearer, and soon several figures rushed toward them. Leading the group was Ludovic, accompanied by a few wizards. Professor Augustus, it's splendid to see you here. Ludovic exclaimed upon spotting Albert, his worried expression easing. Could you lend a hand? That black dragon has inexplicably gone out of control, and Dumbledore is unfortunately absent from his school. My men are struggling against a dragon that commands the language of dragons. The boy shrugged, taking the lead into the forbidden forest. Since you can't handle it, I might as well take a look. I have nothing else to do. He was also curious about which fools had chosen to provoke a giant dragon at such an hour. Chapter 50. Malfoy Seeks to Follow. Not long after, Albert and Ludovic encountered a flustered Malfoy and his companions, making a hasty retreat. Did you take leave of your senses? The boy halted incredulously. Out at this hour, seeking death. And you brought your foolish minions along? Malfoy abruptly stopped, his face flushed crimson as he stammered. I apologize, Dragon Lord. I merely wish to follow in your footsteps and experience the formidable foes you have faced. A shiver ran down Albert's spine. He felt goosebumps rising. Please, I implore you, do not refer to me as Dragon Lord. Call me Albert or Augustus. Anything is fine. If I hear that title from you or your lackeys again, I shall cast a forgetting charm on you, reducing you to the mindset of a 3-year-old. Malfoy's lips moved hesitantly, and he finally conceded. All right, Professor Augustus. The boy sighed in relief, glancing at the injuries of his companions, and casually inquired, It appears you have sustained little harm. Given your abilities, it would be quite improbable for you to escape unscathed from a rampaging fire dragon. Who came to your aid? Malfoy and Goyle exchanged glances before replying in unison. It was Hagrid and Madame Maxime. They happened to be nearby. Albert remained silent, striding past them toward the enclosure where the dragon was confined. The black dragon proved to be quite formidable, and 2 half-blood giants alone would not suffice to subdue it. Malfoy observed Goyle and the others, then glanced at Albert's retreating figure, decisively following suit. May I accompany you, Mr. Augustus? Feel free, just call me Albert. There's no need for such formality. Came the boy's voice from a distance. Ludo and the Aurors, their expressions tense, maneuvered past the younger wizards, hastily advancing forward. They could not permit the 2 children to lead the way. After traversing a thicket, Albert's group encountered the rampaging fire dragon. The scene before them was chaotic. The enclosure lay in ruins, debris scattered, and charred remnants littered the ground. The black dragon's eye was injured, its neck secured by a magically inscribed iron chain. The other end held firmly by Hagrid. He had wrapped the chain around his waist several times, gripping a large tree with both hands to restrain the dragon from taking flight. Meanwhile, Madame Maxime relentlessly cast various spells against the dragon, occasionally shielding Hagrid from the encroaching flames. As Albert arrived, Hagrid caught sight of him and shouted in alarm, "Run, Albert! It's perilous here. Seek Dumbledore or any of the professors in the castle." Before the boy could respond, Maxime quickly interjected, "Mr. Augustus, please assist in subduing this beast. I am losing control." At that moment, Ludo arrived with the Aurors, swiftly encircling the black dragon. A barrage of stunning spells struck the agitated creature, but they seemed to have little effect. The dragon, perceiving the increasing number of adversaries, let out a low growl reminiscent of days prior, unleashing waves of dark energy. "Beware, it's dragon tongue magic," Maxime warned loudly, promptly casting a protective charm for herself and Hagrid before stepping back. The Ministry's Aurors were slightly slow to react, and several were knocked backward, engulfed in black smoke. In that critical moment, Albert intervened, launching a sphere of soft white light into the air. The luminescence formed a protective barrier around everyone present, repelling the dark waves and gradually healing those unfortunate enough to be struck. After casting the light sphere, the boy did not pause in his efforts. Instead, he took a few steps forward, pointing at several large trees and intoning, "Spirits of nature, thorn warriors." The indicated trees transformed before the astonished gazes of onlookers into towering treants adorned with thorns. They uprooted themselves from the ground, utilizing their roots as legs, and charged toward the black dragon, wielding their trunks as weapons. The waves of light emitted by the black dragon had no effect on the treants, instead quickening their steps. Albert pointed once more at the black dragon, gritting his teeth as he commanded, "Great binding ring, strike it fiercely." White rings of light erupted from the boy's fingertips, successively ensnaring the black dragon, which was besieged by the treants, binding it tightly like a dumpling. Responding to their master's command, the treants intensified their assault, transforming their trunks into barbed whips that relentlessly lashed at the adolescent dragon. The dragon's roars shifted from a display of dominance to a low, mournful wail, eliciting sympathy even from the injured Aurors. Malfoy, feeling a pang of guilt as he glanced at the suffering black dragon, recognized that this predicament stemmed from his own actions. Had he not sought to measure his prowess against his idol, he would not have provoked this unfortunate creature with his family's dark magic. Steeling himself, Malfoy approached Albert and humbly suggested, "Perhaps we should stop. It appears to be on the brink of death." Albert curled his lip, still harboring resentment. "Rest assured, the heiress black dragon is not so easily vanquished." Nevertheless, he waved his hand, transforming the treants that were assaulting the black dragon into a large cage, confining the weakened beast within. "Truly, Mr. Augustus, your strength is remarkable. It seems our school's chances of victory in this competition are rather bleak," remarked Madame Maxim. Albert waved dismissively. "You flatter me, madam. This black dragon was already on the verge of being subdued by you. I merely seized an opportunity." After exchanging a few words with Ludo and Hagrid, the boy expressed his intention to return to rest. Meanwhile, Malfoy silently lingered nearby, trailing behind him after Albert took his leave. As they neared the edge of the Forbidden Forest, Albert halted, turning his head to glance at Malfoy, who had been following closely. "Do you have something to say, Draco?" Malfoy's breath quickened, his inner turmoil evident, yet he seemed to muster resolve as he stepped forward. Fixing his gaze on Albert, "I wish to follow you, Mr. Augustus, just as my father followed the Dark Lord, to embark on a grand endeavor in your footsteps." Albert regarded Malfoy's earnest expression before coldly bypassing him. As Malfoy's eyes dimmed, a phrase echoed in his ears. "Then strive to grow stronger, Malfoy. You are not yet worthy. What I am to accomplish is far more arduous than you can imagine." Malfoy's eyes brightened as he clenched his fists, exclaiming, "I will, no matter the cost. I shall follow in your footsteps." The boy remained silent, elegantly waving his hand, leaving Malfoy with a profound silhouette. Chapter 51. Augustus can also feel nervous. After a restful night, Albert awoke rejuvenated for class. However, today's transfiguration lesson was unlike any other. The classroom was transformed, with desks stacked neatly against the walls, leaving a spacious area in the center, where an old gramophone stood in the corner. Professor McGonagall, having exchanged her usual austere wizarding robes for a tailored evening gown, beamed as she addressed the students. A tradition accompanies each Triwizard tournament, that of the inter-school ball. In preparation for this event, I shall dedicate a lesson to impart the essential etiquette of the ball. Furthermore, gentlemen, I implore you to summon your inner chivalry and extend invitations to the young ladies of your choosing at the earliest opportunity. Albert suddenly felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. As an antiquity from over a millennium ago, he had never attended a ball nor learned to dance. Such customs were once the domain of muggles. How had they now seeped into the wizarding world? The boy's expression turned serious at the thought of embarrassing himself before the teachers and students of the three schools, particularly not wanting to disgrace himself in front of Hermione. He resolved to thoroughly research the matter as soon as possible. Professor McGonagall devoted the lesson to meticulously outlining the proceedings of the ball, even enlisting Harry to demonstrate the graceful art of dancing with a lady. Albert watched, somewhat amused, as Harry clumsily trod upon Professor McGonagall's feet repeatedly, causing her to frown in discomfort. Harry, I suggest you practice your steps diligently. Perhaps consult your godfather, who excels in this area, McGonagall tactfully advised after the dance concluded. Albert couldn't help but feel a twinge of schadenfreude at Harry's awkwardness, but soon his thoughts turned inward, realizing he might be even less prepared than Harry. After class, Harry called out to Albert, "Have you decided whom to invite?" McGonagall just informed me that each ball is led by the champions. At that moment, Ron approached, the two having reconciled since their initial competition, with Mr. Weasley finally acknowledging his mistakes and promptly apologizing to Harry. As a Gryffindor, he displayed a distinctive courage. Sometimes confronting one's errors requires more bravery than facing a formidable adversary, and Harry was pleased to see his friend find his way back. The two were inseparable in these days of camaraderie. The boy cast a peculiar glance at them before declaring, "I assent to it obvious? Em inviten Hermione. What about you two?" Harry and Ron exchanged glances, hesitating to speak. Albert sensed an ominous turn. "Harry, please don't tell me you're planning to invite Ron, and that he has agreed." The mere thought sent a shiver down his spine. It was too terrifying. Harry's face flushed crimson, while Ron quickly defended his honor. "Harry is inviting your housemate, Cho Chang," but she turned him down. The chosen one stammered, "It's not entirely a rejection. Cedric invited her first, and you, Ron?" Albert inquired, glancing towards the other side. "I'm not in a hurry. After all, no one has mandated that a ball must include a partner." At that moment, Ron began to utter some perplexing phrases, such as imaginary girlfriend and single aristocrat, which enveloped the room in a palpable sense of awkwardness. Just then, a voice interjected, "Mr. Augustus, may I invite you to be my dance partner?" The speaker was the captivating half-blood beauty, Furong, a warrior from Beauxbatons. Albert glanced at Furong, who returned his gaze with a charming smile. "I am sorry, Furong, but I have someone I wish to invite, so I must respectfully decline your offer," the boy politely replied. Furong nodded, somewhat disappointed, and without further ado, she bid farewell and turned to leave, having entirely ignored Harry and Ron. Meanwhile, Ron, who had been incessantly proclaiming his status as a single aristocrat, was now fixated on the retreating figure of the enchanting half-blood beauty, his eyes unblinking. Albert, not lingering any longer, bid farewell to Harry and made his way directly to the library, where Hermione was surely waiting. He had already received an invitation, let alone the fact that Hermione, with her exceptional intellect, was the epitome of perfection in the eyes of many boys. He could not allow anyone to seize the opportunity before him. As he walked, he contemplated various phrases to express his intentions, yet none seemed quite right. Reciting his thoughts aloud, he hurriedly advanced, but upon turning a corner, Albert halted. He noticed Hermione cornered by a tall figure, her brow furrowed in evident anger. "I have already informed you that I have a dance partner. Please do not persist, or you may find yourself in a regrettable situation," Hermione impatiently warned the man before her. Albert swiftly approached and shouldered past the individual blocking his path. Then, without hesitation, he drew Hermione into his embrace and spoke bluntly. "Crumb, has your school not taught you the meaning of gentlemanly conduct? Or is your foolish brain incapable of grasping the concept of rejection?" Crumb, speaking in somewhat halting English, retorted, "You have not yet invited her. I have the right." The boy brusquely interrupted, "You possess no rights here. This is my final warning. If you continue to harass my companion, I will transform you into a sheep and place you in a pen." Crumb appeared to understand, his expression morphing into one of fury, and without hesitation, he brandished his wand. However, before he could utter a spell, a beam of light struck him, sending him crashing into a storage room. "Should you dare draw your wand in my presence again, I will end you," Albert coldly stated before taking Hermione, whose mouth was agape in astonishment, and departing. Crumb lay amidst a heap of debris for a while, dazed, before finally regaining his footing. Damn it, that bastard, he muttered under his breath in German. Indeed, he was in dire straits, yet he was no match for his adversary. Suddenly, a raspy voice emerged. Who? Crumb tightened his grip on his wand, tensed with apprehension. The voice continued from behind. Do not be alarmed, child. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, is it not? The warrior from Durmstrang decisively turned around, only to be met with a petrifying fate. A spell soared towards the place where a stranger spoke, yet it struck nothing. A commendable reaction, indeed, befitting one of the valiant. The voice emanated from the left, accompanied by a spell that would sever the soul from the body. Crumb barely caught a glimpse of a menacing magical eye from the corner of his vision before everything faded into oblivion. Master, it shall be ready soon. The voice murmured in a somewhat morbid repetition, and with that, Crumb vanished. Chapter 52. Invitations and Practice. Albert led Hermione to the lakeside, seeking a shaded spot to rest. Having encountered his beloved here, there was no need to make another trip to the library. Yet, how should he express his feelings? The boy hesitated. Hermione remained silent. Her gaze fixed on her toes, her cheeks flushed. The atmosphere gradually thickened with an awkward ambiguity in the silence. Summoning his courage, Albert spoke with a resolve akin to facing death. Ahem, Miss Hermione Granger, might I have the honor of being your dance partner for an unforgettable evening? As he spoke, he performed a somewhat clumsy bow, a stark contrast to the typically poised and unflappable Mr. Augustus, who now felt a twinge of nervousness. Hermione gazed at Albert for a moment, then gently placed her hand in his. Of course, Mr. Augustus. Their eyes met, and a sense of relief washed over them both. After a brief silence, Albert suddenly asked, somewhat awkwardly, Hermione, do you have time the next few days? The girl looked puzzled. Of course, what do you need? Well, you see, I hail from over 1,000 years ago, and we wizards typically enjoy solitude, so... The boy hesitated. So what? Hermione's nerves began to rise. So, could you teach me how to dance? Albert shut his eyes and spoke quickly. The girl blinked in surprise, then burst into laughter. Huh. So even a genius can have his shortcomings. The boy resigned, tossed his head back, and retorted, Laugh all you want. Just remember, it will be your feet I step on. Seeing him like this only amused Hermione further. Haha. Don't worry, Albert, I'll teach you well. But you must call me Professor. All right, Professor. What? I didn't catch that, Mr. Augustus. Yes, Professor Hermione. After a day of practice, Albert finally grasped the basics of ballroom dancing, and the little witch was quite satisfied, her cheeks flushed. In the evening, as the boy lay in bed, he tossed and turned, occasionally glancing at his left hand with a grin, then at his right hand, murmuring something. Suddenly, he sat up with a start. His formal attire? He realized he had yet to procure a suit. Surely, he could not attend the ball in his wizarding robes. The boy rummaged through his pocket and retrieved a piece of parchment, upon which he inscribed with a touch of magic, Prepare for me a gown that embodies modern aesthetics. As swiftly as possible, this was a message intended for Albert and the others in France, a means of communication to avoid a fruitless journey like the last time. Moments later, the parchment began to warm in his hand, revealing a line of text. My dearest master, your humble servant beseeches you for a photograph of you adorned in the gown. If you could also spare a few outfits for me, that would be even more splendid. Albert, as if struck by lightning, flung the parchment away, easily deducing the sender's identity. Elizabeth Augustus, that peculiar, flat-chested vampire. Why was she still fixated on him after all this time? Absolutely not. No way. Stop dreaming. Albert furiously scribbled on the parchment. Mere seconds passed before it heated up again. Master, without your generous gift, your devoted servant cannot suppress the longing for you. I shall promptly, personally, bring your gown to you this very night. The boy fell into a prolonged silence, then abruptly threw off his covers. No one could threaten Augustus. No one. Albert's furious roar echoed through the dormitory, reverberating down the corridor for quite some time. He then silently retrieved his blanket. Expressionless as he wrote on the parchment, the gown shall be sent. Clothing is out of the question. It was I who saved her. It was I who provided her the will to live. It was I who made her wait for me for 13 centuries, requiring patience and responsibility. He reminded himself while staring at the ceiling. Amid his musings, a new line appeared on the parchment. It's a promise, my dear master. Meanwhile, in the Augustus estate in France, the lights suddenly blazed to life, accompanied by a cacophony of sounds. Elizabeth, hands on her hips, pointed at the dozens of wizards below. I demand that you gather the most renowned tailors in all of France at once. Create an attire befitting my master by this evening. The assembled wizards bowed in unison. "Long live our master." They swiftly dispersed, leaving only the vampire lady in the vast hall. Eerie, chilling laughter echoed from within. "Hee, young master, this is simply marvelous." Far away at Hogwarts, Albert, just falling asleep, suddenly shivered and instinctively pulled the covers tighter around him. The next morning, the bleary-eyed boy nibbled on a piece of bread, while Hermione, taking a sip of milk, stole glances at her beloved. After a while, she noticed that Albert seemed devoid of his usual vibrancy, making him all the more captivating. "Hello, Albert," Hermione greeted. "Good morning." Harry, dragging Ron along, approached, both sporting prominent dark circles under their eyes, with Ron appearing particularly despondent. The boy yawned widely, mustering the energy to glance at them, and casually remarked, "Good morning, Harry, Ron. What is wrong with you two?" Harry glanced at his dazed friend and spoke in a tone reminiscent of recounting a horror story. "Ron asked Fleur from Beauxbatons yesterday, right at the entrance of the Transfiguration classroom, in front of a crowd." Hermione cast a sympathetic glance at Ron. It seems Fleur didn't accept him. Was that really so bad? At that moment, Ron finally snapped back to reality, his voice devoid of inflection as he replied, "Didn't he accept?" "She didn't even speak. She merely looked at me with that disdainful gaze, as if I were nothing more than a slug." Albert patted Ron on the shoulder, earnestly stating, "Believe me, in her eyes, you might not even measure up to a slug." Ron looked at him vacantly. "Thank you very much, Professor Augustus." Hermione pinched Albert sharply, while Harry covered his mouth, trembling as he glanced away. Chapter 53. The meteor flies, my heart endures. In the final 2 days leading up to the ball, Harry and Ron finally found their partners. Harry asked Ginny, Ron's sister, who had long harbored a crush on the boy who lived, while Ron invited a young witch from Hufflepuff, who was quite taken with the tall, optimistic, and brave Weasley family. A few days prior, Albert had received his formal attire, a subtly elegant black tailcoat adorned with no fewer than 20 different enchantments. There were spells for cleanliness, neatness, restoration, and even minor protective charms, among many others, with every detail meticulously attended to. It was evident that Elizabeth had put much thought into it, if only she hadn't been so preoccupied with herself. The promised photograph of the vampire was delivered one quiet night by an owl. Mrs. Elizabeth expressed her satisfaction, intending to cherish the photo as a family heirloom. As the entire school community eagerly anticipated the event, the day of the ball finally arrived. The young wizards shed their monotonous robes, donning the splendid garments they had meticulously prepared, radiating the exuberance of youth. Albert and Harry arrived at the hall early. Harry, clad in a well-fitted suit, exuded a newfound gravitas that complemented his already handsome visage. Ron, in a deep crimson formal wear, appeared somewhat vintage, earning a thumbs up from the boys who appreciated the nostalgic charm it possessed. As for Albert, from the moment he entered, nearly every young witch was captivated by him. The already handsome boy, accentuated by the tailcoat, emanated an irresistible allure. "Oh my, Albert is truly handsome," one young witch gasped, clutching her chest as she fixated on Augustus's face. "Aisha, give it up," Augustus invited Hermione. "You have no chance," remarked a freckled witch nearby. Aisha bit her lip, feeling a twinge of defiance. In her eyes, the impeccably flawless Professor Augustus was unmatched by anyone in the school, including herself. Why should that ordinary Hermione be favored by the heartthrob? Is that really Hermione? How is that possible? What kind of magic did she use? A series of exclamations caught Elsa's attention. Descending gracefully from the staircase on the second floor of the hall was a striking figure. Hermione, with her unruly hair elegantly styled, wearing a beautiful dress, radiated confidence as she made her way down. Albert gazed at her with deep affection and, upon her arrival at the bottom of the stairs, took her hand gently, saying, "You are truly beautiful, Hermione." The girl squinted her eyes playfully, grasping his hand in return, and asked with a smile, "Which version of me looks better, the usual me or the one you see now?" Both are lovely." He scratched his head, unable to contain his bashfulness. "Silly." Hermione laughed, cheerfully pulling Albert's hand as they made their way through the crowd toward Harry. "Hi, Hermione, you've changed so much," Harry greeted, somewhat dazed. Ron, standing nearby, nodded in a stupor before shivering and stepping back a few paces. After the Fleur incident, he had developed a certain apprehension towards beautiful women. After a brief chat with Harry, Professor McGonagall arrived to inform them to prepare, as the champions of the Triwizard Tournament were to lead the dance at the ball. During this time, Albert had been practicing dance steps with Hermione, and now he felt confident. After days of diligent practice, it was finally time to showcase their efforts. As a melodious tune filled the air, the champions entered one by one, with Hermione and Albert shining the brightest among the four pairs. the meticulously adorned young, which unveiled her charm in full splendor that evening. Among the crowd, Elsa stared intently at the two, acknowledging in that moment that Hermione and Albert were indeed a match made in heaven. Albert gently embraced Hermione, his gaze solely fixed on her tender eyes as they danced gracefully to the enchanting music. At that moment, he finally grasped the allure of the ball. Only with someone cherished does dancing become lively and delightful. As the music concluded, applause and cheers erupted around them, the champion's performance having set a perfect tone for the evening. Many young wizards eagerly took to the dance floor with their partners. Meanwhile, Albert took Hermione's hand and led her toward the exit. The young witch blushed, allowing him to guide her, her heart racing uncontrollably, as if 1,000 tiny deer were bounding within her. Albert brought her to an open area and took a deep breath. Hermione, I don't know when it happened, but I realize I am profoundly drawn to you. Perhaps it was your focused expression in the library one afternoon, or your radiant smile on another occasion. It might even be the clarity in your eyes and the unguarded hand you extended to me when we first met. But none of that matters now. After all this time, I have come to understand one thing. I like you, Hermione. Would you be my partner? Let us face the future together. Explore the realms of time hand in hand for 1,000 years and beyond. The girl tightly covered her mouth, her eyes brimming with tears of excitement. She nodded vigorously and then, releasing her hand, choked out, I will, Albert. In Hermione's mind, the memory of their first encounter flashed vividly. The boy's azure eyes, as bright as the sky, pierced her heart like a bolt of lightning. From that very first glance, a profound love blossomed between them. Albert, unable to restrain himself, enveloped Hermione in his embrace and tenderly proclaimed, I have a gift for you, Hermione, as he extended his right hand towards the heavens. A surge of immense magical energy radiated from within him, and a hint of violet shimmered in his eyes. The stars above began to sway, gradually cascading down like a meteor shower right above Hermione's head. Her eyes sparkled with wonder, determined to etch this moment into the depths of her memory. Amidst the celestial downpour, a star gleaming with violet brilliance surged forth, hurtling directly towards Albert before transforming into a purple gem that landed in his palm. What is this? The girl inquired, her eyes wide with fascination. This is my promise, Hermione. It will ensure that you follow my path, and we shall never part. Albert gently pressed the gem against her chest. With a flash of light, it nestled into the chain around her neck. Captivated by the boy's earnest gaze, Hermione instinctively rose on her toes and pressed her lips against Albert's. His eyes widened in surprise, but he quickly wrapped his arms around her, unwilling to release her even slightly. Without Albert's magical support, the once vibrant meteor shower transformed into silvery fireworks, bursting across the sky. Indeed, the spectacle of stars turning into meteors was but an illusion, with the sole reality being the gem within the girl's necklace, crafted from an ancient spell. It was the only protective enchantment among them, a bond of symbiosis that promised life and death together, an everlasting union blessed by the divine. Chapter 54. The Golden Egg and Treasures. Amidst the dazzling fireworks, Albert reluctantly released Hermione's slightly swollen lips. The girl gazed up at him with misty eyes, her breath quickening as she clutched his collar tightly, nestling against him. Never before had Hermione felt such happiness in Albert's embrace. It seemed as though she possessed the entire world. So this is what love feels like, the witch murmured. Albert tenderly brushed Hermione's tousled hair and kissed her cheek, softly saying, we must return now, Hermione. The boy struggled to control his magic. Whenever his emotions surged, so too did his power, a gift that felt like a curse. To resolve this predicament, he sought answers through the annals of history, for the last wizard like him had been revered as a god, the god of time. Yes, Hermione replied softly, her grip tightening around his hand. We will always be together, right? Albert gazed deeply into Hermione's eyes and pointed to her necklace. With this, no force can separate us, not time, nor death. How wonderful! The girl beamed, her radiant smile illuminating the night sky in an instant. The two individuals, savoring the sweet taste of love for the first time, lingered until the late hours of the night before reluctantly parting ways. After escorting Hermione back to her dormitory, the boy gazed at the sky for a considerable time, lost in thought before returning to his own room. A whisper floated on the breeze. Reaching the stars, I am no longer alone, rest assured. The following morning, Albert hummed a cheerful tune as he made his way to Gryffindor. However, he did not find Hermione at the table, only Harry, who sat there with a bewildered expression. Good morning, Harry. Have you seen Hermione? The boy inquired, plopping down beside Harry and casually grabbing a piece of bread to munch on. The chosen one seemed to snap back to reality. responding with a question that missed the mark. Albert, have you ever kissed a girl? The boy nearly choked in surprise at his friend's words, casting a doubtful glance at Harry. Of course. Wait, no. I mean, were you last night? You weren't following me, were you? Ever since the incident with Dumbledore's peeping, Albert had developed a psychological aversion to such scenarios. Harry appeared oblivious to Albert's query, continuing on about his own experiences. I had a great time last night. Ginny kissed me when I walked her back to her dorm. Right here. He pointed his right cheek. An expression of confusion mingled with a hint of glee in his eyes. Is that all? Albert exclaimed incredulously. I thought you two had already. Had already what? A girl's voice suddenly pierced the air from behind them. Harry sprang to his feet, scratching his head, then awkwardly sat back down, nervously greeting, Good morning, Ginny. The red-haired witch settled into the chair next to Harry. Good morning, Harry. What were you discussing? Harry glanced at Albert with a pleading look, but Albert, without lifting his gaze, continued to sip his porridge, even shifting slightly away. We were talking about the golden egg. Yes, we were just discussing that. Albert thought I had already unraveled the mystery of the golden egg. Merlin be praised. The Potter family's legendary quick wit had finally come into play. Ginny seemed skeptical, her tone slow and commanding as she questioned, Is that so? Because I believe I heard my name mentioned. Harry was struggling to hold his ground. With a beseeching look at Albert, he hesitated. Is it or is it not? Albert, say something. Finally, the boy set down his utensils and wiped his mouth, convinced of his status as a boy with a girlfriend and determined not to be intimidated by another woman. Indeed, Ginny, Harry just said that if it were you, the riddle would have been solved ages ago. Albert stated nonchalantly, his heart steady. Very well. Ginny narrowed her eyes, casting a glance at the now trembling chosen one. Then, with an exasperated huff, she vacated her seat. Both boys exhaled in relief. Albert looked at Harry with a sympathetic expression and solemnly remarked, Harry, I fear your days ahead may not be easy. Do not lose that ring I gave you. It may very well save your life at a crucial moment. At that moment, Hermione, burdened with thoughts, hurried over and, upon seeing Albert, her face brightened with a smile, quickening her pace. Good morning, Harry. Good morning, Albert. She greeted before taking a seat beside them. Albert, however, suddenly wore a mischievous grin, cleared his throat, and announced, Harry, allow me to reintroduce this lovely lady. Miss Hermione Granger, my girlfriend. Harry cast a stoic glance at the boastful boy, responding coolly with an indifferent "oh." He had grown weary of consuming the couple's romantic antics and felt little excitement over this public declaration. He had long cultivated an impenetrable heart, unperturbed by such displays. Oh! The boy raised an eyebrow and leaned in, placing a kiss at the corner of Hermione's mouth. She gasped, lightly tapping his shoulder twice. Harry exclaimed, You two are excessive. The savior of the wizarding world declared that he could no longer bear to stay in the same vicinity, hastily consuming a few spoonfuls of porridge before storming away in frustration. Harry, why not take your golden egg to the water? Perhaps it will yield some clues. Albert called after his retreating figure, to which Harry waved his hand in acknowledgement. Humph. Hermione, blushing, pinched the flesh at the boy's waist, though she hesitated to apply too much force. Ultimately, she mustered a feeble warning. If you do that again, I might just get angry. Albert immediately raised his hands in surrender, diverting the conversation. Hermione, where did you just go? Why is Ron missing as well? The girl withdrew her hand, shooting Albert an exasperated look. Professor McGonagall called Ron and me to discuss something regarding the competition. Albert's expression turned serious, anxiety gripping him. What is it? You won't be in danger, will you? I understood the mermaid language from the golden egg. They claimed they would take my treasure. I assure you, no one can seize anything from me. As he spoke, a sudden realization struck him. Wait, could the treasure they mentioned be you? That old fool Dumbledore. And those imbeciles at the ministry. How dare they? Albert sprang to his feet, feeling compelled to have a stern discussion with those foolish individuals. Hermione quickly grasped the impassioned boy's arm, her tone earnest as she said, Albert, I will not be in danger. And I trust that you will find me at the first opportunity, right? Chapter 55, The Giant Octopus at the Lake's Bottom. Albert gradually calmed down, recognizing he had been overly agitated. Regardless of others, if Dumbledore did not wish to face the repercussions of a forbidden curse alongside Hogwarts, he certainly would not jeopardize Hermione's safety. Nonetheless, Albert remained uneasy. He removed the ring from Hermione's hand, clasping it within his palms, murmuring an incantation. A surge of violet light emanated from his hands, causing beads of sweat to form on Albert's brow. After a considerable time, the magical fluctuations began to subside. Hermione gently wiped the sweat from his forehead, her voice filled with concern. There is no need for such caution, Albert. After all, Professor Dumbledore is involved in this matter, and I will not be in danger. The boy grasped Hermione's hand, gently placing the transformed ring upon her fourth finger, feeling a slight sense of relief. He spoke solemnly. Better safe than sorry, Hermione. We must exercise caution, even in the face of the slightest danger. I sense an extraordinary creature lurking in the Black Lake. He had imbued the ring with several enchantments. Should anything amiss occur, it would automatically activate, ensuring that no matter where he was, it would bring her to his side. In his heart, he silently added the latter part of his thought. Whoever compelled Hermione to trigger the ring would meet their demise. Weeks had passed since the ball, and winter had settled over Hogwarts. Yet not even the harshest frost could extinguish the sparks of love ignited during the festivities. Take Albert and Hermione, for instance. They were nearly inseparable, always holding hands, shattering the hearts of countless young girls in the process. Many impassioned young witches speculated that Granger must have secretly slipped Augustus a love potion, a theory that gained considerable traction within Slytherin. In the Slytherin common room, Draco Malfoy was engaged in discussion with several wizards adorned with badges upon their chests. Then it is settled. Each of you shall return home and persuade your parents to befriend, or even pledge loyalty to, Mr. Augustus. I would not have summoned you here had I not believed that you comprehended the significance of the name Augustus. And I trust you have come to appreciate Albert's formidable power during this time. Draco straightened slightly, his pride evident as he continued. As for me, Draco Malfoy, I have secured Albert's consent. Should we prove our worth, we shall earn the right to follow him and the chance to liberate ourselves from the Dark Lord's grasp. It all begins with this first step, aligning our families with Augustus. The Malfoy family shall be the first to pledge allegiance. For a greater cause, the surrounding men and women clenched their fists in excitement, having been thoroughly awed by Albert's prowess, and now enlightened by their families about the formidable strength of Augustus's estate. With the opportunity to follow a powerful ally and rescue their families from peril, how could they not be stirred with fervor? For a greater cause, the young Slytherins echoed in unison, their gazes resolute and fervent. As the Slytherin students gradually departed, Draco leaned back against the sofa, weary, and gently rubbed his temples. Draco, are we truly making the right decision? If Albert ultimately refuses their overtures, we may find ourselves in dire straits. A strikingly beautiful witch seated beside him voiced her concerns. Her name was Pansy, Draco's childhood companion. The young master opened his eyes, brimming with confidence as he replied, "He will. I have witnessed his ambition. A narrow-minded individual cannot transform into an ancient dragon. Such a creature embodies pride and ferocity. Moreover, I must prove to him that I am more deserving than Potter to stand behind him and fight alongside him. The fate of the Malfoy family hangs in the balance." Pansy gently grasped Draco's hand, declaring, "Wherever you go, even if it leads to hell, I shall follow." "Thank you, Pansy," Draco replied, tightening his grip on his beloved's hand. Outside the grand windows of the Slytherin common room, a massive tentacle silently glided past, creating ripples in its wake. By the shore of the Black Lake at dusk, a figure was intently observing something. It was Albert, who deduced that since the second task involved mermaids, it must pertain to water. The place with the most water at Hogwarts was undoubtedly this unfathomable Black Lake. Albert lightly brushed off his clothing before stepping directly into the lake, making no disturbance. As if he were traversing another realm, the boy wandered through the lake for some time, without discovering anything suspicious. He eventually stumbled upon a gathering place for mermaids, seemingly the arena for the competition. The mermaids, sensing an adversary, kept their distance from Albert. At that moment, the boy suddenly sensed an unusual surge of magical energy. A dark wizard, Albert promptly conjured several protective shields around himself, becoming vigilant. Aside from himself and Dumbledore, Hogwarts lacked other powerful wizards. Even high-ranking wizards were scarce. And this magical aura was imbued with a chilling stillness, indicating it was no benign presence. With a flicker, a glowing orb ascended from Albert's fingertips, illuminating a 50-meter radius around him like a miniature sun. Beneath the illuminated surface of the lake, several colossal tentacles and a dark, ominous octopus head emerged. Upon being discovered, the octopus immediately coiled its tentacles towards the boy, releasing a cloud of dark ink ahead. An animagus transformation. Albert perceived that this enormous octopus was likely a wizard transformed, and without hesitation, he struck back. "With water as my blade and ice as my shield, I summon the wrath of the waters." The boy spun in place, conjuring waves with his hands. The ripples he created gradually spread outwards, with the outermost waves turning into sharp blades aimed at the octopus, while the closer waves formed a sturdy ice wall to shield him. The magical blades sliced into the giant octopus, inflicting several deep wounds and severing several tentacles. Strangely, both the severed limbs and the wounds emitted a gray hue, with no blood flowing forth. Realizing the prowess of this young wizard, the peculiar octopus quickly spewed forth thick ink to conceal its escape into the depths of the lake. Attempting to flee? Soul obliteration. Seeing the creature attempting to escape, Albert decisively unleashed a lethal spell. An emerald green light erupted from his finger, racing towards the monstrous being. The soul obliteration spell was akin to the killing curse. However, the former directly annihilated the soul rather than returning it to the hands of death. Yet it, too, could be countered by certain incantations. The spell struck the fleeing octopus without any impediment, yet it appeared to have no effect whatsoever. Albert's eyes widened in astonishment. How could this be possible? Chapter 56, The Second Match. As the boy pondered, the octopus vanished from sight, and Albert sensed a powerful surge of magic approaching. Dumbledore. Dismissing any trivial exchange with the old headmaster, Augustus promptly teleported back to the dormitory, for the restrictions of Hogwarts seemed non-existent in his hands. Albert even suspected he had once participated in the very construction of Hogwarts, as nearly all the enchantments appeared to have granted him a backdoor. Shortly after the boy's departure, Dumbledore arrived, closing his eyes to sense the fluctuations of magic before fixing his gaze on a deep crevice at the lake's bottom. Gryffindor, have you finally reached your limit? Or has a new soul emerged from your remnants? If you continue to attack others, I shall be left with no choice but to eliminate you, Dumbledore murmured to himself, casting one last glance at the nearby ice wall before departing. Upon returning to his dormitory, Albert contemplated the peculiarities of the giant octopus, suspecting that it was either dead or that the wizard who had transformed into the octopus had perished. Now, another soul occupied his body, yet this soul remained incomplete, which explained the overwhelming magic it possessed while acting solely on instinct. This was the reason the soul-crushing curse had failed. It only affected living souls, while the incomplete one did not qualify as alive. With this realization, Albert drifted off to sleep, reassured that a mindless beast was no challenge for him. Even with his eyes closed, time passed amidst the tender moments shared between Albert and Hermione, leading to the day of the match. Early that morning, Professor McGonagall summoned Hermione and Ron, who did not return until the competition began. Thus, Albert and Harry were left to participate alone, though it would be more accurate to say they were not entirely solitary, given the small wizards in the audience fervently cheering for Albert. Harry discreetly nudged Albert, offering him a sticky mass of herbs while whispering, "This is gillyweed. It will allow you to breathe underwater." Neville gave it to me, claiming it's more effective than spells. Albert quickly shook his head. Even if he had numerous spells at his disposal, he would not consume this potion that resembled a tangled mass of worms. I have my own methods. Harry, remember not to wander aimlessly once we're in the lake. Complete the task and return immediately, Albert cautioned in a hushed tone. Harry said nothing, merely nodding silently, aware of the disparity between himself and Albert. He held no illusions about winning the championship. His primary goal was to preserve his own life. The champions took their positions, and before the match commenced, Ludo announced the details of the second contest. "Dear champions, I trust you have noticed that your important companions are missing. They're the treasures concealed within the golden egg." Harry scratched his head, muttering quietly, "Ron is missing? I thought he merely had an upset stomach." Albert could not help but roll his eyes. "You are about to venture into the depths of the Black Lake, following the clues to locate your companions. Should you fail to complete the task within the allotted time, you shall lose them forever." Suddenly, Fleur, standing beside Harry, let out a startled cry and, disregarding the attempts to restrain her, made to leap into the lake, causing a commotion. Her sister had vanished that morning, and it was evident she must be in the water. Maxim rushed over, embracing Fleur and patiently explaining the rules of the competition, which helped to calm her down. "After all, we reside in a civilized society, and even the most reckless of wizards would not jest with the lives of their family and loved ones." Once Ludo clarified the competition rules, Dumbledore officially announced the commencement of the event. Fleur barely had time to cast a bubblehead charm before she plunged into the water with a splash. Crumb attempted a transformation spell, seemingly aiming to morph into a shark. However, he only succeeded halfway, retaining human legs while sporting a shark's head. Seizing the opportunity while others were distracted, Harry discreetly swallowed a gillyweed and then dove into the lake with a dog paddle stroke. Albert, witnessing the effects of Harry's potion, leisurely tapped his clothing and employed a lesser-known but quite effective, albeit ancient, water-repelling spell. He then stepped into the lake with ease, creating not a single ripple, just as he had done that fateful night. Once all the participants had entered the water, Dumbledore conjured a vast magical screen above the lake's surface and connected it to a prearranged scrying mirror, thus allowing a clear view of the champions beneath the water. The old headmaster winked at the astonished judges and proudly proclaimed, "This is a technique I learned from my old friends among Muggles. I must say, they are remarkably intelligent and inventive." During this time, Dumbledore had been tirelessly traversing the realm, leveraging his influence to draw attention to Muggles among other wizards. He had repeatedly spoken at the Wizengamot, advocating for the wizarding community to engage with Muggles. Yet each time his proposals had been met with resounding disapproval. Even some of his former friends began to distance themselves, showcasing the arrogance and obstinacy prevalent among wizards, leaving even Dumbledore at a loss. Bartemius Crouch scoffed dismissively. What creativity could Muggles possibly possess? They cannot even cast the simplest illumination charm. Even my house elf surpasses them. The others remained silent, their expressions revealing skepticism. Dumbledore chose not to argue further, his gaze filled with concern as he turned to the magical screen. They failed to comprehend that his involvement was the most prudent course of action, should that young wizard beneath the water emerge to confront the Muggle threat. It would not be a matter of merely losing 1 or 2 lives. That day at the home of Nicholas Flamel, Albert's indifference towards Muggle lives and the unmistakable malice that surfaced when he spoke of the Ministry of Magic revealed his true disposition. He professed that violence could not solve problems, yet the murderous intent in his eyes was undeniable. This boy was more formidable than Grindelwald, and equally as unhinged. Dumbledore cast a glance at Albert, who was gliding effortlessly through the water, and then at Hermione, suspended near the mermaid statue. He exhaled quietly, relieved. Thankfully, this boy had someone who cared for him, which meant he would not become a monster like Tom. Unlike Grindelwald, he possessed his own principles and the pride of a true warrior. The old headmaster couldn't help but reflect on Albert's teacher, pondering what kind of wise elder could instill such steadfast beliefs and convictions in the heart of such a genius. Chapter 57. The turbulent depths of the lake. Shortly after entering the water, Albert caught up with Harry, who was floundering about like a headless chicken. As he passed Harry, he pointed at his wand, indicating that as a wizard, he should learn to locate others using magical means. With that, Albert swiftly swam past his friend, guided by an innate sense, heading straight for Hermione. At that moment, Harry finally comprehended Albert's hint. He produced his wand, bubbles escaping his lips as he muttered a vague incantation to show him the way. The wand levitated in Harry's grasp, spinning before pointing in a direction. Without hesitation, he swam rapidly towards it. As Albert swam past a patch of aquatic plants, he sensed the magical disturbances from that fateful night. The giant squid was nearby. He hesitated for a moment, recalling that Hermione possessed magical artifacts he had left with her, which should ensure her safety. The boy resolved to confront the creature first, knowing that Harry could not handle it alone. With determination, Albert plunged into the thicket of water plants, which suddenly seemed to come alive, wrapping tightly around him. Frowning, he refrained from casting a spell. Instead, he waved his hand dismissively in front of him, and the plants fell away as if severed by an invisible scythe, leaving a clear path. The remaining foliage swiftly burrowed into the mud, revealing a fainted witch, Fleur, who appeared to have been choked unconscious. Albert sidestepped, watching the oblivious beauty drift past him, his expression impassive as he continued on his way. Before proceeding, however, he conjured a large bubble to lift Fleur towards the surface. As he pursued, an unsettling feeling grew. The squid seemed to be leading him somewhere, pulling him further away from Hermione. Meanwhile, Harry encountered a throng of merfolk, who encircled him with harpoons, preventing his forward motion yet showing no intent to attack. Just then, a monstrous creature with a fish head and a human body lunged at him, snapping its jaws and casting spells at the merfolk with its wand, resulting in devastating casualties among them. Harry sensed something was amiss. The merfolk were not retaliating, merely evading the frenzied assaults of Krum. "Stop it, Krum. They mean no harm," Harry exclaimed, bubbles escaping his mouth. Upon realizing that his words fell on deaf ears, he raised his wand without hesitation. Disarm. Krum seized a mermaid, hurling her towards Harry while growling through vibrations. "Get lost, Potter." Harry swiftly sidestepped, his gaze resolute. "I shall not allow you to slay the innocent." With that, he cast a petrifying spell. A gray incantation surged through the water towards Krum, who deftly shook his head to evade the spell and retaliated with a fierce assault. Bone Snatcher. A crimson beam hurtled towards Harry. Suddenly, a mermaid interposed herself before him, and he watched in horror as the spot where she was struck disintegrated, revealing her bones beneath. Clenching his fists tightly, Harry exclaimed. "You madman!" A flurry of bubbles erupted from his enraged mouth as he unleashed his most potent spell, Thunderous Explosion. A blinding white light shot towards Crumb, who agilely evaded it, even managing to mockingly gesture at Harry, taunting, "You are utterly pathetic, Potter." Out of nowhere, a luminous ring materialized, transforming into a colossal fishhook that plunged into Crumb's shark-like mouth. Caught off guard, he flailed helplessly, much like a fish ensnared by a hook, rising from the depths of the lake to dangle before thousands. Karkaroff's expression darkened. Seeing his prized student treated as mere bait was unbearable. "We concede." Karkaroff hastily declared Crumb's surrender, casting several spells in vain to free his beloved protege from the hook. Ultimately, it was Dumbledore who intervened, casting 2 powerful spells to rescue the unconscious Crumb. Meanwhile, oblivious to the commotion on the lake's surface, Harry successfully reunited with Albert after Crumb was caught. However, it wasn't too long before Harry understood the mermaid's obstruction. A massive octopus loomed over a protective shield, within which he could faintly discern several individuals, presumably Hermione and her companions. The creature's tentacles relentlessly battered the shield, and upon closer inspection, it appeared to be missing several limbs. Suddenly, a violent surge erupted beside Harry, generating an undercurrent that swept him away unawares. Amidst the chaos, he caught a glimpse of Albert, surrounded by a purple glow, unleashing a torrent of violet flames. Then, a sharp pain struck his head, and he lost consciousness. Albert glanced at Harry, who had collided with a reef and fainted, before discarding him onto the lake's surface and fixing his gaze menacingly upon the creature before him. The octopus was expelling waves of enchanted ink to extinguish the violet flames that burned upon its body, its limited intellect unable to fathom why fire would burn underwater. It merely acted on instinct to quench the boy's magic. "You truly are oblivious to your impending doom, beast." Albert's menacing declaration resonated in the octopus's mind, causing its movements to falter slightly. The boy did not afford it a moment to react. He reached into the water, and a translucent sword seemed to materialize in his grasp, with the deep sea's edge and the flow of water as my blade. "Water's edge, beast! I shall cleave you into 8 pieces." Albert suddenly swung the blade of water in his hand, and an invisible wave surged forth, severing several tentacles of the giant octopus that blocked his path, leaving a silent wound on its head. A cry of despair escaped the creature, and one of its lifeless eyes burst open, unleashing a jet of black blood that transformed into a blood arrow aimed directly at the boy. In response, the boy thrust both hands forward, channeling a torrent of water. Alchemical magic, transmutation of matter, water into gold. The water coalesced before Albert into a formidable iron wall, steadfastly shielding him. Without pausing, the boy's right hand crackled with flickers of blue-violet electricity, as if he were preparing to cast a spell. Suddenly, a hole appeared in the iron wall. The blood arrow had corroded Albert's magic and pierced through his form. Chapter 58. The Courage of Gryffindor. In an instant, Albert's body seemed to dissolve into nothingness, the blood arrow passing through him without inflicting any harm. Such crude tactics, he scoffed, a cold smile curling his lips. With a flick of his left hand, he transformed the iron wall into a thick iron chain, which he thrust forcefully through the octopus's body, pulling it down from the protective dome. This action revealed several individuals within, who had long since awakened. Hermione gazed outside with deep concern, while Fleur's sister and another girl stared dumbfounded at Albert, who stood with one hand crackling with electricity and the other gripping the chain. The boy's hair flowed with the current, his eyes sparkling with determination, and on his handsome face was a resolute expression. One hand raised high, seemingly grasping lightning. A chilling voice pierced through the protective shield, resonating clearly in their ears. "Monster," Albert declared, pressing his right hand against the chain. A dazzling surge of electricity raced along the iron chain, forcefully penetrating the octopus's body. After a brief silence, the electricity erupted within the creature, blue lightning filling a 100-meter radius underwater. Even the protective barrier, woven together by the headmasters, trembled with crackling sounds, revealing several cracks. The once menacing beast, now writhing in despair amidst the lightning, could only convulse as arcs of electricity surged from its body, re-entering through the gaping wounds. Hermione gazed dreamily at Albert. Encircled by electric currents and iron chains, his expression impassive, she could hardly believe that such a godlike figure would confess his feelings on a romantic night, and that he would be driven to fury for her safety. Grateful to fate for their encounter, Hermione silently prayed once more, convinced that in her past life she must have saved humanity, thus earning the chance to love Albert in this one. Meanwhile, the two girls beside her gazed enraptured at the scene outside, while Ron looked at Albert with a reverence akin to witnessing the return of Merlin himself. The monster's wail echoed through the depths of the lake, faintly reaching the silent audience above the surface. Whether it be the young wizards or the headmaster and professors, they all stood in silent awe, gazing at the scene unfolding within the shimmering surface above the black lake. A colossal octopus, pierced by iron chains, writhed in vain against its restraints, suffering in the seemingly endless onslaught of electric flashes. Ultimately, amid ta violente explosion. The screen darkened as Dumbledore's enchantment succumbed to the overwhelming surge of magical energy and shattered. My heavens, despite having witnessed Albert's enigmatic transfiguration during the first match, the sheer force of this combined spell left all present utterly astonished. A young Slytherin wizard gasped in disbelief, murmuring, "Can humans truly achieve such feats?" Beside him, Malfoy fervently observed, asserting, "We cannot, but he can." Beneath the lake, the octopus had struggled for some time. The magical lightning not only seared the creature's flesh, but also extinguished the remnants of its fractured soul. It would not be long before it faced death once more. Suddenly, the last remaining eye of the octopus regained a flicker of sentience, as Albert's magic obliterated the instinct born of its corporeal form, awakening its final glimmer of consciousness. Albert Augustus, a faint and weakened voice resonated within the boy's mind, prompting him to cease his magic. The lightning in the water gradually subsided, revealing the battered and incomplete form of the octopus. "I have awaited your arrival." It weakly gestured with a tentacle, offering a greeting to the boy. "Who are you?" Albert inquired cautiously from a distance, his hands shimmering with the faint glow of magic. "I am Godric Gryffindor. We met long ago. I, Rowena, Salazar, Helga, we have all been waiting for you." Gryffindor's voice echoed in fragmented tones. Albert remained silent, pondering the peculiarity of the situation. Aside from himself and his teachers, how could others transform into magical beings? It appeared he had taught them during his time travels. Gryffindor's subsequent words confirmed the boy's suspicions. "After you helped us establish this school, you departed alone, leaving behind a vial of potion to ensure our survival and prevent us from succumbing to the clutches of death." The proud Rowena had refused the elixir of immortality and declined to maintain her consciousness through magical transformation. Instead, she merged her soul into a magical artifact, the eagle-headed door knocker. Salazar made one final attempt to prove himself equal to you. Alas, he failed, his soul merging with the basilisk over millennia, ultimately vanishing. In her twilight years, Helga fortified Hogwarts' defenses, sacrificing her own soul as fuel, leaving nothing behind but her love for the students. Tears streamed from Godric Gryffindor's solitary eye as he mourned his friends and companions, each departing in a bittersweet release, whether in regret or fulfillment. Only he remained, day after day, year after year, trapped in the form of a monster, languishing in the depths of the dark, sunless black lake. He dared not awaken his consciousness. Lost in a fog of waiting and torment, he suddenly brandished his tentacles, his voice booming with urgency. "Albert, death is no longer just, it breeds slaughter. And with the souls of wizards, it seeks to empower itself. You must stop him. Do not allow another great wizard to fall into his embrace. Magic is humanity's sole weapon against the divine, and you are our last hope." As Gryffindor's tentacles gradually subsided, his voice began to fade. "Albert, all regrets shall find resolution in the hands of death. As long as the imprint of the soul remains, they can be reclaimed. This is the final message left for you by Rowena. Please, wrest my consciousness from the clutches of death before it extinguishes. Do not let me become his power. I know you can do it." The octopus's eyes transformed once more into the lifeless gray of oblivion as it howled and thrashed in despair. Albert's expression was heavy with sorrow. Confronting death may require courage, but enduring such torment was a greater testament to bravery. The boy bowed to Gryffindor, saying, "I shall remember your words, Godric. I will find him and thwart his plans. You are indeed the embodiment of courage, the founder of Hogwarts." After a moment of silence, Albert cast a spell upon the struggling octopus, more silent than death, deeper than darkness, the great soul annihilation. A jet of pitch-black light struck Gryffindor's remnants, erasing all vitality and essence from the creature, leaving nothing behind. Chapter 59, A Race Against Time. In the eyes of Hermione and the other brave souls, the formidable Albert faced the octopus for but a moment before dispatching it with a single spell. Albert watched as Gryffindor's remains sank to the lake's depths, then, with a flick of his finger, dispelled the protective barrier and soared above the water's surface, not uttering a word along the way. As he emerged, cheers and screams erupted, a deafening contrast to the oppressive silence of the dark lake below. Hermione and Ron wore relieved smiles. Let's cheer for Albert. He has exemplified fearless courage, exquisite magic, and noble character, Ludo exclaimed excitedly through a magical trumpet. Dumbledore and several judges applauded the boy, and, unsurprisingly, Hogwarts champions once again received full marks, leaving Karkaroff utterly disheartened. After the competition, Albert found an excuse to send Hermione away and made his way alone to the headmaster's office, knowing Dumbledore awaited him. Upon giving the password and traversing the stone staircase, Albert knocked on the door. Enter, came the elder's voice from within. You know who he is, don't you? Albert stated directly, with unwavering confidence. Dumbledore nodded, his expression grave. After my last breakthrough in magical prowess, I sensed Gryffindor lying hidden at the lake's bottom. He seemed to deliberately beckon me forth, but upon realizing I was not the one he awaited, he let me depart. He is waiting for you, Albert. The boy's expression was equally grave, tinged with sadness. I will undoubtedly foster a strong bond with him in the future. Godric's transfiguration is something I imparted to him. He endured countless years merely to convey a message to me. Dumbledore removed his glasses and gently wiped the corner of his eye. Gryffindor has never lacked courage, whether in the face of death or solitude. Albert wished to avoid prolonged discussion on this weighty subject and instead fixated on the headmaster's eyes, inquiring, How fares your endeavor? Headmaster, how many supporters do you have now? The old man's demeanor reflected a hint of embarrassment. Not many, Albert. I have encountered significant resistance. Numerous old-timers obstinately believe that Muggles are unworthy of comparison to wizards, dismissing Muggle weaponry with derision. The boy scoffed. Are they truly inferior to an ancient relic like me from over 1,000 years ago? I am aware enough to look up the information. That device called a nuclear bomb can obliterate an entire city in an instant. And those fools remain unfazed? How many wizards could utilize your laughably antiquated apparition to transport themselves hundreds of miles away? Albert rose from his seat, pressing his hands on the table, gazing down at Dumbledore. Headmaster, the obstinate will inevitably be discarded, and your outdated compassion may inadvertently lead to greater casualties. Our adversary is neither Muggles nor dark wizards. It is far more terrifying. Widespread war and death will only empower him further. You must sense this. Dumbledore met the boy's gaze unyieldingly. Both possessed blue eyes, yet they radiated differing glimmers. Violence cannot resolve issues, and death is not an omnipotent solution. Albert, you are far too anxious. A prolonged silence enveloped the headmaster's office, a stifling atmosphere causing the porcelain within to creak, while Fawkes anxiously ruffled his feathers. Ultimately, as the ambience approached a freezing point, the elder chose to relent. Grant me a little more time, Augustus. I have much to accomplish, and Voldemort seems to be showing signs of resurgence. Albert remained silent for a moment before turning to exit. Before Hermione graduates, I hope you can resolve this. Otherwise, I shall resort to my own means to deal with these fools. As he reached the doorway, the boy hesitated momentarily, then declared, concerning that Voldemort, I shall handle it for you. Remember this, Mr. Dumbledore. Our time is running short. Upon leaving the headmaster's office, Albert did not return to the dormitory, but instead made his way to the library, intent on meticulously studying the exploits of Muggles. At the entrance of the library, he unexpectedly collided with Hermione, who had been waiting there. Are you all right, Albert? Hermione first embraced the boy, then nervously circled around him before finally speaking. I am fine. Hermione, I merely have some unresolved queries. Albert, burdened with thoughts, took the girl's hand, leading her into the library. Hermione looked curiously at the boy, who was carrying several books about Muggles, and asked, Are you researching ordinary people? Perhaps I can assist you. Albert then recalled that the girl before him seemed to hail from a Muggle family. Could you assist me in finding some books on Muggle history and technology? It is of utmost importance to me, the boy promptly requested of Hermione. The girl nodded eagerly. Of course, Albert. You are truly a great help. Albert, feeling a surge of excitement, gently kissed her forehead, causing her to blush instantly and fumble with the books in front of her. The two spent some time in the library before heading out for a meal, encountering a few minor incidents along the way. Enthusiastic admirers surrounded Albert once more, recreating the scenes from previous encounters, some requesting photographs, others seeking autographs. A few audacious young witches took the opportunity to touch the boy, completely disregarding the seething witch beside them, who gritted her teeth and pulled the offending girls aside. What are you doing, Granger? We just want a picture with Professor Augustus. He is merely your boyfriend. You are not married, they protested. Hermione raised her eyebrows and, without uttering a word, drew her wand. Albert quickly seized the moment to wrap his arms around her and address the surrounding crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, should you wish to take a photograph, please include my girlfriend. And kindly refrain from encircling us. Oh no, Albert, how cruel you are. Several persistent young witches lamented, their voices tinged with despair. Amid the chaos, Draco Malfoy arrived with his entourage to rescue them. Make way. Have you forgotten the rules? Do not crowd around Albert, he commanded, parting the throng. The boy finally breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly led the girl out of the circle, patting Draco's shoulder in appreciation, which caused the latter to blush with excitement. Chapter 60. The Unhinged Madman. While Albert and his young girlfriend were sweetly avoiding frenzied fans, Harry successfully reunited with Ron, who animatedly recounted the underwater scene. Our savior fainted and missed the entire spectacle. Harry, I can scarcely fathom how someone could be that powerful. The strength of that magic was immense. That colossal octopus was like a mere toy in Albert's hands, Ron exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement, as if he himself had triumphed in the water. Harry was lost in thought, remembering only being swept away by a strange current and awakening in the contestants' rest area, where Ginny was drying his hair. Do you think it's possible that Albert is even stronger than the headmaster? After all, he was the only one who decisively vanquished those Dementors. Ron speculated in an oddly perplexed tone. Harry snapped back to reality. I believe the headmaster simply wished to avoid trouble. After all, those Dementors are technically employees of the Ministry of Magic, whereas Albert clearly does not concern himself with such matters. Fudge appears as docile as a kitten in his presence. Ron opened his mouth to respond, but was interrupted before he could speak. Your ignorance is truly alarming, Potter. I fail to comprehend why someone like you is deemed worthy to stand alongside Albert. A haughty voice interjected. It was Malfoy and the Slytherin snakes. Harry abruptly lifted his head, his tone sharp. Mind your own business, Malfoy. You will never grasp the essence of friendship. Draco smirked disdainfully. Friendship? You will merely become a burden to Albert, dragging him down with trivial ties of camaraderie and love. Upon saying this, the young master raised his chin, a hint of arrogance in his demeanor. Unlike me, Draco Malfoy, I shall lead others to become Albert's right and left hands, providing him with support as we strive towards loftier ambitions. Loftier ambitions? Harry inquired, a glimmer of confusion in his eyes. What ambitions? An abrupt silence enveloped the room. Malfoy cast a dismissive glance at Harry and calmly replied, You are truly pathetic, Potter. It is only a matter of time before Albert leaves you behind. He then sauntered past Harry with the other snakes, and Goyle quickly stepped forward, whispering, Draco, what are these loftier ambitions? Malfoy paused momentarily before responding. You are not yet worthy of knowing, Goyle. Just focus on your own responsibilities. Goyle nodded, refraining from further questions. He had never been one for deep thought. Draco exhaled silently in relief, resolving to seek out Albert in the coming days to clarify the nature of the adversaries they were to confront. Meanwhile, Harry watched Malfoy and his entourage depart, then turned to Ron, asking, So what exactly is Albert's objective? How did he become involved with those Slytherins? Ron shrugged nonchalantly. Who knows? It can't possibly be to conquer the Ministry of Magic, right? His family has evidently achieved that. He recalled the scene from the Quidditch World Cup and Fudge's pitiful demeanor. It was utterly lamentable. Just then, Moody hurried over, first scanning the vicinity with his magical eye before addressing Harry. Harry, come with me. I have something to discuss with you. He gestured toward Ron. You stay here, lad. Ron pointed at himself, eyes wide as saucers, looking utterly bewildered. Harry shrugged at his friend and followed Moody to a corner. There! The mad-eyed man thrust Harry against the wall, scrutinizing him intently with his magical eye, extracting his wand to cast several detection spells. Professor, is something amiss? Harry felt a wave of anxiety wash over him due to Moody's cryptic demeanor. You are under a tracking spell, Moody suddenly declared. Who have you been in contact with? Harry glanced nervously around. What spell? I only had a brief scuffle with Crumb underwater. I haven't interacted with anyone else. Then it's confirmed. Moody said sternly, Durmstrang is renowned in the wizarding world for its studies in dark magic. They must have ties to someone. You need to be cautious of them, Harry. Someone? You mean Voldemort? Harry felt a surge of anxiety, vividly recalling the events of his first and second years. We should inform Professor Dumbledore. Moody restrained the impulsive Harry and said, We lack evidence, Potter. Even Dumbledore cannot act against other schools based solely on suspicion. Do you still have the magical item I gave you? That button. Harry retrieved the unassuming button from his pocket, replying, I have it, Professor. I've kept it close. Moody chuckled subtly, that's good. Remember, Harry, in moments of peril, squeeze it tightly, It will save your life. Additionally, do not disclose this matter to anyone. It could lead to complications for me. After all, providing a warrior with magical items in secret is against the law. Harry solemnly nodded, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. At that moment, Moody drew his wand and directed it towards Harry. Now, I shall remove that tracking spell. Stand still. Spell. Halt. A beam of white light shot towards Harry, enveloping him momentarily before falling silent. No reason for this, Moody mused, peering through his magical eye, observing that the spell still lingered on Harry. Taking a deep breath, he intoned, "All spells must end." A fierce flash of white light struck Harry, pushing him back a few steps. The defense against the dark arts professor examined Harry again with his magical eye. The enchantment had weakened somewhat, but remained stubbornly affixed to him. Moody's suspicion deepened. Surely this spell could not have been cast by Dumbledore himself? "Professor?" Harry inquired, noticing Moody's contemplative silence, cautiously asking, "Is it done?" Coughing awkwardly, Moody replied, "Not yet, Harry. This spell is quite resilient, but it will not defeat me." He took a hefty swig from a vial of potion, his face suddenly flushing an unhealthy shade of red, and then pointed his wand at Harry, viciously declaring, "All spells must end." A sound akin to shattering glass echoed from Harry as the enchantment was dispelled. Simultaneously, Albert, who had been reading with Hermione, abruptly looked up towards Harry, a smirk of mockery gracing his lips. He had taken the bait. He had sensed something amiss when Harry was registered, thus placing an evident yet complex tracking spell on him. Whoever managed to break, it would be the one who had signed him up. Chapter 61. Hagrid's new pet Albert closed his book and stood up. It was time to meet that fish. Hermione, seated across from him, raised her head in confusion and quietly asked, "Are you going out?" The boy nodded. "I need to speak with Harry about something. You need not wait for me. See you tomorrow, Hermione." The young witch smiled sweetly in response. "See you tomorrow, Albert." Meanwhile, Moody, having finally dispelled the cursed tracking spell, let out a sigh of relief and wiped the beads of sweat from his brow. He was now certain that this magic had indeed been cast by Dumbledore himself. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been such a struggle. "Are you all right, Professor?" Harry asked, noticing Moody's somewhat weakened state, feeling touched. He regarded Professor Moody as a dedicated and responsible teacher, far superior to that old bat. Moody took a few deep breaths, leaning against the wall as he said, "It's nothing serious. It appears that the one who cast this spell is quite extraordinary, so you must exercise even greater caution, Harry. Remember to remain vigilant at all times." Harry nodded emphatically, replying, "I will, Professor. I'm off to rest now. This has truly taken a toll on me." Moody, supporting his waist, limped toward his office, leaving Harry with only his retreating figure. The Chosen One gazed at Moody with deep emotion, feeling that the professor radiated a remarkable aura. Not long after Moody departed, Albert approached Harry, who was engaged in conversation with Ron. "Hey, Harry, I have something to discuss with you." "Ron, would you mind waiting here for a moment?" the boy politely inquired. Ron's eyes widened once more as he pointed to himself, and then to Harry, his voice slightly pitchy again. "If I'm not mistaken, we are friends, right?" Harry glanced helplessly at Albert, who shrugged in response and confidently made his way toward a corner. "I'll tell you when I return. Sorry, Ron." "It might be about the competition," Harry reassured his friend before hastily following Albert. In the same corner as before, Albert asked directly, "Who came to see you, Harry?" "Just a moment ago." Harry paused for a moment before replying, "It was Professor Moody. He told me some things and mentioned that someone had placed a tracking spell on me, which he dispelled." The boy remained silent, pacing a few steps in the spot where Moody had stood, sniffing the air as the scent of the potion gradually faded, lost in thought. "Is something wrong, Albert?" Harry asked, somewhat puzzled. Albert rubbed his nose thoughtfully. "Is there nothing else? What does this imposter Moody intend to do?" "I can already identify the potion type. It's a polyjuice potion, indicating that the professor of that defense against the dark arts class is an imposter." The Chosen One recalled the button Moody had given him, hesitating before deciding not to share it with his friend, as the professor had warned that it could bring unnecessary trouble. He shook his head and said, "There's nothing more. That's all I have to say." Albert gave Harry a deep look, patting his shoulder. "If that's the case, then so be it. You must learn to think, Harry." With that, Albert gracefully returned to the dormitory, as he had been preparing for a magical experiment and needed to check on it frequently. "Learn to think." Harry scratched his head in confusion, not fully grasping his friend's meaning. Ultimately, the perplexed Chosen One returned to the common room with Ron to celebrate their safe passage through the second challenge. The following morning, Albert received a message from Hagrid, requesting his assistance in caring for some of his pets. Thinking of Buckbeak and the other delightful beasts in the Forbidden Forest, the boy's morning grumpiness dissipated. and he walked briskly to Hagrid's hut. As he approached this small cabin, about several dozen meters away, Albert caught a whiff of a foul odor and heard a series of crackling sounds, a sense of ominous foreboding stirring within him. As Albert approached the door, he had yet to knock when an oddly shaped creature, encased in a shell, crashed through the wooden wall, hurtling directly towards him. The boy instinctively leapt back, lightly stamping his foot on the ground, summoning a sturdy stone wall that rose up from where he had just stood, effectively shielding him from the impending impact. With a resounding crash, the creature shattered into a multitude of fragments, scattering bits that resembled insect legs. Albert furrowed his brow in concentration and, pointing towards the stone wall, unleashed a torrent of violet flames from his fingertips, reducing both the wall and the chaotic remnants to mere ash. Oh, quail! At that moment, Hagrid hurriedly emerged from the door, just in time to witness the remnants of his quail being turned to cinders. Quail? This abomination had a name? The boy shuddered violently, perplexed as to why such a grotesque entity warranted a designation. Hagrid appeared somewhat disheveled, a portion of his beard singed, and his right hand bandaged. With a hint of pride, the half-giant remarked, "These little darlings are my creations, Albert, a result of a laborious fusion of 7 magical creatures." He gestured towards the creatures that were now scuttling about the room, introducing them one by one. "This one's Sedley, that one is Mark. And over there is his brother Matthew. Hey, you fool, let go of your brother's leg." Hagrid rushed back inside, grappling with one of the creatures in an attempt to separate them. The creature named Matthew, with a shell, claws, and a pair of large fangs, was fiercely clinging to the foot of another of its kind, determined to not let go. Albert could not suppress a wave of nausea. These beings were anything but adorable, their scent reeking of fish. Observing Hagrid's frantic efforts from a distance, he cast several protective and healing spells, lacking the courage to step foot inside that chaotic room. Moreover, he dreaded facing the creature named Matthew. Should the French Matthew become aware, he might very well incinerate Hagrid's abode. Thus, one remained outside, casting spells while the other scrambled within, and they finally managed to confine the creatures in a box before sunset. "I must advise you, Hagrid. As far as I know, breeding magical creatures without permission is illegal. You might find yourself imprisoned," the boy cautioned, glancing nervously at the box which continued to shake. Hagrid wiped the soot from his face with a handkerchief, beaming as he replied, "I've already notified the Ministry of Magic, and they have named them blast-ended scroots. These little fellows will be useful in your third task. Just wait for them to grow a bit more." Albert could not help but cradle his head, feeling a headache coming on. "You better pray they don't cross my path. I have no mercy for such creatures." Chapter 62. The Approaching Final. After returning from Hagrid's, Albert spent several uneventful weeks, finding little to learn in the professor's classes. His attendance was merely an excuse to spend more time with Hermione. After class, the boy either engaged in magical experiments in the dormitory or immersed himself in books at the library, occasionally studying potion knowledge with Snape. On this particular day in the potions classroom, Albert was taken aback by a startling revelation. "Professor, are you saying that your potions have been stolen?" Snape's voice was tinged with frost. "Indeed, I suspect it is some students with a penchant for mischief who have pilfered them, though they are not particularly significant potions. A few contain essential ingredients for a polyjuice potion, which is quite troubling." Upon hearing this, Albert's expression shifted to one of realization. "I believe I know who it is, Professor. Rest assured, I shall handle it." Snape refrained from further comment. Aware of the boy's capabilities, a stealthy thief would pose little challenge for him. As they exited the potions classroom, Snape instructed him to deliver several vials of growth-enhancing potion to Hagrid, purportedly in preparation for the upcoming finals. On the edge of the Forbidden Forest, Albert spotted several enchanted boxes, from which intermittent roars emerged, echoing familiar sounds, notably that of the Sphinx, unmistakable in its wrath. It raged within its cage. "You uncouth wretches of the Ministry, you ought not to treat the illustrious Sphinx in such a manner. I curse you and your entire lineage." Unbeknownst to him, a warrior from Beauxbatons had stealthily approached from behind, captivated by Albert's keen interest in the unfolding scene. "Hello, Albert," Fleur suddenly greeted. The boy turned abruptly, casting a silencing charm at the Sphinx's box with a flick of his wrist. "Greetings, Miss Delacour," Albert replied nonchalantly, adjusting his sleeve. Fleur, intrigued, glanced at the agitated box nearby and inquired, "Are you particularly fascinated by Sphinxes? We have one at Beauxbatons. Should the opportunity arise, I could take you to see it." The boy's demeanor shifted to one of awkwardness. He could hardly divulge to this lady that he was learning greetings from a magical creature. "Thank you for your kindness, Fleur. I am merely curious, as one seldom encounters such a tempestuous Sphinx these days." Fleur smiled, choosing not to pursue the topic further, instead hinting, Auguste is quite an ancient surname, isn't it? I understand, Albert, that you hail from France. Why did you not choose to study at Beauxbatons? Albert rubbed his nose and casually replied, I merely happened upon Hogwarts. Prior to this, I had been studying at home. What a pity. Fleur remarked with a hint of regret. She had been attempting to forge a connection with the prodigy from the Auguste family, yet he remained elusive, offering no openings. Fleur found herself confronted with a worthy rival, someone of equal stature. As their awkward exchange continued, Malfoy swaggered over, first offering a nod to Albert before stating, Dragon Albert, may I interrupt you for a moment? I have a few questions to pose. The boy cast a fleeting glance at him, and, acknowledging Draco's recent prudence, nodded before greeting Fleur and stepping aside. As for our Malfoy, he completely disregarded the half-Velo warrior from Beauxbatons. His sole focus rested upon his idol. Upon receiving permission, he promptly made his way to a corner. Malfoy appeared somewhat anxious, hesitating for a considerable time before cautiously articulating, Forgive me, Albert. I understand I am not yet worthy to follow you, but may I inquire in advance about our adversaries? I believe that if we could glean some information beforehand, we might be able to prepare ourselves. Our adversaries? Albert questioned, somewhat perplexed. Who else is there besides you? A bead of cold sweat trickled down Malfoy's brow. His nervousness had caused him to slip up, leaving him no choice but to press on. Some of my friends wish to follow you upon hearing this news. Those from the Parkinsons, the Goyles, Crabbe, and several others from Slytherin. Their families have all suffered under the Dark Lord's persecution, and having witnessed your might, they unanimously believe you are the savior, the one destined to vanquish the Dark Lord. He paused, seeming to weigh his words carefully, before resolutely stating, There is something we must convey to you. The Dark Lord is not dead. He is returning by some means. Albert pondered, stroking his chin. If this little fish from Hogwarts was orchestrating such maneuvers to facilitate Tom's resurrection, perhaps he should allow it. This fool might unwittingly lead him directly to Tom, resolving this coward's existence once and for all. He had no time to squander on a pitiful creature who feared death. It was settled. As for the followers Malfoy mentioned, they could pursue their own path. Having come to this conclusion, Albert appreciatively patted Malfoy on the shoulder, saying, Well done. Draco, this information is invaluable to me. As for those you mentioned, if they can keep up with my pace, let them join. Regarding our target, let us commence with the simplest task. First, we shall deal with that fool Tom, and we will address the rest later. Malfoy straightened excitedly, but then curiously inquired, Who is Tom? Forgive my candor, Albert, but in England, there is no need for you to intervene to deal with the Tom. The Malfoy family can handle him. Are you certain? The boy chuckled at the proud Malfoy before waving his hand dismissively. Tom Riddle, he is the one you refer to as the Dark Lord. If you think you can manage him, then by all means proceed. Draco's face flushed crimson, and after a moment of puffing, he declared in a tone reminiscent of one facing certain death, I could attempt to assassinate him, poison him. My father is a Death Eater. I should have the opportunity to meet Tom. Albert's demeanor turned serious as he discreetly employed a legitimacy charm, discovering that this young wizard genuinely intended to pursue such an endeavor, even at the risk of his life. The boy fell silent for a moment before firmly patting Malfoy on the shoulder, stating, Leave Tom to me. Your task is to strengthen yourself and preserve your life. He extracted a slip of paper from his pocket and handed it to his follower. Hold on to this. Should any situation arise, use it to inform me. Additionally, convey to your father that if he wishes to avoid death, he must refrain from responding to Voldemort's summons for the foreseeable future. Malfoy, trembling slightly, accepted the paper and carefully tucked it into his pocket, signifying that, from this moment forth, Albert had acknowledged him. Chapter 63. The Confrontation. After parting ways with Malfoy, Albert spent his days either accompanying his young girlfriend or immersing himself in the library. He was nearing the completion of the restricted section, where he had discovered several tomes detailing the Witch Hunt Wars, some of which provided extensive accounts of his own exploits. Some hailed him as the savior of wizards, the ender of wars. Others referred to him as the Lord of Nightmares, the harbinger of calamity, the messenger of death. Nevertheless, the name Augustus resonated profoundly during that era. Regardless of the perspective, all agreed that it was the violet-eyed Augustus who concluded the war, ultimately returning to the embrace of death. Returning to death's embrace? Albert pondered, his gaze skimming the source of this account. Isel Alsos, a figure who believed that all things return to death, that life springs from death, and that death is both an end and a beginning. A sardonic smile crept across the boy's face as he reflected on Isel, the founder of the Church of Life and Death, the architect of Muggle slaughter against wizards, the spokesperson for the Grim Reaper, and the immortal sorcerer Alsos. A dull ache formed in Albert's head as he furrowed his brow. With each layer of research he delved into, he increasingly felt his own inadequacies. Although his magical power surged at an astonishing rate over time, it still seemed insufficient in the face of those legendary beings. It appeared he must approach the matter from different angles, the boy mused. At that moment, a delicate hand brushed across Albert's furrowed brow, prompting him to relax. Hermione gazed at him with concern. Is something troubling you, Albert? You can share with me, you know. While I may not have the best solutions, I can certainly be a good listener. Albert grasped the girl's hand, placing it against his cheek, and closed his eyes to savor the warmth of her palm. It's nothing, Hermione, merely some minor issues that I shall resolve. This time, Hermione did not succumb to the boy's gentleness. Instead, she raised her beautifully arched eyebrows. Her tone laced with irritation. Albert, I am your girlfriend and will one day be your wife. Whatever challenges you face, you should not conceal them from me. I refuse to be a mere ornament. The boy fell silent for a moment, ultimately deciding to no longer conceal matters from his beloved. He pushed the book toward Hermione, pointing to a line of text and reading aloud. The violet-eyed Augustus, a walking calamity. Wherever he treads, nothing thrives. Slaughter is his accompaniment, and wails echo throughout every corner. Yet, it is undeniable that he single-handedly brought the witch hunt wars to an end at the cost of countless lives. This person is me. My hands are destined to be stained with blood, and my footsteps are fated to tread upon corpses. Albert's voice was somber. Hermione remained silent, her attention wholly absorbed in the next passage of the book. Augustus vanished after the war's conclusion, leaving even his followers in obscurity. During his concealment, Master Isel revealed the origins and whereabouts of that demon. The harbinger of death returned to the embrace of the Grim Reaper. The girl suddenly lifted her gaze to the boy. I had long suspected you would return to the past, but you never mentioned returning to the embrace of death. Have you perished in history? I refuse to believe it. She clung tightly to Albert, her voice quivering. If you must return to the past, if you are fated to remain there forever, at least take me with you, will you? You promised me, together in life and death, never to be apart. A wave of warmth emanated from Albert's chest as he gently cupped the girl's face. Her nose was reddened, and her cheeks were streaked with tears. The boy tenderly wiped away her tears, resolutely declaring, whether returning to the past or venturing into the future, I shall carry you with me, Hermione. Death cannot separate us, nor can time. Besides, I am Augustus. The Grim Reaper cannot claim my life. The girl gazed in awe at the confident Augustus, her heart fluttering. I believe in you, Albert. Albert looked into Hermione's eyes, reaffirming his resolve. For the sake of his beloved and the trust of those awaiting him, he would shatter the schemes of death. He kissed the corner of Hermione's mouth and said, the foes we must confront are far more terrifying. Throughout history, every war involving wizards bears his mark. He orchestrates slaughter to bolster his power, a figure known by others as the Grim Reaper. Hermione's eyes widened as she stammered. Is the Grim Reaper that legendary figure? Can we truly prevail? The greatest adversary she had ever faced was the Dark Lord Voldemort, albeit in a diminished state. Now, her beloved suddenly informed her that they were to oppose the Grim Reaper, and Hermione felt the challenge escalating too rapidly. She hadn't even left the novice village yet. Albert gestured toward the book on the table. It seems I have succeeded at least halfway. Fear not, Hermione. Dumbledore once said, death is not all-powerful. There is much for you to accomplish, Hermione. If Dumbledore cannot resolve the current magical realm before your graduation, I shall consider advocating for you to assume the position of Minister of Magic. Hermione was taken aback. Minister of Magic? Albert, I hardly believe I can achieve what even Headmaster Dumbledore cannot, nor do I think I could ever become Minister of Magic. Albert affectionately ruffled her hair, which had stood on end from her astonishment, and confidently replied, I say you can, therefore, you can. If you doubt, you may inquire with Harry and the others. Moreover, it is more fitting for you to undertake this task. Dumbledore and I have resolved to reveal the wizarding world to muggles, openly allying with them as we stride toward the future. Oh my! Hermione stared blankly at the boy, never having anticipated that while she was still fretting over exams, Albert had already begun to contemplate the future of wizards and humans alongside Dumbledore. The sudden influx of information left the girl in a state of bewilderment. While grappling with the machinations of death, she also found herself contemplating the future of the wizarding world. It struck her a pang of sympathy for Albert. No wonder he always appeared so preoccupied. Albert's voice interrupted Hermione's turbulent thoughts, though it may still be early. I believe it is imperative for you to cultivate your leadership qualities. He continued, you might seek out Malfoy and his entourage. They have a group of followers whom you could lead. Additionally, you could glean insights about my situation from them. The boy hesitated for a moment, guilt evident in his tone as he added, I apologize for keeping this from you, Hermione. I merely wish to spare you undue worry. The girl, understanding, nodded, but hesitated before speaking. I fear Malfoy and his lot may not heed my words. Perhaps I should assist you in strategizing against death instead. Albert shook his head. They will listen, for you are my beloved. As for death, merely keep an eye on the information. I shall manage the rest. Soldier against soldier, king against king, mortal against mortal, and deity against deity. How fair it is, do you not think? This was the unspoken thought that lingered within the boy's heart. Chapter 64. The Tales of Beetle the Bard. After parting ways with Albert, Hermione, burdened with thoughts, sought out Harry and Ron to learn of the events that transpired during the Quidditch World Cup. Subsequently, she approached Malfoy, from whom she gleaned the formidable power behind the name Augustus. Upon understanding Albert's intentions, Malfoy unhesitatingly pledged his allegiance to Hermione, harboring no resentment. In his mind, Albert's directive was a testament to his trust and the weight of responsibility placed upon him to safeguard Hermione's well-being. Draco increasingly felt the significance of being valued by his idol. Yet, Hermione pondered further. If such a powerful lineage as the Augustus family had remained dormant for over a millennium, then the death that Albert had to confront must be truly terrifying. No, I must prioritize the historical conspiracies over the Minister of Magic. The girl silently resolved, vividly recalling the accounts from her earlier readings. Regardless of their veracity, she would not allow her beloved to fall into the embrace of death. In her haste, Hermione collided with another girl at a corner, both tumbling to the ground, the latter's books scattering about. I'm terribly sorry. Are you hurt? Hermione quickly rose, assisting the girl to her feet, her apologies tumbling forth. I'm Fine. It's nothing of consequence, the girl replied, brushing herself off. She bore a resemblance to Albert, with her pale golden hair and an unusual necklace, Luna. After helping Luna gather her books, Hermione continued to murmur her apologies. I'm so sorry, Luna. I was in such a rush. I'm glad you're all right suddenly. Her voice trailed off as she fixated on a book she had just picked up, The Tales of Beetle the Bard, which had conveniently opened to the tale of the three brothers. The mention of death captured Hermione's attention. Do you enjoy this book? Luna began. My father is quite fond of it. He is captivated by the tales of the three brothers, believing that the accounts of the Deathly Hallows are indeed true. Hermione lifted her head, her excitement palpable as she inquired, Deathly Hallows? Were those? Luna blinked, adopting a chant-like tone as she replied. The rib of death transformed into a wand, wielded by one who cannot be defeated. The cloak of death became an invisibility cloak, allowing its wearer to elude even death himself. The treasure of death is the resurrection stone, which can bring the deceased back to life. Whoever possesses all three hallows shall be the master of death. Yes, indeed, the master of death. By conquering death, Albert will not return to the embrace of the Grim Reaper. Hermione clutched the storybook tightly, her knuckles whitening from the pressure, and with a pleading tone, she asked, Could I borrow this book, Luna? Please, it means a great deal to me. Luna chuckled and patted the girl's shoulders. Of course, Hermione. This book is yours. We're friends, are we not? If you have any questions, you can always come to me. Do not furrow your brow, or you might attract unwanted attention. Hermione couldn't help but embrace the eccentric Lovegood. Thank you, Luna. We are forever friends. Luna gently patted the girl's trembling back, whispering, Yes, we are forever friends. A fleeting glimpse of something beyond her years shimmered in her eyes, a hint of nostalgia and sorrow. Hermione hurriedly bid farewell to Luna, who watched her retreating figure with a soft smile before wandering through the campus with a light step. As Hermione dashed towards the library, breathless, she resolved to delve into the mysteries of the Deathly Hallows, hoping to uncover the secrets of death's vulnerability. Meanwhile, Albert strolled across the Quidditch pitch, sensing a significant surge of magical energy, prompting his curiosity. Before him, the goalposts and other structures had vanished, leaving a vast expanse where towering walls of vines and thorns slowly rose from the ground. They formed a colossal labyrinth, within which magical creatures were randomly confined, ensnared by Professor's enchantments. Among them were the eloquent Sphinx and Hagrid's adorable creatures. Albert also spotted the figure of Mad-Eye Moody, who appeared to be collaborating with Professor McGonagall on some task. Seemingly aware of the boy's gaze, Moody warily turned to glance in his direction, but upon recognizing a Hogwarts champion, he nonchalantly returned to his duties. Ah, quite the act, the boy scoffed with a disdainful smirk before turning away. He intended to meet Harry. While he needed the Chosen One to locate Voldemort, he certainly wished to avoid any harm befalling Harry. Essentially, He sought to catch a fish without providing bait. Albert found Harry in the Gryffindor common room. With Harry's popularity at Hogwarts, even accessing the girls' dormitory would have garnered him ample welcome. Entering the Gryffindor common room was an undeniably effortless feat in the lounge. Harry was engaged in a game of wizard's chess with Ron, his anxious scratching of his head revealing his precarious position. The knight moved from b7 to e5. After observing for a moment, Albert offered his suggestion, which Harry seized upon like a lifeline. Check, Ron exclaimed. Harry, you've lost. Choose one. With lightning speed, Ron made his decisive move, sealing the victory and leaving Harry no opportunity to reconsider. He then handed over a jar of specially made Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. This was their wager. The loser had to select and consume one. And by the way, there were only a couple of normal flavored beans among them. Harry shot a glance at Albert, his eyes reflecting a sense of betrayal, remaining silent. The boy felt somewhat embarrassed. The chess notation was accurate, yet how had he lost? Trying to redeem himself, he pointed to a bean in the jar and said, "Trust me one more time, Harry. This bean must taste good. My luck is usually quite favorable." Harry gave him a skeptical look and hesitantly asked, "Is it not a bad one?" The boy nodded confidently. "I assure you, it's not." The reluctant savior gritted his teeth, took the bean, and popped it into his mouth. His eyes widened in shock, and he opened his mouth to spit it out, but Ron quickly covered his mouth. "Hang in there, Harry. If you spit it out, it won T count." Ron chuckled as he held Harry's hand down, even managing to give Albert a thumbs up. The boy stroked his chin, watching with amusement as Harry's face turned crimson. Smoke puffing from his ears, murmuring him, "It seems not too bad." Chapter 65. The final begins. After some playful banter with Harry, Albert pulled him aside to reclaim the resilient ring he had previously given. Harry watched in curiosity as Albert enclosed the ring in his palm. A burst of white light emanating from his hand as he appeared to be enchanting the ring. "What are you doing?" the savior inquired, intrigued. "I'm adding a few spells to it, so you won't be left short-handed during the finals," Albert replied as the white light flickered. He returned the ring to Harry casually. Harry slipped the ring onto his finger, feeling around. "I don't sense any difference." "Nevertheless, thank you, Albert. Rest assured, I will take care of myself." Albert nearly rolled his eyes. "Thinking you? Rest assured?" The boy remained silent, merely giving Harry's shoulder an encouraging pat. After all, only through personal experience can one truly grow, right? Subsequently, Albert bid farewell to Harry and the others, engaging in a brief conversation with Hermione via the communication ring before concentrating on his research. His time magic had reached a pivotal moment. If he could solve this conundrum, time travel would be within reach. In the blink of an eye, the day of the Triwizard Tournament Finals arrived. The maze in the Quidditch pitch had grown to heights of several meters, its various traps and mechanisms now fully developed. Consequently, the Ministry of Magic and the three headmasters decided to hold the finals at the end of the term, determining who would emerge as the mightiest champion and which school would claim the title of the premier magical institution. Under the watchful eyes of the multitude, Albert and three other valiant warriors sequentially took their places at the contestant seats. Upon seeing the champions from Hogwarts, Crumb shuddered involuntarily, haunted by a profound psychological shadow cast by the previous encounter, which rendered him unable to transform for an extended period thereafter. Fleur, on the other hand, unabashedly tossed a flirtatious glance in Albert's direction, subsequently waving to her classmates, who erupted into cheers of encouragement for her. However, once Albert made his entrance, her supporters swiftly defected, and the air was filled with fervent chants of Augustus's name, with several young wizards conjuring glowing images of Albert that illuminated the arena. Among them, Malfoy was the most animated, brandishing a colossal banner depicting Albert triumphantly standing atop a dragon's head, while a few Slytherin students energetically waved the flag. Esteemed classmates, gentlemen, and ladies, the moment we have all awaited, the decisive hour of the Triwizard Tournament, has finally arrived, Ludo proclaimed, his voice cutting through the clamor with a grand horn. Who shall emerge as the true champion? Which school will seize the coveted title? Today, we shall uncover the answers. Let's applaud our brave warriors. Following his opening remarks, Ludo elaborated on the final contest rules. The warrior who could navigate the myriad challenges within the labyrinth and reach its center first to grasp the trophy would be declared the victor of the Triwizard Tournament. The standings from the previous two contests would determine the order in which the champions entered the maze, with the first-place victor entering first, followed by the second after 15 minutes, and so forth. By the time Crumb entered, nearly an hour would have passed. Upon comprehending the rules, the Durmstrang champion's expression darkened, as it implied that, barring an extraordinary stroke of luck, victory was beyond his grasp. Soon after, Dumbledore announced the commencement of the competition, and Albert boldly stepped into the dark, enigmatic labyrinth. The moment he crossed the threshold, the sounds from the outside world seemed to fade into silence. The corridor was enveloped in an eerie stillness, broken only by the rhythmic beating of the boy's heart and the sound of his footsteps. With a flicker of light, Albert conjured a luminous orb, guiding it to hover beside him as he meticulously surveyed his surroundings. The walls of the maze were constructed from devil's snare and thorny wood, fortified with numerous defensive enchantments, evidently designed to thwart any attempts by the champions to breach the walls. After navigating a couple of turns, Albert suddenly heard a crackling sound. A massive blasted scroot, spewing sparks, charged toward him, its mouth oozing slime, pincers flailing wildly. The boy's brow furrowed deeply, and with a decisive stomp, he conjured a wall of earth to obstruct its path. Following this, Albert snapped his fingers. Incendio! A fireball materialized in his palm, and without hesitation, he hurled it at the oncoming creature. With a resounding explosion, the blasted scroot was sent soaring into the air, its smoking shell flying out of the maze and striking Hagrid squarely on the head. The half-giant picked up the remnants of the scroot, lamenting, "Oh no, Quirrell." Subsequently, the boy snapped his fingers several times, summoning 5 or 6 fireballs that swirled around him. At the sight of the explosive tail of the sea creature, he hurled a fireball without hesitation. A cacophony of flames and explosions reverberated through the labyrinth, eliciting gasps from the surrounding audience, while the warriors outside felt a palpable tension. The second contestant to enter was Harry. Upon receiving a nod from the referee, he dashed forward. Once inside the maze, he promptly invoked a guiding spell, propelling himself onward with his wand. After navigating a couple of turns, a colossal creature loomed before him, the irritable Sphinx. It blocked the path and posed the riddle. What becomes dirtier the more it is washed? What? Harry was taken aback, pondering the riddle. Could it be bedsheets? It is water, you fool. The Sphinx roared, before swiping at him with a paw. Harry swiftly rolled away to evade the attack and exclaimed, "I was too hasty before. Let us try again." The Sphinx paused, cleared its throat, and inquired, "What walks on 4 legs in the morning, 2 legs at noon, and 3 legs in the evening?" Harry's expression turned blank. He doubted his hearing. 3 legs? 2 legs? How could that be? Answer me. The Sphinx urged impatiently. It must be a creature I've never encountered. Perhaps it only exists in your homeland. This is unfair, Harry protested. With a sudden lunge, the Sphinx struck him towards another passage, declaring, "It is man. You thick-headed oaf, go around. You'll never pass this way in your lifetime." With a soiled visage, Harry trudged through another route, muttering defiantly, "How was I to know men sprout a 3rd leg? This Sphinx must be out of its mind." Chapter 66, Ruthless Krum. After Albert and Harry entered, Fleur, followed by Krum, also stepped into the maze. The half-blood enchantress first closed her eyes to attune herself, then laid her wand flat in her palm, whispering, "Bound by blood, guide my path." The wand floated up, spinning before pointing toward a passage, and a smile graced Fleur's lips as she sprinted in the indicated direction. The Durmstrang warrior, with a somber expression, was the last to enter the maze. He produced a compass-like object from his pocket, then sliced his fingertip, allowing a drop of blood to fall onto the needle. A murky, low incantation escaped his lips, causing the compass needle to tremble violently before settling firmly in one direction. Krum strode purposefully forward, his wand gripped tightly, as if ready to strike at any moment. Along the way, whether confronted by enormous spiders or lurking redcaps, this dark-faced man swiftly repelled them. Before long, he caught up with Fleur, who appeared to be acutely aware of his presence, standing poised with her wand at the ready. "Let us collaborate." Fleur Delacour paused, revealing a stiff smile as she remarked, "Neither you nor I can stand against Augustus. Only by joining forces do we stand a chance. First, we must deal with Harry, and then you can lurk in the shadows to seize the opportunity to strike. I merely wish to triumph over Augustus once. The championship can be yours." Fleur regarded Krum with a cold gaze, disdain evident in her voice as she replied, "I shall not ally with you, Krum. It is not that I underestimate you. Even 10 of you combined would not withstand a single blow from Albert." Krum furrowed his brow, then seemingly struck by an idea, he smiled slightly and said, "Do you not wish to prove that you surpass that Hermione? Do you not yearn for Augustus to take notice of you?" Fleur hesitated, grappling with her own insecurities, unable to fathom where she fell short compared to Hermione Granger. Sensing Fleur's distraction, Krum wasted no time and cast, Stupefy, a spell shot towards the half-Vila. She nimbly dodged to the side, retaliating with blasting curse. "Krum, you treacherous scoundrel." The spell dissipated mid-air, for unbeknownst to her, a black spider had crawled onto Fleur's attire. biting her without hesitation as she counterattacked, causing the Beauxbatons warrior to fall silent and unconscious. Crumb, devoid of expression, stepped over Fleur and followed the indicator's direction, while the spider, having incapacitated Fleur, quietly vanished into the labyrinth's walls. In a distant corner, Harry was conjuring a spray of water with his wand to extinguish the flames on his trousers. Nearby, a dazed blast-ended Screw-It was convulsing, frothing at the mouth. This creature is truly troublesome. I cannot comprehend what Hagrid finds endearing about it, Harry muttered to himself as he patted the lingering embers from his clothing. Suddenly, a chill ran down Harry's spine, and he instinctively lunged to the side. Just as he moved, a dark curse struck the very spot where he had stood, releasing a foul odor from the impact site. Harry rolled on the ground, swiftly rising and pointing his wand at himself as he recited, Protego. He then unleashed a series of spells towards his assailant. Expelliarmus. Reducto. Incendio. A vast inferno erupted, blocking the entrance, and Harry seized the moment to hide in a corner, demonstrating the seriousness with which he had absorbed lessons from Albert's classes. Is this truly your strength, Harry Potter? A grim voice echoed from ahead as Crumb emerged unscathed from the flames. How could someone of your caliber ever become a nemesis of the Dark Lord? If I were to slay you here, my master would undoubtedly reward me. Harry's eyes widened in astonishment, and then realization dawned upon him. So it was you who entered my name. You aimed to find an opportunity to kill me during the tournament. A bone-chilling curse, Crucio, raced towards Harry, striking his protective enchantment, and he was sent flying, his spell unraveling. The Savior stifled a wave of nausea and rolled over, exclaiming, Exile Ring. An invisible aura spread forth, deflecting several pursuing spells and causing Crumb to stagger backward. Harry, without hesitation, turned and fled to another corner, fully aware of the gap between himself and Crumb. His repertoire of offensive spells was woefully inadequate, and any incantation from his opponent left him in a state of disarray. Crumb glanced at the clock and charged toward Harry. Taunting, is this all you've got? Is this your level, Harry Potter? No wonder Cho Chang looks down on you. You pathetic fool. Suddenly, a noise emanated from the left corner, prompting Crumb to wave his wand in that direction, declaring, Got you. Bone-breaking curse. A blinding light illuminated that corner, and, simultaneously, Harry unleashed his own spell, One Breath Breakthrough. The two spells collided mid-air, but Harry's charm was shattered, and the bone-breaking curse struck him directly. Oh! Harry collapsed to the ground, feeling as though his bones were being shattered and pulled from his body one by one. His consciousness began to blur, and he could hear Crumb's arrogant laughter echoing in his ears. I cannot perish here. I must inform everyone of Voldemort's scheme. Gritting his teeth, Harry trembled as he reached into his pocket, where he found a life-saving artifact Professor Moody had given him. With a sudden squeeze of the button, he vanished amidst Crumb's derisive grin. Meanwhile, Albert, who had been waiting by the trophy for what felt like an eternity, suddenly turned toward Harry's direction. Sensing that Harry had teleported beyond Hogwarts boundaries, the bait had been taken. Albert cast a protective shield toward the trophy and strode purposefully in that direction, demolishing walls and vanquishing creatures along the way. With a resounding crash, he collided with a bewildered Crumb. Albert, let me explain. Crumb's words were cut short as he was transformed into a lively fish by a curse. Albert kicked him aside, nonchalantly stating, You better pray that I can bring Harry back safely before you suffocate, or your grave will only contain the carcass of a stinking fish. Chapter 67. The Savior and the Dark Lord. Harry felt a dizzying whirl as he found himself in a graveyard, his glasses lying askew. Through blurred vision, he could faintly discern a crowd surrounding him. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Let's see who has arrived. The great Savior, Harry Potter. A hoarse, sickly voice emerged beside him, and he was roughly hoisted up, his glasses returned, only for his wand to be snatched away. Harry hurriedly donned his glasses and surveyed his surroundings, his heart sinking. At the forefront stood Peter Pettigrew, his missing leg replaced by a dark, gnarled stick, clutching a swaddled bundle and gazing at him with malevolence. The scar on the Savior's forehead throbbed painfully, forcing him to clutch his head. Before him stood Voldemort. There's no time left. Let the ceremony commence. A weak voice emanated from Pettigrew's embrace, to which he promptly nodded in reverence, handing the bundle to another individual. Subsequently, Harry observed Peter approach a large cauldron and toss a bone into it, reciting incantations. Father's bone, unwittingly offered, may his son be reborn. The servant's flesh, willingly given. May his master descend. Peter withdrew a dagger and severed his own hand with a single stroke, his complexion visibly paling. He then approached the Savior with the blade in hand, and Harry felt a sharp pain in his arm. He glanced down in terror, relieved to find only a shallow cut. Roughly, he was dragged to the cauldron, where his blood was spilled into the mixture. Peter continued the incantation. The blood of the enemy, forced to be given, may his adversary revive. Harry was then cast aside, bound by a spell and suspended upside down. At last, a Death Eater reverently extracted Voldemort from his cradle. The Dark Lord now appeared as a frail infant, with diminutive limbs and pale skin, save for his serpent-like visage, which remained unchanged. The Death Eater carefully placed the infantile Voldemort into the cauldron, then knelt alongside the others, seemingly awaiting a momentous event. Harry silently mused that it would be delightful if Voldemort were to be thoroughly cooked by his own followers. However, fate had other plans. Black smoke billowed from the cauldron, and Voldemort slowly rose, restored. The Dark Lord surveyed his rejuvenated form with satisfaction and emitted a series of chilling laughs, his powerful magical aura radiating outward, eliciting cheers from the assembled Death Eaters. "Master, Master, please help me," whimpered Peter, crawling to Voldemort's feet, tears streaming down his face as he displayed his pitiable state. Voldemort disdainfully kicked Peter aside, coldly stating, "I shall indeed reward you, Peter, but it is because of your foolishness that I lost a Horcrux." Excruciating torment. A piercing curse struck Peter, causing him to writhe on the ground in agony, pleading incessantly, "I was wrong. Master, I beg your forgiveness." After tormenting Peter for a spell, Voldemort ceased his actions, mercifully declaring, of course, for every punishment, a reward must follow. With a spell, he restored Peter's severed hand, prompting Peter to bow repeatedly on the ground, sobbing with gratitude. "Thank you, Master, I am grateful for your mercy." At that moment, Voldemort's gaze shifted to Harry, suspended in midair as he ominously proclaimed, "Now, let us settle this, Savior Harry Potter." Meanwhile, Albert had arrived at the location where Harry had been transported, meticulously attuning himself to the magical fluctuations in the area. Initially, he intended to track Harry using the tracing spell he had discreetly placed on him days prior. Yet, the surrounding space seemed to be disrupted by some force, allowing him only a faint sense of the magical mark, insufficient for precise location. Thus, Albert resolved to backtrack and ascertain the destination of the key. The boy drew a magical circle on the ground and extended his hand into the air, grasping a handful of shimmering silver dust, which he sprinkled into the circle while chanting an incantation in an incomprehensible tongue. As time passed, the magical circle began to radiate with brilliant light, gradually revealing a figure. "Harry, hold on, I'm coming," Albert muttered anxiously. Suddenly, a powerful spell shattered the stone pillar where Harry was hiding, forcing him to stumble aside. Thanks to the protection of a ring, he only sustained a few cuts from the flying debris. "Ha ha, Harry, why do you hide? Come face me. Use your lovely little hands to make me disappear," Voldemort exclaimed, his madness palpable as he unleashed a barrage of spells. The scene from 3 years ago haunted him. The power flowing through Harry's veins had once obliterated him in an instant. To evade that spell, he had gone to great lengths to reshape himself, and now he feared that curse no longer. "Harry, has no one told you how much your eyes resemble your mother's?" She knelt at my feet, trembling and begging for your life, willing to sacrifice everything. Voldemort hurled another spell at Harry, taunting him mercilessly. "I tormented her for quite a while before finally killing her." As the Dark Lord's voice echoed, a figure among the Death Eaters trembled, gripping his wand tightly, seemingly enduring some inner turmoil. The haunting screams of his mother resonated in Harry's ears, and a seething hatred consumed his reason. Without hesitation, he stepped forward, fiercely pointing his wand at Tom. "Shatter into pieces." Voldemort laughed heartily. "Excellent. Harry. Avada Kedavra." A ghastly green light collided with Harry's spell, a mysterious force binding their wands together, causing the magic within them to be involuntarily drawn into the incantation. Voldemort appeared unfazed, silently amplifying his magical output. Having learned from Peter about the young wizard's formidable spell, Tom had become increasingly intrigued by ancient magic. During his studies, he uncovered a fascinating secret regarding the peculiar curse associated with Harry. From Ollivander, he had also discovered the connection between their wands. He had prepared for this moment long ago. In such a confrontation, the one with the stronger will would emerge victorious, and the great Dark Lord would not be defeated. As Tom's immense power surged, Harry quickly found himself at his limit, helplessly watching as Voldemort's killing curse approached. "Am I to die? I'm sorry, Professor Dumbledore. I've let you down," Harry thought in despair, gazing at Voldemort's maniacal grin. Just then, a fair hand rested on Harry's shoulder. and a voice echoed behind him. "Now is not the time to give up, Harry." With those words, an overwhelming surge of magic coursed through the Savior's arm and into his wand. In an instant, Harry's spell burst forth, shattering Voldemort's death curse, and, to his astonishment, it struck him squarely in the face. Chapter 68. Face me, you wretch. With a violent explosion, Voldemort, enveloped in dark smoke, crashed into a heap of rubble, causing the surrounding Death Eaters to scatter like startled quails. Only a handful of devoted followers trembled, standing protectively before their master. Harry turned in surprise. "Albert, how is it you? We must leave at once and seek Dumbledore." That man was Voldemort. Or could it be your esteemed Professor Moody? The boy retorted with a mocking smirk. "Step aside, Harry. A coward clinging to life is not worthy of my retreat." He shoved Harry aside and strode towards the Death Eaters. "Good dogs do not obstruct the path," Albert proclaimed arrogantly, only to be met with a curse hurled in his direction. The boy raised a hand, conjuring a magical circle that effortlessly absorbed the spell before reflecting it back with multiplied intensity. The opposing Death Eaters were sent sprawling, while the remaining few hastily united to conjure a shield, struggling to maintain their defense. With one hand sustaining the magical barrier, Albert occasionally cast spells with the other, obliterating several unfortunate souls feigning death on the ground. Harry watched in awe as his friend single-handedly held his ground against dozens of Death Eaters. If Dumbledore's might was manifest in tomes and legends, Albert was demonstrating, through his actions, the true essence of strength. Suddenly, a dark curse pierced through the Death Eater's shield, shattering Albert's protective circle. Frowning, he waved his hand to disperse the residual energy of the spell. "Albert Augustus, do you dare to declare war against me and the Augustus estate?" Voldemort's furious voice echoed from the rubble, soon followed by another explosion as he emerged before the Death Eaters. "Declarava, with you and your ragtag followers? You ought to ask them why you were left with so few." Albert sneered derisively. Following the recent attack during the Quidditch World Cup, the Augustus family, acting on Albert's orders, had nearly eradicated the Death Eaters across Europe. The remaining few gathered here were the last remnants of the Dark Lord's following. Voldemort fell silent, fully aware of the situation. Yet, he harbored a certain trepidation towards the madwoman residing deep within the estate. He had not anticipated that this young Augustus from Hogwarts would prove even more formidable. Contemplating this, Tom softened his tone. "Albert, geniuses such as you and I are destined to stand atop these mere mortals. Why not join forces? Let us conquer the entire wizarding world together, and then delve into the mysteries of death, becoming masters of the Grim Reaper." "Ha ha ha ha! You, a fool who would split his own soul to escape death, daring to speak of conquering the Reaper?" Albert found amusement in the Dark Lord's grandiose proclamations. Voldemort's countenance darkened abruptly. He silently unleashed a curse aimed directly at Harry, who stood aside, observing the spectacle. Albert extended his hand and crushed the incantation mid-air. "Cease your petty tricks, Tom, if this is all you can muster. Today shall mark your demise." With that, Albert forcefully waved his hand forward, chanting, "Fury of the Gale, formless and colorless, wind blade." A faint azure blade of wind silently sliced through the air towards its target. Voldemort pressed his hand to the ground, and with a swift motion, a sturdy earthen wall erupted before him. Simultaneously, the Death Eaters behind him collaborated to conjure a protective barrier, stacking their magical shields. Albert's wind blade effortlessly cleaved through Voldemort's wall, piercing the shield with a soft hiss, and severing several Death Eaters in twain before gradually dissipating. At that moment, Voldemort had already concealed himself behind the throng, raising his wand and murmuring an arcane incantation. He then waved his wand, summoning a bolt of pitch-black lightning that struck towards the boy's head. Albert, with a swift motion, grasped the descending lightning in his hand, which glowed with a violet hue, resembling a cage that ensnared the dark bolt. "Here you go." The boy hurled the lightning back, and Voldemort summoned a silvery shield to intercept the spell. Just as he prepared to press the advantage, Albert was suddenly interrupted by a curse from the remaining Death Eaters, who launched a surprise attack. "See-ho, mea pests." The boy pursed his lips in annoyance, and a glimmer of violet light flickered in his eyes as he spoke in a detached tone. "Expel the darkness, shatter the dawn. You are the roar of the heavens. You are the wrath of vengeance, elements that wander between heaven and earth. Heed my command, lightning spear." As the incantation flowed forth, Albert gradually levitated, arcs of electricity swirling around him, shattering the incoming spells. The sky darkened ominously, and a heavy cloud loomed overhead. Amidst the spectators' gaze, a blue-violet lightning bolt arced above Albert, which he seized in his hand. "Damn it, Defend yourselves. Voldemort's warning echoed as Albert directed the lightning towards the Death Eaters. In an instant, thousands of bolts of lightning rained down upon the immobilized dark wizards. In that fleeting moment, they questioned whether they were witnessing a deity from legend. A dark shield accompanied Voldemort's furious shout, shielding himself and his followers, for if even they were to perish, he would become utterly powerless. The Death Eaters gradually regained their composure, pooling their magical energy into the shield in a desperate effort. On one side, ceaseless lightning surged, while on the other, a shield as dark as ink held firm, creating a tense stalemate. Harry observed Albert, suspended in mid-air with lightning in hand, and he began to comprehend Ron's words. For the first time, he found himself doubting the assertion that Dumbledore was the strongest of his time. Albert gazed at the beleaguered Voldemort, the violet radiance in his eyes transforming into electric sparks that illuminated his entire gaze. He then took aim and hurled the lightning spear with fervor. As Harry awaited in trepidation, he beheld the terror-stricken gaze of Voldemort, as the lightning spear effortlessly shattered the shield conjured by the Death Eaters, pinning the Dark Lord firmly to the ground. Waves of violet lightning erupted from his body. Following the destruction of his shield, the stormy sky unleashed its fury, reducing the Death Eaters to mere cinders amidst their anguished cries, while even the stones beneath them were pulverized into dust. After a relentless barrage lasting several minutes, the magical onslaught gradually subsided. The dark clouds in the sky began to disperse, and Albert descended to the earth. "Is he dead?" Harry asked excitedly, having witnessed countless bolts of lightning incessantly striking Voldemort and his followers. The blinding flashes and thunderous roars disoriented the savior. Yet he remained resolute in confirming the fate of his adversary. "Not yet, but soon, Tom, rise. Face me, you wretched spawn." Albert's voice resonated from ahead of Harry. Chapter 69. A flickering shadow. A series of coughs emerged from the clearing ahead, as a shadowy hand pushed aside the charred bodies that lay atop him. Voldemort staggered to his feet, one of his arms shattered by lightning, half his face, along with one eye, incinerated, rendering him even more grotesque than before. "You're certainly not of this era. The Dark Lord would never allow such a powerful wizard to survive." Tom appeared somewhat deranged. "Albert Augustus, I understand. He cackled maniacally. "So it was you. Ha ha. You have manipulated everyone. Even the gods have been toyed with by you. A walking calamity, the mightiest sorcerer, demigod Augustus." Albert paused, casting a glance at the frenzied Voldemort with a hint of regret. "You realize too late, Tom. You could have been a great wizard, deserving of your talents, but your fear of death has led you astray, leaving you in this pitiable state." Voldemort suddenly regained his composure, laughing nervously. "You cannot kill me. Al-Hushtish, even as a demigod, you are still lacking. The true God has made a promise to me. You cannot kill me." Albert, contemplative, glanced at Harry, standing a short distance away, tauntingly retorted, "Is that so? How about you test this?" He steadied himself, extending his right hand towards Tom, his eyes transforming into brilliant violet orbs. A myriad of arcane incantations flowed from Albert's lips, while an oppressive force sealed the space around Voldemort. Harry, having caught only a few words, felt a surge of dizziness, as if a sharp implement were boring into his skull with maddening pain. He hastily covered his ears, feeling somewhat relieved. The savior gazed in horror at Albert, whose body emanated ripples of purple and black, causing even the very air to quiver slightly. "What spell is this? Why does merely hearing a few words make me feel as if I am dying?" Harry pondered silently, suddenly recalling a term Hermione occasionally mentioned: ancient forbidden spells. The power of the divine. Feeling the magical elements swirling around Albert, Voldemort struggled to stand upright. After a moment's hesitation, he abruptly shattered his remaining arm, creating an opening in the magical barrier surrounding him, and without looking back, transformed into a wisp of black smoke, fleeing into the distance. At that moment, Albert had completed the final incantation, pointing at Voldemort, whose fingers turned jet black, filled with an overwhelming force of silence. A sardonic smile crept onto the boy's lips. "Trying to escape? Too late, Tom. The killing curse." In an instant, a pitch-black beam of light erupted from the boy's fingertip, swiftly darting towards the retreating Voldemort. Wherever this curse passed, an unnatural grayness permeated the surroundings, as if even the stones succumbed to a sudden death. As the spell was unleashed, Albert's complexion grew pale, yet he remained fixated on the incantation. No mortal could survive under the weight of a forbidden curse. Not even the so-called Dark Lord. No matter how many Horcruxes he possessed, he was not immune. Harry also gazed at the spell, filled with vengeful delight, muttering through clenched teeth, "Faster, go faster." Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept through, and Harry, Albert, even the spell and Voldemort himself, became suspended in a gray luminescence. A towering figure, clad in a tattered cloak, appeared in the scene without warning. He first regarded the pale, smirking Albert, then turned his attention to the curse, which continued to advance even in this realm. In a gravelly voice, he uttered, "The forbidden curse, Augustus, he cannot die here." The figure extended a skeletal finger, its bony tip pointing at the curse, and in an instant, Albert's hard-earned incantation vanished. Simultaneously, the motionless Albert slowly turned his gaze towards this figure, as if sensing something. The figure did not linger, teleporting the now terrified Voldemort away, before vanishing in a haze. Just as this presence departed, a figure with light golden hair and sapphire blue eyes materialized. Sneering, he runs quite swiftly. "Do you still have the strength to save him?" He cast a glance at Albert, and, with a flick of his finger, shattered the gray space, disappearing from sight. It seemed like only a moment had passed. It felt like an eternity. When Harry regained his senses, he found Albert staring intently in a particular direction. With a tinge of anxiety, he inquired, "Albert, are you all right? What about Voldemort? Is he dead?" The boy turned his head, contemplatively responding, "No, Harry, someone saved him. However, they won't be so fortunate next time." Albert silently mused. "Dare you descend personally? Death, know this. When a god steps down from his pedestal, he ceases to be a god." In the midst of an endless expanse of gray-black space, a figure was rapidly advancing forward. It was the very entity that had rescued Voldemort, the Grim Reaper, Dementors, the son of the night, the end of life. As Dementors soared forward, he exhaled a plume of black smoke, which coalesced behind him into a legion of Death Knights, charging towards a faint silhouette in the distance. He raised his hand to inspect the finger that had previously pointed towards the forbidden spell, now shrouded in darkness. Tendrils of blackness creeping ominously upwards. A wry smile crossed Dementors' lips. He never anticipated that as the harbinger of death, he too would succumb to the encroachment of mortality. "Truly, Augustus, you remain an insurmountable adversary, regardless of the era." With a swift motion, he severed the tainted finger, which disintegrated into ash mid-air. The Grim Reaper cast a wary glance behind him. The Death Knights would not be able to hold the lunatic at bay for long. Time was of the essence. Suddenly, a burst of violet light erupted, scattering a myriad of desiccated bones, as the adult Albert emerged from the flames. He fixed his gaze on the direction of the fleeing Reaper and coldly remarked, "Hasten your retreat, Dementors. Your time is running out." Meanwhile, in the realm of reality, Albert was preparing to return to Hogwarts with Harry to announce Voldemort's resurrection to the magical community. Harry sought to raise awareness, among others, to prevent unnecessary casualties, while Albert aimed for something far more pragmatic, to seize the opportunity to reform the Ministry of Magic. If Dumbledore proved unreliable, he would have to consider appointing someone else to handle the affairs. Death had descended personally. The foes Augustus faced would only grow more formidable. He had no inclination to indulge Dumbledore in frivolous games of love and peace. Should those fools remain oblivious, he would not hesitate to eliminate them all. Chapter 70. The Champion and the Legendary Auror. Albert seized Harry, guiding him to an open space, where he gently tapped the ground with his foot, summoning a silvery, magical circle. In an instant, with a flash of brilliance, Harry and Augustus vanished from their location. "Where to?" Harry mumbled, his thoughts trailing off. The boy glanced at him, pursing his lips. "You go find Dumbledore, Harry, and inform him that Voldemort has escaped. I need to retrieve something." With that, Albert strode towards the trophy, leaving Harry standing in bewilderment before the battered labyrinth, which had appeared intact moments before his departure. Albert soon located the Triwizard Tournament trophy, dispelled its protective enchantments, and grasped it firmly. In an instant, both the boy and the trophy disappeared. "Ugh!" Harry gagged slightly. The sudden teleportation caught him off guard. Had he not realized that the destination was outside the maze, he would have likely shattered the trophy in a panic. "I must teach that teleportation spell to those fools at the first opportunity. It should be free," Albert muttered to himself, filled with resentment. "Let's rejoice. Applaud. The champion of the Triwizard Tournament has emerged. He is the valiant warrior of Hogwarts, Albert Augustus." Ludo's voice, tinged with excitement and slightly off-key, resonated through the loudspeaker. The director of the Department of Magical Sports had wagered his entire fortune on Albert's victory in this competition. Should he lose again, he might find himself working as a dancer in the Pig's Head Tavern to repay his debts. Fortunately, his integrity remained intact. Cheers and screams echoed throughout Hogwarts in an instant. Malfoy, alongside a few young wizards, conjured a magnificent magical firework with their wands. while Albert soared above them on a dragon. The judges beamed and applauded, and Dumbledore was gesturing for Albert to approach the podium. At that moment, Harry emerged from the labyrinth, gazing at the jubilant Hogwarts community, momentarily dazed. Just moments ago, he had been locked in a duel with the Dark Lord. Witnessing Voldemort being utterly defeated by the seemingly harmless boy standing on the podium while dozens of dark wizards fell before him. "Hurry, Harry! We've been waiting for you." A large hand clapped on Harry's shoulder. Hagrid was gently pushing the somewhat dazed young wizard toward Dumbledore. Albert was now on the podium, observing Madame Maxime and Fleur exerting their authority. Fleur glaring fiercely at Karkaroff, while Madame Maxime's finger nearly poked his nose. "If this matter lacks a reasonable explanation, we shall engage in a duel, Karkaroff. I am eager to see how you at Durmstrang educate your students, daring to use the unforgivable curses in a competition." Madame Maxime's furious roar pierced through the air, reaching Harry's ears as he approached. Seemingly unsatisfied, she delivered a kick to the unconscious Krum on the ground. Shortly after Albert's departure, Dumbledore, noticing the spatial disturbance, found Durmstrang's champion. The old headmaster merely transformed him back to his original form without rousing him. Krum's wand lay in Barty Crouch's hands. Moments ago, he had cast a rebound spell with it, which had unleashed several dark spells and a Cruciatus curse within the hour. This was the source of Madame Maxime's wrath, and even the usually genial Dumbledore wore a frown. It was only upon seeing Harry that he exhaled with relief. As Harry approached Dumbledore, he hurriedly spoke, "Professor Dumbledore, Voldemort." The headmaster raised a finger to interrupt him, gently shaking his head, and whispered, "I am already aware, Harry. Let us keep this matter discreet for now." At that moment, Albert glanced at Harry, nodded in acknowledgement, and quietly made his way toward the professor's office, with Dumbledore subtly positioning himself to block the boy's path. The crowd's attention was captivated by the furious giantess, and even the students failed to notice their champion had vanished. Albert executed 2 quick apparitions, arriving stealthily outside Moody's office. He first cast 2 protective shields and enhanced himself with several spells before kicking the door with force, shouting, "You have nowhere to escape, scoundrel!" Bang! Albert, empowered by a potent force, kicked the door with such vigor that it shattered several magical traps, crashing into the wall and disrupting the intricate magical patterns inscribed upon it. The boy then sauntered into the room, surveying the cursed traps on the ground. A few vials of deadly potions and the self-destruct runes painted on the wall, letting out a derisive chuckle. How ostentatious. Albert meticulously examined his surroundings and discerned that the Death Eater had left in haste. Several drafts lay scattered on the table, his name glaringly inscribed upon them. A slight furrow formed on the boy's brow as an instinctive sense of unease washed over him. If the individual had departed so quickly, how could he have set up such traps? Albert cast additional protective shields around him, and as a momentary disorientation swept over his body, a desperate voice echoed from a chest in the corner. "Is anyone there? Dumbledore? Help me. I'm Alastair." The plea captured Albert's attention, and he cautiously approached the chest to inspect it, suspecting it might be a spatial artifact. The cries within grew increasingly faint, and after a moment's contemplation, he decisively opened the chest, revealing what could very well be the true Mad-Eye Moody. In the instant the chest opened, a surge of impending peril coursed through Albert. The maniac had left self-destruct runes inside. He thought inwardly, swiftly grasping Moody from the chest as a silvery, translucent shield enveloped them both. In an instant, the chest was marred by dark fissures. The chaotic spatial magic erupted into a tempest, obliterating everything in its vicinity before ultimately collapsing into a miniature black hole that devoured all animate objects in the room, gradually fading away. Moody, initially astonished by the chaotic scene outside the shield, turned to regard the stoic Albert. After a moment of silence, he exclaimed, "Were it not for your appearance, I would have thought Dumbledore himself had come to rescue me. Has the young wizard of today become this formidable? What's your name? Boy, are you interested in becoming an Auror?" Albert cast a cold glance at Moody, noting the legendary Auror's magical eye had been plucked away, and his prosthetic leg lay discarded nearby. Sitting helplessly on the ground, he sensed the boy's gaze and straightened his posture. Albert's expression softened, and he replied gently, "I am Albert Augustus. Let's go see Professor Dumbledore, shall we? Do you require assistance, Professor?" "No need. Just kick my leg over here," Moody replied somewhat stiffly. "Additionally, thank you, lad. Your protective spell was quite impressive." After resting for a while, Albert utilized 2 healing spells on Moody, significantly improving his appearance. The two then hurried back to Dumbledore. Upon their arrival at the podium, they found the Minister of Magic, drenched in sweat, standing between the 2 headmasters. flanked by a cadre of aurors and a portly old woman wearing a garish smile and dressed in pink. Do not act impulsively, Maxim. Crumb must have fallen victim to someone's soul-binding curse. There is certainly a misunderstanding at play. Let us first conclude the competition, and trust me, the Ministry of Magic will provide an explanation for everyone. As Fudge spoke, he noticed Albert approaching and his eyes lit up. He swiftly made his way over. Mr. Augustus, I knew the championship would be yours. Please forgive my absence during the previous matches. As you know, the Ministry has been inundated with numerous trivial matters. Fudge warmly grasped the boy's hand, speaking in a buoyant tone, while seemingly ignoring the legendary auror standing nearby. Albert frowned slightly, discreetly withdrawing his hand. You flatter me, Minister. My victory was merely by chance. Are we ready for the awards? I understand there will be a speech. Fudge nodded enthusiastically. Of course, my lord. We shall present your award immediately. Ludo, fetch the trumpet and the trophy. Fudge took the magical trumpet, cleared his throat, and proclaimed, Ladies and gentlemen, the thrilling Triwizard Tournament has concluded, and the final victor is none other than our esteemed Mr. Albert Augustus. I, Cornelius Fudge, shall present the award and invite him to deliver his acceptance speech. Fudge handed the trumpet and trophy to the boy, flashing a smile at the cameras below. Albert accepted the trophy, but did not take the trumpet. Instead, he gestured to his throat and began, first and foremost. I wish to express my gratitude for your unwavering support. Your cheers have invigorated me immensely. I would like to thank Miss Hermione Granger, whose companionship has propelled me forward. In the audience, amidst envious gazes from numerous witches, Hermione's cheeks flushed, yet a blissful smile graced her lips. Moreover, I must say, I thoroughly enjoyed the banner crafted by Ravenclaw and the fireworks from Slytherin. The eagles erupted in applause, following Malfoy's premature display of the Augustus banner. The witches of Ravenclaw had united to create an even larger and more magnificent banner, unanimously believing that Albert belonged to all the young witches of Ravenclaw. With Hermione as their final stand, Slytherin's intentions would not be tolerated. Malfoy clenched his fists, exhilarated. The fireworks were his creative endeavor. Nothing thrilled him more than the acknowledgement of his idol. Once the crowd quieted down, Albert's expression turned serious and his tone icy. Lastly, I must convey some grim news. Voldemort has returned. Gasps filled the hall, and expressions of terror swept over many faces. The boy paused before continuing. It is indeed his minions who have ensnared Crumb, conspiring to eliminate the chosen one. We must remain vigilant and prepared for any eventuality. I believe Albert is simply too excited. It is normal for young wizards to seek attention. Please trust in the Ministry of Magic. Everything is under our control. There is no Dark Lord, merely the machinations of a dark wizard. An anxious voice interrupted Albert's next words. The boy coldly regarded the pale-faced Fudge, who was signaling for the aurors to ensure their protection. The students of Hogwarts began to whisper amongst themselves, a continuous buzz of murmurs filling the air, while several young witches and wizards tiptoed to catch a glimpse of the unfolding scene. Albert, with an icy demeanor, took a step toward Fudge, prompting the aurors to instinctively retreat. Among them were the same aurors present on that fateful day, who vividly recalled that the boy standing before them was the heir of the legendary Augustus family. The Augustuses present that day had treated everyone, including the Minister of Magic, with blatant disregard. You exhibit quite the audacity, the boy's voice, laced with a hint of menace, pierced Fudge's ears, causing him to shudder. Yet, as a thought crossed his mind, Fudge's gaze hardened. Please refrain from making disparaging remarks, Mr. Augustus. Such comments could severely disrupt the operations of the Ministry of Magic. No one could usurp my position as minister, no one. Fudge thought, gritting his teeth, fully aware that should the Dark Lord truly return, the ministry would swiftly appoint a more capable leader in his stead. Ah, Albert advanced another step toward Fudge. Are you instructing me on how to conduct my affairs? Cornelius Fudge, how dare you show such disrespect toward the minister? I shall have you imprisoned in Azkaban. Kingsley, what are you waiting for? A shrill, unpleasant voice interjected, as Umbridge eagerly expressed her loyalty to the minister. Albert regarded the noisy old toad with an impassive expression, his finger subtly raised. At that moment, Fudge unexpectedly broke free from the protective circle of aurors, delivering a resounding slap to Umbridge, leaving a clear handprint on her astonished face. Minister, your voice is as grating as a toad's, she said, her eyes brimming with tears. Silence. Apologize to Mr. Augustus at once, you rude imbecile. Fudge bellowed, gripping her collar and forcefully shoving her in front of Albert. With a slight flick of his finger, Albert sent Umbridge flying across the room. Do not attempt to play these petty games with me, Fudge. Tell me, what gave you the audacity to interrupt me? As he wiped the sweat from his brow, Fudge cast a pleading glance at Dumbledore, stammering, "Sir, I believe certain matters should remain undisclosed to the public. This could incite chaos. We could resolve these issues discreetly." The light emanating from Albert's finger intensified, his patience waning. "Resolve? With you, you fool? Do you take me for a simpleton?" As he spoke, Albert pointed his finger menacingly at the pallid Fudge, who managed to squeeze out the words, "Albus, save me." A white shield enveloped Fudge, with Dumbledore standing protectively in front of him. "Albert, consider it an elderly man's plea. Grant me a bit more time, will you? You yourself have stated that violence does not solve problems, and that killing only taints the soul." The boy gazed at the earnest face of the headmaster, fleeting memories of his kindness and support flashing before him, causing the coldness and murderous intent in his eyes to dissipate, albeit slightly. "Cornelius Fudge, I grant you one final year to gracefully relinquish your position as Minister of Magic. Should you doubt my resolve, feel free to put to the test." With that, Albert turned away, his silhouette cast in the moonlight, appearing somewhat forlorn and solitary. However, as he descended from the podium, a graceful figure leaped into his embrace, and the two, hand in hand, gradually faded into the distance. Chapter 72. Experiments in Stagnation. Upon returning to the dormitory with Hermione, Albert immersed himself in magical experiments, his sense of urgency intensifying. The boy felt as though a sharp dagger loomed above him, drawing ever closer. For several consecutive days, Albert remained sequestered in the laboratory, taking respite only when Hermione brought him meals. Each time, she gazed at her increasingly pallid lover with eyes filled with concern. After some contemplation, Hermione handed him a note. "This is from the enchanting Fleur. She has asked me to inform you that she is departing." With a hint of irritation, Hermione shot Albert a sidelong glance, before recalling the unfortunate Crumb, who, upon awakening, insisted that Professor Moody had assaulted him, with Augustus as an accomplice. The very next day, he was expelled by the Ministry of Magic under the pretext of insanity. "Who?" The boy, momentarily bewildered, raised his head. His mind had been consumed with thoughts of time sand, unicorns, dragon blood, and phoenix feathers, the latter of which he had surreptitiously obtained from Fawkes while Dumbledore was otherwise occupied, eliciting a perpetually ruffled response from the phoenix to this day. Seeing the confusion mixed with a hint of daze in Albert's eyes, Hermione could not resist planting a kiss on him, and said, "It's Fleur from Beauxbatons. She'll be leaving in a few days." The girl thought with a touch of pride, "You, who can only dream of such a heartthrob. I can kiss whenever I wish." Albert merely acknowledged her with a nonchalant "oh," and muttered something about not having time, returning his gaze to his work without even glancing at the note. Hermione, playfully tugging at his hand, urged, "A stroll would do you good. You can't remain cooped up in the laboratory forever. We can go together, and there's a reward upon our return." The boy halted his movements, silently stood, adjusted his attire, and took Hermione's hand, leading her towards the door. He simply felt a sudden desire to bask in the sunlight, showing no interest in any rewards. As they ran together, they finally arrived at the lakeside willow tree, where Fleur Delacour awaited them. Upon seeing Albert approaching with his petite companion, a flicker of disappointment crossed Fleur's eyes, quickly replaced by a smile as she welcomed them. "I am about to leave. My time here has been delightful. Participating in the competition with you has been my most unforgettable memory of Hogwarts. It has been a pleasure to meet you, Albert." Fleur gazed at the boy who had captured her heart, speaking earnestly. Albert returned her gaze, smiling as he replied, "It has been my honor to compete alongside you." "Safe travels, Fleur." Miss Delacour bit her lip and suddenly inquired, "Will you have time to visit your homeland? Return to France? Monsieur Crumb is an alumnus of Beauxbatons. I could show you around when you do." Hearing the name of Nickelmore once again from another's lips left Albert somewhat astonished. He had not anticipated that this elder was an alumnus of Busbarton. The boy nodded and took his girlfriend's hand, expressing, "I shall bring Hermione along when time permits. I hope to trouble you then, Miss Delacour." After conversing with the two for a while, Fleur departed with a sense of melancholy, reflecting that the greatest fortune of her arrival at Hogwarts was encountering the boy who stirred her heart, while the greatest misfortune was that she had come too late. Throughout the exchange, Hermione spoke little, yet she felt content and joyful, genuinely sensing her lover's concern for her. After meandering for a bit, Albert escorted Hermione to her class, while he himself had received special permission from Dumbledore to attend classes only when necessary, thus saving ample time. After wandering the corridors for a while, the boy turned toward the library, his mind lost in contemplation. The formation of the time paradox arises from the inability to complete the closed loop, how to discern patterns amid chaos to avert explosion. Absorbed in thought, Albert failed to notice a girl standing in the corner until she called out to him, "Albert, You seem to be plagued by many disturbances. Have you encountered some trouble? The boy halted, glancing toward the source of the voice. It was Luna. He hesitated, uncertain whether to confide in this young witch. Seemingly sensing Albert's indecision, Luna blinked and said, I am Hermione's eternal friend, which makes me your eternal friend as well. If there is something unclear to you, sharing with a friend could yield multiple perspectives, don't you think? Upon hearing this, Albert recalled Hermione's smiling face and could not help but smile in return. Perhaps this could serve as a distraction, he thought. Luna, I happen to be grappling with a question. If time is likened to a long river, and I am but a small boat, how can I navigate this river without being submerged? Albert pondered for a moment and posed his inquiry in a straightforward manner. The eccentric Lovegood tilted her head and asked, Do you have sails and oars for your boat? The boy nodded, affirming that he possessed the magic and key to unlock the river of time. Is your boat sturdy? Luna continued her questioning. Albert confidently replied, It is the sturdiest boat in existence. Augustus is certain of his strength. Without a care for the dirt smudging her fingers, Luna knelt and began to draw on the ground, quickly sketching a boat and a large river beneath it. She seemed to be contemplating something, and then, with a moment of insight, she addressed Albert. Now that you have oars and sails and a robust boat, navigating is no longer an issue. The challenge lies in stopping. Your boat lacks an anchor, Albert. The boy paused, contemplating an anchor. To stop? His eyes began to brighten as he grasped Luna's meaning. If the river of time is indeed a vast expanse, then I am a boat adrift. Traversing the river is not the problem. What truly matters is how to reach the shore. Yes, the anchor point, the temporal anchor point. Items infused with the power of time will allow me to safely anchor amidst the endless river of existence. This marks a pivotal step in the art of temporal magic, the time anchor. Albert, brimming with excitement, embraced Luna and exclaimed, Thank you, Luna. You are the most competent Ravenclaw. Luna, equally elated, gently patted the boy's back and softly replied, You're welcome, Augustus. We are friends, are we not? The boy nodded in affirmation, acknowledging their bond. We are eternal friends. Luna waved him off, saying, Hurry along, Albert. Time waits for no one. As she watched the boy's hurried retreat, a glimmer of nostalgia and contentment flickered in Luna's eyes, and she murmured, Indeed, we are forever friends, Augustus. Chapter 73. The Time Anchor and the Deathly Hallows. Contemplating the time anchor, Albert mused that an object capable of leaving a mark on time must have profoundly influenced its era. Perhaps he could begin his search with artifacts from history. He hurriedly made his way to the library, feverishly sifting through several historical tomes, yet found little of significance. When Hermione arrived at the library in search of Albert, he was buried behind a towering stack of books, engrossed in his studies, nearly obscured by the towering volumes. The girl gently pulled out the chair across from him and sat in silence, captivated by the earnest expression of her beloved. Noticing Hermione's presence, Albert set aside his copy of a detailed account of modern history. The crimes of Grindelwald, playfully pinching her nose while grinning. What were you pondering so intently? Hermione scrunched her nose in playful reproach. Don't tease, Albert. I was contemplating something I read in a book. What could possibly trouble our brilliant little witch? Albert inquired with curiosity, intrigued by the girl before him, whose remarkable intellect and perseverance captivated him. After a moment of hesitation, Hermione resolved to share the truth regarding the Deathly Hallows. I found a description of death in a book, along with the tale of the 3 Deathly Hallows. Legend has it that one who possesses all 3 can conquer death. Albert's demeanor grew serious. The subject of death compelled him to adopt a serious tone. Hermione, may I see that book? He asked earnestly. She nodded and retrieved the tales of Beetle the Bard from her bag, handing it to him. Albert quickly flipped to the page about death and the 3 brothers, furrowing his brow as he read intently. Meanwhile, Hermione produced a notebook and handed it to him. This contains my notes from recent research. The most recent account of the Deathly Hallows dates back 70 years to the battle between Dumbledore and Grindelwald. Even the former Dark Lord, wielding the Elder Wand, could not vanquish our headmaster, she stated, her tone tinged with uncertainty. As for the other 2 Hallows, I have a suspicion that the invisibility cloak Harry possesses is the legendary artifact. I've researched it, and ordinary invisibility cloaks do not exhibit such efficacy. Yet, it seems somewhat far-fetched to deem it a true relic, as it offers little beyond invisibility. As the little witch pondered, uncertainty began to creep in. After all, she had previously encountered Harry's invisibility cloak and found it rather unremarkable. The impending acquisition of the disillusionment charm promised to provide a similar ability to conceal oneself, perhaps even more conveniently. At that moment, Albert had finished reading the story and began to scrutinize Hermione's notes. which were filled with elegant handwriting, yet bore numerous corrections, indicating the girl's considerable effort. Muttering softly, the Elder Wand, the Resurrection Stone, the Invisibility Cloak, his brow furrowed as he closed the notebook, seemingly struck by an epiphany. I must see Harry's invisibility cloak for myself. If it truly is one of the Deathly Hallows, it must bear the mark of its previous owner. With that, Albert stood up, intent on finding Harry, but Hermione gently grasped his hand, her brow furrowed in concern. I believe you should eat first before seeking out Harry. You've lost weight over these past few days. Observing the slight displeasure in his beloved's expression, Mr. Augustus promptly declared, a man is made of iron and rice, without sustenance. Once it comes to hunger, today, I shall feast heartily, and no one shall hinder me. In the great hall, Albert was devouring a mountain of food, with Hermione seated beside him, supervising his consumption while peeling several large shrimp. Burp, he exclaimed, contorting his face. Hermione, I truly can't eat another bite. Seizing the moment as he opened his mouth, Hermione deftly inserted a peeled shrimp and placed a chicken leg on his plate. No, you must eat. You need to replenish the nutrients you've neglected these past few days. I learned from others that you rarely dine in the hall, sometimes even going an entire day without food. This simply won't do. With pursed lips, Hermione gazed sternly at her struggling partner as he swallowed his food, then poured him a glass of water. Only a robust physique can support a resilient spirit and an immense magical power. This is the wisdom of Ravenclaw. As the meal progressed, Albert found himself questioning his existence, contemplating the terrifying prospect of being the first wizard in history to die from overindulgence. Fortunately, after Mr. Augustus's fervent assurance to eat on schedule, Hermione finally relented. Harry, might I see your invisibility cloak? I'm quite curious, Albert inquired, leaning against the wall while supporting his waist, addressing the savior of the wizarding world who was engaged in a card game. Of course, Albert, but could you tell me what you've eaten? Today's fare seems rather lackluster, Harry replied, more intrigued by what could possibly have filled Augustus to such a degree than by the cloak itself. Mind your own business, Albert retorted with a roll of his eyes, dismissing the savior with a few curt words, while Hermione stifled her laughter beside him. If I can fatten you up, perhaps fewer people will be concerned about you, the little witch mused darkly. Ron glanced between Hermione and Albert, then recalled Harry's near-miserable existence under Ginny's watchful eye, silently resolving never to engage in a romantic relationship within the next decade. Before long, Harry arrived in the common room with his invisibility cloak. Albert took the cloak and examined it closely, though it appeared to be nothing extraordinary. The boy, somewhat skeptical, raised his hand and touched his forehead. A golden beam of light emanated from his fingertips, penetrating his eyes. With a flash of golden brilliance, Albert scrutinized the invisibility cloak once more, and this time he made a rather distinct observation. The cloak was ensnared by a subtle yet potent force, preserving only its most fundamental ability to render the wearer invisible. This force did not belong to any wizard, nor could it be attributed to any mortal. It bore a divine essence, infused with an aura of desolation and darkness, an arcane power uniquely associated with the Grim Reaper. Contemplating deeply, Albert set the cloak aside, suspecting that the tale of the Deathly Hallows was far more intricate than it appeared. This seal seemed merely a fragment. To uncover the truth, he would need to locate the remaining 2 artifacts. Harry, may I keep this cloak for a while? I wish to study it, the boy said, a hint of shyness in his voice. Harry nodded in agreement. Of course, Albert. You can keep it for as long as you like. Had the invisibility cloak not been a legacy from his father, the savior would have considered gifting it to him outright. After all, in comparison to the support his friend had provided, an invisibility cloak was of little consequence. Chapter 74, Relics of History. After borrowing the cloak from Harry, Albert conducted several tests. Unfortunately, his current magical prowess seemed insufficient to forcibly break the seal, nor did he discern any signs of time upon it. In a moment of frustration, he resorted to a rather rudimentary approach. He pulled out a piece of paper and wrote, I require several artifacts with historical significance, preferably renowned items from 70 years ago. The sooner, the better. Seemingly sensing the urgency of the matter, Elizabeth refrained from teasing her esteemed master, simply responding, as you command, before proceeding with the arrangements. This unexpected shift in demeanor left Mr. Augustus somewhat astonished. Had that infatuated woman transformed today? The boy scratched his head in confusion, then dismissed the thought, turning his attention back to an engrossing conversation with Hermione. Meanwhile, at Augustus Manor, Elizabeth was issuing orders. The master requires several artifacts, preferably famous ones from 70 years ago. Matthew, take Clelu and a few others to the Department of Magical Collections and see what you can find. Matthew nodded, standing beside a doll-faced witch and her companions. William, lead your team from William Castle to thoroughly investigate all vampire congregations, particularly those of the elder ones. A gentleman with raven hair and blood-red eyes bowed before taking his place alongside his companions. He was Heinrich von William, the proprietor of William Castle and a representative of the moderate vampires. Albert, select a few astute individuals to venture into the Muggle world. I've heard that France and England boast two renowned museums, known as the Louvre and the British Museum. If you find anything imbued with magic, bring it back. The French Minister of Magic nodded slightly, flanked by a squad of serious-looking aurors. A flicker of crimson light shimmered in Elizabeth's eyes as she reverently proclaimed, "The will of the Lord is our mission, and his demands signify our existence. O Supreme One, our Lord endures forever. Let's depart." The throng below was suffused with fervor, responding in unison, "Our Lord endures forever." They then transformed into shadows, vanishing into the ether. Elizabeth gazed at the empty hall, softly intoning, "You are the harbinger of calamity, the culmination of all things, the master of magic, the deity of sorcerers. We are your lambs, your people. You guide us and shelter us until we reach the other shore." Her crystalline chant reverberated through the surroundings, stirring the invisible elements of magic into rippling waves, as if they were both responding and trembling in fear. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, the term had come to an end. Albert's research on temporal magic had reached its conclusion. Theoretically, there were no issues remaining, and only practical application lay ahead. He needed to personally immerse himself in the river of time to validate his theories. Meanwhile, the Savior and his companion were grappling painfully with final examinations. The sole comfort for the two was that, due to Professor Moody's need for recuperation, Augustus Professor had been appointed as their substitute teacher for defense against the dark arts, much to the persistent insistence of the young wizards. This class was one of the few places where Harry and Ron could find solace. "Harry, what are the key points of trap magic?" Augustus Professor suddenly called upon the Savior. Instinctively, Harry stood up. It must align with the terrain, remain inconspicuous, and focus on delaying and buying time for larger spells. Albert nodded approvingly, well answered. "Gryffindor gains 5 points. However, if you daydream again, I'll make you my sparring partner." Harry nervously scratched his head and promptly took his seat. Being a sparring partner for Augustus Professor was no trivial matter. Just last week, Draco had unwittingly called him the Dragon Lord and was dragged up by the professor to demonstrate the transfiguration spell. It was said that only 2 days later, Headmaster Dumbledore intervened to restore the unfortunate young lad. Seated nearby, Hermione shot Harry a glance before intently studying Albert's face, her pen ceaselessly scribbling. Harry sneaked a peek and noticed that her notebook was devoid of notes, instead adorned with several sketches of Albert, some in a chibi style, others more realistic. The bell rang, cutting through the wistful gazes of the young witches. Augustus Professor never overstayed. Almost instantaneously upon the bell's chime, he openly took Hermione's hand and exited the classroom. Harry, a beat behind, caught a glimpse of Hermione conversing with Albert, her mouth covered in a suppressed giggle. Truly a match made in heaven, the Savior mused. Ron observed the couple drifting further away and then glanced at Ginny waiting by the door, shivering slightly as an unexpected chill swept over him. By the banks of Hogwarts Black Lake, Albert and Hermione strolled hand in hand. "Have you found the artifact imbued with the power of time?" Hermione inquired, ever concerned about her beloved's research progress. Albert shook his head, stating that the inhabitants of Augustus Manor had scoured nearly every corner of Europe, yet regrettably, their search proved fruitless. It appeared that the time had yet to arrive. Just as he spoke, the boy felt a gentle warmth emanating from the note in his pocket, indicating that someone had sent him a message. Hastily, Albert retrieved the note, which bore the inscription, "My lord, we have discovered an ancient artifact imbued with peculiar powers, linked to Grindelwald from 70 years ago. It has been dispatched by Owl to your dormitory, Albert." Overcome with joy, the boy spun around with Hermione in his arms, showering her with fervent kisses amidst her squeals of surprise. "You truly are my lucky star, Hermione." With that exclamation, he dashed away, leaving behind his beloved, who stood blushing and stamping her feet, oblivious to the astonished gazes of those around them. In the dormitory, Albert retrieved a small parcel from the talons of a pitch-black owl. After offering it a few dried fish, the owl took flight. Eagerly, Albert opened the box in his hands, revealing a rather peculiar necklace nestled within. This necklace appeared to be crafted from silver, featuring an outer circle enclosing a triangle, which in turn contained a vertical line. Furrowing his brow, the boy recognized this as a symbol he had encountered before. Setting the necklace aside, he rummaged through his desk until he unearthed the story collection that Hermione had previously gifted him. To his astonishment, he discovered the very symbol on the page detailing the tale of the three brothers. This was the mark of the Deathly Hallows. The circle represented the resurrection stone. The triangle denoted the invisibility cloak, and a vertical line symbolized the Elder Wand. It seemed Grindelwald had adopted this emblem as his own. How intriguing! A glimmer of excitement danced in the boy's eyes as he closed the book. It appeared he was destined to meet the illustrious First Dark Lord. Let this necklace be my guide. Albert gazed at the silver necklace, which shimmered softly beside him. The instant he made contact with it, he felt the latent temporal power coursing through its essence. Though modest, it was sufficient for his purpose of navigation. Chapter 75, An Initial Foray into Time. After a moment of contemplation, Albert resolved that there was no time like the present. Time waits for no one. If all went according to plan, he would return promptly to his anchor point. Resolute in his decision, he produced the hourglass containing the time sand from his pocket and meticulously inscribed intricate magical runes upon it with the finger adorned by his ring. Golden patterns materialized on the silvery hourglass, rendering the object exquisite, enchanting, and shrouded in mystery. Lastly, he needed to establish an anchor point, preferably using a personal item. While murmuring to himself, he hesitated before removing the communication ring from his left hand's ring finger. In a fleeting moment, with the hope that Hermione would remain oblivious, Albert carefully enveloped a grain of time sand with his magic and integrated it into the ring, all the while contemplating his fortuitous endeavor. A silvery gleam flashed, and the grain of sand silently fused with the ring. The boy exhaled in relief, subsequently casting several protective spells to ensure that this temporal anchor would remain unscathed by others. Finally, with a casual gesture, he tossed the ring onto the desk, ready to embark on his journey. Beginning and ending, limited yet boundless, the Ouroboros, the endless loop, all lie within my grasp, all comply with my will. Albert held an hourglass in one hand and a necklace in the other. As he chanted the incantation, a magical circle of gold and silver materialized beneath his feet, accompanied by a sequence of faintly shimmering numbers. 1927. Timelessness lies beneath my feet. As the final incantations fell from his lips, Albert vanished amidst a blinding brilliance of silver light. In a realm of formless space, Albert beheld the legendary river of time, or rather, he found himself within its currents. Silvery beams rushed past him, and within their depths, he could vaguely discern shapes. The boy was propelled forward by these luminous strands. Feeling akin to a parched fish suddenly returned to the sea, an unprecedented joy and fulfillment swelling within him. Albert seized a beam of light, which transformed in his grasp into a shimmering screen depicting the life, death, and ailments of a wizard. Every minute and second experienced by that individual unfolded in the boy's hands. He felt as though he were a deity, wielding dominion over all, with every individual's present, past, and future at his command, all-knowing and all-powerful. As Albert's gaze began to waver, his body gradually emanated silvery radiance, seemingly merging with his surroundings. Suddenly, a searing sensation coursed through his palm, accompanied by a sharp pang from the depths of his soul that jolted him back to awareness. Cold sweat broke out on the boy's brow. He had come perilously close to losing himself within the river of time, to becoming but a grain of temporal sand. Albert silently recited a few spells, erecting a shield around his mind while utilizing his magic to ward off the encroaching silver light. Following the intuitive pull of the necklace towards a singular direction, time elapsed in a blur, perhaps centuries, or merely an instant, until the boy finally discovered the anchoring point to which he could return. In his journey, Albert witnessed the rise and fall of dynasties, the progression of humanity, and the cyclical bloom and withering of flowers, the inexorable passage of time enhancing his understanding of temporal magic and deepening his affinity for it. As he drew nearer to the immobile point of light within the river of time, the necklace in his hand grew increasingly hot, eventually glowing a fiery red. The boy reached out to gently touch the point of light, feeling as though he had encountered an unyielding wall. After a moment of contemplation, he decisively pressed the hand holding the necklace against the light. A flash of brilliance enveloped him, and Albert was drawn into its embrace. In the year 1927, in Paris, France, within a modest circus, a burly, bearded wizard was tormenting a woman confined within a cage. "Nagini, you wretched creature, should you fail to comply with my command and transform, I shall strip your skin to fashion a pair of boots." He continued to hurl insults while wielding his wand, mercilessly cracking the whip upon the woman before him. The woman merely trembled in the corner, her arms wrapped around her head, enduring the lashes that tore into her flesh. Suddenly, a silvery radiance began to manifest within the cage, ultimately coalescing into a boy of approximately 15 or 16, pale yet strikingly handsome. Albert had just been extracted from the currents of time, thrust back into the reality of over 70 years past, when a whip came hurtling towards him. The boy slightly furrowed his brow, and with a flash of fire, the whip was reduced to a pile of ashes. Before he could utter a word, he found himself silenced by a barrage of curses and profanities. Who dares enter the cage of Butcher George? Look at you. Perhaps you could fetch a decent price. The so-called George wasted no time in unleashing his fury, devoid of any gentlemanly decorum. However, his curses and foul language were swiftly returned to him, all swallowed back into his own belly by the boy's raised finger. While maintaining the reflection of the piercing curse, Albert surveyed his surroundings. Soon, he noticed the woman cowering in the corner. Upon feeling his gaze, she shrank even further into herself. At least there is a living soul here. You, however, are of no further use, the boy murmured. No sooner had he spoken than purple flames erupted from Butcher George's feet and fingers, gradually reducing him to ashes, leaving him unable to utter another word from his unclean mouth. Albert knelt beside the woman, scrutinizing her with a furrowed brow, a witch afflicted by the blood curse. No, this seems hereditary. What is your name? The woman recoiled further into the corner, nearly compressing herself into a ball. After a moment of silence, Albert, growing impatient, pressed his lips together. As time passed, he rose to his feet, casting a healing charm towards the woman and unlocking the cage with a mere flick of his finger, preparing to exit and inquire directions from passerby. At that moment, a voice as cool and gentle as a serpent halted him in his tracks. I am called Nagini. Sir. The boy turned. Greetings, Miss Nagini. I am Albert Augustus. Chapter 76. A Love of the Uncommon. After rescuing Nagini, Albert gleaned his location from her words, while the well-versed Professor Augustus began to comprehend the current situation. So, Grindelwald has been captured, confined within the American Ministry of Magic. As he conversed with Nagini, he casually unlocked several cages at the rear of the circus. Nagini hesitantly nodded. It seems so. This is what I have gathered from the discussions of others. Albert was somewhat disappointed not to find the furry beast he sought. It seemed he would first need to travel to America to encounter the so-called Dark Lord. At this point, the boy halted, casting a glance at the woman closely trailing behind him. Do you have anywhere you wish to go? He inquired. In return for your sharing this information, I can lift the blood curse that resides within your lineage. Otherwise, it won't be long before you transform into a true serpent. A flicker of nostalgia crossed Albert's eyes, recalling how his mentor, Ivan Animagus, drew inspiration from the blood curse to develop the art of wizardly transformation. In gratitude, whenever they encountered a caster or heir of the blood curse, both master and apprentice would intervene to break the spell, for which they had meticulously crafted a targeted magic. Nagini abruptly lifted her head, hope and desperation glimmering in her eyes. Is that true, sir? Can you truly lift this curse? I beg of you. If you can free me, I would give anything. With that, she knelt at the boy's feet. Albert furrowed his brow, waving his hand to magically raise Nagini back to her feet. I am a man of my word. Moreover, do you know that foolish lad sneaking behind us? His chaotic magic is as conspicuous as a light bulb. Yes, I mean you, the one behind the pillar. As the boy's words echoed, a ragged, emaciated man emerged from behind the pillar, appearing somewhat apprehensive. Nevertheless, after a moment's hesitation, he summoned the courage to approach. Hello, sir. My name is Credence, and I am a friend of Nagini's. Can you tell me where you are heading? I would like to accompany you. I am capable of many things and possess considerable strength. I can even pull a cart. As he spoke, Credence rolled up his sleeves to showcase his frail arms. Albert regarded him thoughtfully, then glanced at the hesitant Nagini, a look of sudden realization dawning upon his face. Are you two lovers? Or do you fancy her? The boy, having recently become entangled with Hermione, was particularly sensitive to matters of the heart. Credence's face flushed crimson, while Nagini quickly turned her gaze away, though her furtive glances toward the man were unmistakably evident. How amusing, Albert remarked with interest, a mischievous glint in his eye. If I were to lift the blood curse. Nagini, you would have to serve as my maid. What? You can lift the blood curse? Sir, I implore you, please lift this curse for her. Whatever it takes, even if it means she must be a maid. Credence exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Nagini, her face pale, interjected, no, sir. I do not wish to lift the curse any longer. I am sorry, Please, you must lift the curse for her. I would exchange anything for it. Credence insisted, pulling the woman protectively behind him. I do not need you to make decisions for me. Credence, I only wish for you to live, to exist as a normal person. I do not care. I simply want to be with you. I beg you, do not abandon me. Albert gazed intently at the emotional spectacle before him, feeling a profound connection to the unfolding drama. With a dismissive wave of his hand, he interrupted the quarrel between the two. All right, it was merely a jest. Why take it so seriously? You both seem to lack a sense of humor, even more than this old relic. As he spoke, the boy traced a magical circle in the air with his finger and then pressed it against Nagini. This enchantment can temporarily suppress your blood curse. To eliminate it completely, we will require a few potions in conjunction. In the meantime, you two shall accompany me. One will run errands, and the other will prepare meals. Is that agreeable? The pair promptly knelt before him, exclaiming, "Thank you, sir. You are truly a good person." Albert, growing impatient, waved his hand to lift the young couple. My first request is that you refrain from kneeling before me. Aside from the followers at Augustus Manor who deify me, I do not accept anyone's homage. Just then, chaos erupted in the nearby street as a magnificent creature with a long tail boldly strutted in the center of the road. The boy's eyes were instantly drawn to it. Aha, a Zowu, a magnificent beast from the east. Albert's eyes sparkled with excitement as he abandoned the young couple and dashed towards the creature. He had longed to touch this adorable giant, but had never found the opportunity. A millennium ago, before he arrived in this era, Albert had considered sneaking into the east to indulge his fascination, as it was said to be home to many enchanting and majestic magical creatures. However, he was thwarted by an overwhelmingly powerful seal, accompanied by several sword-wielding spellcasters who informed him that outsiders were unwelcome in that land and instructed him to turn back. In his youthful audacity, Albert had engaged them in combat. They were no match for him. Yet, upon their defeat, they summoned a few older figures clad in robes. After overcoming those robed elders, he was confronted by several white-haired sorcerers, and he sensed ominous presences approaching. Albert wisely apologized and vowed not to act so recklessly in the future. The sword-wielding spellcasters graciously responded that it was merely a friendly spar, and they welcomed him to visit once the mountains were no longer sealed. "Hey, Zowu, let me touch you," Albert exclaimed with a mischievous grin as he lunged towards the creature. The Zowu suddenly felt a chill enveloping its body and instinctively attempted to flee, but was immobilized by an overwhelming surge of magical energy, trembling as it watched this tiny creature, which seemed even more monstrous than itself, leap onto its back. "Is it going to eat me?" thought the Zowu, fearing that its beautiful life was coming to an end. It lamented that it had yet to frolic freely in the forests or bear young to continue its lineage. "Farewell, my homeland. Farewell, my little beauty." Albert gazed curiously at the Zowu, its eyes glistening with tears, lying on its back in a seemingly resigned manner. However, he paid little heed to such matters, and instead reveled in the bliss of caressing the creature's soft belly, exclaiming, "Truly a marvel from the mysterious East. The sensation is simply exquisite." Suddenly, a voice interrupted his rare moment of happiness from behind. "Sir, I believe this Zowu is rather uncomfortable. It seems frightened. If possible, please release it." Albert turned, slightly displeased, saying, "With all due respect, I believe this magnificent creature is relishing my touch. Would you like me to inquire?" Emphasizing, "Wouldn't you agree, my dear? You feel quite comfortable, don't you?" The Zowu, with tear-filled eyes, nodded and lay back even more comfortably. The individual continued, "Sir, one can never earn the respect of magical creatures through force. Only by treating them with sincerity will they draw near to you." Albert suddenly sensed he had encountered a kindred spirit. "From your words, it seems you possess considerable understanding." The individual puffed out his chest and replied earnestly, "I am Newt Scamander, and to be candid, no one knows magical creatures better than I." Albert stood and extended his hand towards Newt. "Hello, Newt. I am Albert Augustus. I believe we shall become fast friends." Their shared passion quickly fostered mutual recognition. However, upon discussing the infamous Dark Lord, Newt informed him that Grindelwald had escaped from the French Ministry of Magic. "This is indeed troubling news." Albert furrowed his brow. "If the original Dark Lord is no longer within the ministry, we must seek traces of him through historical records. Of course, in this era, one person would undoubtedly know Grindelwald's whereabouts, the younger version of Dumbledore. However, the boy was reluctant to meet him at this juncture, fearing it might disrupt the timeline. "Newt, that name sounds familiar." In Modern History Explained, this individual played an irreplaceable role in capturing Grindelwald. Albert's eyes sparkled with excitement. He felt extraordinarily fortunate. Following Newt, I will soon encounter Grindelwald under the auspices of historical correction. I wish to ascertain whether he has truly become an agent of death, as I suspect. Newt observed the young man deep in contemplation, choosing not to disturb him, and instead engaged in conversation with Nagini beside him. Are you saying you were rescued by Albert and have now decided to join him on adventure? Newt expressed disbelief, suspecting the duo had concocted a tale to deceive him. Credence and Nagini exchanged glances of resignation, aware that their knowledge was limited and much of it unsuitable for casual discourse. I am here to seek Grindelwald. I have matters to discuss with him or wish to meet him personally. Albert interjected directly into their conversation, plainly stating his purpose. Newt's expression turned serious at once, his demeanor growing cautious as he regarded the boy. Might you share the reasons behind your inquiry? Grindelwald is a terrorist, devoted to inciting war and orchestrating slaughter. A madman through and through. Albert chuckled lightly. I merely wish to clarify a few matters. Rest assured, Newt, I am not aligned with him. Newt, evidently dissatisfied with the boy's response, recalled the numerous wizards who, driven by admiration or other motives, chose to follow that dark lord, ultimately devolving into mere instruments of indiscriminate violence. I regret to inform you, sir, that my knowledge of Grindelwald is rather limited. But I must caution you, this individual you seek is exceedingly dangerous and malevolent. He excels at manipulating hearts and minds. Newt earnestly advised Albert before announcing his departure. He produced an oversized cat toy, and amid the boy's envious gaze, guided the Zowu into his enchanted suitcase before taking his leave. Albert watched Newt's retreating figure in silence, sensing he had perhaps wandered into a misjudgment. There was no need for him to make a grand entrance, a mere opportunity to engage with the original Dark Wizard, or to exchange a few blows, would suffice to discern his origins. This approach would also maximize the stability of the timeline, the shorter the interval between past and present, the weaker the capacity for temporal correction, as any significant action could potentially disrupt the future. With clarity of purpose, Albert resolved to embark on his journey alone, discreetly trailing Newt. Just moments ago, he had surreptitiously cast a tracking charm upon him, reluctant to break his word. The boy exerted considerable effort to draw a composite magical array on the ground as a substitute for potions, simultaneously amplifying his magical output to forcibly suppress the blood curse within Nagini. The consequence of this action would leave her weakened for several days, during which the seal within her would gradually diminish the curse. He then bid farewell to the two, cloaked himself in invisibility, and strolled through the enchanting vistas of 1927 France, boldly following in Newt's wake. Their journey led them back to England, where upon witnessing the vast underground chamber of Newt's home, filled with wondrous creatures, Albert silently resolved that he had secured a true friend. In the ensuing days, Albert was fortunate enough to observe how a Muggle could be deftly manipulated by a wizard. Despite the wizard's affection for the Muggle, it was destined to end in tragedy. As the days progressed, he gleaned from Newt the purpose behind Grindelwald's machinations. He appeared to be searching for Obscurus to fulfill some sinister plot. The boy could not help but recall the couple he had encountered on his first day. The man named Credence seemed to harbor a surge of destructive power within him during moments of emotional turmoil, and his magical essence was exceedingly unstable. Not a mere damp squib, but rather a force far more formidable. Could it be him? Was it mere coincidence? An increasing number of coincidences left Albert feeling a sense of unease, as though invisible hands were orchestrating his fate. Could it be? No, it was impossible for that individual. He felt he had yet to earn such a designation. Suddenly, Albert sensed an obscure, yet immense magical presence approaching. A formidable sorcerer, perhaps not quite at the pinnacle, but exceedingly close. The boy, augmenting his invisibility spell with several enchantments to conceal his aura, stealthily advanced towards the source. Halting over 100 meters from the wizard, Albert observed the figure, who was notably vigilant. After exchanging a few words with Newt, the sorcerer unleashed a thick mist from his wand, enveloping the entire city. With a flick of his wrists, Albert conjured a diminutive magical screen, revealing Newt engaged in conversation with a gentleman adorned with a distinguished beard and an air of sophistication. Why me? Newt inquired. The younger version of Dumbledore responded with gentle persuasion, because you're the only wizard I know who acts not for fame or power, but for the essence of things, a truly rare quality. Albert smirked, realizing why the old man was so adept at persuasion. This tactic had evidently been in his repertoire for decades. Chapter 78, The Initial Encounter. Clearly, Newt was not swayed by such rhetoric, or perhaps he had learned from past encounters, as he hesitantly questioned, "Why don't you confront him yourself, Dumbledore?" Dumbledore abruptly fell silent, casting a fleeting glance towards Albert before vanishing with Newt, simultaneously obscuring their magical traces. Impressive indeed, Albert mused, acknowledging the capabilities of the younger version of the eccentric elder. Yet he remained unperturbed. Moments earlier, Albert felt the dissolution of the magical array he had left within Nagini to eradicate the curse. The only wizards in Europe capable of such feats, apart from the recently departed Dumbledore, were Grindelwald, wielding the Elder Wand. Unfazed, the boy conjured a black mask to cover his face, elongated his stature with a subtle shift, and then tapped the ground lightly, summoning a long-distance teleportation circle at his feet. "Let me see what you're truly made of, Grindelwald," he whispered, vanishing around the corner. Meanwhile, far away in France, Credence watched helplessly as his beloved transformed into a serpent amidst agonizing struggles. Beside him stood a man with mismatched eyes, emanating an uncanny allure, who passionately declared, "Only by seizing power can one truly alter fate. Do not resist the power within your blood. Surrender to your instincts and unleash your wrath. Join me in transforming this world." As the fervent rhetoric of the strange man surged, Credence's aura grew increasingly unstable, a haze of dark smoke enveloping him as if he were on the brink of explosion. At that moment, a colossal and domineering magical force forcibly quelled the volatile energy within him, accompanied by a hoarse voice echoing from behind, "Quite the orator you are, Grindelwald. I wonder how you intend to change this world?" Albert, cloaked in a black robe and wearing a mask, inquired with keen interest. Grindelwald abruptly turned around, enveloped by several protective spells. "If you're genuinely interested, we should engage in an open dialogue rather than eavesdrop like a coward, sir." Albert, wielding a borrowed wand, pointed at Nagini, who was writhing in agony on the ground, and mockingly retorted, "You are hardly in a better position, you who secretly incite blood curses." Grindelwald remained silent, instead waving his wand, unleashing a blinding beam of light that hurtled towards Albert. In response, Albert directed his wand towards a large stone nearby, transforming it into a knight bearing a shield, which stood resolutely before him. The knight met the incoming spell with its shield, resulting in a violent explosion that obliterated both. "One should reciprocate," Albert declared, gently waving his wand, causing an invisible wave to radiate outward. The Dark Lord's pupils constricted, and without hesitation, he vacated the area, simultaneously casting his wand to hurl Credence away. A radius of 50 meters in front of Albert was severed cleanly, indiscriminately slicing through stones and trees alike. A rather impressive spell. Wizards of our caliber ought to strive for greater causes rather than engage in such futile conflicts, Grindelwald sincerely stated, appearing behind the boy. Albert swiftly turned, 3 spinning silver shields manifesting around him. "Greater causes? Are you referring to instigating war? To the slaughter of the innocent?" As he spoke, he tapped the scattered debris of stone and steel with his wand, merging them into a colossal 4-armed giant that charged towards Grindelwald with a roar. The Dark Lord did not relent. He conjured a ring of blue flames, transforming them into a shield-like barrier for his protection, and urged, "Necessary sacrifices are inevitable. Muggles are continually advancing. They will eventually uncover the secrets of wizards. When that day arrives, it will be too late. The only way to prevent this is to establish wizardry above Muggles and stifle their progress. I would gladly sacrifice millions for this. This is a struggle for our race." The 4-armed giant pounded against Grindelwald's barrier, which remained unyielding, the Dark Lord merely gazing longingly at a figure in the distance. After a moment of silence, Albert resolutely declared, "You are mistaken, Grindelwald. Violence will not resolve issues, nor will slaughter. Oppression breeds resistance, and wizards and muggles are not so different. Only through mutual development can we find the correct path." The boy recalled his beloved, waiting for him over 70 years hence. That brilliant young, which hailed from a muggle family, signifying that wizards and muggles share more similarities than differences. Grindelwald, closing his eyes in disappointment, murmured, "It seems we are destined to be enemies." Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, their unusual hue turning pitch black. "Then I have no choice but to kill you. Let us meet in the realm of death, Albus." Subsequently, he forcefully waved his ancient wand, and the blue flames he conjured abruptly transformed into a deep black hue. The flames seemed to possess a life of their own, swiftly engulfing the 4-armed giant, who had toiled fruitlessly for half the day. Moments later, the flames morphed into a colossal dragon, roaring as it surged toward the boy. A glimmer of violet light flickered in Albert's eyes, and he no longer masked his voice. "I am not Dumbledore. You have misjudged the situation, Grindelwald." In the astonished gaze of the Dark Lord, the boy discarded his wand and waved his hand, unleashing a vast expanse of violet flames that transformed into a winged tiger. which then knocked the black fire dragon aside. The clash of these two monstrous entities ignited a conflagration, encircling the two adversaries in its midst. Ha ha! The Dark Lord suddenly erupted into a maniacal laughter. As long as it is in him, I shall bear no burden in killing you. Obliviate! A spell as thick as a barrel surged toward Albert. The latter, however, conjured a series of shields that coalesced into an enormous silver shield positioned before him. Though these were two intangible spells, their collision resonated with a thunderous roar. Albert pressed his hands against the ground behind the shield while intoning, "Alchemical magic, material conversion stone. Ignite!" An invisible wave surged beneath Grindelwald's feet, and in an instant, the earth transformed into a vast magma pool, swallowing him whole. With a resounding explosion, the Dark Lord emerged unscathed, while Albert appeared to have anticipated this. He pointed his left finger at the raging fire tiger and his right at the magma pool. Composite magic, flame demon. The magma pool morphed into an even larger winged tiger, which swatted Grindelwald aside and roared as it fused with the other fire tiger, becoming a magma beast wreathed in violet flames. In one swift motion, it seized the head of the black fire dragon and consumed it. Chapter 79, An Unstable Timeline. After devouring Grindelwald's magic, the flame demon turned to charge at its master. The Dark Lord, gritting his teeth, slashed his palm, smearing his blood across the ancient wand, which glowed a sinister crimson, its very shaft turning blood red. Grindelwald himself appeared aged, coughing twice before directing his wand at the flame demon, casting a simple shatter spell. The composite magic that Albert had exerted considerable effort to conjure shattered into a cascade of debris. The Dark Lord did not afford his opponent a moment to react. He spat blood and, pointing his wand at the boy with malevolence, intoned, "Ultimate death." A seemingly unremarkable emerald beam shot forth from his wand, stealthily advancing toward his foe. Albert furrowed his brow, flickering aside, yet the incantation veered sharply, closing in on him. "Interesting," the boy scoffed, extending his finger toward the spell. A profound violet beam erupted from his fingertip, colliding with the advancing incantation. The two forces obliterated each other midair, giving rise to a series of obsidian fissures where they had intersected. Albert was on the brink of earnest contemplation when he suddenly sensed the hourglass of time in his pocket beginning to tremble, a portent of the impending collapse of the timeline. He realized that any significant actions were now ill-advised. The boy cast a deep glance at Grindelwald, who was not far off, and with a derisive chuckle, he vanished from sight, leaving the oncoming curses from the latter to strike nothing but air. The Dark Lord observed the disappearance of his foe and the chaotic surroundings, a cryptic smile gracing his lips before he departed with the unconscious Credence in tow. Meanwhile, around a corner, a serpent trembled as it reverted to its original form. It was Nagini. She gazed gratefully in the direction where Albert had just left. Although the boy's magic had been dispelled, it had served a purpose. For at least a considerable duration, she need not fret over her eternal transformation into a snake. Ultimately, Nagini followed a witch named Leda, a witch from America, as they resolved to thwart Grindelwald's nefarious plot and rescue Credence. In Ravenclaw as Albert's dormitory, a silver-white magical circle suddenly materialized, and Albert himself appeared within it. The boy shook his slightly dazed head, barely catching his breath when a petite figure pounced on his bed. "Hermione, what are you doing here?" Albert exclaimed, astonished by the sight of his beloved nestled in his embrace, his mind momentarily struggling to comprehend the situation. The girl lifted her head, her eyes red-rimmed and fixed upon him with an expression of deep grievance. "I want to talk to you, using the ring. But you didn't respond, so I came to find you, only to discover your dormitory was empty. The only thing on the table was your ring. I thought you had abandoned me, or worse, that you had vanished. We promised we would never part." Albert felt a pang of sorrow. His intention had merely been to conduct a simple experiment regarding his theory, yet time magic was fraught with peril. Until stability was achieved, he could not involve his beloved. Sorry, Hermione. I was merely conducting an experiment, and that ring was meant to locate me. I would never abandon you, never. The boy gently patted her quivering back, offering soft reassurances. He then shifted the topic. "Hermione, how did you manage to enter? According to other Ravenclaw students, it seems no one from other houses has ever succeeded." The girl sniffled, somewhat distracted, and replied, "The riddle of the door knocker posed no challenge for me. As for your dormitory, I merely pushed the door, and it swung open." She paused and shot him a pointed glance. "You secretly engaged in time travel, didn't you? You didn't tell me because you couldn't ensure safety, am I right? Albert, please, even if you don't want me to accompany you, just inform me next time. Don't disappear without a word again." As she spoke, tears began to flow anew. Albert nodded gravely, wiping the tears from Hermione's face, unable to resist kissing the corner of her lips as he beheld her tear-streaked visage. Hermione, feigning irritation, turned her head away, declaring, "I hereby impose a 2-week ban on you kissing me. Let you disappear without a word." Oh dear. She had yet to finish her sentence when Albert, with a swift motion, pinned her beneath him, silencing her words with a kiss. It felt as though only a brief moment had passed. It also seemed like an eternity. Suddenly, the two lovers broke apart, and Albert, with a somewhat pale complexion, instinctively distanced himself from his girlfriend. Waves of purple magical energy surged from within him, corroding anything it touched. Hermione's eyes were slightly dazed. She appeared bewildered, taking a moment to regain her composure. She then turned and sat up, her expression turning anxious as she asked, "Are you all right, Albert? Why is your face so pale?" Albert took several deep breaths, struggling to suppress the chaotic magic within him, and managed a wry smile at his beloved. "It's not too serious, Hermione. It seems we must both exercise some restraint until I fully master my powers." "Restrain ourselves? Restrain what?" Hermione tilted her head in confusion, only to then notice her disheveled robes. She let out a startled gasp, quickly covering her mouth, glaring fiercely at Albert, her cheeks flushing as she hurried to fix her attire. After adjusting her clothing, the girl kept her head down, not uttering a word. In a moment of frustration, she stomped on the timid Augustus's shoes, leaving delicate footprints on his polished leather, before running out with a blush, exclaiming, "Albert, you big fool." The boy watched the girl's embarrassed retreat, unable to suppress a smile, feeling that her little kicks were worth it. He then picked up the ring from his desk, slipped it onto his finger, and infused it with magic as he said to Hermione, "See you tomorrow, my dear." "Humph, not if I can help it. You big fool." The girl's annoyance was evidently not yet quelled. Albert tenderly caressed the ring while sitting on his bed, contemplating his next steps. With time magic now proven feasible, he realized that the further one goes back in time, the more potent the corrections to history become. This implied that many past events were not as straightforward as history books suggested, and might even be the complete opposite. Only through personal strength could one stand firm against the torrents of history and time. Albert resolved to no longer merely suppress the violent and malevolent magic within him, but to embrace it. As long as he remained steadfast in his heart, he would not be controlled by power. The memories of his beloved's every smile and frown flashed through his mind, and a determined glint sparkled in his eyes. Chapter 80. The Augustus Lecture begins. Ever since their overly affectionate encounter in Ravenclaw's dormitory, Hermione had been rather distant towards Albert. Each time she saw him, she would huff coldly and turn her gaze away, refusing to acknowledge him regardless of his attempts to engage her in conversation. Harry observed the two in their awkwardness with curiosity and asked, "What is going on with them? Did they have a fight?" Ron glanced at Hermione, who despite turning her head, still couldn't help but sneak glances at Albert, and then at the latter, who was shamelessly trying to converse with her. He shrugged and replied, "They're just playing a game of flirtation, Harry. I think you should read a few more books." He contemplated his sister's assertive nature and rummaged through his backpack, retrieving 2 books to hand to his friend. Harry glanced at the titles, The Minister and My Affairs and Enchanted by Wisenham, and hesitated before accepting the books, ultimately stuffing them into his backpack under his friend's encouraging gaze. They were currently in the auditorium enjoying breakfast, and with the upcoming defense against the dark arts class taught by Albert, they refrained from their usual separation. Ravenclaw's Aisha watched the esteemed Professor Augustus, whom she admired, circulating around the ever-knowledgeable Gryffindor girl, her frustration manifesting as she furiously sliced her cake into pieces. The once unattainable Albert resembled a succulent cabbage in a field, though surrounded by a fence. Merely gazing at it was tantalizing. Yet in a careless moment, he was uprooted by someone nearby, leaving all the young witches of Ravenclaw to silently weep over the barren field, regretting that they hadn't savored the moment themselves. "We must leave, Hermione. I have a few new ideas to test out for this class, so we need to arrive a few minutes early," Albert announced, pulling Hermione along. After a brief struggle, she blushed and allowed her crush to guide her through the crowd. Harry and Ron, upon hearing of the new ideas, hastily shoved some food into their mouths and followed suit, both envious of Professor Augustus's sheep transformation spell, dreaming of mastering such magic. The savior wished to use the sheep spell to teach Malfoy a lesson, while Ron was curious to see if his twin brothers, Fred and George, would indeed look the same if transformed into sheep. Albert planned to prepare the classroom beforehand, intending for students to gradually acclimate to various unexpected situations and terrains, which will be beneficial for their upcoming final exams. With Voldemort currently elusive, Professor Augustus decided to focus on practicing self-defense and escape spells, including his improved apparition and the previously discussed swamp spell. The sheep transformation spell, however, was an advanced curse rather than a transfiguration, as it was nearly impossible to defend against. Once struck, one would inevitably transform. This was the signature magic of his teacher, Ivan, and the young wizards were evidently not yet ready for such complexities. Albert waved his hand, expanding the classroom several circles, then retrieved some seeds from his pocket, crushing and scattering them throughout the room. He then employed a growth charm alongside an illusion to transform the entire classroom into a forest. Subsequently, he conjured several puppets clad in black robes to mimic dark wizards, hiding them in various corners before using alchemical magic to convert the stone floor into earth. That should suffice. Professor Augustus clapped his hands, gazing contentedly at the transformation. Hermione approached at this moment, inquiring, "Did you derive this concept from the Triwizard Tournament?" "I must say, you possess quite the imagination, Albert." Harry, with bright eyes, nodded in agreement, his enthusiasm for any lesson that did not rely on textbooks evident. Albert winked at Hermione, saying, "It's a secret." However, Hermione, blushing, interjected, "No unless. I don't want to know, humph." Both Harry and Ron shivered in unison, instinctively stepping back a few paces. Shortly thereafter, the young wizards from Gryffindor and Slytherin gathered, and amidst a chorus of gasps and greetings, Albert ascended to the podium he had reserved. "Good afternoon, classmates," he announced. "Good afternoon, Professor Augustus." The 2 semesters of substitute teaching and his impressive performance during the Triwizard Tournament had won over nearly every young wizard, and they held Professor Augustus in high regard. "I trust you have noticed the changes in the classroom. Consider this a preview for the final exam. In this lesson, you will fully utilize the swamp charm and the apparition techniques I previously taught you. You will form groups of 4, evade pursuers in this forest, and seek out the golden eggs I have hidden in various corners, all while ensuring your teammates' safety. The student who collects the most golden eggs will receive a special reward." Upon hearing this, the young witch's eyes sparkled with excitement, while Hermione clenched her fists, determined that she would secure both the victory and the reward for herself. Lastly, I must remind you that the final exam will be even more challenging than today's activities. If you wish to avoid poor grades, then put in extra effort. With a wave of his hand, a mist enveloped the classroom, and his figure gradually faded from view. No attacking one another is permitted, but using the swamp charm to immobilize others is allowed. Now you may begin. As his words echoed, Hermione, along with Harry and the others, instinctively huddled together, pulling Neville along as they plunged into the forest. Before departing, Miss Know-It-All made sure to ensnare some of her classmates with a newly learned swamp charm. Malfoy and his entourage closely followed the Savior's team, driven either by personal vendetta against Harry or the allure of the prize. Draco was determined not to lose. Meanwhile, the other young wizards were still in a chaotic frenzy, trying to form groups, with a few caught in Hermione's swamp charm, calling out for help to be freed. Just as Hermione and her friends entered the woods, a barrage of spells soared towards them. Although Neville understood it was merely a classroom exercise, he felt a chill run down his spine. Harry and Ron swiftly ducked behind a tree, pulling Neville along, while Hermione pointed her wand forward, conjuring a smaller, erased mirror that reflected the incoming spells back. Sensing the astonishment in Harry and Ron's eyes, Hermione shyly explained, "This is an improved version by Albert. It can only reflect a few weaker spells. He'll likely teach you about it next semester." Harry and Ron exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with envy. Chapter 81. The Serpent in the Shadows. Harry and Ron looked at each other and said in unison, "Why don't you teach us after this lesson? We learn quickly." Every spell taught by Albert was absent from their textbooks and proved to be remarkably effective. Hermione cast several spells, driving back the puppets lurking in the shadows, before turning to say, "If you can achieve at least 3 OS, I shall teach you." Just as Harry was about to respond, he felt his feet give way beneath him, plunging him into a pit. It was the swamp curse. "Watch your step," the Savior warned his companions, while he used his wand to pull down a branch, attempting to extricate himself from the trap. Ron quickly repositioned himself and glanced back, exclaiming, "It's Malfoy, that despicable scoundrel." Without hesitation, he hurled 2 swamp curses in that direction, but alas, they missed their mark. Malfoy struck and retreated swiftly, darting deeper into the forest after momentarily hindering Harry and his friends. Hermione transformed a tree into a treant, which promptly seized the struggling Harry and hoisted him onto its shoulders, sprinting after Malfoy. "This treant is so cool," Neville exclaimed, stroking its head in admiration. Ron stole a glance at the blushing girl who remained silent, providing her answer, "Albert taught me. He'll teach you all next semester too." Harry chimed in with a mischievous grin, finishing the sentence, and together they chuckled, probably ha ha ha, before the savior could bask in his triumph. An irate Hermione tossed him aside. As Harry rubbed his backside while chasing after her, he protested, "That's not fair." Ron laughed heartily, just as the words left his lips. Mr. Weasley was sent tumbling down, and soon Neville met the same fate. The three exchanged glances and shared a knowing smile before hastening their pursuit. Professor Augustus's classes were always so enchanting, and Hermione, with her three companions in tow, narrowly triumphed over Malfoy's team, basking in the admiration of her fellow young wizards as she sought her reward. Albert, not one to be stingy, gifted Hermione a self-crafted alchemical bracelet, resembling the one she had given him, appearing as a pair. This bracelet was imbued with spatial magic, serving as a compact storage device, a technique long lost for a millennium. Blushing, Hermione accepted the bracelet eagerly, slipping it onto her wrist. Upon discovering its functionality, her joy knew no bounds, for she had always coveted a storage pouch. Albert winked at her and whispered, "This is a special custom-made gift. You're not upset, are you?" Hermione nodded with a beaming smile, then boldly rose on her toes to plant a kiss on his cheek. The onlookers felt their hearts shatter. "Oh no, Hermione, how cruel you are. This must be an illusion. I must be dreaming," listening to the lamentations of the defeated around her. The young witch felt a surge of pride. "Do you see that dashing Professor Augustus? He is mine." In a shadowy, gray-black space, a creature resembling a blend of human and specter lay on the ground, whispering like a serpent, "Soon, Augustus, your good days shall come to an end. I will kill you. I will kill you." This individual is none other than Voldemort, saved from death itself. He is enveloped in swirling black smoke, his face marred by an intricate web of cracks reminiscent of serpentine scales, while his arms writhe uncontrollably, resembling two vicious black snakes. Suddenly, Voldemort's blood-red eyes fixate on a vacant space ahead. Then, as if sensing something, he humbly prostrates himself, remaining utterly still. Not far in front of him, his master, the grim Reaper Dementors, gradually materializes from a shroud of darkness. "Master, do you have any commands?" Voldemort intoned softly. "Tom, I return to you, your most loyal subordinate, along with some assistance. Your task is to sow chaos within the wizarding world, gather an army, and at the opportune moment, launch a direct assault on Hogwarts, annihilating everyone within." The Reaper intones ominously. Voldemort's crimson eyes gleam with fervor as he replies, "Yes, Master. Slaughter is my greatest delight." He. Dementors regards the frenzied Voldemort with a cold stare. This being, unable to withstand the power of death, has succumbed to the dominion of murder, his soul now enslaved to it. His sole purpose is to eradicate the temporal anchor Augustus has left in this era before that madman discovers it. As for Augustus himself, there will be others to detain him, whether in the present or the future. No one can transcend death, not even you, Augustus. Dementors gazes pensively at his hand, now missing a finger, lost in thought as he stares into the distance. Achoo! Albert suddenly sneezes, prompting Hermione nearby to quickly offer him a handkerchief. "What is wrong? Are you catching a cold?" The boy shakes his head, furrowing his brow as he responds, "It's nothing, Hermione. I just have an unsettling premonition." The young witch immediately grows anxious. "What kind of premonition? Will you be in danger?" Albert smiles reassuringly. "It's nothing. Perhaps I'm just overthinking. Rest assured, Hermione. I am Albert Augustus. Nothing can thwart me. It seems there are matters I must attend to promptly." The boy muses silently. That very night, Albert dispatched a message to Augustus Manor, instructing his followers to prepare for action as he would join them during the holidays. In France, the Augustus Manor erupted in jubilant cheers, radiating an extraordinary atmosphere, each wizard present brimming with excitement. For over a millennium, they have lain in wait. The world has long forgotten Augustus' grandeur, neglecting the deeds of the god of wizards. It is time to remind these ignorant mortals of Augustus' might and terror. It was their deity who halted wars, sheltered the magical realm, and it was Augustus Manor that quelled the rebellion of the goblins. Yet these foolish authorities dare to tarnish their name, to defame their god. Were it not for the divine oracle, these frenzied followers would have already raised the Ministry of Magic, restoring order anew. Elizabeth gazed upon the chaotic assembly within the hall, her eyes betraying a tumultuous blend of madness and murderous intent. The greatness of Augustus was not to be tarnished. The pests that lingered from a millennium ago deserved their reckoning. In the sacred hall of life and death, the undying Arthas awaited. Now was the moment for resolution. As the scripture proclaimed, warrior against warrior, king against king, God against God. Chapter 82. Separation is but a prelude to a more glorious reunion. Time slipped by quietly, as the diligent students anticipated and the less studious fretted, until the time for final examinations arrived. Thanks to Albert's rigorous training, the fourth-year wizards faced no significant issues in their defense classes. This year's final exam was orchestrated by Professor Augustus, taking place within the Forbidden Forest. He had encased a vast expanse of the woodland within a colossal barrier and introduced several relatively harmless magical creatures, whilst also unveiling his latest research. "This is Guardian 1, and this is Rescuer 2, Albert declared proudly, pointing to two iron effigies. "Through the collaborative efforts of Nicolene and myself, we have successfully developed combat and rescue magical automatons. They are imbued with several simple magical runes, capable of casting non-lethal spells and basic healing charms." The surrounding students gasped in awe, while many voiced their discontent at the timing of such delightful contraptions during an otherwise grim examination period. Your task is to form teams of 4, ensuring the safety of your designated rescuer to reach the finish line. Along the way, hidden golden eggs will be scattered. Each egg collected will earn you additional points. Guardian 1 will also launch attacks against you. Now, let the examination commence. As Albert's words echoed, the young wizards instinctively grouped into teams of 4 and entered the Forbidden Forest in succession. "Move aside," shouted Potter Malfoy, shouldering past Harry, flanked by his 3 lackeys. "Do you want to fight, Malfoy?" Ron interjected furiously, standing in defense of his friend. Malfoy cast a disdainful glance at the group, sneering. "Let us see who prevails in the examination. I shall prove to Albert that I am far more worthy of being his aide than you." Harry shot a cold stare at Malfoy, retorting with scorn. "Is that so? I have faced Voldemort alongside Albert. What about you? I dare say even your father would soil his trousers in fear." Malfoy's veins bulged, his teeth clenched as he replied, "We'll see about that, Potter. I will outperform you." With that, he hastened into the depths of the Forbidden Forest. The examination proceeded smoothly under the watchful eyes of Albert and Rescuer 2, with each team successfully completing their escort mission. Harry's team, bolstered by Hermione's presence, significantly outperformed Malfoy's, further fueling Draco's resentment, convinced of his superiority over Harry. As the days passed, the examination drew to a close, and Hermione, unsurprisingly, claimed the top position in their year. Harry and Ron, by a stroke of luck, managed to secure satisfactory exam results, alleviating their concerns about returning home to face punishment. Harry, in particular, achieved 2 outstanding grades, one in defense against the dark arts and the other in transfiguration. Amidst the jubilant atmosphere, Hogwarts approached its most exhilarating moment. The fate of the House Cup hung in the balance. Except for Hufflepuff, the remaining 3 houses were vying fiercely for victory. The Slytherin Serpents, gazing at the scoreboard with its leading numbers, could not help but feel a sense of smug satisfaction. Their relentless efforts in answering questions this semester had finally allowed them to surpass Ravenclaw and claim the top position. As despair enveloped the Slytherins and astonishment filled the Gryffindors, Headmaster Dumbledore began his address. "As this term draws to a close, I must commend everyone's remarkable performances. Our Triwizard Tournament has concluded successfully, and in recognition of our champions, I have decided to award each of them an additional 50 points." Malfoy watched helplessly as Gryffindor overtook Slytherin, covering his forehead in anguish. "Oh no, Albert the First can accept. But why Harry?" Nonetheless, he clapped for the 2, acknowledging that Harry had indeed risked his life for the glory of Hogwarts. Admittedly, the applause was predominantly directed towards Albert. Amidst the laughter and cheer, the House Cup once again rested in the hands of the Eagles, bringing this term to a splendid conclusion. At the Hogwarts Express, Hermione clung tightly to Albert, reluctant to let go. "Aren't you coming to my house? My parents are eager to meet you," the little witch pleaded, making one last effort. Albert inhaled the fragrant scent of Hermione's hair, regretfully responding, "I have many commitments this holiday, Hermione, and it is not the right time. I promise to visit your family properly next time." With her head nestled against her beloved's chest, Hermione, her eyes glistening, murmured, "You mustn't secretly undertake time travel. I will call you every day. You must take care. I will always be waiting for you." Albert kissed her forehead, reassuring her, "Do not worry, Hermione. I will check in with you daily. This temporary separation is merely to facilitate a better reunion, is it not?" Hermione replied softly, glancing back repeatedly as she walked towards the train. A plume of white smoke billowed from Hogwarts, accompanied by the sound of the departing whistle. Amidst the swirling fog, Hermione dashed back, enveloping Albert in a tight embrace and bestowing upon him a profound kiss, before tearfully stating, "No matter what challenges you encounter, remember I am waiting for you. I promise I will return to your side, Hermione," Albert vowed. After watching the Hogwarts Express vanish from sight, he glanced towards the direction of the headmaster's office and stepped onto the magical circle below, vanishing in a flash. All that remained was a whispered declaration. Dumbledore, our time is running short. In the grand hall of Augustus Manor, a silvery light suddenly erupted from a lofty seat, and Albert's figure gradually materialized there. He leaned languidly against the back of the chair, one hand lightly resting on his forehead while the other tapped rhythmically on the armrest. The sound echoed like a heartbeat, causing the hundreds kneeling below to feel their pulses quicken and synchronize. A hint of violet flickered in Albert's eyes as he spoke in a chilling tone. Are you ready, my loyal followers? Elizabeth gazed adoringly at her exalted master, fervently joining the others in exclaiming, Long live our master! Long live our master! Rising to his feet, Albert strode purposefully toward the setting sun, proclaiming, Then keep close to me. Today, the Augustus Manor shall unveil its fangs to the world, and the revered name of the god of wizards shall once again resonate across the globe. Chapter 83. The Doctrine of Life and Death, the Pest of the Age. In a dark and oppressive space, a church loomed amidst the ruins, where the occasional sight of decaying corpses could be seen outside. A raven perched upon one of the bodies, savoring its meal, when suddenly a rotting hand grasped its head, followed by a nauseating sound of chewing. These corpses seemed to be alive. Before the statue within the church, a striking man with red hair and mismatched eyes, one black and the other white, attentively listened to something. As decreed by the divine oracle, my lord, he reverently acknowledged after a moment of contemplation. Turning around, he revealed a somewhat ghastly smile. Are you finally coming, Augustus? Ha ha! As his laughter grew increasingly maniacal, a portion of his face, complete with an eyeball, peeled away from his visage. The Church of Life and Death, the harbinger of death, had conspired 2 millennia ago to incite a war between humans and wizards, orchestrating the deaths of at least 10 great wizards. They aided humanity in the slaughter of wizards, providing the nobility with so-called divine weapons and armor, thereby reversing the tide of war. 5 great wizards once united in an assault against the Church of Life and Death, but were thwarted by this deranged man. The Pope of the Church, the undead Isel Alces, the last necromancer. Under his oppressive rule, countless wizards perished, and even when later wizards banded together, they could not withstand Isel's necromantic calamities. Countless talents and powerful beings fell to his hand until one day, a man with violet eyes appeared. Any undead slain by Augustus could not be resurrected, and his magical prowess seemed boundless, effortlessly wielding a variety of expansive spells and forbidden incantations. He was akin to the bane of the undead, the nemesis of death itself. To save Isel, the Grim Reaper was compelled to confront him, and the outcome was evident. Even to this day, his master remains pursued by that man. Master Isel, you shall soon find liberation. All you need to do is eliminate him, this unformed Augustus, and you shall be free. A wave of gray magic seeped from beneath his feet into the earth, accompanied by a series of muffled, oppressive roars emanating from the very ground within a 100-mile radius. In the office of the German Ministry of Magic, Minister Jack Denny paced anxiously, his complexion ghastly pale and his eyes bloodshot. These lunatics, they dare to demand that I wage war against the Augustus family. Who do they think they are? Jack muttered through gritted teeth. Suddenly, a chilling voice pierced the air. We are your masters, your benefactors. Were it not for us, you would still be a notorious saint. My esteemed minister. Jack whirled around, bellowing, I have already done enough for you. Capturing muggles, capturing magical creatures, even apprehending wizards. I have even. The figure interrupted him. I am not requesting your assistance. I am informing you. Do you understand, Jack Denny? As the words fell from his lips, lines of blood suddenly appeared on the minister's face, writhing beneath his skin. Minister Jack collapsed to the ground in agony, clawing at his face in a frenzy, soon rendering it a bloody mess. I understand, master. I will obey. I shall declare war upon them. Jack pleaded from the floor, his voice laced with torment, expressing his willingness to follow orders. Remember, the might of my master is beyond your imagination. Disobedience will not grant you solace in death. With that, the figure vanished in a swirl of black mist. Slowly, Jack rose to his feet, the wounds he had inflicted upon himself gradually healing, as if threads of blood connected the gashes. After catching his breath, he straightened his attire and pushed open the office door, striding purposefully outward, issuing commands, saying, Take 2 teams of enforcers to secure the borders, lift the border blockade, and prevent any illegal crossings. Jelliff, Shut down all international fireplaces and begin recalling all Aurors from abroad and on leave. Move quickly. War is upon us. Jelliff, with a serious expression, inquired, Minister, whom are we to engage in battle? Jack Denny grimaced as he replied, the deranged Augustus clan. They are preparing to expand their influence. A collective gasp echoed around the room, with several elderly wizards trembling in unease. Why would these madmen suddenly entertain thoughts of expansion? Prompted by the minister's urgency, the ministry staff began to move restlessly, filled with dread at the approaching adversary. Meanwhile, the various ministries of magic in neighboring countries seemed to stir, as if bracing for something ominous, or perhaps out of fear. At the German border, Albert frowned as he surveyed the magical barrier before him, flanked by dozens of wizards. He found himself halted. Shall we summon the master? One of his subordinates asked. Albert shook his head, coldly stating, if we cannot resolve even this matter, what right do we have to follow in the master's footsteps? He drew his wand, slicing his wrist, allowing a stream of blood, imbued with a purple glow, to flow onto the wand. In an instant, a tremendous surge of magical power emanated from him. Unyielding and invincible, break the seal hammer. Albert raised his wand high above his head, the blood from his wrist cascading down, enveloping him in an ethereal purple aura. As he completed the incantation, the wand transformed into a colossal battering ram. Towering Albert swung the massive hammer with all his might, striking the barrier painstakingly erected by the German Ministry of Magic, resulting in a resounding crash. Accompanied by the sound of shattering glass, the invisible magical barrier dissipated. Albert, casting a spell to mend his bleeding wrist, turned his gaze toward the approaching German wizards and coldly commanded, annihilate them. Clear the path for our master. The surrounding wizards unsheathed their wands, each emanating a trace of purple aura, and collectively shouted, kill. Our master endures. Thus commenced a massacre without forewarning, as the Augusti revealed their ruthless and merciless nature to the world. Meanwhile, Albert stood expressionless in a forest, obstructing a mother and daughter duo. In their terrified gaze, he extended his hand, unleashing a beam of purple light that sent the girl flying. Stop pretending, insect feeder Lyson. I can smell your foul stench from 10 miles away, the boy declared, brimming with murderous intent. Chapter 84. Insect feeder, pursuer of light. The woman before him cackled ominously, while the girl, twisted and contorted, rose to her feet in an unnatural stance. You truly lack compassion. It is fitting of you, world annihilator Augustus. Albert refrained from further dialogue, merely stepping lightly upon the ground, summoning a flurry of sharp stone pillars that erupted from the earth, impaling the cackling Lyson. Wrong move, great Augustus. Alongside his words came a grotesque creature, a bug adorned with legs and antennae. The creature was incinerated by a burst of purple flames 2 meters away from the boy. Haha, after all these years, you remain unchanged, bug destroyer. Lazon's voice echoed from a corner, as the forest became infested with insects. Albert furrowed his brows tightly, sensing a surge of magic threatening to erupt within him. When one seeks death, even the divine cannot intervene. The boy's cold words echoed throughout the forest, pure flames. Consume the tainted. Raging azure winds sweep away the foul miasma. As if sensing the potency of the magic, Lyson silently commanded the swarm of insects to charge at Albert. He himself unleashed a barrage of spells toward the violet shield. As the spells neared their conclusion, Lazon's expression shifted drastically as he summoned a colossal insect from beneath him, which promptly engulfed him whole. Azure wind and radiant fire. Albert uttered the final words, raising his right hand, which ignited with a flame devoid of color, surrounded by swirling azure winds. With a sudden thrust of his hand toward the ground, the flame effortlessly penetrated the earth, and in mere moments, the entire underground of the forest erupted with a blaze of colorless fire. The flames raged wildly, yet peculiarly, the flora and fauna of the forest remained untouched. Only the venomous insects twisted in agony, reduced to ashes that were whisked away by a gentle breeze. Albert furrowed his brow, glanced around, and then closed his eyes to attune himself to the surroundings. Upon reopening his eyes with a sardonic smirk, he extended his hand, transforming the intangible flames into a rope, which he hurled forcefully toward the nearby tree. The tree shuddered and morphed into a colossal creature adorned with a thick exoskeleton, scuttling away. But it barely made a few strides before being ensnared by the fiery rope. The boy then conjured a whip from a cluster of flames, lashing it repeatedly against the creature, chanting, "So you can transform into a bug, can you? So you think you can repulse others, do you? So you can speak, can you? Why the silence now? Continue barking like a dog." With each strike, The armored insect was battered mercilessly, revealing the quivering, frothing form of Lyson hidden within. Pathetic. Albert spat, discarding the whip and pointing to slay the insect's master. He then extracted the soul, scrutinizing it thoroughly, yet found no trace of Isel. With a fierce blaze, he reduced both soul and body to ashes. Meanwhile, Elizabeth found herself encircled by several armored knights, while a figure clad in priestly robes observed her intently from a distance. The vampire lady glanced around disdainfully, remarking, "Whoever dares to claim that light and darkness are opposed, I shall deliver a resounding slap. Look how intimately the divine court and the offspring of night coalesce. Are you not aware that you consort with death, much to your lord's ignorance? Silence, blasphemer! Do you presume to utter the sacred name with such filth? The false deity you worship is but a charlatan." A knight bellowed. Elizabeth's eyes gleamed with a crimson-violet glow, and in the blink of an eye, she appeared behind the speaking knight. Her nails sharpened to lethal points, she pierced through his armor, plunging into his chest. With a sickening squelch, the vampiress extracted the knight's heart, crushing it in her grasp. Casting a cold gaze around, she declared with a feverish intensity, "In this world, there shall be but one God, and that is my master. Kill her," commanded the priest from the periphery. The knights unsheathed their swords in unison, charging towards the crimson-eyed abomination, a scene so reminiscent of her family's legacy. The valiant and loyal Mock family, their glory and spirit would inevitably be inherited. The thunderous roars mingled with anguished cries shattered the surrounding stillness, the bloodshed obscuring the pale moonlight. Amidst a field of dismembered bodies, Elizabeth elegantly wiped her hands, her gown unmarred by blood, her breathing calm and composed. The apparent leader among the priests crawled away, legs broken, spitting blood as he muttered in desperation, Why must such a monster exist? As a vampire, I remain unrestrained by my deity. Even the progenitor of vampires would wail beneath my god's radiance. Where, pray tell, has that wretched Isel hidden?" Elizabeth coldly inquired, her foot pressing down on the priest's head, half of his visage buried in the earth. The priest struggled momentarily, then seemingly came to a realization as the magic within him began to surge violently. Light above. My God above. Alas, before Elizabeth could react, she was engulfed by a violent explosion and a blinding light. Cough, cough. Why, in this age, do such fanatics still exist? A voice emerged from the swirling dust of the explosion. Unscathed, Elizabeth emerged from the crater left by the blast, a bracelet on her right wrist emitting a faint blue glow. "Thankfully, I have the bracelet Albert gifted me. Oh, my lord is truly benevolent. I shall reward him with a heartfelt embrace." The vampire lady blushed as she fondly caressed the bracelet, whispering to herself. This defensive bracelet was a parting gift from Albert a millennium ago. After 1,000 years of wear, only a handful of magical artifacts remained, and Elizabeth had kept this one, the one Albert had personally adorned her with, distributing the others among the various leaders. "It is time to reunite with my lord. I wonder if he has garnered any leads. Regardless, we shall slay them one by one. There will surely be a moment when we strike true." Elizabeth concluded with a cheerful remark, unfurling a pair of magnificent wings behind her and swiftly soaring toward Albert's direction. Several miles away, Albert glanced toward the horizon, pausing silently to await Elizabeth's arrival. "I hope she has some clues. We must act swiftly," the boy murmured. Chapter 85. The Turmoil of the Magical Department. Albert did not wait long before the silhouette of Elizabeth appeared within his line of sight. The vampire lady approached with a radiant smile, retracting her wings as she rushed toward her master. A shiver ran down Albert's spine. He promptly teleported to the side. As he evaded, Elizabeth deftly turned in midair, landing with a thud. "My lord, you have such a cruel heart." Elizabeth feigned a tearful expression, her voice dripping with sweetness. "You allowed a lady to face an onslaught of men alone. I nearly did not get to see you again." The boy shuddered at her words. "Enough of this, Elizabeth. Those worthless fools from the Court of Light cannot harm you in the slightest." "Humph." Elizabeth wiped away non-existent tears, casting a disappointed glance at Albert. "Pray tell, how did you manage to ensnare that clever little witch with such a dull demeanor?" Albert felt a flush rise to his cheeks and deftly shifted the topic. "Let us depart. It seems you have returned empty-handed as well." He. Elizabeth tilted her head playfully. "I did have something. I spared the leaderess life, but he self-destructed and injured me in the process. Look." She lifted her long skirt slightly, revealing a pristine calf, untouched by dust. Albert cast a fleeting glance at her wound, exhaling a resigned sigh. "Let us proceed. Albert has just sent me a message that may contain a clue." Elizabeth nodded, obediently standing beside the boy. Albert tapped the ground with his toes, and a teleportation circle materialized beneath them. In the brief moments before their departure, the vampire lady discreetly grasped the hem of Albert's robe. The boy tilted his head slightly, but uttered no words. Observing Albert's reaction, a serene smile graced Elizabeth's lips. The two vanished amidst a cascade of silvery light. In the German Ministry of Magic, a cluster of aurors and enforcers huddled together. Wands raised at a distance where a group of dark-robed wizards, adorned with the Augustus family crest, loomed ominously. Among them, one wizard stood out prominently. He was none other than the Minister of Magic from France. A formidable magical shield, imbued with immense power, separated the two factions, with the aurors from the German ministry sheltering behind it, steadfastly defending the last line. Minister Albert, do you wish to ignite the wizarding war? Giraffe coldly inquired, his gaze fixed on the menacing Augustus clan. Brooke scoffed derisively. The Augustus family need not explain their actions to you. Lower the shield, Giraffe. You are a capable auror and should not sacrifice yourself for some fool. After speaking, he cast a lingering glance at a tightly sealed door within the ministry, where the German Minister of Magic had yet to make an appearance. At that moment, a silver-white magical circle emerged between the two groups, revealing a young boy and a lady clad in a deep crimson gown. My lord, you have arrived. I apologize for my inability to seize the ministry. This shield seems to connect to the entire city's magical network, Albert said, bowing respectfully upon seeing his master. Albert nodded. You have performed admirably, Brooke. I shall take it from here. He took a few steps forward, and as the Augustus clan drew near, the magical shield of the German ministry trembled as if under immense strain. Giraffe regarded Albert with a penetrating gaze, slowly retreating with his companions, seemingly wary yet expectant of something. A flicker of purple light glimmered in Albert's eyes. He made no extraneous movements nor uttered any incantations. Simply extending his finger, he touched the shield before him, and the barrier, linked to the city's magical network, shattered effortlessly. He had recently been attempting to merge with the innate, formidable magic within him, and the results appeared promising. With the collapse of the German ministry's final defense, the aurors behind Giraffe involuntarily quaked. Without the shield's protection, they palpably felt the earth-shattering pressure emanating from this man. Giraffe, stand aside, Albert said, a smile gracing his lips, his demeanor buoyant. You and the wizards behind you should not perish for the sake of a mere insect. This is not your battle. Captain Oro hesitated, bound by his duties that left him no room for retreat. Yet, the minister, who had remained elusive until this moment, inadvertently corroborated the words of the youth standing before him. The other aurors awaited their captain's command, for Giraffe held considerable esteem within the Ministry of Magic. Had it not been for Minister Danny's robust backing from influential families, he might very well have been the minister himself. Observing the hesitant figure before him, Albert furrowed his brow in impatience and waved his hand lightly. Ring of control. A violet aura emanated from his palm, swiftly penetrating the aura's protective gear and enchantments, binding them and suspending them to one side. Giraffe's eyes widened in terror. He could scarcely fathom that this seemingly inconspicuous scion of the Augustus family could so effortlessly subdue the entire armed force of the ministry with a mere gesture. Was this truly the power one should possess? Or was it something else entirely? Lost in thought, the renowned tough guy of the ministry suddenly broke out in a sweat, his lips quivering as he gazed in reverence at the youth who had approached the doorway. After subduing the unruly wizards, Albert stepped solo towards the heavily barred entrance of the German Ministry of Magic. He closed his eyes momentarily to sense the atmosphere before turning his back to the crowd, his expression laced with mockery. Come forth, open your eyes wide, and behold for what you have pledged your lives. With that, a surge of violet light radiated from his hand as he waved it towards the doors, which shattered into fragments, revealing a grotesque monstrosity behind them, alongside a blood-soaked hall littered with corpses. The creature towered at around 3 to 4 meters, resembling a patchwork of cadaverous remains, adorned with several blood-red tentacles. Only its face retained a faint semblance of Minister Danny. In its maw, it clutched a severed arm, while in its grasp lay a woman torn asunder, her remaining right hand adorned with a beautiful diamond ring. No, Lisa! Giraffe suddenly writhed in anguish, violently expelling a mouthful of blood as he screamed in despair. The creature held his fiancée, with whom he was to wed next month. Ashy! No! How could this be? Amidst the auror cries, Albert stepped into the tainted hall. Long live our lord! The followers of Augustus closely trailed their master, moving towards this inferno. As the living approached, the corpses on the ground began to stir uneasily. Chapter 86. The Lie of Death. Augustus entered the hall alongside Albert, and the creature, unfazed, set down its meal and intoned softly, "Death is the end of all things." "Why do you oppose it? The end of all things?" The youth scoffed. "When death ceases to be just, it ought to be cast down from its pedestal." Jack Danny, gazing vacantly ahead, murmured, "You know not what it seeks. You comprehend not its sacrifices. We are but playthings and servants, ha! What a barrage of nonsense." A flash of violet light flickered in Albert's eyes as he raised his hand, casting a spell that surged toward the incessantly chattering monster before him. Simultaneously, the bewilderment in Jack's eyes gradually dissipated, leaving only the insatiable hunger and greed ignited by the desire for slaughter. With a deafening roar, he lunged forward, brandishing his tentacles, while simultaneously expelling a jet of crimson light that countered the spell. The corpses on the ground began to rise, contorting as they lunged toward Augustus and his followers. "Filthy wretches, stay away from my master," Albert bellowed, brandishing his wand as he charged at the monsters. Elizabeth furrowed her brow. The bracelet on her arm transformed into a long sword amidst a surge of violet light. She swiftly moved behind Albert, dispatching the approaching corpses with a flurry of strikes that rendered them to mere fragments. The young boy stood, unmoved, watching the clawing figure of Minister Danny approach. With a disdainful murmur, he conjured a purple fireball that materialized before him and launched it toward the beast. With a resounding crash, Danny was propelled back with greater speed than he had come, crashing beneath a massive statue in the hall, the debris collapsing upon him, while flickers of violet flame danced amidst the stones. Albert chose not to pursue. Instead, he surveyed his surroundings. He observed Brooke, clad in an almost corporeal iron armor spell, wielding a sword transformed from his wand, charging recklessly through the throng of corpses. Meanwhile, Matthew collaborated with a doll-faced witch to subdue a creature formed from the amalgamation of several bodies. As their magical energies fluctuated, a silvery fuzz began to manifest upon their faces. Sir William, flanked by several vampires, stood guard around Albert and Elizabeth, vigilantly watching their surroundings, while other followers formed small, organized groups to engage in the slaughter of the monsters. Yet the creatures showed no signs of diminishing. They appeared to be immortal, as even when shattered by magic, the pieces would reassemble into a grotesque entity. Had ordinary Aurors encountered such a predicament, their morale would surely have crumbled. However, the madmen of Augustus Manor did not retreat an inch. They fervently and resolutely surrounded their master, displaying no hint of fear even in the face of these indestructible monsters. Albert furrowed his brow slightly. He sensed an essence of immortality emanating from these creatures, a power bestowed upon his foremost disciple by death itself. The sound of falling rubble caught the boy's attention, as Minister Danny, blasted by an explosive spell, struggled to rise from the pile of debris. His flesh was char-black, leaving only bones to support his remaining form, while red tendrils of blood attempted to mend his ravaged body. Albert pointed to a nearby pillar, transmuting it into a trident, infusing it with a surge of magic before hurling it forth. Just as Danny regained his footing, he had no time to react before the flying trident pinned him firmly against the statue behind him, a cascade of violet light flooding into his body, sealing away his magical powers. As arcs of white lightning surged forth from Augustus, they dispelled the pervasive aura of decay and death that surrounded him. In a hushed tone, he intoned, "Bring forth life with thunder, chase away death with lightning, O wrath of the storm." Accompanied by the crackling of thunder, pure white bolts of lightning suddenly erupted, indiscriminately striking every corner of the hall. The once immortal corpses turned to ash under the onslaught of the lightning. Curiously, the followers struck by the bolts emerged unscathed, some even healing their wounds, except for the vampires of Castle William, who could not embrace the gift of the light element. Albert skillfully directed the lightning to avoid them, as well as the impaled Minister Danny. Once the tempest of lightning subsided, the resurrected monsters had vanished, leaving only a ground strewn with black ash as evidence of their existence. With measured footsteps echoing softly, Albert approached the barely conscious Danny, scrutinizing him with furrowed brows for a moment before decisively severing his head with a flick of his wrist. Danny's reason had been obliterated, and no revelations could be gleaned from his living form. A faint purple light emanated from the boy's palm, which he plunged into the corpse, extracting a bewildered soul from within. Unfortunately, Danny's essence had been tainted, yielding only fragmented remnants, with the name Numengard recurring most prominently. With a firm grip, the youth crushed the soul in his hand, deep in thought. The raspy cries of Lisa, abruptly interrupted Albert's contemplation, as Jareth, cradling his fiancée's lifeless body, staggered to his knees at the boy's feet. "I beseech you, great Augustus, god of wizards, please save her. I am willing to give everything." As he pleaded, the tall German man repeatedly struck his head against the ground, soon creating a pool of blood. After a moment's silence, Albert released a surge of magic to lift the kneeling man, speaking softly. "I am sorry, Jareth. The dead cannot be revived. Resurrection is but a lie of death." He paused before continuing. "However, I can allow you one last farewell." With that, a glimmer of white light sparkled at his fingertips, illuminating the surrounding space. And one by one, pale souls began to materialize. Some stood in confusion, while others were drawn toward a distant destination. Among them, Jareth's fiancée appeared beside him, her face breaking into a smile as she mouthed the words, "Goodbye, my hero. I love you." Even this hardened warrior, who could jest despite being battered by dark wizards, now knelt helplessly on the ground, weeping like a child. The remaining Aurors began to sob softly, mourning the sudden and senseless loss of their friends and loved ones at the hands of their minister. Elizabeth quietly grasped one of Albert's fingers, her eyes rimmed with red. "I will not allow you to endure such sorrow, Albert, I swear." The vampiress silently vowed within her heart to bear all the sorrows and pains for her master. Chapter 87. The Old Acquaintance of Numengard. Amidst a chorus of lamentations, Albert quietly departed from the scene. Before his exit, Jelliff handed him a small iron fragment, seemingly a corner of a map, faintly depicting a cross formed by two scythes. This was the emblem of the cult of life and death. The German Ministry of Magic was temporarily under Jelliff's stewardship. This man, his eyes aflame with fervor, declared alongside the remaining Aurors that they would engage in a relentless struggle against the rabble of the cult. Meanwhile, Albert, accompanied by Elizabeth and others, set off directly for the Numengard prison, where the incarcerated surely held vital knowledge. A flash of light enveloped them, and they found themselves on a desolate island, barren and devoid of any guards, save for a solitary stone tower standing in the center. The young man gestured for the others to remain behind as he ventured alone into the tower. Within the confines of this prison, infamous for housing Germany's most notorious criminals, including the first Dark Lord, there were no enchantments, nor even a lock to secure the place. The formidable dark wizard was confined not by any spell or key, but by a promise made by one who had never set foot here. At the pinnacle of the stone tower, Albert beheld the renowned Grindelwald, who had long since lost the vibrant spirit he possessed during their first meeting 70 years prior. His gaunt visage was obscured by a tangle of unkempt beard, and his once lustrous hair had become a disheveled mass. Yet his peculiar mismatched eyes still sparkled with intensity. He appeared entirely unsurprised by the boy's arrival, as if he had been awaiting this moment for an eternity. "Long time no see," the elder Augustus remarked, adjusting his tattered clothing with polite decorum. "It is an honor to finally behold your true visage, traveler from the past." Albert raised an eyebrow. "It seems you are quite familiar with me, Grindelwald. You appear to have aged considerably since our last encounter." With that, he nonchalantly took a seat in the chair before the original Dark Lord, adopting an air of familiarity. Grindelwald poured a cup of water from the teapot on the table. "Apologizing, I regret that I have little to offer you in terms of hospitality, considering I am in the midst of atonement. Since our last confrontation, I have scoured all of Europe for any trace of you. No wizard has ever exerted such pressure upon me as you have, not even Dumbledore." He took a sip of his drink before continuing. "In my understanding, a wizard of your caliber cannot remain obscure. Thus, I entertained another possibility. You are no mere mortal. I began to delve into various historical texts and mythologies, and eventually stumbled upon references to you, a walking calamity, the violet-eyed Augustus, the god of wizards." Albert nodded appreciatively. "And then, though Dumbledore is formidable, you appear to have surpassed him, yet the outcome was your defeat." "How so?" Grindelwald straightened in his seat, his eyes locked onto the youth across from him. "I've been waiting for you, Albert. Only a deity can vanquish another deity. I have been tainted by the power of death. The three sacred artifacts are but a fabrication, and I too have been blinded by this deceit." With these words, he sorrowfully closed his eyes. For the sake of this illusion, he became adversaries with his beloved, resulting in countless deaths. Albert squinted slightly before letting out a soft chuckle. "The tale is quite poignant, Mr. Grindelwald. What, then, is your purpose in waiting here? Is it merely to impart this one line?" Grindelwald fell silent for a moment, then extended a familiar iron piece. "I know you seek this. There are several more hidden in other locations. Collecting them will lead you to the headquarters of the deathly cult. Time shall reveal all. Albert, we should not be enemies." A flash of purple light danced across the boy's hand as he took the small iron piece, reminiscent of the one Gerald had previously given him. Seemingly a fragment of a map. Without hesitation, Albert rose to take his leave. Pausing at the door, he turned his head and said, "In light of your perceptiveness, I could assist you with a small favor, perhaps by delivering some fine tea. Is there anything you desire?" Grindelwald hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. "I seek nothing for myself. If possible, please convey a message to Albus. Just tell him I'm deeply sorry." Albert remained silent, merely waving his hand as he departed. The first Dark Lord gazed at the empty doorway, a flicker of struggle evident in his eyes. Would he come? Grindelwald seemed to question both others and himself. "He will come, for the greater good." From the shadows of the corner, a hoarse voice suddenly resonated. Grindelwald shut his eyes, and when he opened them again, his heterochromatic gaze had turned pitch black. "For the greater good. Any leads?" Elizabeth inquired, exhaling a quiet sigh of relief upon witnessing Albert exit the stone tower unscathed. The boy produced 2 iron pieces. "Grindelwald is somewhat more astute than Tom. It appears some of the rumors hold a semblance of truth. Please provide me with a map." Curiosity sparked within Elizabeth, yet sensing Albert's reluctance to elaborate, she refrained from pressing further. From her spatial storage, she retrieved a world map and handed it to the boy. Albert traced a complex, magical circle on the ground, placing the 2 iron pieces within it. Reciting a few incantations, the circle emanated a silvery glow, coalescing into 6 luminous points that soared towards the map. Gazing at the 6 distant lights on the world map, Albert sighed softly, a touch of nostalgia washing over him as he gently caressed the ring on his hand. "It seemed I would miss the start of the school year. I wonder if Hermione will shed any tears." The boy folded the map, a glimmer of resolve flashing in his eyes. As long as the deathly cult remains a malignant presence, he could not embark on time travel with a tranquil heart. This temporary separation is a prelude to a more profound reunion. "Wait for me, Hermione. Onward. We journey to America," Albert declared with unwavering determination, leading his followers towards the 6 coordinates marked on the map. If all goes as anticipated, these 6 locations should be the last bastions of the cult of life and death, with the map forged from iron undoubtedly leading to their sacred ground. The Valley of the Undead. Isel, that rogue, is surely there, possessing profound knowledge of the secrets surrounding the death relics. Within the depths of the Valley of Death, Isel gazes upon the extinguished soul lanterns, murmuring, "Augustus, relish the feast I have left for you. Slaughter is eternal, and death is the final destination." Alhushtish, with his violet eyes, a demigod? Outside the church, grotesque trees emerge from the earth, their twisted branches laden with translucent fruits, beneath which something seems to writhe. Chapter 88. The Mist Opening Ceremony. In Antarctica, amidst the glaciers, a white sun rises, illuminating the boundless night. As the darkness recedes, the myriad of shadowy corpses imprints itself upon the gaze of Albert and his companions. This marks the 3rd location on the map, the vast Antarctic ice fields. The followers trailing behind Augustus have significantly dwindled. Many perished in a skirmish where the American Ministry of Magic deployed Muggle weaponry, attempting to annihilate the entire Augustus lineage with preordained spatial restrictions. Albert could only shield a majority of his followers, while a small number were reduced to ashes by peculiar explosives, including Sir William's cousin, Alex, which elicited a rare display of bloodthirst from the gentleman. In a fit of rage, Augustus unleashed a faux curse, obliterating the American Ministry of Magic, resulting in the demise of 732 individuals, including the Minister of Magic, thus purging the entire magical influence in America. Following that day, the magical factions across both hemispheres re-evaluated their perceptions of Augustus Manor. Subsequently, the Wisingamot dispatched a contingent of 26 wizards to thwart the deranged Augustuses, yet Albert single-handedly repelled them, transforming the entire cadre into sheep and sending them back. The chief wizard of the association was compelled to seek out Dumbledore to reverse the transfiguration, and later endeavored to solicit Dumbledore's intervention against the malevolent Augustus, but was met with refusal, as was Nicoline from France. "He is doing the right thing. Before he loses his patience, I advise you to carefully consider my suggestion." This was Dumbledore's exact wording. Thereafter, in the presence of Augustus, all magical factions withdrew in trepidation, save for the Wizards of France, who exhibited remarkable cooperation and fervor during his passage. "Your Highness, be cautious," Elizabeth exclaimed, cleaving a white serpent lurking behind a rock in two, her voice tense. Albert, with a frigid demeanor, observed the relentless onslaught of shadowy corpses battering against the magical shield, stacking upon one another to nearly engulf the entire barrier. Only Elizabeth, the Matthews siblings, and Sir William remained by his side, while the rest had been dismissed by their master. Some were tasked with managing diplomatic affairs to prevent unnecessary panic, while others, led by Brooke, were responsible for addressing the remnants of American forces to ensure stability within the wizarding world. The remainder returned to Augustus Manor, bearing the ashes of the fallen to secure their headquarters. The young man furrowed his brow slightly, gazing at the writhing mass of corpses outside the protective shield, his mood increasingly darkening. A string of obscure incantations escaped his lips, causing Elizabeth and the others to pale and cover their ears. A gust of ash-gray wind materialized around Augustus, and as the spell approached its conclusion, it transformed into a small whirlwind in his palm. Prohibition of composite magic. Whirlwind of the setting sun. Albert seized the magical sun suspended in the air and pressed it into the small whirlwind in his hand before hurling it beyond the shield. The whirlwind rapidly expanded upon its emergence, soon evolving into a colossal vortex connecting heaven and earth, the swallowed sun morphing into streams of crimson-golden flames encircling the whirlwind. From a distance, it appeared as though a gigantic golden pillar had pierced the darkness for miles around, as the fire vortex roared towards the army of undead, lifting and engulfing them, reducing them to ashes. As the number of consumed undead increased, so did the size of the whirlwind, eventually showing signs of melting the ancient ice of Antarctica. Ultimately, after devouring living beings within a vast radius, the magic transformed into a splendid evening glow before vanishing on the horizon. In the end, Albert discovered the fifth iron shard within the remains of an undestroyed undead, which seemed to belong to the undead king. Alas, it could not withstand the wizard's forbidden magic. He toyed with the small iron piece in his hand, yet his gaze wandered into the distance. Today marked the beginning of the Hogwarts school year, didn't it? Although he had informed Hermione in advance, she would surely be heartbroken. The memory of her expressive eyes stirred a pang of longing within him. In the Hogwarts Great Hall, Dumbledore had just introduced Professor Umbridge, appointed by the Ministry of Magic to teach defense against the dark arts and serve as a special investigator. Ignoring the large pink toad on the professor's desk, Hermione stared blankly at the starry sky projected onto the ceiling, her lover's azure eyes incessantly flashing through her mind. I wonder how Albert is doing. Is he in any danger? Is he eating well? Does he miss me? I wish I could go on an adventure with that silly boy. Oof. Harry glanced at the glum Hermione and the rotund woman droning on above in the hall, feeling an ominous premonition that this would likely be the most arduous year he would endure at Hogwarts. Ravenclaw's Asha stood up, interrupting Umbridge's speech. May I ask where Albert has gone? Has he returned to France? As her words fell, the other students began to murmur, inquiring about Professor Augustus's whereabouts. Would he return? Would he abandon his home? What would happen to Hermione? Umbridge's face flushed crimson as she shouted, "Silence! Silence! Do not interrupt my speech." Unfortunately, the students paid her no heed and continued their incessant chatter. Dumbledore rose to his feet, saying, "Quiet, everyone. Mr. Augustus has some personal matters to attend to. He will return to the school once he has concluded his affairs, so please do not worry." With this definitive assurance, the young wizards ceased their wild speculations. Strangely, the Slytherin students remained aloof from the discussion, most of them flushed with excitement. Many of the little serpents had heard tales of Augustus's illustrious feats from their elders, who spoke of his uproar at the German Ministry of Magic and his triumph over the American wizarding community, truly a figure worthy of their unwavering allegiance. Master of Dragons. Only Malfoy, with a resolute glimmer in his eyes, tightly covered his left hand, concealing the sinister dark mark beneath his sleeve. His lips pressed in anticipation of his idol's return. "Albert, no one can deter me from following your footsteps, not even the Dark Lord." A flicker of humiliation crossed Draco's gaze. He vowed that one day he would deliver a heavy blow to that noseless monster. Chapter 89. The Foolhardy Umbridge. As Harry had anticipated, this semester was proving to be utterly dreadful. Snape had ceased to be his most detested professor. The newly arrived old hag had claimed that dubious honor. Umbridge's teaching methods were anything but wizardly. Her classroom forbade the use of wands, demanding that each student merely memorize the contents of their textbooks. In a matter of months, she had incited the ire of the majority of the faculty and students, including several young wizards who had secretly played pranks on her, notably the Weasley twins, who had been particularly ruthless in their antics. Ultimately, Umbridge was compelled to summon a cadre of enforcers to ensure her protection and devised a series of punitive measures to discipline the students, accompanied by nearly 100 behavioral codes to regulate their conduct. Harry, having merely inquired about how to confront Voldemort, found himself subjected to Umbridge's one-on-one tutoring, where he was forced to write, "I lied, I am sorry," repeatedly with a magical quill. Each stroke inflicted the same words upon his arm. and he was required to inscribe this phrase 100 times. Upon exiting the office, his entire arm was left bloodied. Ron, seething with indignation, drew his wand and exclaimed, "Let's confront that old hag. Knock her out and toss her into the Black Lake." Hermione, equally furious, added, "This is corporal punishment. We should report her to the headmaster." Harry's face paled slightly, yet he remained surprisingly composed. "Dumbledore has been missing since the second day of term. Professor McGonagall said he's attending to something very important. We must rely on ourselves." Thus, the Chosen One resolved to establish a self-study group to exchange knowledge on defensive spells and learn useful insights from upperclassmen, while also preparing to band together to confront that old hag when necessary. As Harry and his companions busied themselves with the formation of a team to contend with Umbridge, Albert found himself traversing the boundless deserts of Egypt in search of a hidden pyramid buried beneath the sand, accompanied solely by the Matthews siblings. Elizabeth had returned to Augustus Manor with William and the others. A sense of foreboding washed over Albert, prompting him to instruct a few to return to base and reorganize their armed forces in anticipation of imminent danger. Suddenly, Matthew's sister, Annie, halted in her tracks, sniffing the air inquisitively. Soon, a pair of silvery wolf ears sprouted from her head as she crouched down to listen intently, her eyes lighting up with excitement as she dashed towards the front where Albert walked. "Master, Master, I believe I have found it. It's right over here," Annie exclaimed, her face radiant with genuine joy. Following Annie to the spot she indicated, Albert closed his eyes to attune himself to the surroundings, then smiled faintly, gently ruffling her hair as he praised, "Well done, Annie." Annie squinted her eyes in comfort, for nothing brought her greater joy than receiving her master's approval. Meanwhile, Matthew watched his sister with a hint of envy. Though they were both Silver Moon werewolves, why was it that his sister received such affection? After pondering for a moment, he addressed the siblings. "Annie, you and your brother should return to the manor and inform Elizabeth to prepare. I sense that the Death Eaters are not targeting me." Without a moment's hesitation, the werewolf siblings nodded and promptly teleported away. A glimmer of violet light flickered in Albert's eyes as he gazed down, murmuring to himself, "There is indeed something formidable beneath. That fool Isel cannot contend with it. Semi-divine Anubis, only one who holds dominion over death, can suppress a demigod for centuries. The Death Eaters have no standing in the war of gods." As his words faded, Albert's form gradually melded into the sand beneath him. The sun rose and set, and apart from the occasional tremors emanating from below and the sudden appearances of vast sinkholes, the entire desert lay serene. At Hogwarts, a month had passed since Harry's prior punishment. During this time, he and Hermione had secretly established a small group known as the DA, Dumbledore's Army, clandestinely conducting magical training in the Room of Requirement. In contrast, Malfoy brazenly rallied troops under the banner of Augustus' army, openly commandeering a classroom for defensive training. Logically, Harry should have joined the organization formed by his friends, but due to his strained relationship with Malfoy, he ultimately resolved to form his own team. Under pressure from the board and Albert, Umbridge dared not voice her ire until a sudden day arrived when she received word from the Minister of Magic that she no longer needed to heed Augustus and could act freely. On the very day she received this news, Umbridge summoned Hermione under the pretense of an inquiry. Harry watched helplessly as Hermione was taken away, recalling his own previous ordeal. "I must find Malfoy. Trouble is brewing." Harry swiftly pulled Ron along, racing towards the Slytherin common room. His instincts told him that Malfoy, in his adoration for Albert, would not idly stand by while the latter's girlfriend faced harm. A vision flashed before Harry's mind of that fateful night during the finals, where Albert, wielding his thunderous might, had left Voldemort and his minions in a state of near defeat. If that villain returned to find Hermione being bullied, Hogwarts would surely be in peril. While Harry and the others sought reinforcements, Hermione had already been taken to the office. "So, where's your so-called Dumbledore's army? And what of the Augustus army? Do you intend to openly defy the Ministry of Magic?" Umbridge remarked languidly. Hermione pressed her lips together. "I don't know. You have the wrong person. We have no intention of overthrowing the ministry. If we did, Albert alone would suffice." The old toad rose, grasping Hermione's face with a vice-like grip, her voice dripping with sickly sweetness. "How unfortunate, for I have just received word that your omnipotent boyfriend has been missing for quite some time. He is likely to have quietly perished somewhere." "You're talking nonsense," Hermione shouted, interrupting Umbridge. The latter's gaze darkened. "Insulting a professor, 50 points from Gryffindor. Furthermore, I shall punish you to write I am a liar 200 times. If you refuse, I shall expel you." "You have no authority to expel anyone," Hermione retorted, forcing herself to stand her ground. Umbridge produced a ministry document, pointing to a specific clause as she read, "Investigators have the authority to expel any professor or student." "Now, do as I say." Hermione scrutinized the document closely, and upon confirming its authenticity, she trembled as she picked up the pen from the desk. Writing, "I'm a liar." A line resembling a gash appeared on her pristine arm. "I'm a liar. Albert, where are you? I miss you so much." Hermione gritted her teeth, writing repeatedly, all the while fervently calling for her beloved in her heart. Chapter 90, Wrath. "Albert, where are you? I miss you." The desperate cries from within made the young man momentarily lose focus, causing a complex magical array before him to falter due to a minor misstep. "Alhushtish, you're losing your concentration. If this continues, you will be trapped here indefinitely," spoke a creature with the body of a dog and the head of a man, adorned with a golden crown and wielding a scepter. A demigod, Anubis, who had been defeated by death, awaited Albert here for centuries due to a promise. "If you truly wish to uncover the secrets of the Deathly Hallows, you must calm your mind," a certain demigod remarked with a hint of schadenfreude. Impatience flickered in Augustus's eyes as he resolutely decided, one last time, if this attempt failed, he would force his way through. He need not uncover the secrets of the Deathly Hallows. He could still pummel it into submission. The call from deep within grew ever clearer, prompting the young man's movements to quicken. Finally, with a sharp sound, the magical array once again dissipated into nothingness. "As you see, I had urged you to calm yourself when Anubis had yet to finish speaking." Suddenly, a massive purple fireball, measuring 2 meters in diameter, struck him squarely in the face. At the same moment, Albert's voice, laced with suppressed fury, echoed, "I have run out of patience, Anubis. If you wish to live, get out of my way. Move aside." Parkinson. Outside Umbridge's office, Malfoy, accompanied by a group of Slytherin snakes, advanced menacingly toward the obstructing Ministry of Magic Enforcers, while Harry and Ron stood resolutely at the forefront. Wands in hand, Parkinson, pointing her wand at the young wizards before her, anxiously warned, "Are you planning a rebellion? Return immediately. Otherwise, I shall expel you." Harry recalled his own past encounters and the furious, uncontrollable Albert. With determination, he initiated the attack. "Disarm. Let us go. There is no time to waste." A spell collided with the shield conjured by the enforcers, igniting a frenzy of assault from the young wizards, all striving toward a greater cause, for Augustus. "Let us fight back. Overthrow the Ministry of Magic." The enforcers exerted every ounce of strength to uphold their magical barrier, refraining from retaliating, fully aware that injuring any student would provoke the professors, who had endured Umbridge's tyranny for far too long. The professors had yet to intervene simply because no student had been harmed thus far. Once they struck back, the situation could drastically change. "Umbridge, what on earth is she thinking?" Parkinson muttered through gritted teeth, observing the increasing number of students outside the shield. Just then, a gentle breeze swept through, halting all spells aimed at the enforcers midair, causing them to dissipate, extinguishing the young wizard's fervent onslaught. A silvery magical circle appeared in the center of the arena, and Albert materialized within it, his complexion pale, his usually neat hair disheveled and interspersed with sand. A faint golden-tinged bloodstain graced his lips, while one hand clutched the claw of an unknown creature, its severed tip oozing black golden blood. Albert merely cast a fleeting glance at the individuals blocking the doorway, and they simultaneously spat blood, crashing into Umbridge's office. The young man stepped into the office, his gaze immediately drawn to the red handprints on Hermione's face and the bloody inscriptions on her arm. His pupils constricted sharply before widening in alarm. A low, resonant hum permeated the minds of all faculty and students within Hogwarts, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of dread, akin to an impending catastrophe. The sky over Hogwarts darkened abruptly. At some point, a thick, ominous cloud had materialized above the school, obscuring the radiant sun, while flashes of purple light flickered within the cloud, the source of which remained unknown. "Mr. Augustus," Umbridge gulped, trembling as she rose to her feet, before she could utter another word. One of her arms suddenly vanished with a sickening sound, blood splattering and staining the entire table. Augustus silently gazed at one of her legs, and with a sudden thud, the old toad collapsed to the ground. Just as she let out a brief scream, a beam of purple light sealed her lips. The young man then turned his attention to her other arm, when suddenly Hermione dashed into his embrace, trembling as she clutched his waist tightly, shivering slightly. Albert's eyes warmed with tenderness, and a soft white light emanated from his hands, sweeping over his beloved's form, smoothing the imprints on her face and healing the wounds on her arm. "It's all right now, Hermione. I'm back," Albert whispered gently in her ear as he held her close. Hermione buried her head in his chest, sobbing. I'm just glad you're safe, Albert. I missed you. I missed you too. The young man's soothing voice dispelled her inner turmoil and fear. Hermione lifted her head. Her eyes reddened as she looked at him. Please don't kill them, okay? They were just following orders. The murderous intent in Albert's gaze gradually receded, and the dark clouds over Hogwarts began to dissipate. After a moment's hesitation, he nodded and glanced at the others in the room, sent a message to Fudge, tell him to clean his neck and wait for death. With that, Albert took Hermione and walked towards the door, nodding at Draco and Harry as they passed. Thank you, Draco and Harry. Draco's face flushed with excitement. After a moment of hesitation, he straightened his chest and shouted, for a greater cause. Albert paused slightly, turned his head, and replied loudly, for a greater cause. The little snakes erupted in cheers, and for the first time, Harry and Ron felt that perhaps Slytherin wasn't so detestable after all. Hand in hand, they made their way to the edge of the Black Lake, where Albert kissed Hermione deeply. In their embrace and kiss, they expressed their longing and emotions, feeling a need for each other like never before. A restless surge of magic within Albert prompted him to release Hermione's slightly swollen lips, gently smoothing her disheveled hair as he whispered, Wait for me a moment, Hermione. I have something to attend to. Just moments ago, he had sensed Dumbledore's magic. That unreliable old man had returned. Albert did not ascend the stairs to the headmaster's office, but instead flickered directly into the room, accompanied by a fireball hurtling towards the old headmaster. Dumbledore, you foolish, stubborn, unreliable old fraud. Don't you know your home is about to be destroyed? Dumbledore was knocked back into his chair by the fireball, and it was only then that Albert beheld the wretched state of the old man. One of his hands had turned pitch black, while his complexion was alarmingly pale. The other hand tightly clutched a ring, from which emanated a chilling, eerie magic. Looks like you're about to die, old man, the boy scoffed coldly. The old headmaster chuckled helplessly. It seems so, young man. Chapter 91. The Indelible Shadow. What's going on? Albert's demeanor shifted slightly as he furrowed his brow, examining Dumbledore's condition closely. He sensed that the situation was rather precarious. The elderly man, wearing a bittersweet smile, showcased the ring upon his finger. This gem is likely the resurrection stone, which I stumbled upon by sheer chance. However, it bears a dreadful curse, and I inadvertently fell victim to it. Albert recalled Grindelwald's assertion that the Deathly Hallows were merely a fabrication. It appeared that the old dark wizard was not jesting. Aren't you engaged in Muggle affairs? How could you come into contact with such an artifact? Augustus discerned at a glance that the ring was a Horcrux, presumably belonging to Tom. Dumbledore, taking a few labored breaths, weakly remarked, As I passed by a certain house, I felt an unusual surge of magic. Driven by curiosity, I ventured a look and discovered this. I intended to dispose of it. The youth waved his hand, casting a golden radiance upon Dumbledore's palm, sneering. It seems that an overabundance of curiosity is not necessarily a virtue. The old headmaster nodded with calm acceptance, stating, It appears I have realized too late. Do not exert yourself, Albert. I can sense a formidable force at play. Albert's expression grew increasingly solemn. Indeed, it is terrifying. This is not a power that the foolish Tom could wield. It emanates from death itself. Dumbledore seemed unfazed by this revelation. He retrieved his wand and handed it, along with the resurrection stone, to Albert, his voice raspy as he spoke. This is the Elder Wand and the resurrection stone. You have Harry's invisibility cloak, do you not? It seems I am no match for that individual. The remainder is entrusted to you. Albert, you are the last hope. Augustus traced a golden magical circle in the air with his finger, pressing it firmly onto Dumbledore's hand, smirking. Do not be so hasty in delivering your last words. Old man, there are still many tasks left for you. He paused, extracting a gleaming badge from his pocket and presenting it to the frail elder. My magic can temporarily suppress this life-threatening curse. This badge contains a portion of my power. Wear it at all times, and it will energize the magical circle. Until its strength is depleted, you shall not perish. Dumbledore exhaled slightly in relief, cheerfully accepting the badge and fastening it to his chest. He glanced around and nodded in appreciation, saying, I must admit, the aesthetic sense of youth is commendable. Albert, suppressing the urge to hurl another fireball, picked up the Elder Wand and the Resurrection Stone from the table, turning to exit. I shall take these two items for further examination. You would do well to carry a spare wand. As he reached the door, the youth seemed to recall something. By the way, a certain old fellow confined in a cage asked me to convey a message to you. He said he is very sorry. With that, Albert departed. Dumbledore gazed pensively at the empty doorway, murmuring to himself, Sorry, is he? Meanwhile, In the Ravenclaw common room, Luna, playing with a bottle cork necklace, suddenly directed her gaze toward the headmaster's office, a glimmer of amusement flashing in her eyes. "Have you gathered the keys, Augustus?" Running briskly, Albert soon arrived at the spot where he had parted ways with Hermione. The girl sat pensively by the lake, teasing the small fish with the surrounding weeds. "What are you contemplating?" Suddenly, the young boy covered the girl's eyes from behind, casually inquiring. Hermione silently rose to her feet, turned around, and plunged into her lover's embrace. Murmuring, "Am I utterly useless, only bringing you trouble?" The astute girl had long since noticed Albert's somewhat disheveled appearance and the bloodstains that had yet to be wiped from his lips. Surely, her call had disrupted her beloved's plans, leading to his injury. Albert gently flicked Hermione's forehead, a hint of annoyance in his voice as he replied, "Why do you think that? Were it not for you, I would never have emerged from that prison. Besides, you are destined to be the Minister of Magic. Have a little confidence." Hermione inhaled the refreshing scent emanating from the young man, playfully pouting, "What Minister of Magic? I have no desire for that. I simply wish to remain by your side." The young man tenderly patted the girl's back, choosing to remain silent, for he was serious. Fudge, that fool would only be a nuisance. Rather than allow another imbecile to rise to power, he would prefer his girlfriend to assume the ministerial position, and before that, they could easily find a compliant puppet to take Fudge's place. Upon his return, Albert devoted several days to Hermione, the two inseparable, attending classes, dining together, and studying in the library. One night, he seized a moment to send 2 commands to Augustus Manor, one to swiftly eliminate the fool Fudge and install a compliant puppet, and the other to dispatch 2 teams to guard Hogwarts, with a particular focus on protecting Hermione. After enjoying a few days of sweet romance, Albert found himself compelled to return to unfinished business. He retrieved the final iron piece from Anubis and pinpointed the location of the Deathly Hallows headquarters. On a tranquil evening, after sharing a deep kiss with Hermione, he waved goodbye and departed from Hogwarts, embarking on his solitary journey. "Isel, let us bring this to an end." Albert, filled with an insatiable desire for vengeance, soared toward the location marked on the map, an entrance to a subspace. Meanwhile, Dumbledore stood outside the gates of Nurmengard, quietly observing for a moment before striding purposefully into the prison. "You've arrived," Grindelwald remarked, facing away from the entrance, his tone composed. "I have come," Dumbledore replied, his voice equally serene. The Dark Lord turned to face Dumbledore, noticing the shadows enveloping his hand, and frowned slightly. "You remain as reckless as ever." The old headmaster shrugged. "It is an old habit." His gaze momentarily drifted, recalling the months spent together 70 years prior. Just then, a shadowy figure silently launched an attack on Dumbledore. But his eyes instantly regained clarity as a silver shield appeared beside him, blocking the incoming curse. "Grindelwald, you have greatly disappointed me," Dumbledore said, his tone tinged with frost. A flicker of hesitation crossed Grindelwald's eyes before he proclaimed, "For the greater good." The once tranquil island, at peace for 70 years, was suddenly besieged by thunder and lightning. Hurricanes and raging fires, even shrouded in profound darkness, causing the entire isle to tremble. Yet, as swiftly as it erupted, the chaos gradually subsided into calm. Dumbledore emerged from the prison unscathed, casting a glance back at the 3rd floor and murmuring softly, "I am truly sorry." A beam of moonlight illuminated his form, revealing his hands, whole and unharmed. In a dim, damp basement, a prominent figure in the British wizarding world, the esteemed Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge, knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face. His head repeatedly struck the floor, the dull thuds resonating with his pleas for mercy, which incessantly pierced through to Brooke's ears, causing the burly man to furrow his brow in irritation. "Please, Mr. Albert, grant me another chance. I was blind and despicable. I beg you, spare me. I shall leave Britain tonight." Fudge's face was marred with numerous wounds. One eye seemingly gouged out, leaving behind a gory pit. His words of supplication were punctuated by fear and regret, coming out in shaky breaths. Beside him, a grotesque figure hung upside down, lacking limbs and barely distinguishable in appearance, save for the pink coat and corpulent form that faintly suggested it was some wretched toad. Drops of blood trickled from Umbridge's hanging head, occasionally causing her to shudder, indicating that she was still alive. The crimson droplets fell at Fudge's feet, and in his dazed state, he envisioned his own grim fate. He loathed his former self, questioning why he had been so foolish as to provoke that insignificant child. Brooke, yawning with boredom, stretched lazily without sparing Fudge a glance. After delivering a piercing blow to Umbridge, he departed. "Don't let them die too quickly, but ensure they don't live," he cautioned the others before leaving. It was his turn to lead the defense at Hogwarts, and Brooke was always meticulous in executing his master's orders, unlike the mischievous Elizabeth and the deranged Matthew. Albert was known for his fervor and rationality at Augustus Manor. Amidst laughter and play, Luna opened her eyes to the warm and invigorating morning sunlight, which lifted her spirits. "Hey, mad girl, where are you off to? In search of the legendary crumple-horned Snorkack? Or perhaps she would seek some invisible creatures? Huh? Who knows who the real monsters are?" Ignoring her roommate's teasing, Luna found her shoes in various corners of the room, carefully donned her treasures, and hummed a merry tune as she skipped out, eager to visit her old friends by the Black Lake. As she passed through the eagle-shaped door knocker, Luna slowed her pace and sighed softly. By the lake, a pensive Hermione fortuitously collided with Luna, who was busy feeding the little mermaid hatchlings with bits of Hagrid's cake. The little creatures seemed to relish the treat. "Good morning, Hermione," Luna greeted without turning, as if she had anticipated her arrival. "There are many disturbances around you. What troubles weigh upon your mind?" "Good morning, Luna." Hermione plopped down onto the grass beside her friend, taking a piece of bread from Luna's hand. She forcefully tore it apart, wrinkling her brow, and then tossed the whole piece into the lake. "I have never felt as anxious as I do now, Luna. It seems as though Albert is drifting further away from me," the girl expressed her distress. "I had a dream last night where Albert was riding a silvery unicorn, galloping swiftly ahead, and no matter how hard I tried, I could not catch up to him." Luna tilted her head, regarding Hermione, as her words touched upon a realm of knowledge that perplexed her. "Why would you think such a thing?" Hermione sighed in frustration, feeling she had posed the wrong question. "It's nothing, Luna. Perhaps I just didn't tease sleep well last night. I'm going to have breakfast now. Would you care to join me?" Luna shook her head, a glimmer of light in her eyes. "You go ahead, Hermione. Although I do not fully comprehend your words, I understand one truth. Two people in love will never abandon each other, so do what you must." People in love. Hermione recalled that night when the sky was filled with stars, transformed into a meteor shower, and the brightest star resided within her heart. She gently stroked the ring on her right hand, her spirits lifting. Indeed, those in love do not forsake one another. She merely needed to quicken her pace and follow her beloved, starting with the Minister of Magic. Watching Hermione's gradually lightening demeanor as she walked away, Luna smiled softly. "Is that time approaching? Augustus, we shall meet again soon." Her gaze became somewhat distant, and fleeting memories, both vague and vivid, crossed her mind. A stern man with an arrogant gaze, a tall figure who resembled a warrior more than a wizard, and a short, plump witch who always wore a smile. "Godric Salazar, have you two still not persevered until the end?" Luna gently caressed the grass, tears glistening in her eyes. "Helga, you will always be the gentlest among us." From the moment Luna first arrived at Hogwarts and beheld the bronze door knocker, she understood who she was, or rather, who she ought to be. Rowena Ravenclaw, the wisest of the four founders, scorned the idea of using magic to evade death and chose an alternative path. The wise Ravenclaw made a mad yet brilliant decision in her later years, merging her true essence into a magical artifact, ultimately confronting death with tranquility, leaving behind a hollow shell of a soul for the Grim Reaper. This essence would blend with the soul of her reincarnation upon their encounter, awakening memories while preserving her new existence. Perhaps her true essence would gradually fade in the endless wait, or perhaps it would provoke unforeseen changes upon reunion. Yet, like the other three, they had considered every possibility but surrender. Wizards shall never become mere sustenance for so-called deities, nor shall they become their playthings. A flicker of resentment sparked in Luna's eyes. "The key has been handed to Hope. How much longer can you hide, Donatus?" At that moment, Dumbledore slowly entered Hogwarts, casting a nostalgic gaze around him as he ambled toward the headmaster's office. Students and professors alike greeted him with a mixture of reverence and warmth, and the headmaster appeared to thoroughly relish this atmosphere. Upon entering his office, Fawkes suddenly raised his feathers in alertness, emitting a piercing cry before engulfing himself in flames and darting toward the intruder's face. Dumbledore merely raised a finger, and the furious phoenix returned to tranquility, dazedly flying back to its perch. The old headmaster gazed thoughtfully out the window, murmuring, "Let the second half commence, Augustus." In the depths of Nurmengard's prison in Germany, Grindelwald sorrowfully regarded his right hand, which was as black as ink, a golden magical symbol faintly glowing upon it. A badge pinned to his chest shimmered with specks of gold under the moonlight. Chapter 93. The repulsive insect in the far north of Europe. At the entrance of a grotesque and eerie natural canyon, Albert paused, for the location indicated on the map was here. The young man scrutinized his surroundings, noting the barren landscape, where only the gray-black cliffs and bizarre stones existed, devoid of any signs of life. Numerous, small, pitch-black holes, roughly the size of a human head, pockmarked the mountain, densely scattered across its surface. Occasionally, a rustling sound emanated from within, accompanied by a hint of a bloody scent. Albert furrowed his brow. The atmosphere here was peculiar, neither alive nor truly dead. Cautiously, Albert cast a protective charm against insects on himself before boldly stepping inside, undeterred by such trivial threats. Since attempting to merge with the surging magic within him, Augustus's power had been escalating at a terrifying pace. The magical elements he once commanded like friends could now be manipulated with just a few simple incantations, free from any concern of backlash. However, after merging with the purple magic within, Albert felt an ever-increasing mastery over his magic, as the elements of the world transformed from friends into mere servants. Now, Augustus was significantly more powerful than when he first arrived in this era, a fact evident from his previous encounter with Anubis. As a creature of Egyptian mythology, even when suppressed by the god of death, he remained a legendary demigod, the pinnacle of mortals. Yet in a fit of rage, Albert had bested him in less than an hour, leaving him grievously wounded and fleeing in desperation after losing an arm. As the young man ventured deeper into the labyrinth, the rustling sounds around him grew clearer, as if the entities lurking in the crevices were trailing his movements, or perhaps watching him. The echo of Albert's footsteps reverberated through the profound darkness of the tunnel, the oppressive silence heightening his impatience. Before Augustus could unleash his wrath, a tentacle-like appendage suddenly emerged from a nearby crevice, its tip adorned with a circular maw brimming with layers of serrated teeth. The youth let out a cold chuckle, and in an instant, gentle breezes swirled around him, transforming into razor-sharp wind blades that sliced the approaching tentacle into fragments. At that moment, as if a switch had been activated, numerous tentacles erupted from the myriad of holes in the surrounding cliffs. Some bore grotesque mouths, others sported continuously splitting and merging appendages, while yet others possessed heads reminiscent of living creatures, all shrieking as they surged towards the indifferently poised youth below. Albert pressed his lips together, feeling a sense of discomfort at the sight of these loathsome beings. He reached out, grasping at the air to conjure a white flame, which he then deftly smote against the adjacent cliff. "Pure white flame," he exclaimed with a frosty command, and in an instant, the flicker transformed into a colossal inferno. After devouring the encroaching tentacles, it twisted and morphed into a magnificent white fire dragon. The dragon exhaled torrents of blazing breath, scorching the surrounding gray-black stones until they turned pale and crumbled into a cascade of embers, which plunged into the dark holes within the stone walls, igniting the entire mountain. A cacophony of distorted, piercing wails erupted from within the mountain, causing the ground to tremble. A magical circle materialized beneath Albert's feet, and in the next heartbeat, he found himself outside the labyrinth. With a thunderous roar, the entire maze, along with the flanking rocky mountains, collapsed, revealing a colossal creature before the youth. This beast appeared to be a grotesque fusion of a cockroach and an octopus, boasting enormous fangs, a head akin to that of cockroach, and two massive tentacles. Its legs were formed from countless slender appendages, the very same that had previously emerged from the crevice, and it bore a thick shell, densely covered in eyes. After emerging from the mountain, the creature let out a series of furious roars toward the sky, and the eyes on its back emitted beams of pitch-black light, extinguishing the flames that continued to consume its form. Disgusted, Albert regarded the abomination before him, its appearance falling far beneath his aesthetic threshold. With a swift motion, he summoned a massive violet blade of light, slashing it toward the grotesque cockroach. The creature's eyes unleashed a torrent of dark energy, engulfing the flying blade, and it retaliated by spewing forth a noxious, viscous fluid towards the youth. Behind Albert, a pair of translucent wings materialized, gently flapping to lift him away from the revolting projectile. Observing his light blade being thwarted, the youth raised an eyebrow in surprise. He pointed toward a nearby hill, muttering, "Mountain-moving technique." The ground quaked violently as the enormous cockroach unleashed beams of dark light while charging toward him. Albert deftly deflected the incoming black energy while creating distance with a flicker. As he raised his hand higher, the small hill began to levitate. Though it may be a mere hill, it undoubtedly surpasses the colossal cockroach on the ground by a significant margin. The young man extended his hand, grasping the air around the mountain and lifting it high into the sky. With a swift motion, the mountain ascended further, only to crash down upon the monstrous cockroach with a resounding roar. Boom! The giant insect found itself pinned beneath the weight of the mountain. Albert did not cease his actions. Instead, he continually raised and swung his hand, raising and swinging once more. The rocky hill kept rising and crashing down, causing the earth to sink by a full 2 meters, with distant mounds collapsing under the strain. Had it not been for the magical enhancement bestowed upon the stone by Albert, it would have shattered into countless fragments long ago, and the cockroach would have been obliterated after the very first blow. Its antennae and limbs flew in all directions, and its body burst apart like a crushed egg, splattering white, yellow, and red innards everywhere. After several more strikes, Albert finally ceased his magical onslaught, allowing the stone mountain to crash to the ground with a thunderous noise. Shattering into debris, the youth regarded the mangled remains of the enormous insect, nodding in satisfaction. Just as he turned to leave, a rustling sound behind him halted his steps. Albert pivoted to face the massive pit created by his assault, witnessing the remnants of the creature coalescing rapidly. Both slime and limbs were drawn toward a grotesque mass at the center. Ultimately, under the cold gaze of the boy, these remnants fused into an even more repulsive monstrosity. Ah, how intriguing, thought Augustus, as the blue of his eyes transformed into a deep, resplendent purple. Chapter 94. The Peculiar Dumbledore. Albert unleashed a torrent of violet flames, encircling the distorted creature, and summoned bolts of lightning to strike the grotesque mass. Yet, the mass merely writhed incessantly, expanding under the onslaught of magic. As if something within were gestating, Albert paused, realizing that this was a fusion of life and death, imbued with a semblance of the power of death itself. How delightfully intricate, Darnithus! A hint of mockery flickered in the boy's eyes as he turned on the spot, emitting waves of silvery light that enveloped him in a cocoon. Before long, the heavy sound of a heartbeat resonated from within the light. Animagus, this magic, inherited from his teacher, once again radiated its brilliance. With a crack akin to a shell breaking, dragon-formed Albert emerged, transforming into a magnificent silver dragon nearly 100 meters long. Meanwhile, from within the grotesque mass, a monstrous figure with 4 arms, a cockroach head, and antennae struggled to break free. Roar! The giant bellowed at the silver dragon, its 4 arms pounding its chest in a display of defiance. Albert opened his mouth and unleashed a massive silver fireball, sending it hurtling towards the creature. What do you call your dog, you foul insect? The giant abruptly flipped over, once again opening its mouth to expel an identical black fireball towards the dragon. Ugh! What a repugnant creature, the youth grimaced, deftly swatting the incoming fireball away with his tail before soaring forward to deliver a resounding slap. The giant was sent reeling, utterly bewildered. One might ponder who the true monster was. Albert seized the opportunity, advancing to stomp the giant beneath his foot, allowing it to futilely batter against his dragon scales while reciting an ancient draconic incantation. The magic of the dragon tongue was indeed a remarkable aspect of the Animagus enchantment, transforming into a creature endowed one with its complete abilities. The giant seemed to sense the impending peril and began to thrash desperately, yet it was evidently in vain. Annihilation. The dragon's maw erupted with silvery flames, and with a fierce opening of its jaws, it unleashed a torrent of fire upon the struggling beast below. As the flames coursed, minute fissures appeared in the very fabric of space, and with a piercing wail, the creature was reduced to nothingness, leaving behind but a black and white key upon the ground. In a flash of silver light, the dragon transformed into a youthful figure. Albert bent to retrieve the key, scrutinizing it closely before a faint smile graced his lips. There is no escape for you now, Isel. As Albert infused the key with his magical essence, a dark door adorned with white patterns gradually materialized from the void. Without hesitation, the young man unlocked the door and stepped through. Once Albert had entered, the door slammed shut with a resounding thud before vanishing, along with Augustus, who had already traversed to another realm. At Hogwarts, Harry emerged from the classroom with a broad smile, feeling as though he had returned to the blissful days of his early school years. Not long ago, Albert had swiftly dealt with Umbridge, and shortly thereafter, the Minister of Magic announced his resignation, mysteriously disappearing that very night. With the former minister's departure, the regulations imposed by the ministry at Hogwarts became mere scraps of paper. Following Umbridge's injury-induced resignation, Professor McGonagall took the initiative to invite Sirius Black to serve as the substitute professor for defense against the dark arts. Upon assuming the position, Black displayed unabashed favoritism towards Harry. It was rumored that an unnamed potions professor had approached the new instructor multiple times for a friendly rivalry. The two professors often emerged from their classes with bruised faces, while Snape would deduct points from Harry, only for Black to restore them during his lessons. doubling the penalties on the Slytherin students. Humming an unknown tune, Harry ambled cheerfully toward the library. As Albert's absence meant he could only learn the new magic he sought from Hermione. Just as he turned a corner, he collided with Professor Dumbledore. The young savior promptly halted, cheerfully greeting, "Good afternoon, Professor Dumbledore." The typically affable headmaster merely nodded coldly at Harry before swiftly striding away. "Mr." Potter scratched his head in bewilderment, staring vacantly in the direction of the departing headmaster. "Harry, what are you thinking? We need to find Hermione." Ron emerged from around the corner, looking curiously at the dazed Harry. "It's nothing, Ron. Let's go." Harry shook his head, attempting to dispel the peculiar sense of unfamiliarity from his mind. Perhaps the headmaster was simply preoccupied, Potter mused inwardly. In a secluded corner of the school, Dumbledore slowly retracted his wand, and a glowing magical circle gradually faded away. "Good afternoon, Luna. Are you also searching for the Nargle?" The voice of a girl caused the headmaster's pupils to constrict slightly before he turned and smiled. "I am merely repairing certain enchantments in the school. After all, they have been in place for quite some time." Luna observed the headmaster quietly before calmly responding, "Very well then. I shall not disturb you, headmaster. I must go find my friends." Dumbledore smiled and nodded. "Then I wish you luck, Luna." The headmaster cast a lingering glance at the girl's retreating figure. While there were wizards who could stealthily approach him, none would be a mere underage witch. Was it a minion of the Death Eaters? Or perhaps a follower of Augustus? Dumbledore furrowed his brow, realizing he needed to expedite his actions. Luna traversed 2 more corners and slipped through a concealed passage, finally emerging from an inconspicuous classroom. Exhaling a long breath. In mere moments, her back and palms were drenched in cold sweat, her complexion pale. That individual was certainly not Dumbledore. No one understood Hogwarts defensive magic better than she. These enchantments were flawless, yet that person had set up a formidable restriction. Luna, or rather Ravenclaw, pondered silently as she hastened towards the library. If that person could masquerade as Dumbledore, he must be nearly as formidable as the headmaster himself. In such circumstances, only one force could turn the tide: the boyfriend of Hermione and his Augustus manor. Chapter 95. The boundary of black and white, life and death. A cadre of dark-robed wizards advanced slowly through the chilling wind when suddenly a gust of wind swept through, lifting the hood of the leader and revealing a pale, handsome face. With black hair and eyes, a straight nose, and thin lips, he exuded a brooding and fierce aura. "Master, are we nearly there?" A somewhat hoarse female voice inquired from the ranks. It belonged to a witch named Bellatrix, marked by deep dark circles under her eyes, yet possessing a certain haunting beauty. She was Voldemort's most fervent and loyal devotee. A flash of red light flickered in Voldemort's pupils. "Soon, Bella, we are almost home. It is time for the world to once again feel the terror of Voldemort." Tom is indeed the Dark Lord who has overshadowed an entire era. Though he did not confront death, as his predecessors did, he has ingeniously discovered a method to suppress the powers of the Grim Reaper, reaping substantial benefits in the process. Now, he stands fearless before anyone, including that ancient relic from millennia ago. The price he paid, however, was the soul contained within his remaining Horcrux. From this day forth, the great Dark Lord has become a mere minion and servant of death itself. Are you prepared? Augustus Dumbledore, I shall gradually shatter everything you cherish. The venomous whispers, laden with hatred, gradually faded with the chilling wind as the undead darkness drew ever closer to the light. Your Holiness, why must we launch an assault on a school? The Knights of God would never unsheathe their swords against the innocent. In a magnificent cathedral, a golden-haired, blue-eyed knight protested to the elder seated high above. My code as a knight forbids me from striking a group of students. Pope Therius gazed down at the knight with calm detachment, coldly retorting, "As the leader of the Holy Knights, the sword and shield of God, you should not question his decree." The knight abruptly unsheathed his long sword, taking 2 steps forward to vociferously challenge, "Is it God's decree or your decree, Pope? Impudent." A bishop stepped forward, his ring emanating a radiant light that enveloped Therius. The knight's face paled, and his armor creaked under the strain. Nonetheless, he gritted his teeth and advanced toward the Pope. The devout leader of the Holy Knights would not allow anyone to mock faith under the guise of divine prophecy. With a gentle sigh, the Pope released a beam of white light that sent the knight flying. "Return him to the Order under strict supervision. The knights need not accompany us on this mission." A flicker of confusion crossed the elder's eyes. He indeed received a divine message, the first in a millennium, which was neither a call to eradicate evil nor to save souls, but an order to attack a school of magic. In the library of Hogwarts, Luna tugged at Hermione, urging her to leave. Wait for me, Luna. What is the matter? The girl stumbled slightly, having not even grabbed her bag. Hermione, do you trust me? They reached a secluded corner, and Luna gazed intently into her friend's eyes. Of course, Luna, I absolutely trust you. Hermione recalled how this very girl had inspired her to uncover the secrets of death, and Albert had also mentioned that Luna provided him with vital insights. The quirky Miss Lovegood no longer wore her usual calm and ethereal demeanor. Instead, she appeared somewhat urgent, which lent her an air of grounded reality. Taking a deep breath, she said earnestly, Hermione, Dumbledore might be in trouble. The headmaster at school is an imposter. From now on, you must stay close to me. My instincts tell me you are in danger. The girl furrowed her brow tightly. She too had sensed something amiss in recent days. The headmaster exuded an unsettling aura, and whenever she approached Dumbledore, her necklace would subtly warm. Harry had just mentioned the headmaster, noting that Dumbledore had grown considerably more aloof than before. Hermione's complexion gradually paled, as she clearly grasped the implications of this. We must seek out the professors. Hermione was the first to consider asking for their assistance. Luna restrained her friend, shaking her head. I fear the professors may be at a loss as well, and such actions could alert our adversaries. Can you reach out to Albert's family? Hesitantly, Hermione produced a note. This was given to me by Albert before he departed. He mentioned that he was headed to a distant location, and the communication ring might fail. Hence, he left this note as a precaution to notify other Augustuses in case of trouble. Luna's eyes brightened. We need external aid, Hermione, and the renowned Augustus Manor would undoubtedly be our best ally. Once they arrive, we can collaborate with the professors to ensnare this imposter headmaster. The girl nodded, inscribing on the note with magic, Hello, I require assistance. Shortly thereafter, the note began to tremble slightly, revealing a line of text. I have arrived at the basement of the Duke of B's candy shop. Please proceed to the hunchbacked witch's statue for a face-to-face meeting with Elizabeth Augustus. Hermione and Luna exchanged glances, hand in hand, sprinting towards the secret passage. Could she also be an Augustus, a relative of Albert? The girl pondered silently. They effortlessly located the statue on the first floor. Luna touched the witch's nose, causing the statue to crack open just wide enough for a person to pass through, revealing a deep, shadowy passage behind it. Hermione boldly ventured in first, with Luna closely following. Shouldn't we call Harry and Ron? Lovegood inquired softly. Hermione, while groping forward, replied quietly, Not for now. If Harry discovers that someone is impersonating Dumbledore, he might impulsively cast a curse on that individual. The two girls traversed the narrow tunnel, turning several corners, and emerged, dusty and disheveled, from a trapdoor. Awaiting them was a woman clad in a red gown, strikingly beautiful as if she had stepped from a myth. She helped Luna, who had just emerged from the tunnel, and gently brushed the dust from Hermione's shoulders, smiling as she said, Hello, Miss Granger, Miss Lovegood. My name is Elizabeth, and it is a pleasure to meet you both. Have you encountered any difficulties? Hermione composed herself, adjusting her robes, and replied politely, Greetings, Miss Elizabeth. I believe we are in trouble. Chapter 96, Isée d'Alsace. While Hermione elucidated the situation to Elizabeth, Albert wandered through a space thick with the scent of death for what felt like an eternity. This realm was devoid of anything but an endless array of undead, with no signs of life or death, no chapel of mortality, nor any familiar faces. Impatiently, Albert cast forth a violet flame, furrowing his brow. Having arrived here, why was Isel still concealing himself? What was he waiting for? The young man pressed his lips together. He certainly had no time to indulge a half-dead monster in a game of hide-and-seek. After a moment of silence, Augustus raised his right hand high, and a brilliant point of light emerged from his fingertips. Eternal radiance, devourer of darkness, he intoned, and, as the incantation flowed from his lips, the light swiftly ascended above Albert's head, transforming into a magnificent golden sun. This sun radiated waves of brilliance, occasionally unleashing bolts of golden lightning. Any undead creatures illuminated by its glow ignited in golden flames, reduced to ashes amidst their anguished cries. With the golden sun hovering above him, Albert exuded a radiant aura with each movement, resembling a deity traversing through darkness, dazzling and fervent. Following the instinct bestowed by the spell, the young man resolutely advanced westward. Where he walked banished the shadows, causing the undead to vanish, and even revealing the true hue of the earth beneath his feet. Along his path, Albert vanquished several colossal amalgamations and countless undead, leveling hills of corpses before finally coming to a halt. An instinctive sensation guided him. This was the place. A golden magical circle ignited in his eyes, and upon closer examination, he discerned a faint barrier in the clearing ahead, seemingly guarding something. With a sardonic smile, Albert extended his hand towards the sun above, which gradually diminished in size, drifting slowly toward his palm until it transformed into a radiant golden orb resting in his grasp. He examined the orb thoughtfully before adopting a perfect throwing stance and proclaiming, "Isael, open the door. An old friend has come to see you." The golden orb cleaved through the fabric of space, creating dark fissures in its wake, and with a thunderous crash, it struck the barrier ahead. Accompanied by a violent explosion and golden flames, an opulent black cathedral gradually materialized before Albert's eyes. Standing at the entrance was a young man clad in an ornate black robe. One side of his face was grotesquely decayed, while the other was strikingly handsome. It was none other than Isael Alphas, the founder of the Cathedral of Life and Death, the Grand Sorcerer. A rigid smile creased the face of the Death Pope as he cheerfully remarked, "Welcome, welcome, the illustrious god of wizards. You are now in the Garden of the Reaper. Here shall be your final resting place." As he spoke, a procession of lifeless figures appeared behind Isael. Albert's gaze narrowed as he recognized several familiar faces among them. Ivan, Maria, Anthony, and even Slytherin. These were all renowned sorcerers from his era, and the sight of Slytherin filled Albert with sorrow. It seemed he too had not escaped the grasp of death. "Ha ha! Do they look familiar to you, Augustus? These are all treasures of my divine collection. The fire controller Maria, the wind whisperer Ivan, the sorcerer knight Anthony, and this one." He gestured toward the vacant-eyed Blardo. "Your dear friend, confidant, and founder of Hogwarts, Slytherin." Before the words had left his lips, a bolt of purple lightning struck toward Isael's face. Yet, he remained unfazed. Taking a half-step back to hide behind Anthony, the wizard knight donned a shimmering silver armor, wielding a sword in one hand and a wand in the other, shattering the lightning with a swift swing before charging at the youth with a roar. Simultaneously, a colossal wind blade silently emerged behind Albert, aiming to slice him in half. The boy momentarily faltered, and the wind blade passed through him with a whoosh, striking Anthony's chest armor instead. A gash opened up on the latter's breastplate, and several grotesque maggots fell out. At that moment, a reddish-brown magic circle appeared beneath Albert's feet, and before he could react, it expelled a plume of dark crimson flames that engulfed him. Not far away in midair, a flash of purple light revealed Albert, and scathed as he appeared there, his eyes glowing with violet radiance. He pressed down a hand toward Ivan, summoning a colossal purple hand that slammed him into the ground. The boy then flicked his wrist toward Maria, sending forth a nearly tangible azure windblade that struck her just as she managed to conjure a fiery armor, sending her flying. At this juncture, Anthony had reached beneath Albert, leaping high with his sword raised, aiming for the boy. Albert reached out and grasped the air, summoning a pitch-black greatsword that he brought crashing down upon Anthony's forehead, sending him plummeting to the ground faster than before. Just then, a sudden disturbance arose behind the boy. A small snake, entirely black save for its blood-red eyes, shot down from the air and bit into Albert's shoulder. With a crunch, the snake's teeth shattered, prompting Albert to glance down and hurl a purple fireball at Slytherin. At the same time, a radiant glow enveloped him, revealing a purple armor adorned with golden patterns beneath his wizard robe. Care to guess who taught Anthony his elemental armor? The boy taunted toward a shadowy corner, simultaneously unleashing a bolt of purple lightning. Touch of death. No sooner had he spoken than a black tentacle erupted from that corner, breaking through the flying lightning and darting directly at Albert. Albert relinquished his greatsword, transforming it into a shield to block his front, and beckoned to the sky, summoning a bolt of purple lightning to his hand. Concurrently, a heavy, oppressive dark cloud gathered above everyone's heads. "Lightning spear," the youth bellowed, as the stormy clouds unleashed a barrage of purple thunderbolts upon the others. Slytherin transformed into a serpent-like creature, burrowing underground after withstanding a few bolts. Ivan, having just escaped Albert's magic, was met head-on with several lightning strikes, retreating amidst a cloud of black smoke. Meanwhile, Anthony found himself the primary target, as at least 100 bolts of lightning rained down upon him. The wizard knight helplessly conjured a shield with his wand to protect his head, sparks flying as he was bombarded. Albert, without a moment's hesitation, hurled his spear towards Isael, who stood ensconced within a magical barrier. As the lightning spear hurtled toward him, Isael spat a mouthful of crimson blood, then clasped his hands together and drew them apart, summoning a pitch-black scythe into his grasp, the Scythe of Death. With a furious roar, he cleaved through the thunderous spear. Chapter 97, A Fated Encounter. Isael shattered the lightning spear, which crackled with electricity and thunder. Then unleashed a flurry of strikes with his weapon towards Albert, sending forth waves of dark energy. The youth furrowed his brow, delivering a powerful punch that fractured the space before him, grasping one of the resulting rifts and stretching it into the form of a long blade. Dimension slash. Holding the elongated blade with both hands, Albert swung it forward, tearing open a vast chasm in the fabric of space that effortlessly devoured the incoming waves of energy, subsequently extending towards the Pope of life and death. Isol's pupils constricted. Without a moment's hesitation, he seized a nearby undead wizard, delivering 2 sharp slaps before hurling him into the rapidly expanding rift. Gulp's explosion. The Pope uttered a terse command, and the wizard erupted as he neared the magic, unleashing a violent surge of magical energy that obliterated Albert's spell, while simultaneously stirring a chaotic elemental tempest. With the lightning spear destroyed, the individual suppressed by the thunder surged forward, unleashing a barrage of oppressive spells towards the airborne youth. Albert's brow furrowed slightly. These were once renowned archmages of their era, now reduced to mere pawns of death. He cast a deep glance towards Slytherin nearby, moments prior. The serpent sent by the old man had conveyed a warning. Beware the shell, kill me. Truly remarkable, you, Blardo. Albert sighed softly, his gaze growing ever colder. The prodigious Slytherin, even in his undead state, retained a flicker of consciousness. Shell, Isol, how pitiful, the youth murmured softly, then vanished in a flash to evade the oncoming spells. He reappeared mid-air, golden wings gently fluttering behind him, conjuring a shield of gold and silver magic around Albert. His lips moved, articulating obscure and oppressive incantations. Forbidden spell. Isol screamed, then abruptly hurled his scythe towards Albert. In that moment, he drew upon Anthony and the others, extracting their magical cores and half-living souls, merging them into a thick and eerie magical shield that stood before him. Just then, a hoarse roar echoed beside Isol. And Blardo Slytherin, founder of Hogwarts, a paragon of the age. This technique was meant for him, but it seems the opportunity is lost. Albert, deliver a resounding blow to death for me. Sous l'explosion. Isol turned in terror, witnessing Slytherin's spirit ignite in flames. Before he could react, a conflagration of soul fire erupted, shattering the meticulously crafted shield of the Pope of life and death, while simultaneously forcing his soul out of its corporeal vessel. At that moment, Albert's incantation reached its climax, the descent of the forbidden heavenly meteor. The boy's complexion turned pale, his expression chillingly cold as he extended his hands towards the heavens, seemingly grasping at something. With a sudden, forceful tug, the earth began to tremble, and a crimson light appeared in the sky. The entire subspace started to fracture, and a colossal meteor manifested above, descending with an apocalyptic fury towards the cathedral of life and death. Whether you are the shell of the Grim Reaper or the remnants he left behind, vanish along with your wretched lair, you pests, Albert declared with a fierce glare. Isael looked up at the approaching meteor, his expression gradually spiraling into madness. Ha ha, yes, this is it. This is the power of a god. Let destruction reign, let it burn. You're no different from him. Al-Hushtish. A surge of black light emanated from within Isael. My deity, are you arriving? It seems I'm ultimately no match for him. With a soft sigh, his body disintegrated into ashes. These ashes formed a magical circle upon the ground, and Isael's spirit emerged within it. He took one last glance at this world before igniting himself, igniting the magic circle in the process. Albert's brow furrowed deeply as he intensified his magical output. The immense meteor ignited in violet flames, plummeting even faster. As it descended, the entire space began to shatter. The grotesque corpses and the Grim Reaper's cathedral slowly burning and collapsing, awaiting the completion of the spell to eradicate this filthy, malevolent realm from existence. At that moment, a cloaked figure appeared silently upon the magic circle. It gazed at the sky, then at the cold-faced youth, and chuckled softly, "We meet again, Augustus." Albert retorted mockingly, "Have you grown fingers, Thanatos?" The Grim Reaper ignored the boy's taunt and slowly extended a hand towards the sky. The entire fabric of reality warped and shattered, ultimately coalescing into a colossal hand that reached for the meteor. "This is my domain. You would do well to show some respect, child." In that instant, the meteor was crushed within his grasp, and Albert spat blood. He wiped his mouth, a hint of heaviness settling in his heart as he coldly remarked, "You've got some skills, old one. It will be sufficient to deal with you." Thanatos flicked his wrist, transporting the fragmented space along with Albert to another world, the realm of death the underworld. He had to act quickly. The night would not endure for long. If he could not eliminate the youthful Augustus here, both he and the knight would face the relentless pursuit of that madman until their demise. In a deep, dark expanse, the adult Albert sat cross-legged on the ground, seemingly devoid of any urgency despite his confinement. He yawned lazily and inquired, "How much longer do you think you can keep me trapped, God of Night?" A series of tremors resonated through the space, forming a singular statement. "Until my son kills you, divine calamity, Augustus." "You place such unwavering faith in your son?" Augustus remarked with great interest. "You must understand that history is immutable. I embody both the past and the future, and your failure is inevitable." After a lengthy pause, the knight sighed, saying, "You are mistaken, Albert. It is only through a desperate gamble that a glimmer of hope may emerge. The world has birthed both you and me, and we must safeguard it. The true error lies with you. The demise of countless souls will merely accelerate the covetousness of those monsters. Only the transcendence of the entire world can stand against them." Augustus asserted resolutely, "Time will reveal all truths, yet you shall not have the opportunity to witness it." With a sigh, the knight vanished from Augustus's consciousness.